Chapter 1. Arrival. The sound of gnawing echoed incessantly in Zhou Yuan's ears, and every part of her body ached. Yet, she felt no inclination to move or even to open her eyes. The pain was trivial to her, oddly infused with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, if she waited a little longer, she would be liberated. She was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, she felt a pair of small hands struggling to lift her head. A cold glass was pressed to her lips, and a tender voice rang in her ears. "Mommy, drink some water." Zhou Yuan's eyes flew open, and she sprang up, startled. With a sharp sound of shattering glass, she turned her bewildered gaze to the side, where a boy of around 9 or 10 stood, holding his hands, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. The floor was strewn with the remnants of the broken glass and a puddle of water. Zhou Yuan remained dazed, staring at him, as the boy's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice trembling. "Mommy, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to give you some water." Zhou Yuan gazed at him in disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be among a horde of zombies, being devoured? She looked down at her arms, then abruptly turned her attention back to the boy, pulling him into an embrace. Wasn't her little Jean already lifeless in her hold? Little Jean, bewildered, pressed his fragile nose against her chest, and tears began to flow. "Mommy, my nose is bleeding." Zhou Yuan froze, noticing the 2 streaks of red beneath his nose. The boy quickly grabbed 2 tissues from the nearby table and pressed them to his nose, looking at Zhou Yuan with confusion. "Mommy, help me with it." Zhou Yuan's mind was in complete disarray. She couldn't fathom what was happening. Was she dreaming, or was this a hallucination? Abruptly, she seized the phone on the bedside table and glanced at the date. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the reincarnation novels she had adored before the apocalypse. Had she been reborn? But why? Why would she want to relive this? She had no desire to endure that hellish apocalypse again. It had been far too arduous for a woman with 2 children. "Mommy." The door creaked open gently, and a round little head cautiously peeked in. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. The small head soon ducked in, and a tiny body flung itself into her embrace. "Mommy, you're finally awake. I was so scared." In an instant, Zhou Yuan's mind cleared. She tightened her hold on the warm body in her arms and glanced at the still dazed little Jean. Regardless of what lay ahead, her family was still present, and her children were safe. There was still time to make things right. Little Jean squirmed in her embrace. "Mommy, I got blood on my clothes." Zhou Yuan looked over, and due to her tugging, the tissues had fallen from Jean's nose, leaving a mess on his face. If this had been during her previous life, she would have been frantically searching for tissues and water to staunch the flow. But now, she chuckled softly, calmly rolling up a paper towel to plug his nose, wiping the blood from his face with a wet tissue. It was strange that she felt no urgency in the apocalypse. Death could come at any moment, and losing limbs was commonplace. A little nosebleed was hardly a concern. Zhou Yuan's laughter faded as she gazed at the delicate, pale face before her. Unable to resist, she leaned in and gently nibbled at it. A little Jean jumped back, covering his face, looking at Zhou Yuan with accusation. Zhou Yuan teased him. "Little Jean's cheeks are truly delectable. Mommy, mommy." Suddenly, 2 small hands wrapped around her neck. I want to give mommy a bite. Little Yes tastes even better." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, gently nibbling on the approaching chubby face. Little Yes is even tastier." Little Yu beamed at his brother, while little Jean rolled his eyes, thinking his silly brother was foolish. Zhou Yuan watched the interaction between her 2 children, her smile unwavering. Suddenly, the sound of video call beeped from her phone. Before she could react, little Yu had already picked it up and handed it to her. "Mommy, it's Daddy." Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned, and as she processed it, the phone had already been answered by little Yu. "Daddy? Hey, little rascal, what are you up to?" A familiar yet distant voice came through the phone. "Where's Mommy and your brother?" "Daddy, Mommy's sick," little Yu replied in a babyish tone. "Little Yu, can you hand the phone to Mommy?" Lu Feng paused for a moment. Little Yu passed the phone to Zhou Yuan, who took a deep breath before looking at the screen, at the chiseled face that was both familiar and foreign. For some inexplicable reason, her nose tingled, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. On the other end, Lu Feng paused, his brows knitting together. "Honey, what's wrong? Is it serious?" In his mind, Zhou Yuan was a strong woman, rarely crying while juggling work and 2 children. She never expressed her worries to him, let alone break down in tears during a video call. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, her eyes glistening red. Thinking back to little Yes' words about mommy being sick, he surmised it must be quite serious. Zhou Yuan herself was momentarily taken aback. She reached to wipe her tears, the words "it's nothing" nearly escaping her lips, but she hesitated. Seeing Lu Feng's evident concern from across the screen, she recalled a memory from half a month before the apocalypse, when she had caught a cold after being caught in the rain while grocery shopping. She hadn't thought much of it, believing her robust health would see her through in a couple of days. Her husband, Lu Feng, worked in another province, and it took 6 or 7 hours for him to return home. She had always been strong-willed, previously choosing not to mention her illness due to differing childcare philosophies with her in-laws. After both children started kindergarten, she had sent her in-laws back home to enjoy their retirement. Juggling work and parenting alone, she had never brought up her sickness in her previous life, but now, looking at Lu Feng, she slowly began. "Mr. Lu, I have a fever. My head hurts and my body aches." Lu Feng froze, realizing that she hadn't called him that in quite some time. It was a name she had affectionately used during their courtship, but after marriage, she had switched to calling him hubby. Lu Feng quickly responded, "Hang in there a bit longer. Take some medicine, drink plenty of hot water, and rest. I'll ask my boss for leave and take the evening high-speed train back. If you can't cook, just order takeout." He then called out loudly to little Jean. "Little Jean, mommy's sick. You need to take care of your brother, all right? Little you, listen to your brother." With that, he ended the call, leaving Zhou Yuan in stunned silence, before breaking into a smile. She and Lu Feng were college alumni, having enjoyed a free-spirited romance that smoothly transitioned into marriage and parenthood, their relationship remaining stable throughout. Once passionate, they had now settled into a comfortable routine. Both Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng were devoted to family and remained acutely aware of their responsibilities. Though they faced their share of challenges, their commitment to family always prevailed, with everything revolving around that singular priority. Chapter 2. Family observing the two children carefully tidying up the glass cups and mopping the water off the floor. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her years of hard work had not been in vain. The decision to raise her children on her own was not born of stubbornness, but rather a response to the boundless indulgence of their grandparents, whose affection for their grandchildren knew no limits. Zhou Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness regarding this grandparental favoritism. Suddenly reminded of her grandparents, Zhou Yuan sat up, picked up her phone, and after a moment's thought, initiated a video call. Almost immediately, the call connected, revealing her father-in-law's somewhat stern visage. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, he managed to smile. "Ah, Yuan, what brings you here?" Zhou Yuan chuckled at her father-in-law's stiff smile. He had always been a serious man, not particularly fond of conversation. Yet he was inherently kind, treating her mother-in-law with great care, being good to her as a daughter-in-law, and doting on his two grandsons, his warmth reserved solely for them. A hand reached over to take the phone. "Yuan, just now Xiao phone called and mentioned you were unwell. Is it serious?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback that Lu Feng had already informed her mother-in-law in such a short span of time. Her mother-in-law's voice followed a happened call, and he casually mentioned it. Zhou Yuan replied, "Mom, it's nothing serious. I'm indeed a bit unwell. Could you and Dad possibly come over to help look after Xiao, Jean, and Xiaoyu?" Huh? Her parents-in-law exchanged glances, then promptly nodded in agreement. "Of course. We'll have Ollie buy tickets right away." After hanging up the video call, Zhou Yuan sank back against the headboard, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She quickly checked the date on her phone. July 26th, a mere fortnight before the onset of the apocalypse. It was uncertain precisely when the end began, but it was known that by mid-August, the heat intensified and the weather warning alerts grew increasingly alarming. At that time, no one paid much attention. Life continued as usual, with people going to work and children on summer break. Zhou Yuan, due to her two children, had taken a month off to stay home. Then one day, the temperature warning reached nearly 60 degrees, teetering on the brink of human tolerance, leading to power restrictions. Many companies closed, shifting to remote work, and employees celebrated the unexpected holiday, reveling in the absence of clocking in. Following the heat warnings came alerts for torrential rain. Typically, rain would lower the temperature, but this time it was not rain. It was scalding water, with some daring souls testing it and discovering temperatures soared to 80 degrees. At 60 degrees, burns were a possibility. The torrential downpour persisted for 2 months, leading to catastrophic flooding. Zhou Yuan was uncertain about the conditions in other regions, but in Sea City, a secondary provincial capital with a decent drainage system, the water levels rose alarmingly high, submerging areas up to 10 meters and reaching the 4th floor of her building. In lower-lying areas, water levels escalated to 15 or 16 meters, akin to a 6-story building. Zhou Yuan resided in a new development, part of a brother unit of her workplace, situated in a somewhat remote area. Because of their long-standing employment, she and Lu Feng had purchased a spacious apartment in a district with a reputable primary school years ago, specifically for its affordability and larger layout. During the school year, the children lived in the school district, but now in summer, they had come to stay here. As Zhou Yuan pulled back the curtains, it was already 7 in the evening. The number of illuminated windows outside was sparse, indicating low occupancy. She had only finished decorating the apartment at the end of last year and had just moved in recently to warm the space. The outside was enveloped in darkness. Yet Zhou Yuan felt an unusual sense of security. After the rain ceased, a creature that only existed in novels and films emerged: zombies. No one knew the origin of the first zombie, only that the initial outbreak occurred at the city's people's hospital. After 3 months of extreme heat and boiling water, many began exhibiting high fevers, overwhelming the hospital. Suddenly, patients began behaving as though afflicted by rabies, attacking indiscriminately, and chaos ensued. As the floods receded, the city was overrun with zombies, and it was only then that people realized the apocalypse had arrived. At that time, Zhou Yuan was at home with her 2 children. Not inherently industrious, she enjoyed browsing online marketplaces and was an avid online shopper, having stockpiled ample supplies. Additionally, having just moved into this new home, she had purchased numerous items and had become somewhat compulsive in her buying, accumulating frozen pizzas, steaks, and various snacks. She even filled half her freezer with dumplings. During the 2 months of rain, her household remained well-stocked, though the last month saw a complete power outage that spoiled the contents of her refrigerator. Fortunately, her stockpiled snacks kept her from going hungry. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened as she reflected on the hardships of survival during the apocalypse, an experience that was an absolute nightmare, one she wished not to revisit. At that moment, her phone vibrated again. Zhou Yuan glanced at it. It was a message from Lu Feng, accompanied by a picture of his train ticket, indicating a 7:15 high-speed train, expected to arrive home around 2 a.m. She responded with a smiley face, and almost instantly, a message popped up. "Have you eaten?" It suddenly dawned on Zhou Yuan that the children had yet to have dinner. She stepped outside, only to see Xiao Jin with a tissue stuffed in her nose, diligently boiling dumplings. Her little face was flushed from the steam as she hurriedly announced, "Mom, I'll have it ready soon." Zhou Yuan remained still, observing the lively little figure in the kitchen and the obedient little one playing alone in the living room. For the first time, she felt truly alive. It was a miracle that during the initial deluge, despite being separated from her husband and in-laws, Lu Feng managed to reach out with 3 to 4 video calls daily. Her in-laws, fearing they would be a bother, still made it a point to check in daily. Zhou Yuan knew they were worried about her and the children, and their frequent calls and messages helped ease her anxiety. However, when the water and power outages began and communication networks collapsed, she lost contact with her in-laws and husband entirely. Alone with her 2 children under the age of 10, her household began to run out of supplies, and the panic that ensued was indescribable. She often wondered how she managed to survive until reaching the base. Just then, her phone vibrated once more. Chapter 3. Space. Zhou Yuan glanced at the itinerary information sent by her elder brother regarding their parents-in-law. Her eyes narrowed. They were in their hometown in the province, where high-speed trains were unavailable, and the only option was a long-distance bus. The earliest bus departed at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it was not a direct route, requiring a transfer along the way, taking at least 10 hours. After a moment of hesitation, she sent a message. "Elder brother, if you have nothing else to attend to, could you please help bring our parents over? I'm concerned about the safety of the 2 elderly folks on the road." After a while, she received a simple okay in reply. Zhou Yuan let out a deep sigh. Her anxiety was not unfounded. She felt a bit intimidated by her elder brother, Lu Li. Although she had been married to Lu Feng for over 10 years, her interactions with Lu Li were limited to the brief days during the New Year festivities. Lu Li was 2 years older than Lu Feng, yet he remained unmarried despite rumors of numerous girlfriends outside. He had never brought anyone home, nor did he hold a stable job, leading a transient lifestyle that her in-laws often criticized as irresponsible. Their family consisted of just the two brothers. The younger son had pursued higher education and secured a stable job, possessing a house, a car, and a happy family. In contrast, the elder son was a constant source of worry for their parents, leading to annual disputes during family gatherings. Initially, Zhou Yuan found herself disliking Lu Li, even harboring a sense of disdain toward him. However, over time, she observed that her children held a fondness for their uncle, primarily because he would occasionally surprise them with toys and treats. After her son, Xiao Jin, received a smartwatch, he often received calls from Lu Li. Whenever the children yearned for a toy that Zhou Yuan firmly refused to buy, they would seek out their uncle, knowing that their father and grandparents would not dare to defy her wishes. Zhou Yuan had to concede that despite Lu Li's unreliable demeanor, he was genuinely caring toward his family. He demonstrated filial piety towards her in-laws, taking care of their daily needs in their hometown without burdening Zhou Yuan or Lu Feng. Zhou Yuan recalled a time when she was pregnant with Xiao Jin and they wished to purchase a car for convenience. However, having just acquired a house and undergoing renovations, their finances were tight and they were reluctant to dip into her in-laws' retirement savings. Upon learning of their situation, Lu Li promptly transferred 300,000 yuan to Lu Feng, leaving Zhou Yuan astounded. She had never anticipated that he, who seemed to lead a carefree life, had saved such a significant sum. It was a substantial amount a decade ago, and he sent it without uttering a word. This act shifted her perception of Lu Li. It revealed his deep sense of loyalty and affection toward his family. During times of tumult, such as heavy rains, he would be present during video calls or phone conversations with her in-laws, often offering gentle reminders. Thus, she felt compelled to invite Lu Li to join them, believing that this time their family must be united. She could not bear the thought of repeating the past, where they were scattered across 3 locations, separated by a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. With modern transportation so convenient, it was a rarity to make the journey in the impending apocalypse. When vehicles were submerged and all forms of transport ceased, she would not have the chance to reunite with her family again. The prospect of her in-laws and husband being even further apart made such gatherings even more improbable. As for her own family, her parents had tragically passed away when she was 20, leading to a gradual decline in familial connections. After sharing a meal of dumplings with her children, watching television, and helping them with their nightly routines, Zhou Yuan finally returned to her bed. She caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from her mother before her passing. Unsure of its value, she wore it simply because she found it beautiful. It was not until over a year into the apocalypse, when she had gone scavenging for supplies and fell, that the bracelet shattered. Upon picking up the pieces, she accidentally cut her finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the fragments. To her astonishment, she discovered that within the shattered pieces lay a space, one that could be cultivated. However, the space was incomplete and limited in size, with the land in disarray. In those desperate times, when resources were scarce and the places she could venture to with children were limited, it was nearly impossible to find enough food, let alone seeds for planting. Thus, the space felt like a burden, unappetizing yet too precious to abandon. But now, the situation was different. The apocalypse had yet to commence, granting her the opportunity to stockpile supplies and ensure her family's well-being, avoiding the hardships she faced in her previous life. With determination, Zhou Yuan retrieved a nail clipper from the drawer, making a small incision on her fingertip to let her blood drip onto the bracelet. She fixed her gaze intently, watching as the drop of blood slowly melded into the jade. To her delight, the bracelet began to transform, becoming translucent. Witnessing the bracelet vanish before her eyes, she recalled that in her past life, the fragments had never truly disappeared. Without overthinking, she closed her eyes, concentrating her consciousness and found herself in an expansive space, approximately the size of a football field, with a small bungalow at its center. Unlike her previous experience, which had been fragmented, this space was whole and inviting. Without hesitation, she approached the bungalow, which measured about 100 square meters. It was simply decorated with whitewashed walls, lacking appliances and furniture, but it did have running water and electricity, a delightful surprise. Near the kitchen, she discovered a small door leading to a basement, but there were no stairs to descend. Frowning, she pondered the utility of this basement, recalling the system space literature she had previously read. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts and sensed the basement below, mirroring the upper area in size, but boasting a ceiling height of 4 to 5 meters, and it was an open space without partitions. Zhou Yuan exited the space and returned to the kitchen to pour herself a cup of hot water. Concentrating, she made the cup vanish from her hand, only to locate it in the basement through her awareness. It appeared that the basement served as a storage area, but she wondered if its contents were static. Pouring another cup of hot water, she closed her eyes again and re-entered the space, placing the cup on the floor of the bungalow. She then began to survey her surroundings, noting the well-structured layout of 4 rooms, 2 living areas, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Venturing outside to the dark soil, she walked around, admitting that she had never farmed before. She was uncertain about the soil's fertility or what could be grown. She would have to wait until she stockpiled supplies to experiment with seeds. Close to the edge of the land, she found a small pond, roughly 20 square meters in size. Apart from one side near the land, the pond was shrouded in mist. As she walked around its perimeter, she discovered a spring from which water flowed gently. Zhou Yuan contemplated whether this space could be upgraded, as described in novels, though she was unsure if it required zombie cores or precious artifacts. This, too, would require experimentation. Furthermore, she wondered if the water had any extraordinary properties. It seemed that the water in the bungalow was not sourced from the pond, as she could not see its bottom. Yet, the water appeared pristine. After deliberating, she exited the space, fetched a cup, and scooped some water. The quality seemed satisfactory, and upon tasting it with her tongue, it appeared indistinguishable from ordinary water. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated, unsure whether to drink it, regardless of any potential effects. At the very least, she no longer needed to worry about future water supplies. It is important to understand that with the impending power outages and water shortages, compounded by the rampant spread of zombies, even the most basic necessities, such as drinking water, will become exceedingly difficult to procure. Chapter 4. After a brief wander, he returned, only to find that the water on the floor had cooled, yet the cup in the storage room remained scalding hot to the touch. Zhou Yuan's heart soared with joy. This meant that time stood still within the storage room, allowing her to hoard supplies without concern for expiration dates or any other issues. Whatever she placed inside would remain unchanged. Reclining on her bed, she contemplated the spatial layout of her surroundings. It consisted of 4 distinct areas: fertile land, a pond, a living space with 4 rooms and 2 halls, and the storage room. She could physically enter the first 3 areas, but the storage room only allowed her to retrieve items through her consciousness. The fertile land likely had the potential for cultivation. She wondered if she could raise small animals and whether anyone besides herself could enter this space. Emerging from the confines of her mind, Zhou Yuan opened the door to the children's room and beheld her 2 slumbering children in their bunk beds. She extended her hand, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the bed had vanished along with the children. In a flurry, she re-entered the space and discovered the bed of her sleeping children quietly positioned in a room of the bungalow. They showed no signs of waking, and as she sighed with relief, joy bubbled within her. This was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. Once more, she would gather her family, convinced they would thrive together. Yet, her greatest concern remained the 2 children. Xiao Jin seemed to fare slightly better, having lived for 2 years in her previous life despite the lack of resources. However, Xiao Yu, whom she gently caressed on his round little face, stirred feelings of sorrow within her. He was not yet 3 years old, and in her past life, he had only lived until 3.5, swept away by a tornado on the way to the base, a fate she feared he would not escape again. As if sensing his mother's touch, Xiao Yu softly murmured, "Mama." Zhou Yuan quickly wiped the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her, gently kissed his cheek, and reassured him. Don't worry, Mama is here. This time we have Papa, Grandma, Grandpa, and Uncle. Our Xiao Yu will surely grow up healthy and happy. She then glanced up at the upper bunk, affirming Xiao Jin will be just fine as well. Following that, she transferred the children along with their bed out of the space. With a fair understanding of her surroundings, she pondered how to communicate with her family upon their arrival. Lu Feng had likely taken only 3 or 4 days off, and Luli would probably return the next day after staying just one night. How could she persuade them to stay? Zhou Yuan rubbed her forehead, acutely aware that deceit was not her forte. Among her family, she was the most straightforward, often articulating her thoughts without hesitation, her expressions betraying her feelings even when she remained silent. As she ruminated, she heard the sound of the smart lock disengaging from outside. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 3 in the morning. Slipping on her slippers, she hurried outside to find a man at the entrance, changing his shoes. His height of 6 feet only accentuated his long legs as he bent down. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he looked up upon hearing her footsteps, his chiseled features displaying a hint of fatigue as he raised an eyebrow. You're not sick, yet why are you still awake? No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yuan dashed towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Instinctively, he lifted her, his hands securing her legs, tossing his bag to the ground with a teasing remark. What's this? Have you turned daft from being unwell? It's been ages since you showed such enthusiasm. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng was about to turn his head when he suddenly felt a dampness at his neck. Stunned, he realized she was crying again. Had she exhausted all her tears for the year in a single day? He quickly crossed the room and sat on the sofa, soothing her back. Don't be afraid. I'm back. His silence had been a comfort, but hearing his magnetic, slightly hoarse voice sent Zhou Yuan's emotions spiraling out of control, unleashing a torrent of tears as she sobbed. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? I'm so tired, truly exhausted. I can't protect the children anymore. Lu Feng, initially amused by her words, was ready to tease her about wanting to handle everything alone. However, the gravity of her later statements troubled him as he grasped her head. What do you mean you can't protect them? Who has been bullying you 3? Yet, Zhou Yuan offered no response, only continued to weep, gasping for breath between sobs. Lu Feng, feeling helpless, recalled their journey together since their teenage years, dating in high school, and eventually marrying and having children. In all that time, he had never witnessed her cry like this. To him, she had always been a radiant, optimistic woman, and he realized it had been far too long since he had seen her laugh wholeheartedly. She was tenacious, a true firecracker, not one to back down easily or to succumb to tears. His expression grew serious. Whatever had caused her such distress was undoubtedly significant. He racked his brain, recalling their recent conversations. There had been nothing amiss, and Desai had not mentioned any issues with Mama. It seemed the only course was to wait until her emotions settled before she could explain. With gentle fingers, he caressed her back, allowing her to lean against him, finding solace in their quiet embrace. It had been a while since they had shared such a moment, unburdened by words or awkwardness. In his 30s, he had worked hard to secure 2 homes and 2 cars in the provincial capital, along with 2 delightful sons. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing it stemmed from his own efforts, bolstered by the unwavering support of the woman in his arms. Although he faced social engagements and temptations outside, he remained steadfastly devoted. Their love had flourished freely, and their bond was strong. He knew precisely what he cherished most, not fleeting thrills, but the tranquility of home with a loving wife and children. He had long outgrown the phase of seeking excitement. No matter how challenging or exhausting life became, the mere thought of his wife and children invigorated him. He had fallen for Zhou Yuan at first glance in college, and each subsequent encounter only deepened his affection. He remembered the day he had impulsively tugged on her hair as she walked past him, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled. But as he reflected, he noticed that the woman in his arms had fallen silent, her tear-streaked face now resembling that of a sleeping child. He gently cradled her and carried her to the master bedroom, laying her softly on the bed. As he stood to leave, he heard her mumble, "Husband, Mr. Liu, where on earth have you been?" Originally intending to take a shower, he decided against it, slipping off his outer clothing and lying down beside her. Pulling her close as he whispered, I am right here. Chapter 5. Collapse. When Zhou Yuan awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. She blinked to adjust to the light and found her mind sluggish, likely due to the tumult of the past few days. After all, returning to life felt akin to a dream. She buried herself beneath the air-conditioning blanket, allowing herself a moment to gather her thoughts. While the laughter of the two children outside mingled with a deep, magnetic male voice, a wave of melancholy washed over her as memories from the previous night surfaced, an embarrassing episode that had left her feeling utterly humiliated. In 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such disgrace. Even during the 2 years of wandering with her child in her previous life, she had only cried once after the loss of Zhou Yuan. Thereafter, despite the hardships, she had never shed tears in front of others, let alone wept as she had last night. Rising, she approached the dressing table and caught sight of her reflection, eyes swollen like walnuts. Taking a deep breath, she found it truly distressing. Yet, gazing at her still flawless and delicate face, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She could hardly remember the last time she had seen herself in such a state. During the apocalypse, with scarce water available, she often went days without washing her face. She knew well how disheveled she could appear without a mirror. The door swung open, and Lu Feng entered, spotting Zhou Yuan at the dressing table. Upon seeing her watery eyes, his heart sank. Are you really going to ruin your eyes further by crying like this? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath to quell her tears and smiled. I can't help it when I see you. Lu Feng sighed. If our parents knew this, they would surely accuse me of bullying you. Remembering her in-laws, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Despite their differing views on child-rearing, which had caused friction between them, it was natural for there to be generational gaps. Yet, in matters concerning her and Lu Feng, her in-laws always sided with her, oblivious to the details, simply declaring Lu Feng in the wrong. Lu Feng found this rather helpless, as he felt his standing in his parents' eyes was slightly better than that of his brother. Seeing her smile, Lu Feng relaxed and moved behind her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder as he looked at her reflection in the mirror. Be good. Brush your teeth, wash your face, eat something, and then tell me what is going on. Zhou Yuan met his gaze in the mirror, seeing the firmness and steadiness in his eyes, and nodded. Okay. She splashed cold water on her swollen eyes, though the effect was minimal, and decided not to dwell on it. Stepping out of the room, she was greeted by a plate of shredded meat and a fried egg on the dining table, her mouth watering at the sight. Your culinary skills haven't dulled while away. Not at all. It took a lot of effort to win over my wife's discerning palate. Lu Feng replied, bringing a dish of chili sauce to the table. Upon seeing the chili, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and she rushed to grab the dish, only to be stopped by Lu Feng. Don't eat anything too spicy first thing in the morning. Pouting, she reluctantly took a small amount with her chopsticks and stirred it into her bowl. The moment the noodles touched her lips, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. It had been far too long since she had tasted something so delightful. During the 2 years of the apocalypse, a meal was a rare luxury, and one could hardly be picky about flavors. Lu Feng had been away from home for nearly half a year during this time, and back in university, Zhou Yuan had initially been captivated by his relentless pursuit of her, eventually leading to her spoiled palate. As an only child, she had been pampered by her parents, a true young lady who had never lifted a finger. Throughout university, she had relied on cafeteria food, and once she and Lu Feng got together, he had taken over the cooking. When her in-laws returned to their hometown, her biggest worry had been meal preparation. However, she soon realized that everyone possesses untapped potential. What she once claimed she couldn't do was merely a result of relying on others. Once left to her own devices, she discovered that cooking was not an insurmountable task. Naturally, her culinary skills were limited to simply preparing edible food without any aspirations for gourmet excellence. But thankfully, the children were not picky eaters. In fact, she found herself struggling the most to eat her own meals. Thus, as she savored the bowl of noodles, tears threatened to spill once more. After finishing her bowl, Zhou Yuan truly felt alive again. Lu Feng cleared the table and sat beside her, watching her rub her belly with a smile. Is it really that delicious? Zhou Yuan's satisfied expression faltered as she looked at him earnestly. If you hadn't eaten your fill for 2 years, you would understand just how exquisite this bowl of noodles is. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yuan turned to the two children watching television in the living room and, facing Lu Feng, continued, Darling, what I'm about to tell you may sound absurd, and you might think I'm talking nonsense or even that I've lost my mind. But I assure you, everything I say is true. You know I'm not one to speak lightly, so you must listen to me until I finish. She prepared him for what was to come, knowing she could not fabricate any other story. Lu Feng straightened, contemplating her words for a moment before replying. All right, am listening. I don't quite know how to begin, so just consider that I had a dream. Everything that happened in that dream is about to occur in our real lives. Zhou Yuan steadied her emotions and began, in just a few days, our world will experience a drastic change in weather. As Lu Feng listened, his brows knitted in disbelief. He struggled to contain his urge to interrupt her, finally allowing her to finish before questioning. Are you sure you haven't been reading too many novels and are now dreaming about them? It was not entirely unwarranted. Zhou Yuan had been an avid reader since university, often losing herself in various stories. Zhou Yuan felt exasperated, realizing her initial approach had been in vain, and she grew impatient. I said to treat it as a dream, not that I'm merely dreaming. This is not a dream. Do you understand? I have experienced this firsthand, the chilling drops of rain, the scorching sun, and the terrifying visage of the zombies. I was not reading a novel. I was not watching a video. I cannot possibly imagine the appearance of zombies through mere words. And there was a tornado. Zhou Yuan stood up, her voice rising. You know, we have never even experienced a typhoon here, but I felt the tornado as if it were real. These sensations are not something I could have gleaned from a novel. Do you understand? Lu Feng watched as Zhou Yuan began to pace nervously, and he hurried to embrace her. Calm down, Yuan. Please try to stay calm. Zhou Yuan struggled against him, shouting, I cannot calm down. You have no idea what it's like to be trapped in this house with two children filled with endless dread. You don't know the torment of hearing them cry from hunger. You cannot fathom my fear when I see those grotesque zombies approaching, or how helpless I felt when Xiaoyu was swept away by the tornado. You know nothing. You were nowhere to be found. I don't even know where you were. Leaning against the wine cabinet, Zhou Yuan slowly sank to the floor, curling into a ball, her head buried in her knees as she murmured, You know nothing. You don't understand how difficult it has been for me. Where were you then? Where were you? Lu Feng, witnessing Zhou Yuan in such a distraught state, found it hard to believe and was at a loss for how to respond. The two children, who had been watching television, rushed over. Mommy! Xiaoyu was about to leap into Zhou Yuan's lap, but Lu Feng quickly intercepted him, turning to Xiao Jin. Take your brother to the room and play some video games. Daddy needs to talk to Mommy. As the two children retreated to their room, Lu Feng looked at the curled-up Zhou Yuan and, unable to suppress his concern, stepped forward to embrace her. It is hardly surprising that he finds it difficult to believe. This is indeed too astonishing to fathom. Natural disasters can be comprehended, but what on earth is a zombie? Is this truly not a fabrication? Speaking of viruses, have there not been countless strains over the years? There have been viruses that have led to city lockdowns and rampant spread across the nation, even globally. Yet none have resulted in the scenario she describes. How is he expected to accept such a claim? Chapter 6. Candor. Zhou Yuan leaned against Lu Feng's embrace, gradually finding solace and calm. A nagging feeling lingered within her. Had she forgotten something? Lu Feng's mind began to sift through the events Zhou Yuan had recounted. The high fever, the scalding downpour, the floods that towered 5 or 6 stories high, the astonishing zombie virus, and the tornado. What else had transpired? Mutations in flora and fauna? While Lu Feng pondered, Zhou Yuan slowly began to regain her composure. She lifted her gaze, determination etched in her eyes. I know it's hard for you to believe. It seems fantastical and absurd, but what I say is the truth. Before Lu Feng could respond, a flicker of fear mingled with her unnaturally calm tone. Do you know? I have killed someone. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, yet Zhou Yuan avoided his gaze, maintaining a monotone. The first time I took a life, I didn't know him, but he attempted to bully me. Not only did he target me, but he also assaulted Xiao Jin, who was just a child. He, a grown man, kicked him away, sending him flying a couple of meters. Zhou Yuan scoffed, They say women are inherently weak, yet fierce when it comes to motherhood. This is no mere platitude. When I witnessed Xiao Jin being tossed aside, I plunged the fruit knife I held. Zhou Yuan's eyes drifted to the green fruit knife resting on the bar counter. Indeed, it was that very knife. She had brought it for self-defense, never anticipating it would be put to such use. Then, with a faint smile, she recalled. At that moment, I even remembered that the heart is located on the left side. My strike was precise, and he died instantly, blood splattering onto my face, still warm. At that moment, Lu Feng believed her. No matter how implausible the tale, her vivid recollection of the act made it undeniable. He grasped Zhou Yuan's hand. Enough. I believe you. This is simply beyond my comprehension. I need time to process. Really? Zhou Yuan gazed at him, searching for sincerity. You truly believe me? You're not deceiving me? Lu Feng nodded. I believe. Zhou Yuan scrutinized his eyes, ensuring there was no pretense, before slowly leaning back into his embrace, her voice slightly hoarse. Mr. Lu, if you still doubt, time will be the only proof. But by then, it may be too late. We must gather supplies while we still can. Gathering supplies? Oh, she had forgotten about her space. Initially, she intended to mention it directly, yet it had transformed into this. Lu Feng nodded. I understand. My parents will arrive soon, and once they do, we can discuss this properly. You should rest now. Do not fear. This time I will not let you suffer. Zhou Yuan nodded, rising with his assistance, and after a moment's hesitation, she said, Husband, once my parents and brother arrive, I have something to tell you. With that, she swiftly returned to her room. Lu Feng felt a persistent unease regarding his wife's demeanor. What Zhou Yuan intended to reveal was undoubtedly related to her space, a matter that warranted no secrecy. Whether it involved stockpiling supplies or enduring hardships later, it was impossible for the family to evade such discussions. Moreover, once the zombies emerged, many would exhibit supernatural abilities, including the power of space. Her ability was not a product of evolution, but rather a conduit through her bracelet. She had not evolved any powers in her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to protect either of her children. Sighing, she lamented her earlier exhaustive explanation, realizing how foolish it was to rely solely on facts without revealing her space. Zhou Yuan slept soundly until 5 in the afternoon. Her exhaustion was profound, not merely physical, but mental. From the living room, voices indicated that her in-laws had arrived. She rose and opened the door, indeed finding her parents-in-law seated on the sofa, entertaining the 2 children. On the opposite side of the sofa sat a man, strikingly similar to Lu Feng, engrossed in his mobile game. It was undeniable that both brothers had inherited their parents' admirable traits. Tall, at 1.80 meters, with handsome faces. They were in their 30s, an age when men radiate maturity and charm. Upon noticing her, her mother-in-law hurried to her side. How are you feeling? Better? Zhou Yuan shook her head. Mom, I'm fine, just didn't sleep well. That's good to hear, her mother-in-law replied, frowning slightly. Zhou Yuan's complexion was alarming. It had transitioned from pale to ghostly. Her father-in-law remained silent, but nodded, while Lu Li glanced up from his phone. Lu Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Dad? Mom, brother, Xiao Jin, Xiao Yu, it's time to eat. Seeing Zhou Yuan, his eyes brightened. You're awake? Eat first. We can discuss everything after. Zhou Yuan nodded. Recalling her earlier meal of a bowl of noodles, she was now ravenous. The family watched in astonishment as she devoured 3 bowls of rice in swift succession. After a hearty belch, she became aware of their shocked stares, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. I was just a bit hungry. Lu Feng was the first to recover. Taking her bowl, I made soup. Let me serve you a little to settle your stomach. Zhou Yuan accepted the soup, sipping it slowly, while her mother-in-law chuckled. You must have been very hungry. The family resumed their meal, though the food was slightly insufficient, prompting Lu Feng to boil some noodles. By the time they finished eating and tidying up, it was already 7 in the evening. Lu Feng requested everyone to sit on the sofa and noticed Lu Li was about to resume his gaming. Brother, put your phone down. I need to discuss something important with you, Yuan. Lu Li cast a puzzled glance at Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan before setting his phone aside. After ensuring the 2 children were settled in their room, Lu Feng began, Mom, Dad, brother, what I am about to share is quite extraordinary. At this juncture, he hesitated, suddenly understanding why Zhou Yuan had felt the need to lay the groundwork earlier. He looked at her, but Zhou Yuan averted her gaze, sipping her warm water. After a prolonged silence, her mother-in-law, noticing Lu Feng's reluctance, playfully slapped his back. "What are you doing? Just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. You haven't done anything to hurt Yuan, have you?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lu Feng replied helplessly. "The thing is, Yuan mentioned that in about a week, there will be a high-temperature warning." Once he spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. His parents' expression soured. Lu Li, initially indifferent, soon furrowed his brow, staring intently at Zhou Yuan, who bowed her head. After Lu Feng finished, the living room fell into an eerie silence. Eventually, his mother spoke. "Yuan, it's not that I don't believe you, but could this be a lingering effect from your fever?" Lu Feng anxiously observed Zhou Yuan, fearing she might collapse again as she had that morning. However, Zhou Yuan lifted her head with a smile, shaking her head. "I know it's hard for you to believe. Let me show you a trick." The four of them, including Lu Feng, were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be discussing serious matters? Why was she suddenly performing magic? Ignoring their reactions, Zhou Yuan raised her glass. "Look closely. This is a glass. A real glass from our home." They nodded instinctively, only to widen their eyes as the cup vanished. Zhou Yuan wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, and her hand, holding the cup, was bare. There was no way to conceal anything. Her mother-in-law clutched her chest in disbelief, while her father-in-law struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lu Li stood up, astonished, while Lu Feng, recalling Zhou Yuan's mention of supernatural abilities earlier, furrowed his brow and asked, "Didn't you say you hadn't evolved any powers?" "Evolved? Superpowers?" Lu Li pressed further. "What do you mean?" Lu Feng merely recounted some of the calamities that would unfold in the future, without delving into the specifics as Zhou Yuan had suggested. Chapter 7. Scheming. Zhou Yuan retrieved a cup from her spatial realm and placed it on the coffee table. Her mother-in-law, Lin Shui, hurriedly took it and examined it, confirming it was merely an ordinary glass without any peculiarities. Zhou Yuan pursed her lips and, placing her hand on the coffee table, made it vanish from the center of the living room. With a thud, the glass in Lin Shui's hand fell to the ground, startling everyone as they gazed at the empty space where the table once stood. Zhou Yuan restored the coffee table before turning to Lu Feng. "What I possess is not a supernatural ability, yet it bears resemblance to one. Do you recall the bracelet my mother gifted me?" Only then did Lu Feng realize that the jade bracelet Zhou Yuan had always worn was no longer on her wrist. This bracelet had been with her since he met her, said to be her mother's keepsake. He frowned and asked, "Is this space contained within that jade bracelet?" Zhou Yuan nodded. At that moment, Lu Li could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What do you mean by evolution and supernatural abilities?" Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but my hypothesis is that it is a form of virus. Unlike the previous viruses we encountered which were transmitted via respiratory droplets, saliva, or blood, this one spreads like radiation, as long as one is within its radius. They become infected. The transformation depends on the individual's constitution. Those unable to withstand the virus become zombies, while those who endure may evolve and acquire supernatural abilities, which can be seen as a unique power. Of course, there are also ordinary individuals who resist the virus yet do not evolve." Lu Li contemplated deeply, his gaze serious. "Sister-in-law, could you elaborate on your experiences? I believe your account is truthful. We must seize the initiative, and your experiences are our most vital reference." He recognized that Lu Feng had only shared a fraction of the truth. Lin Shui instinctively grasped the hand of her husband, trembling as he held her back. Patting her hand gently, Zhou Yuan nodded. She had mostly recovered and understood Lu Li's implication. The more detailed her recounting, the more information they would acquire, enabling them to face forthcoming challenges with greater composure and preparedness. After all, the combined efforts of 3 ordinary individuals could rival the wisdom of Zhuge Liang. Her intention to gather her family was to unite them in facing the apocalypse together. "I shall start from this very day in my past life when I did not call you back. Consequently, we never truly met again, not even until our deaths." At this point, Zhou Yuan paused, and Lu Feng took her hand. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin turned to her, their expressions grave, knowing that once the water and electricity were cut off a month later, they would lose all contact. Zhou Yuan endeavored to recount every detail she remembered about her experiences during the apocalypse, including the necessity of killing to survive in a world where only the ruthless prevailed. As a woman with a child, she realized that without a fierce demeanor, she would not last 2 days. That is about all I recall. I was merely focused on finding food to fill our stomachs, and could not attend to anything else. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Feng, her voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, my husband. I truly did my best. I could not protect either of our children. Lu Feng's eyes reddened as he tightly embraced Zhou Yuan. No, you have done remarkably well. Earlier, she had briefly mentioned the world's changes without delving into her experiences. Now, hearing her recount every detail, he could scarcely fathom the hardships she endured while navigating that cannibalistic world with children. It was no wonder she reacted so strongly when he expressed disbelief earlier. He felt he might not have fared any better in her situation. She was still a woman who had once been terrified of cockroaches, and it was evident that women face greater challenges in any endeavor, their efforts invariably surpassing those of men. Lin Shui was overwhelmed with tears as Zhou Yuan recounted her journey to the official base with her 2 children, recalling the tornado that struck when she lost hold of Xiaoyu. As a mother, Lin Shui could only imagine the despair Zhou Yuan must have felt. Lu Aimin, comforting Lin Shui, was also unable to suppress his grief. Lu Li, silent for a long moment, finally spoke. Afeng is right, sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. The dryness in his voice was palpable. After a moment of silence, Lu Li rapped on the table, drawing everyone's attention. He spoke earnestly. Now that we are aware of the impending events, we must begin our preparations. If we have such foresight and still find ourselves in disarray, it would be a disservice to you, sister-in-law. Lu Feng nodded. A Yuan has already laid the groundwork. The rest is up to us. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin quickly affirmed, no problem. Although we are older, we are still physically capable and can contribute significantly, though we may not be as quick-witted as you younger folks. Just direct us. Lu Li agreed. Excellent. We must use these normal days to prepare accordingly. First, he turned to Zhou Yuan. Sister-in-law, how large is your space? What can it contain, and are there any limitations? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but admire Lu Li's perceptiveness. The state of the space was crucial for their supplies. She did not conceal the truth. Before you arrived, I conducted some experiments. The space contains arable land, a water source, and a time-stop storage room. Items placed inside remain unchanged regardless of how long they are stored. The area is approximately over 100 square meters, with a height of 4 to 5 meters, and includes a well-furnished 4-room, 2-hall layout of over 100 square meters. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. A storage room that would not spoil was a remarkable asset. Zhou Yuan hesitated, and Lu Feng, sensing her unease, asked, "What is it?" The other 3 looked on curiously as Zhou Yuan continued. I also experimented with the space and found that I can bring Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu inside. The 4 were taken aback. Could the living enter? Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, fearing that their inquiries might be perceived as ill-intentioned. Even Lu Feng opened his mouth but held back his words. Zhou Yuan understood their concerns. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, Husband, please do not think like that. I summoned you all here and disclosed the existence of this space because I trust you implicitly. Lu Feng grasped her hand, shaking his head. A Yuan, while you trust us, you should not disclose that the space can accommodate living beings. Yes, exactly, Lin Shui nodded. If you're worried about keeping a secret, you can confide in a Feng alone and let him help conceal it. Why are you so naive? Zhou Yuan was taken aback by her mother-in-law's words, her eyes glistening with emotion. No, Mom, from the very beginning, I never intended to hide anything from you, including from Big Brother. Chapter 8. The warmth of family Lu Li was taken aback, for he too was astonished. His interactions with Zhou Yuan had indeed been minimal. The words exchanged could easily be counted on one's fingers. Just yesterday, when she messaged him to bring his parents over, he found it somewhat peculiar. Though his parents were aging, they had married young and were only in their early 50s now. They had traversed the journey from their hometown to this place numerous times, and it was entirely feasible for them to make the trip independently. Zhou Yuan specifically requesting him to escort them struck him as odd, but he soon realized that her intention was to invite him to share in the trials of the apocalypse. He was surprised to discover such trust she placed in him. Zhou Yuan disregarded the expressions of those around her and continued, "During the 2 years of the apocalypse, my greatest source of strength was the hope that one day you all would come to find us. In those days, I was resolute in my belief that if I were with you, our struggles would not be so arduous. Your love for us has never wavered, and I have never felt so certain of your affection, including that of my elder brother. I absolutely believe in the significance of family in his heart. I can feel it." Luli reclined on the sofa behind him, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that his sister-in-law, Zhou Yuan, possessed such clarity of thought. His younger brother, Lu Feng, sensed the scrutiny of his elder brother and, with an odd knowingness, proudly raised his chin. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin exchanged knowing smiles. To be honest, they had their share of conflicts with their daughter-in-law. Otherwise, they would not have returned to their hometown. However, they had always wished for a daughter, and since their eldest son had never married, they had treated the younger daughter-in-law as their own since the day she entered their home. Not to mention, she had blessed the Lu family with 2 adorable grandsons, whom they cherished deeply. Yet, therein lay the conflict. The daughter-in-law felt they were overly indulgent with the children. Nevertheless, it was hard to resist the allure of the 2 little ones, leading to a sense of helplessness. The daughter-in-law insisted on them returning to their hometown to enjoy their retirement, claiming she wished to spare them the hardships. They were aware that they had perhaps become somewhat unlikable, and they recognized that their daughter-in-law was likely more adept at raising children than they were. Thus, they acquiesced. They had thought their daughter-in-law might be displeased with them. Little did they know that Zhou Yuan was simply unable to tolerate their indulgence towards the grandchildren, rather than harboring any animosity towards them. Zhou Yuan continued, "The reason for my earlier hesitation was that while I can bring Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu with me, I'm uncertain if I can take anyone else along." "What do you mean? If living beings can enter, shouldn't everyone be allowed?" Liulin Kirat Parplexa. "Is there a restriction?" Luli was the first to grasp the implication. "Because Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu are related to you by blood?" Zhou Yuan nodded, "Exactly." She recalled having read a novel where the space could only accommodate those with a blood relation to the owner, and this realization had just dawned on her. Lin Shui suggested, "Then why not bring a phone to try? He could help you with the farming." She remembered Zhou Yuan mentioning that there was arable land within the space, which necessitated cultivation. Lu Feng rolled his eyes, annoyed that his mother would not assign him more favorable tasks. Zhou Yuan could not suppress her laughter, and Luli joined in with a grin. "Yes. Let Feng give it a shot. If there are no restrictions, you'll gain an extra pair of hands." Zhou Yuan seized Lu Feng's hand without hesitation. "Mr. Lu, relax." To be honest, Lu Feng felt quite tense, but after a prolonged silence, seeing Zhou Yuan closing and reopening her eyes, he resignedly said, "It appears I was right. It truly isn't something everyone can enter." The other 3 could not hide their disappointment, while Lu Feng, in an unexpected turn, felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he wouldn't have to toil in the fields after all. Lin Shui, with a mother's intuition, discerned Lu Feng's thoughts immediately and slapped his arm. "You ungrateful child. You're unwilling to help your sister-in-law with the farming? Have you considered how arduous it will be for her to manage it alone?" Lu Feng quickly defended himself. "No, Mom. I'm just as disappointed." The others ignored him, and Lu Feng gazed at Zhou Yuan, who seemed disheartened by the inability to bring anyone else along and chose not to respond. Luli pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, we should stockpile some farming equipment to ease your labor, sister-in-law. Regardless, the fact that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu can enter the space is an immense blessing. At least they will have a safe haven during perilous times." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 2 children were far too young and required utmost protection. Luli continued, "Sister-in-law mentioned that the space can preserve food and cultivate crops. Since Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu can enter, should we not also contemplate the possibility of raising animals? Thus, we must embark on our stockpiling journey." Zhou Yuan concurred, "Yes. While the heat has yet to arrive, we must gather enough supplies for the 7 of us." Then, Lu Feng pursed his lips, how much money do we currently have? Zhou Yuan replied, I have about 2 million in bank deposits and funds. I believe I can sell the property in the school district for around 3 million if I sell it at a discount. Lu Feng nodded. I have roughly 1 million on hand. Zhou Yuan looked at him in surprise, and Lu Feng quickly explained, that is from a previous project. I haven't dared to transfer it yet. Lu Li shot his imprudent brother a glance. I have 2 million. Lin Shui widened her eyes. Where did you acquire so much money? Lu Li smirked. I made some investments with friends. With those dubious companions of yours? Investing? Lin Shui retorted, annoyance evident in her voice. She turned to Zhou Yuan. Your father and I have little savings left, just a modest retirement fund, probably around 500,000. And the house in the county back home could fetch about 200,000 to 300,000, right? Zhou Yuan nodded, calculating. So we have approximately 7 million. It's not a fortune, but it should suffice for our basic needs. If we can venture out later, we can also consider zero-cost purchases. Both Lu Feng and Lu Li raised their eyebrows at the mention of zero cost, their expressions turning mischievous, while Lin Shui and Lu Aimin remained bewildered. What does zero-cost purchasing mean? Zhou Yuan coughed lightly, feeling awkward. It means obtaining items without spending money. Isn't that stealing? Lin Shui exclaimed, waving her hands in protest. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we engage in such illegal activities? Lu Li scoffed. In the apocalypse, what law will remain? If you don't take it, someone else will. Lin Shui responded with a slap. I see you must have engaged in such activities in this lawful world. Lu Li quickly dodged. Mom, can you refrain from slandering me? And if you want to speak, do so without resorting to violence. Aren't you afraid of straining your old limbs? Lin Shui leaped up in indignation. You're asking for a beating. A day without discipline, and you're off the rails. Lu Feng hurriedly intervened. Hey, Mom. This is a serious discussion. Lin Shui finally realized, awkwardly waving her hand, while glaring at Lu Li as she sat back down. Zhou Yuan rubbed her nose and continued. Mom, brother is right. When that time comes, the government will have no control over these matters. If you don't take it, others will. And it will be a race to see who acts first. Moreover, consider this. When floods arrive, all those supplies will be ruined. What a waste that would be. Lu Li shrugged, addressing Lin Shui. See? Lin Shui almost reached for him again, but restrained herself. Zhou Yuan's reasoning is far more palatable. She fears waste, while you are simply being insincere. Lu Li rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Mother, I have come to a complete understanding. Both a Feng and I are merely adopted, while my younger siblings are your biological children. At that moment, Lin Shui remained silent, and it was Lu Aimin who spoke up. At that time, we genuinely desired a daughter. Lu Li and Lu Feng exchanged a wordless glance, their expressions conveying a myriad of emotions. Zhou Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, cleared her throat and suggested, Well then, shall we proceed to discuss how we should prioritize the allocation of this 7 million? Chapter 9. The stockpiling begins as the discussion turns serious. Lu Li set aside his frivolous demeanor, procured a sheet of paper, and commenced drafting a list. Let's pool our thoughts and ultimately identify any gaps. Our goal tonight is to compile a preliminary inventory, enabling us to embark on our separate missions by tomorrow. Time is of the essence. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, Our stockpiling of supplies hinges upon 4 essential words: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Lu Li concurred, inscribing each of these terms on individual sheets, then emphasizing the one for food. Food is paramount. It encompasses not only sustenance but also water. And medicinal supplies should fall under this category as well, Lu Feng added. Lu Aimin interjected, Seeds are crucial. A yuan possesses the space. We must ensure a sustainable food supply. We cannot afford to deplete our resources. For although a yuan has only endured 2 years in this apocalypse, the duration of such a calamity remains uncertain. While our years may be numbered, the younger ones, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, still have their futures ahead. This somber topic was interrupted by Zhou Yuan, who broke the heavy silence. There is a saying, while neighbors hoard grain, I stockpile arms. Neighbors can serve as our granaries, but we must not become theirs. Therefore, we must also consider our weaponry and the security of our abode in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Li and Lu Feng exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave as they realized they had overlooked this critical aspect. Lu Li quickly grabbed another sheet of paper and wrote down martial arts. I will devise a plan for this. Lin Shui could not suppress her urge to intervene, but Lu Aimin promptly restrained her. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Lu Li, remaining silent. Lu Feng, aware of the strong bond between the brothers, understood that Lu Li likely had some connections and merely suggested, "Let us continue our discussion on food." The group engaged in an open exchange of ideas before assigning tasks. Since a Yuan could not be in multiple places at once, nor could she collect supplies in plain sight, they decided to rent a warehouse for storage, enabling a Yuan to consolidate their resources. Zhou Yuan volunteered, "I will take care of the warehouse. I have a reliable agent. I can also list 2 properties for sale, including my parents' house in the county. The agency is a chain, so it should be manageable. However, we must determine if my parents have belongings they wish to retain, as it seems unlikely we will return. The status of the house could become an issue." Lin Shui reflected, "There isn't much of value left. We've kept our savings accounts with us, but there are some old photographs. Those will become cherished memories. Yet if they are lost, so be it. It's a pity nonetheless." Lu Li proposed, "Sister-in-law, when the house sells and we handle the transfer, I will return briefly, as I have matters to attend to." Lin Kui, momentarily caught off guard by the thought, exclaimed, "Why would you return at such a time? You're not planning to bring along those unreliable friends of yours, are you?" Lu Li refrained from arguing, instead looking at Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan, a Feng sister-in-law. "I believe that relying solely on our family in this apocalyptic world, given the elderly and the young, will not suffice. Thus, I genuinely wish to bring a few trustworthy comrades into the fold." He reassured them, "Rest assured, neither the matter of sister-in-law's rebirth nor our spatial capabilities will be disclosed. I will employ other means to persuade them to join us." Before Lin Shui could retort, Lu Feng interjected, holding her gaze fixed upon Lu Li. "Brother, I trust you, and so does a Yuan. Please do not betray our confidence." Lu Li solemnly nodded. "I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. Family is my ultimate priority." After deliberating further, they assigned responsibilities. Zhou Yuan would handle the warehouse rental and the sale of the 2 properties to gather funds. They would also procure prepared foods and essential items through delivery services, all while taking care of the children. Clothing-related tasks were entrusted to her, and she would oversee the collection of supplies at the warehouse. Lu Li would focus on weapons and transportation needs, as well as a brief return to his hometown. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and Lu Aimin would gather various staples and seeds, confident in their culinary expertise and adept at bargaining for the best quality at minimal expense. Lu Feng emphasized, "Dad, keep an eye on Mom. Remind her not to haggle too much. We are pressed for time." Lin Shui protested, "Am I incapable of discerning priorities?" Observing Lu Aimin silently give him an okay sign, Lu Feng quickly changed the subject. "Well then, I will seek out medicinal supplies. I happen to have a client in that industry, so I should be able to procure a substantial quantity. If possible, obtaining some medical equipment would be ideal, although I may not know how to use it. It could prove beneficial should we encounter someone with the requisite skills. I will also take charge of the security modifications for our current residents." With their tasks delineated, they noted the late hour. Xiao Jin, already quite mature for her age, had taken her younger brother to bed. The adults, aside from Zhou Yuan, who had napped during the day, were fatigued from a long day's labor. They exchanged few words before hastening to their rest, aware of the demands that awaited them in the morrow. Zhou Yuan urged Lu Feng to sleep first, having rested well earlier, while she felt far from drowsy. Instead, she resolved to browse online marketplaces, aware that many items could be ordered in advance, considering the delivery would take 2 to 3 days. She began with the children's favorites: pizza, steak, grilled sausages, dumplings, and fried dough sticks, convenient and delectable semi-prepared meals that could be easily made in an air fryer within 10 minutes. Next, she ordered the formula for Xiao Yu and gathered textbooks for Xiao Jin, cognizant that formal education might soon be out of reach. Yet knowledge must not be forsaken. So she purchased all the necessary books up to high school graduation, along with several others she deemed useful, including numerous beginner books for Xiao Yu. With books acquired, She recognized the necessity of classes and decided to purchase a dozen tablets, which would facilitate the downloading of online courses and specialized videos. Additionally, she included her skincare products and sanitary items, small yet indispensable necessities. Lastly, she gathered clothes, shoes, and socks for the family, contemplating potential extreme weather conditions that might arise, and ordered a selection of high-quality ski apparel, which came at a reasonable price. The thought of snow prompted her to swiftly visit an outdoor sports store, where she filled her cart with dozens of ski gear sets, tents, and other equipment for outdoor activities, despite her lack of expertise in such matters. She simply filled her cart with everything she deemed necessary. Zhou Yuan continued her shopping until the early hours, finally succumbing to fatigue around 3 o'clock and promptly placing her entire cart order. In the midst of her morning routine, she remembered that she had yet to purchase toiletries. So she quickly ordered shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, soap, towels, and toothbrushes, buying them in bulk across various popular brands. Chapter 10. Individual actions upon rising the next day. The adults had already departed, leaving only the 2 children behind. The dining table was adorned with a warm breakfast, and Zhou Yuan hurriedly ate while contacting her trusted intermediary. She had rented a warehouse not far from here, albeit in a more secluded area, and did not bother to inspect it. It served merely as a vowed, the quality being of little consequence. She paid for a month's rent, and the landlord seemed indifferent to the amount, not even collecting a deposit. The saved funds were just enough to buy milk for the children. She sent the warehouse address to the respective parties and listed 2 properties for sale, emphasizing the need for speed and full payment. When the intermediary arrived to deliver the warehouse keys, he looked at her quizzically and inquired, "Sister, what is going on? Such a fine property is being sold at a reduced price?" Zhou Yuan merely replied, "Mind your own business and expedite the process." The young man promptly ceased his questioning and set off to connect with potential buyers in the vicinity, also passing on the other property details to his colleagues in the small county. Around 9 or 10 o'clock, a group of workers arrived to install security doors and explosion-proof windows. Zhou Yuan recognized them as people sent by Lu Feng. The security door was evidently of superior quality, and the workers claimed the windows were the highest grade of explosion-proof glass, impervious even to bullets. The intermediary's efficiency was commendable, as he called by noon to inform her that there was an interested buyer who wanted to view the property in the afternoon. Just as the doors and windows were nearing completion, the workers inquired about the disposal of the old door they had removed. Zhou Yuan had arranged a viewing for 3 o'clock, and upon inspecting the door, she recalled that it had been salvaged during the renovations. Given that her apartment was on the top floor, with 2 units per landing, she instructed the workers to install the door at the stairwell, effectively adding an extra layer of security to her home. Initially reluctant due to the violation of regulations and the presence of another household on the same floor, the workers obliged only after Zhou Yuan offered additional compensation and assured them that she would handle any inquiries from the property management. Zhou Yuan had no objections, as she knew the neighboring unit had not yet been sold. During her previous life, it had remained unoccupied. During her lunch, the 3 parties involved did not return. So Zhou Yuan prepared a simple meal for her 2 children. Recognizing the importance of the adults' tasks, the children behaved dutifully. Xiao Jin took care of his younger brother Xiao Yu, who followed obediently without causing a fuss. After settling the children for their afternoon nap, Zhou Yuan made her way to the school district property to gather items that needed to be collected, as the furniture could be conveniently placed in the warehouse. When the buyer arrived for the property viewing, the house was nearly empty, save for the immovable fixtures. The client was pleased, stating that he intended to remodel the entire space anyway, and appreciated the cleared area as it saved him considerable effort. He expressed satisfaction with the property, did not haggle, and agreed to the asking price, which was already significantly lower than the market rate. After paying half the deposit and signing the transfer agreement, the transaction proceeded swiftly, with the intermediary handling the paperwork. A sum of 1,500,000 was credited to her account. Zhou Yuan recalled the emptiness of the storage room in her warehouse. She could not simply stack her purchases haphazardly. Without delay, she ordered a batch of shelves, akin to those found in warehouses, to neatly organize her supplies and facilitate easy access. Just as her in-laws called to inform her that their recent shipment of rice, flour, and cooking oil had arrived at the warehouse, Zhou Yuan quickly drove over to receive the goods. Upon arrival, she spotted several medium-sized trucks parked at the entrance and hurriedly opened the door. After unloading the deliveries and ensuring the vehicles had departed, she closed the warehouse door and began to inspect the contents. However, the sight of the towering piles of goods left her feeling overwhelmed. It must be said that her in-laws were adept at stockpiling. The quantities of rice and flour were measured in truckloads, and she found herself unable to gauge their weight. Although she had cooked for years, she lacked any innate talent in the culinary arts, relying on specific measuring cups to determine the amount of rice to cook. As for how much rice constituted a meal, she could not say. The varieties of rice and flour were indistinguishable to her palate, as they all tasted like rice. As for the oils, vegetable oil, corn oil, tea oil, and rapeseed oil, she was aware that lard had cracklings and was quite delicious. She also knew that applying tea oil could be beneficial for a child's injury. Zhou Yuan grappled with how to categorize these items, fearing that when her in-laws requested something, she would be utterly lost and unable to locate it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She remembered that the driver had provided her with a list for her signature and had torn off a copy for her. She realized she could use this list to systematically check off each batch as she received it and then affix the list to the shelves. After more than an hour of laborious sorting, Zhou Yuan completed the inventory. Her in-laws messaged her to say they had returned to prepare dinner and that there was no need to worry about the children. They had ordered a fresh batch of vegetables that would be delivered shortly, asking her to wait a bit longer. With her in-laws back home, Zhou Yuan felt less urgency. While awaiting the delivery of vegetables, she took the opportunity to browse online, discovering a plethora of items she still needed to purchase. She noted various essentials: tissues, toilet paper, wipes, facial towels, bedding, comforters, mattress covers, pillows, and an array of cleaning supplies and disinfectants. She also sought various bags, backpacks, crossbody bags, and school bags, all focused on practicality. By the time the delivery arrived, Zhou Yuan was thoroughly exhilarated. Shopping had become an irresistible indulgence. As she watched the unloading of several trucks filled with vegetables, she felt utterly dazed. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, yams, radishes, pumpkins had her in-laws effectively emptied the vegetable market. Chapter 11. The Little Rabbit. When Zhou Yuan returned home, her in-laws had already prepared dinner. Lu Feng's culinary skills were undoubtedly inherited from his mother, and during the years his parents helped care for the children, Zhou Yuan's weight had remained unchanged. Lin Shui, upon seeing her return, exclaimed, "I was just about to call you. How was your day? Are you tired?" Zhou Yuan shook her head and looked at her parents-in-law, saying, "No, Mom and Dad, you two are the ones who have worked hard. You've made so much in just one day." "Ah," Lin Shui waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing strenuous, just a matter of chatting. You know, the produce at the market is quite subpar. Tomorrow, I plan to accompany your father to the countryside to see what the local farms have to offer. The truly good stuff must be sourced directly." Zhou Yuan opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Aimin interjected, "Indeed, those seeds and such should be collected from rural households. They surely keep the best for themselves." Seeing her father-in-law agree, Zhou Yuan chose to remain silent, feeling she had no say in the matter. "All right, that's enough of that. Your father and I know what we're doing," Lin Shui said as she brought the dishes from the kitchen. "After a long day, hurry and wash your hands so we can eat." Zhou Yuan was taken aback. "What about Lu Feng and my brother?" Lin Shui frowned. "Forget about them. They haven't even called all day. Who knows where they've wandered off to?" Just as she finished speaking, Lu Feng entered through the door, and hearing his mother's words, he replied with a sigh, "Mom, how little you think of us brothers." They were clearly occupied with important matters, as both his brother's weapons and his own medical supplies were not easily obtained. Yet, to his mother, it seemed as though they were off indulging in frivolities. Lin Shui shot him a glare, but remained silent. Zhou Yuan cleared her throat and asked, "Where are the two little ones?" Lin Shui slapped her forehead. "Oh, I saw someone selling little white rabbits at the market, so I bought two to see if they could be brought into the space." With that, she pointed to the balcony where the two children were playing with the rabbits. Upon seeing them, Xiao Jin ran over, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy. Xiao Yu followed suit. Mommy. Hold me. Zhou Yuan quickly picked him up. This little chubby one was much heavier than his brother, already weighing over 30 pounds, making it quite a struggle for her. Lu Feng noticed her difficulty and reached out. Let Daddy see if our little piggy has gained weight. Xiao Yu protested. I'm not a pig. Pouting as he slipped down from Lu Feng's arms. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged amused glances, then turned their attention to the rabbits in the cage. Zhou Yuan, curious, asked, I've heard that rabbits have 2 uteri and breed prolifically. Lu Ge, do you think this rabbit is male or female? Mom, rabbits are not classified as male or female. They're categorized as buck or doe. Xiao Jin corrected her from the side. Ah, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Is that so? Lu Feng chuckled, looking at Xiao Jin. Then, Xiao Jin, do you know if this rabbit is a buck or a doe? Xiao Jin shook his head. I don't know. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Feng. Does Daddy know? Lu Feng felt a bead of sweat trickling down his back, while Zhou Yuan burst into laughter, realizing the likelihood was that he didn't tee. From behind came Lu Aimin's voice. It's difficult to distinguish if this rabbit hasn't matured properly in 3 months. The owner told me it's one of each. Grandpa, it's buck and doe. Xiao Jin said earnestly. Lu Aimin quickly corrected himself. Right. Xiao Jin is correct. It's buck and doe. Grandpa was mistaken. Zhou Yuan facepalmed, finding it amusing how easily her grandson's words swayed him. Lu Feng cleared his throat. If it's difficult to distinguish, how does the owner know? Who cares how he knows? Lin Shui interjected. We just bought them for a yuan to experiment with. It doesn't matter if it's a buck or... She quickly amended, whether it's a doe or buck. Zhou Yuan was utterly speechless. Fearing Zhou Yuan might scold them again, Lin Shui hurriedly said, a yuan? Hurry and try it out, then we can eat. The food will get cold. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to reach for the rabbits, she paused, suddenly remembering that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu had yet to see her use the space. Lu Feng also understood and turned to the 2 children, Xiao Jin, Xiao Yu. Would you like Mommy to show you a magic trick? Yes. Xiao Yu clapped enthusiastically, while Xiao Jin tilted his head, skeptical, as he had grown older and was wary of adults trying to deceive him. Seeing Xiao Jin's expression of skepticism, Zhou Yuan smiled and patted his head. Just pretend Mommy is performing magic, and don't tell anyone else, just Daddy, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle, all right? Xiao Jin nodded. Mommy, I understand. This is a family matter, so I won't tell anyone else, not even my good friends. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief. She was not worried about Xiao Jin. In her previous life, he had endured hardships alongside her, displaying a maturity that tugged at her heartstrings. As for Xiao Yu, he was blissfully unaware, but that wasn't a concern. She would keep an eye on him. After all, everyone would be staying at home for a while, and with her unique spatial abilities, there would be no problems later on. With a determined spirit, she reached out to the rabbit cage, and in an instant, both the cage and the rabbits vanished from sight. Wow! Xiao Yu jumped in excitement. Mommy is amazing. She made the rabbit disappear. Xiao Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Mommy truly could perform magic. The others were equally delighted, and Lin Shui clapped her hands. This is wonderful. Old man, tomorrow we can go look for some pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Once we have chickens, we'll have eggs, and we won't have to worry about that. Xiao Jin is at the age for growth. We must ensure he gets the proper nutrition. Lu Aimin, normally serious, couldn't he help but smile. Didn't a yuan say there's a pond in the space? We could also catch some fish and shrimp. Xiao Yu loves fish. Lu Feng, observing his parents' unwavering focus on their grandchildren, felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. If their grandsons were already so doted upon, he couldn't fathom the extent of favoritism a granddaughter would evoke. A strange sense of relief washed over him. Zhou Yuan, equally exasperated, interrupted her parents-in-law. Mom, Dad, let us hold off on collecting these things for a couple of days. I need to organize the space first. Otherwise, when these animals arrive, they scatter everywhere, and I want to be able to catch them. Imagining the chaos of chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep running amok, she felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Right. Lin Shui hadn't considered that aspect. We need to set up an enclosure. And what about that pond? Shouldn't we dig a new one and divert some water for it? If we're going to use the pond's water later, we'll need a separate supply. Lu Feng nodded, turning to Zhou Yuan. You should stay home these next few days. I'll go buy the materials you need for the space, and you can focus on organizing it and gathering supplies. All right, Zhou Yuan agreed. I'll draft a rough list for you shortly. Now let us eat. Lin Shui clapped her hands. Where on earth are those two rascals? As if on cue, the door swung open, and Luli's carefree voice echoed, Mom, why were you thinking about me? Lin Shui fell silent. When had her words become so prescient? It felt like she had summoned him. Lu Feng laughed heartily, Mom. This is why you shouldn't speak of people behind their backs. Lin Shui playfully smacked his back. I raised you too. Am I not allowed to talk about you? All right, you're the boss. Lu Feng quickly dodged. The family gathered, laughing and chatting as they made their way to dinner. Xiao Yu tugged at her brother's hand, asking, Brother, where did the little rabbit go? Xiao Jin pondered for a moment and concluded. It must have been put away by Mother, who would take it out after dinner. Zhou Yuan, overhearing the conversation between the two brothers, remained silent. She had deliberately refrained from immediately retrieving the rabbit, wanting to observe whether it would experience any discomfort after being confined for an extended period. Previously, she had removed the two brothers just minutes after placing them inside, hesitant to allow them to conduct an experiment. This time, she seized the opportunity to test the rabbit instead. Chapter 12. Continuing to stockpile after dinner. Zhou Yuan took out the rabbits. Observing the two still, lively creatures, she exhaled gently. It seemed there were no issues after all. Lu Feng went out to gather materials for the breeding enclosure, and Luli called out to him, saying, Sister-in-law has installed the security door at the stairway. You might as well install a large iron gate at the top of the stairs to enclose the rooftop. Then we could set up a blast-proof glass canopy up there. Lu Li's words were not fully articulated, yet Lu Feng understood immediately. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, the door she had installed earlier was positioned near the security door and did not obstruct the stairway leading to the rooftop. Her intention had merely been to secure their level. However, enclosing the rooftop would afford them greater convenience, especially when it came time to install solar power equipment. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Shui interjected, Will the other neighbors in the building complain if they see this? After all, there are still over 10 days until the high-temperature warning, and people need to dry their clothes and bedding. Luli shook his head. The impact will be minimal. We can hold off on installing the iron gate for now. We can buy it and install it ourselves later. The rooftop canopy will actually benefit everyone without costing them anything. No one would be so inconsiderate. Lin Shui, seeing that they all found no issue with the plan, fell silent. It was beyond her control, and it was best left to them. Once Lu Feng left, Luli turned to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. I may need your assistance in a couple of days. Zhou Yuan understood immediately and nodded. No problem. I will organize the space and set aside a dedicated area. Let me know when the materials arrive. Lin Shui, feeling somewhat anxious, pulled Lu Aimin closer and glanced at Luli. Be cautious. The social order still exists, and these items are illegal. Don't let the apocalypse arrive and find yourself in trouble. Zhou Yuan agreed. Indeed, brother, our goal is for our family to stay safe together. Don't lose sight of what's important. If we can acquire it, we will, and if not, we will find another way later. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion. I cannot risk leaving the entire family in Lu Feng's hands. As he spoke, he glanced at the balcony where his two nephews were playing with the rabbits. He felt the need to protect them. Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered and turned to her mother-in-law, Mom. Have you used up all the money today? She was unaware of the market value of the grains and oils they had received, but with so much, their pension must have dwindled significantly. Lin Shui rubbed her hands together. Indeed, it's nearly gone. To be honest, it was the first time in her life she had spent money like this, and she felt quite uneasy, as it all seemed rather surreal. If it weren't for her husband nearby, she would have certainly struggled to make such a decision. Without further ado, Zhou Yuan transferred the 5 million yuan she had received from the sale of the house to her father-in-law's card. Lin Shui, seeing the amount, exclaimed, That's too much. Zhou Yuan shook her head. It's not excessive. You and Dad are responsible for our family survival, so do not hesitate to spend. Spending more now will ensure a smoother life for us later. Lin Shui fell silent, realizing that they needed to think more comprehensively to guarantee their family's basic survival. This thought made her anxious again. She quickly nudged Lu Aimin. "Hurry and wash the dishes. We need to discuss and organize the items we need to buy." Lu Aimin nodded and went into the kitchen. Zhou Yuan then asked Lu Li, "Brother, do you have enough money for your side?" Truthfully, the weapons were likely the most expensive part. Lu Li replied, "I still have some. I have my ways. You need not worry." Zhou Yuan nodded helplessly, knowing that she had no means to intervene. After exchanging a few words, Lu Li went out. The elderly couple was getting on in years, and Zhou Yuan had her own matters to attend to. Thus, the errands outside would fall to him and Lu Feng, necessitating prompt action. Zhou Yuan quickly sent Lu Feng a list of items needed for her space: fencing, a water pump, various shovels, tools, and an electropostal digger. To be honest, acquiring a large agricultural machine was unrealistic given their limited funds. They needed to be judicious with their spending, but a smaller model should still be feasible. Otherwise, relying solely on her labor would mean it would take an eternity to cultivate the land. The thought of this made her head ache. She had never farmed in her entire life. Nevertheless, she had to find a way. She would no longer burden herself with doubt. Preparing to return to her room to organize the items she had received from the school district earlier, she remembered the kitchen's oil extractor and water heater still needed installation. Goodness, she had no idea how to do that. What was she to do? Passing through the living room, she saw the two little brothers enjoying ice cream. Zhou Yuan paused, then changed course and sat down on the sofa. Taking out her phone, she began to stockpile ice cream, along with ordering over 10 large ice makers. When the power went out and the weather was scorching, even with solar power, there would be days without sunlight, making it uncertain whether they could run the air conditioning. If they had ice, a fan could provide a refreshing breeze comparable to air conditioning. She then added dozens of various models of air conditioning fans, electric fans, dehumidifiers, and dryers to her cart. Considering that there was electricity in her space, she wondered if she could purchase large battery storage units. This way, if they needed to go elsewhere and could not set up solar power, they could utilize them instead. Without hesitation, she quickly placed her order, and the store's customer service promptly confirmed it, astonished by the volume of her order. Zhou Yuan reiterated her sole request. The quality must be impeccable, and the shipping speed must be swift. She also needed small heaters, warm air machines, and oil-filled radiators for winter. Next, she opened a food delivery app, ordering milk tea in various flavors, requesting 1 or 2 dozen cups of each. She also ordered her favorite fried skewers, barbecues, and the boys' beloved burgers and fries, along with fried chicken. She placed a bulk order for dozens to hundreds of portions from the small eateries she frequented, explaining to the vendor that it was for a corporate party. She requested delivery directly to the underground garage, planning to park in a surveillance blind spot and transfer everything into her space. By the time she finished collecting all the takeout, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the two brothers had not yet returned. The boys were already asleep, while the lights in her in-laws' room were still on, likely still discussing the shopping list. Zhou Yuan knocked on the door to remind the elderly couple to retire early, as they needed to head out the next day. Holding her nose bridge, she returned to her room to organize things in her space and plan the layout for the land. Once Lu Feng brought back the materials, she would be able to start right away. Arranging the items in the house took a toll on her energy. Fortunately, she discovered she could control the movement of items within her space with her mind, sparing her the physical effort. Otherwise, with her limited strength, moving several beds would have been impossible. However, this method was mentally exhausting. She felt her head throb painfully. She dared not continue using her mental faculties and sat on the sofa in her space to recuperate. Suddenly, she recalled the spring in the pond outside, unable to resist the temptation, feeling that the water there might offer more than just a source of hydration. Chapter 13. Spatial water in a moment of impulse. She seized a cup and filled it with water, taking only a small sip to moisten her lips. To her astonishment, this modest amount alleviated her headache significantly, and her eyes brightened. This water indeed possessed restorative properties for her spirit. Encouraged, she took a larger gulp, and the pain diminished even further, confirming its efficacy. Zhou Yuan gazed at the spring, marveling at its extraordinary nature. If this water invigorated her, could it be shared with her family? Pondering this, she fetched another cup from the pond, but to her dismay, it proved ineffective. Was it because she had overindulged previously? Or was it that only the water directly from the spring held potency, while that in the pond had lost its efficacy? Or perhaps the water had a temporal limitation. Contemplating this, she returned to the spring for another drink, which indeed revitalized her. It seemed only the water drawn directly from the spring was beneficial. After some reflection, she gathered several cups, filling each with water, one for the storage room, one for the spacious chamber, and one to take outside to place on her vanity. Just as she finished arranging the water, she heard the sound of the door opening and voices approaching. The two brothers had returned. Zhou Yuan glanced at the time. Almost 2 o'clock, realizing she had spent considerable time in the space. With that thought, she poured 2 more cups of water to bring out. As she exited her room, she found the two brothers whispering on the sofa. Upon noticing her, Lu Feng stood up to greet her, asking why she was still awake. Zhou Yuan handed 1 cup of water to him and another to Lu Li, encouraging them to taste it and share their sensations. The two exchanged glances before drinking without hesitation. Immediately, both men appeared invigorated, and Zhou Yuan felt reassured. The water was indeed effective, not merely a figment of her imagination. What is this water? Liu Lin Kirat. Is it from your space? Zhou Yuan nodded, explaining that she had just been busy in the space and couldn't resist trying a bit. However, she clarified that it was not the pond water, but rather the spring water that was effective. The spring's flow was limited, and once it entered the pond, it lost its potency. Lu Feng downed his cup in one go, feeling a surge of energy course through his previously fatigued body. That's reasonable. If the entire pond's water were effective, it would be too miraculous. Although this space is already extraordinary, it must have some limitations to remain believable. Lu Li nodded in agreement, pondering whether the water merely functioned like an energy drink or if it could genuinely enhance one's constitution. Zhou Yuan shook her head, admitting her ignorance about the water's properties, especially why it lost efficacy once it reached the pond. Perhaps like a carbonated drink, once opened, it loses its fizz. Lu Feng wrapped an arm around Zhou Yuan's shoulders, urging her not to overthink it. Having this water to boost our spirits is already a blessing. We can conduct experiments later. It's quite late now, so let us get some rest. Without waiting for Lu Li's response, he pulled Zhou Yuan toward the bedroom. His intentions clear. He had not properly cherished his wife since his return, and considering it had been 6 months, that single cup of water had revitalized him enough for some intimacy. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. They were still in discussion, and yet he was whisking her away. Lu Li watched his brother's retreating figure, amused by the sight of his hand waving behind him. Perhaps he too should seriously consider finding a girlfriend. Yet in this apocalyptic world, where would he even begin? Once in a bedroom, as Lu Feng pinned Zhou Yuan to the bed, she finally understood the urgency of his actions. Lu Feng reclined beside her, running his hands over her smooth back, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed the faint bite mark on his shoulder. Quite fierce, aren't you? Zhou Yuan pushed him away, turning her back in annoyance. Lu Feng quickly pulled her back, teasing, still angry. You don't consider how long your husband has been holding back. Are you not worried he might burst? As he continued, Zhou Yuan grew more frustrated and swatted his wandering hands. And you talk about being shameless. I still have my dignity. Lu Feng placed a gentle kiss on her neck, reassuring her, don't worry, I understand what you're going through. Zhou Yuan felt a rush of warmth and leapt onto him, playfully squeezing his neck. You keep talking. Lu Feng laughed, surrendering. All right, I'll be serious. Should you stock up on some supplies? I know you desire a little bundle of joy, but now might not be the best time. Zhou Yuan, seeing his playful demeanor, felt her irritation dissipate. He did have a point. While a little bundle might seem trivial in this world, it could be exchanged for something of value. Regardless of the circumstances, the unspoken connections between men and women remained inevitable. Therefore, it would be wise to gather supplies that could be traded, as they were inexpensive and practical. She promptly browsed numerous online shops, purchasing hundreds of boxes, amounting to several thousand in total. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's hands began to wander once more, prompting Zhou Yuan to swiftly push him away. Checking the time, she grabbed the cup of water from the vanity and handed it to him. Try this. Are you worried I might lack energy? Trying to supplement me? Lu Feng teased. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Yuan shot him a glance. I just wanted to see if the water would maintain its efficacy after an hour. Lu Feng drank it all, then remarked, I don't feel anything. Zhou Yuan nodded, producing another cup to offer him. Try this one. Lu Feng was taken aback, but accepted it nonetheless, shaking his head afterward. No sensation. Seeing her produce yet another cup, he leapt up in alarm. Are you trying to drown me with water? His reaction was understandable. This was the fourth cup, and Zhou Yuan's choice of vessel was far from dainty. After 4 cups, he felt his bladder protesting. Enough chatter, just drink it, Zhou Yuan urged, ignoring his complaints. With a resigned sigh, Lu Feng sipped again, frowning. Zhou Yuan quickly inquired, what is the verdict? He finished the remainder and replied, this one is just like the one I had in the living room. Zhou Yuan sighed in relief. It seemed the water, whether stored externally or within the space, had a limited duration of effectiveness. The preservation in the storage room also applied to this water, prompting her to consider gathering some in barrels for easy access when needed, preventing it from being wasted in the pond. Lu Feng realized, so this water is in the storage room? Zhou Yuan nodded, and Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous nature of her space, a veritable cheat code in this harsh world. What hardships had she endured to be granted such a boon? As he reclined with her again, noticing her attempt to squirm away, he gently reassured her, be good. Don't move. I'm not causing trouble, just holding you close. But if you keep wriggling, I can't promise what will happen next. Hearing his words, Zhou Yuan relaxed, inhaling the familiar scent of him, finding comfort in his presence. As she wrapped her arms around his waist, he spoke softly above her. My brother and I unloaded some supplies in the warehouse tonight. The materials you requested are in there. You should find a time tomorrow to collect them. With a simple Zhou Yuan drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 14. Gather, gather, gather. The following morning, only Zhou Yuan and her 2 children remained. After breakfast, she recalled Lu Feng's words from the night before and glanced at the eager faces of her children. She resolutely took them both to the warehouse. As she opened the door, she was taken aback by the mountain of supplies within, leaving little room to maneuver. The items were diverse and varied, but the 2 brothers had been considerate, organizing everything into categories, likely knowing that she was unfamiliar with many of the goods. A list accompanied the items, and after a cursory glance, she noted that Luli had prepared an array of essential items for flood emergencies, including various types of inflatable boats, life rafts, and rain gear, along with outdoor supplies that far exceeded what she had ordered online. There were even several types of charcoal, amounting to an estimated few tons. Whether for outdoor cooking or to combat extreme cold weather, such as snowstorms and ice disasters, this charcoal would prove invaluable. She marveled at how her elder brother had meticulously stocked up on heat packs. In contrast, Lu Feng had prominently arranged several high-capacity generator sets, including both solar-powered and diesel-burning models, along with an assortment of solar panels. He had even purchased batteries, which coincidentally overlapped with Zhou Yuan's own acquisitions. Although she thought it was inconsequential, as such items were always beneficial in surplus. Additionally, there were several large water tanks and numerous bottles for water dispensers, the quantity of which she had not counted. She also spotted many boxes of bottled mineral water from various brands, both large and small, as well as assorted beverages. Finally, she discovered a corner filled with fuel, diesel, and gasoline, unsure whose doing it was. This fuel was indispensable, vital for vehicles and generators, and she contemplated siphoning some from gas stations before the impending downpour. At that moment, a message from her in-laws arrived, prompting her to set aside her inventory and instead rest with a sip of spatial water. The children, initially wide-eyed and jubilant, soon grew bored and began counting ants nearby. An hour later, everything was organized when another vehicle arrived. Zhou Yuan beheld a truckload of grains, another filled with various dried goods, and an assortment of condiments, salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, light and dark soy sauces, aged vinegar, and white vinegar. Zhou Yuan felt overwhelmed by the bounty, especially with her favorite spicy sauces among them. It seemed her in-laws had rallied together the previous day, energized with enthusiasm. After overseeing the unloading, Zhou Yuan resumed her gathering. Although fatigued, she felt a profound sense of security. With these provisions, her family would not only survive the impending apocalypse but thrive through it. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yuan busied herself with gathering and organizing within her space. The kitchen's range hood and water heater had proven quite troublesome, requiring Lu Feng to instruct her from outside the space for a considerable time before she could manage to install them. Within her space, she divided the area into 3 sections, one for planting, another for raising animals, and the last for storing larger items that had a longer shelf life, such as the generator, water tanks, and solar panels. It would be a waste of space to store everything in the storage room. A few days prior, her in-laws had ventured to the countryside and returned the next day with Lu Feng renting a small truck to bring back a load of livestock: 2 live pigs, 2 cows, and 2 sheep, 1 male and 1 female of each, along with a whole nest of chickens, ducks, and geese. When Zhou Yuan gathered these, she effortlessly directed them into their respective areas with her mind, eliminating the need for her to sort them later. The livestock area was placed at the far edge of her space, distance from the small house, as she dreaded the inevitable odors that would arise from their feeding and waste. The thought of daily feeding and cleaning up after them nearly brought her tears. In addition to the live animals, there was a substantial quantity of freshly slaughtered meat, encompassing various types weighing several hundred pounds, alongside a plethora of high-yield seeds such as sweet potatoes, corn, and soybeans, as well as fresh vegetables and fruits. Zhou Yuan felt overwhelmed and requested Lu Feng to procure a compact farming machine. She accompanied him to the manufacturer to learn the necessary techniques before introducing it into her space, planning to plant crops once the supplies were sufficiently gathered. They had also acquired some fruit tree saplings, which reminded Zhou Yuan that she had neglected to stockpile fruits. In a rush, she placed an order for various fruits that her family enjoyed. The final payment for the school district house had been processed, and the rundown property in the county had sold for $300,000. Luli had already returned to the county, and before leaving, he helped Zhou Yuan gather their weapons. She couldn't help but admire her elder brother for his resourcefulness. He had secured an array of controlled knives, daggers, tanto knives, and several crossbows. As for their names, Zhou Yuan was unfamiliar, but she was startled to discover 2 handguns along with numerous magazines. Her hands trembled as she collected them, questioning if it was truly safe to possess such items. Lu Feng's medical supplies also arrived. The pharmaceutical representative had thoughtfully categorized them into antibiotics, respiratory medications, antipyretics, wound care supplies, and specialized children's medications, all remarkably comprehensive. By this point, nearly all their funds had been exhausted. Her in-laws had spent close to $2 million, while she had not managed Lu Li's finances. Lu Feng had subsequently borrowed $1 million from her, leaving her with no cash on hand. She explored various online lending platforms, fully utilizing her borrowing limits, chuckling at the incessant advertisements promising 0 interest for 30 days and instant deposits within 5 minutes. When else would one need such offers? The packages she had ordered began arriving steadily, filled with an assortment of goods. Her in-laws, having not ventured out recently, entertained the children at home by eagerly unboxing the parcels, reveling in the excitement like children opening surprise boxes. Luli arranged for a section of the rooftop to be enclosed with a glass shelter. Lin Shui's concerns proved unfounded, as the building's layout predominantly featured dual balconies. In the sweltering 30 to 40-degree heat, few would venture to hang their laundry on the rooftop. Zhou Yuan had gathered that the occupancy of their building was relatively low, with only about 10 households residing there. The entire building consisted of 35 floors, with 2 households per floor, resulting in an occupancy rate of less than 30%. Most residents occupied the lower floors, with the highest being a couple on the 16th floor. From the 17th floor upward, the units remained unoccupied. Apart from winter days when someone might come up to air out bedding, the rooftop was seldom visited. Before the apocalypse, she had spent months at home with her children without encountering anyone else, likely due to the low population of the community and their recent relocation less than a month prior, leaving many unaware that anyone lived on that floor. She never spoke in the owner-s group, for what she later witnessed at the base made her 2 months with her children seem far from tranquil. Thus, upon her rebirth, she resolved to remain steadfast at home unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 15. High temperature on this day, the family remained indoors, with only Lu Feng on the upper floor observing the workers as they completed the final touches on the shed and installed a solar panel. Zhou Yuan, accompanied by her 2 children, busied herself online searching for some favorite snacks, while her in-laws were preoccupied with preparing food, neatly packing it into disposable containers to store in Zhou Yuan's designated space. She had organized a shelf specifically for these prepared meals, ensuring convenience for future outings or when cooking was impractical. As evening approached, Lu Feng finally descended, overhearing his farewell to the workers outside, indicating that their tasks were complete. Upon entering, he felt the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning and sighed with relief. Home is indeed the most comfortable place. He had nearly been suffocated on the rooftop, with the heat steadily increasing. Zhou Yuan checked the weather app on her phone, frowning as it displayed a scorching 38 degrees Celsius. It was already August 8th. She had read numerous novels about reincarnation and the butterfly effect, pondering the extent of her influence. Yet, she felt her butterfly wings could only alter the lives of those within her immediate family. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Has my brother mentioned when he will return?" Lin Shui replied from the kitchen. He said he would arrive on the early morning bus tomorrow. Zhou Yuan nodded, relieved. It was indeed better for him to return sooner, and they would all strive to avoid long journeys in the future. That evening, the family reviewed their inventory list to ensure nothing significant was overlooked before retiring for the night. The following afternoon, Lu Li returned, accompanied by 3 young men in their late 20s, one of whom had strikingly bright hair and a cheeky demeanor. As they saw Zhou Yuan's in-laws, they promptly greeted, "Oncle Min, Aunt Kui." Lin Shui and Lu Aimin seemed to recognize them, visibly relieved and smiling. "Come in and take a seat." Lu Li introduced the young men to Zhou Yuan. "Sister-in-law, these 3 are my companions from before, Lu Qing, Lu Ming." The yellow-haired one interjected cheerfully, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lu Cheng. Just call me Qingzi. If you need anything, just give me a shout, and I'll be there." Lu Li playfully smacked the back of his head, admonishing, "Behave yourself. Don't bring your flirtatious antics home." Unfazed, Lu Cheng chuckled, "How could I? You're my elder brother, and Fengge is my second brother. So sister-in-law is my proper sister-in-law. Small talke, liu li raturta." Lu Feng leaned closer to Zhou Yuan and whispered, "These 3 are from our village. Their parents have either passed away or gone missing for various reasons, and they were raised by their grandparents. After their grandparents passed, they followed my brother. Despite their carefree demeanor, they possess good character." Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. It made sense why her in-laws were so welcoming. They had watched these young men grow up. It was no wonder Lu Li felt no hesitation in bringing them along. They were all without family ties and had no burdens to bear. After dinner, Lu Li took them to the adjacent house, which had not been sold. With the impending apocalypse, he had no qualms about letting them stay. It was fully furnished, complete with plumbing, electricity, and kitchen facilities, as Lu Li had previously discussed with Zhou Yuan. They had even prepared for the move, installing heat-insulating curtains and solar panels. They hastily arranged a few beds, tables, and chairs. Having come from difficult backgrounds, the young men were already content with such spacious accommodations and had no complaints. Zhou Yuan was curious about how Lu Li had persuaded them to come, and he candidly explained, I got a camper and invited them to help with the modifications." Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "A camper? Modified?" Lu Feng clarified, "They didn't have much education, dropping out young to work as apprentices in various trades like hairdressing and auto repair. Lu Li only made a down payment for the camper." Zhou Yuan understood and felt a surge of joy. Having a camper was akin to possessing a travel treasure. She envisioned how splendid it would be for the family to relocate in such a vehicle if the need arose. They owned 2 cars, a modest sedan purchased with Lu Li's financial assistance, and an SUV acquired after their youngest child, Xiaoyu, was born. As the smaller car felt cramped. With the addition of a camper, their vehicle situation was satisfactory, though they worried about fuel supplies. When she voiced her concerns, Lu Li and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "Fuel is strictly regulated by the government. For now, we can only use a rudimentary method. The 3 of us will take turns filling up at various gas stations and siphoning the fuel." While this was a feasible plan, it was time-consuming. They had likely exhausted their resources gathering fuel prior. As the temperature climbed another 2 or 3 degrees, Zhou Yuan urged, "We need to act swiftly. Lu assigned Lu Cheng and the others to continue modifying the camper, while he and Lu Feng accompanied Zhou Yuan to stock up on fuel at gas stations across the city. The sweltering weather made the streets increasingly desolate, and they dared not linger at the stations, moving swiftly like shadows. After several days of tireless effort, Zhou Yuan estimated they had accumulated several tons of fuel, enough to last a vehicle for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The camper was also ready, and when Zhou Yuan inspected it, she was thrilled. The windows had been replaced with shatterproof glass, the front bumper upgraded to robust high-carbon steel, and solar panels had been installed on the roof, along with a retractable awning to avoid frequent disassembly. Once they filled the vehicle with fuel, they drove it to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, safely stowing it away. By August 15th, the high-temperature warning was imminent. That evening, Zhou Yuan received a warning notification on her phone, indicating that power rationing had commenced, prioritizing basic residential electricity usage. In the community groups for both houses, residents began sharing information about company-issued leave notices. Some expressed joy, while others voiced concerns about unfinished work, anticipating that they would still need to work from home. Gathered in the living room, the family fell into a contemplative silence until this moment. Only Zhou Yuan's relatives began to feel the weight of reality. The high-temperature alert had arrived as predicted, heralding an impending storm. After a long pause, Lu inquired, "Sister-in-law, do you remember how many days until the storm arrives?" Zhou Yuan shook her head. "I don't quite recall. It seems to be 3 to 5 days after the heat warning." Sensing Zhou Yuan's unease, Lu Feng embraced her, reassuring. "Do not fear. We are all here together. Everything will be all right." The recent days had been a whirlwind, with exhaustion rendering them oblivious to the looming threat. Yet now that it was upon them, Zhou Yuan found herself gripped by fear, wishing fervently that her foreboding thoughts were mere figments of her imagination, a vivid nightmare. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy, when suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their thoughts. Lu answered, revealing Lu Cheng and his companions. Lu frowned at them. "What brings you here at this hour?" Lu Cheng scratched his head. "Brother, the camper is ready, and since there is nothing for us to do due to the heat warning, we were thinking of heading back tomorrow." Chapter 16. Deception. Lu was almost amused to the point of laughter. He had exerted much effort to bring the three of them over, and now, with the apocalypse having commenced, they were preparing to flee. Zhou Yuan glanced at the trio, noting that they, like Lu were also from the same village and shared some familial ties. Thus, they had been dining together these past few days, and Zhou Yuan had grown somewhat familiar with them. Lu Cheng was perpetually the most animated, often the first to speak in any situation. Lu Qing, with his youthful, doll-like appearance, exuded an innocent demeanor. Yet he was the most cunning and savvy of the group, usually supplementing Lu Cheng's chatter with crucial information. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was truly taciturn, often lost in his work, making him seem somewhat difficult to approach to those unfamiliar with him. However, those who spent time with him would realize that he simply struggled with expression. As Lu Cheng, Lu Qing, and Lu Ming observed Lu's discontented expression, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Having grown up alongside Lu, they regarded him as an older brother, but Lu never hesitated to discipline them when necessary, instilling a sense of respect. Lu Qing pondered momentarily before speaking. "Brother, is there something you need from us? Please, do not hesitate to ask. We will not refuse." Lu found himself at a loss for words, while Lu Feng furrowed his brow, and Lin Shui exchanged a glance with Lu Lu was about to insist they stay when Zhou Yuan interjected. "I actually have a matter that requires your assistance." All eyes turned to Zhou Yuan as Lu Qing eagerly responded. "Sister-in-law, just say the word. We are prepared to brave any challenge." Zhou Yuan laughed gently. "That may not be necessary." Lu Qing added, "Sister-in-law, although our education is limited, we are capable of handling various tasks. Please, let us know what you need." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan explained, "It's not anything too challenging. My workplace has a large supermarket that was scheduled to open next month. However, due to the recent heat wave, the workers have gone on strike, causing my superiors considerable distress. They have asked me to find a few individuals who can help organize the stock in the warehouse during the cooler hours of the evening. so that when the temperature drops, we can restock promptly. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Yuan offered him a reassuring glance. Maintaining her gentle demeanor towards the trio, the management desires to have results without offering adequate compensation. I understand that the pay is low, which is why I hesitated to ask you three for help. Huh? Lu Li interjected, clarifying that he had not made such a statement. Lu Cheng quickly remarked, "Sister-in-law, we are fine with it. We believe in the principle that if one is fed, the whole family is nourished. As long as you provide us with meals and accommodation, a little money for cigarettes will suffice." Lu Qing discreetly glanced at Lu Li, but continued, "Sister-in-law, it is also fine if there is no payment." Lu Ming remained silent. After sending the three off, Lu Feng was the first to speak. "A Yuan, since when did your construction company branch out into the supermarket business?" Lu Li looked at Zhou Yuan with interest, while Lin Shui and Lu Aimin remained perplexed. Zhou Yuan cleared her throat. "Well, I heard from neighbors during my previous life about a large chain supermarket not far from here that was supposed to open before the school year. However, due to the extreme heat and heavy rain, they were unable to stock the shelves in time, resulting in their inventory being ruined. Many lamented that if they had managed to salvage the goods before the rain, it could have saved countless lives." Lu Feng and Lu Li immediately perked up. It seemed the first opportunity for a zero-cost shopping spree had arrived. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin remained in a state of confusion, staring blankly at the three. Lu Li and Lu Feng whispered to each other, "This is just the beginning. We are unaware of the specific situation at the supermarket. Tomorrow, let us go check it out and assess the situation to be cautious." Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of understanding the circumstances. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin took time to process the information. Lin Shui, anxious, asked, "Yuan, is this truly all right? What if they return and find their goods missing?" Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, you are worrying unnecessarily. With the current high temperatures, power restrictions are already in place. That supermarket, which is yet to open, will undoubtedly be closed. After all, who would venture out in such heat for an opening day? It's all about getting off to a good start. And with the impending heavy rain, even if they discover the missing goods, they will struggle to find anyone." Zhou Yuan agreed. "We should aim to gather information tomorrow to understand their closure schedule. We will try to collect the goods a day or two before the rain arrives. By then, even if they realize something is amiss, they will lack the time to take action." "But didn't TU just ask Chengzi and the others to?" Lin Shui questioned, puzzled. Lu Feng sighed. "Mother, that was merely to persuade them to stay. Did you take it seriously?" Zhou Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her deception had been remarkably successful, managing to convince her in-laws. Lin Shui, feeling somewhat awkward, stammered, "I had no idea that Yuan was speaking casually. She never lies." Saying this, she playfully slapped Lu Feng in frustration. "It's all your fault for leading Yuan astray." Lu Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, jumping back, "Mother, if Yuan lies, you don't reprimand her, but take it out on me." Lu Li watched the scene unfold, while Zhou Yuan felt a mix of warmth and embarrassment. Lu Aimin, maintaining a serious demeanor, observed Lu Feng being playfully chastised by Lin Shui, feeling that Lu Feng had led his daughter-in-law astray. Zhou Yuan appreciated her in-law's defense. During their previous assistance with childcare, she had always been straightforward, never harboring ill intentions. Though at times her temper flared, her words were rarely unkind, and her in-laws never held grudges, often saying, "Old habits die hard." They never truly scolded her and consistently defended her. Lu Feng, much like Lu Li, had undergone a transformation since he first met Zhou Yuan, initially presenting himself as rather brash. It was only through his relationship with Zhou Yuan that he gradually learned to adopt a more modest demeanor, becoming increasingly responsible. His attitude toward his parents had also softened. He had become more considerate over time. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were well aware of their son's character. They had witnessed the positive changes in him since he began dating Zhou Yuan, which filled them with pride. After their eldest son dropped out of middle school to venture into the world, they had placed all their hopes on the younger son, fearing he might follow in his brother's footsteps. However, witnessing his commitment to Zhou Yuan, diligently studying, working, marrying, and starting a harmonious family, They felt immense gratitude towards Zhou Yuan. Even the villagers praised Lu Feng for marrying such a wonderful wife, noting her beauty and good upbringing. Chapter 17. Reconnaissance. The following day, the temperature outside soared to 40 degrees, and the sun's rays stung upon contact with the skin. Lu Feng and Lu Li set out early in the morning to survey the supermarket. Meanwhile, the final batch of packages that Zhou Yuan had ordered arrived that day. Among the items were various snacks that the two children delighted in, eagerly unwrapping the parcels while munching away joyfully. Yesterday, Zhou Yuan recalled Lu Cheng and the others discussing cigarettes, leading her to realize that they seemed to have overlooked stocking up on tobacco and alcohol. She was aware that Lu Feng and Lu Aimin did not smoke, and to her surprise, Lu Li did not either, which had slipped her mind. In a post-apocalyptic world, tobacco, alcohol, and tea became valuable commodities. Money had lost its worth, becoming mere scraps, while these items were highly coveted by enthusiasts. Regardless of the era, social stratification persisted. Zhou Yuan, at that time, was an exceedingly ordinary civilian, struggling for basic sustenance. In stark contrast, there were those in power or wealth who could still host lavish gatherings, illustrating a profound polarization. Their demand for tobacco, alcohol, and tea was substantial. Zhou Yuan contemplated where to stockpile some tobacco and alcohol. Their home already had a considerable supply of tea, as Lu Feng enjoyed brewing it. She opened a map to locate nearby tobacco and liquor stores, marking their positions and planning to strike while the rain was still mild and the heat manageable. Then, she remembered the necessity of downloading offline maps for the times when there would be no internet access. She had previously downloaded numerous educational videos for the children and some entertainment content, yet this crucial detail had escaped her. When the two brothers returned at noon, despite wearing sun-protective clothing, Zhou Yuan insisted they apply a generous layer of sunscreen to any exposed skin. Nonetheless, they emerged sunburned and drenched in sweat. Lin Shui, despite her complaints, could not hide her concern and urged them to take a shower. After their bath, the brothers flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming that it was unbearable outside, as if their skin might blister from the sun. Zhou Yuan retrieved 2 bottles of restorative cream, applying some to Lu Feng while Lin Shui tended to Lu Li. Lu Feng grinned through clenched teeth, stating that their trip had not been in vain, as they had encountered the person in charge there and exchanged a few words. He mentioned that their boss intended to delay the opening, although the supplies were already prepared and stored in the warehouse, with the last shipment expected the following day. Consequently, they planned to temporarily close and would not keep anyone on guard, as the warehouse was under surveillance. Lin Shui expressed skepticism. Is that person in charge really so forthcoming with such confidential information? Lu Li scoffed. We simply asked if they needed security and slipped him a pack of cigarettes, engaging in casual conversation. It was too difficult to extract that information. He added that he planned to take Lu Qing back to the warehouse that evening. Leaning back on the sofa, he mused that having someone trustworthy on the inside would be advantageous. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan remained silent, while Lin Shui was about to inquire further but was restrained by Lu Aimin, who understood that their elders struggled to keep pace with the younger generation and preferred to listen more than speak. That evening, Lu Li returned alone, having left Lu Qing at the warehouse to keep watch. Lin Shui, intrigued, questioned, didn't they say they wouldn't leave anyone behind? Lu Li feigned mystery and remained silent, igniting Lin Shui's ire. Zhou Yuan intervened calmly. Mom, the person in charge probably didn't want to incur extra labor costs. I suspect my brother offered a very low price, and he likely mentioned that Lu Cheng and the others could assist in organizing the goods during the watch period. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity, and it's no surprise that the person in charge agreed. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're impressive. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Yet, I am curious about Lu Qing's attitude. Lu Feng interjected. That kid is incredibly astute. He probably didn't fully believe the lie you told yesterday. However, he is the most obedient of the 3 when it comes to listening to his brother, so he won't argue or speak out of turn. Zhou Yuan's interest peaked. Why is that? Lin Shui chimed in, knowing the background, and sighed, that child has endured much. His father was a reckless gambler who, after losing, would drown his sorrows in alcohol and return home to beat his mother. She ultimately succumbed to his violence. Back then, domestic abuse lacked a proper name. After her death, with no one left to target, he turned on Lu Qing, who was only a little older than Xiao Jin at the time, a child so young, nearly beaten to death by his father. If it weren't for Ollie arriving in time, he might not have survived. Zhou Yuan's gaze hardened. What became of that scoundrel? In her view, such a person hardly deserved to be called a father. Lu Feng grasped Zhou Yuan's hand and replied, "One drunken night. He drowned in a pond in the village." Zhou Yuan turned to him, sensing that there was more to the story. Lu Feng's expression suggested it was not so simple, likely involving Lu Qing's influence. Had she not experienced her previous life, she might have deemed Lu Qing's actions against his biological father as excessively ruthless and dangerously cold-hearted. However, having endured the cannibalistic world of the apocalypse, Zhou Yuan found herself admiring such decisiveness. Some individuals would not hesitate to harm others if left unchecked. In certain instances, especially in a world ravaged by chaos, being overly kind could lead to dire consequences, even death. After a moment of silence, Luli assumed she was troubled and offered an explanation. Sister-in-law. While Lu Qing may be shrewd, he is also fiercely loyal. He protects those who treat him well with all he has. Zhou Yuan shook her head. No, brother, I don't believe he has any issues. I merely ponder whether he harbors suspicions. Perhaps we should share our thoughts with him. There's no need. Let him ponder it on his own. Lu Li shook his head, confident that Lu Qing would eventually understand. If they intervened, it might lead him to make connections that could be problematic later. Seeing Lu Li's determination, Zhou Yuan chose to remain quiet and simply mention her intention to stock up on tobacco and alcohol. Although neither brother had an affinity for such items, they were men, and it seemed natural that they would want to be involved in this endeavor. Observing their eager expressions, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, sensing that they were almost looking forward to the arrival of the apocalypse. Lin Shui, having grown weary of the conversation, directly pulled Lu Aimin to assist the two children with their evening routine. In the following days, the temperature continued to rise, peaking at nearly 50 degrees during the afternoon. Both day and night, the streets were devoid of life, with most shops having shuttered their doors. Everyone was confined indoors, leading to a flurry of complaints in the community groups about the incessant heat and the strain it placed on their air conditioning units. Many external units indeed began to smoke. If an air conditioner failed during such heat, it would be a true nightmare. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan and her family had anticipated the extreme temperatures during the last heat warning and had installed protective structures for their air conditioning units, covering them with heat-insulating panels. They also replaced all the curtains in their home with heat-resistant ones and added an extra layer of blackout fabric. In the event of a power outage, they would rely on solar energy, ensuring that amidst the surrounding darkness, their home remained a beacon of light. Chapter 18. Zero-cost purchase. Zhou Yuan understood that they could commence their actions now. She recalled from her previous life that once the temperature soared to 50 degrees, it would abruptly escalate to 60 degrees, leading to many individuals with frail constitutions succumbing to heatstroke. Concerned about the two elderly and the two children, she had been providing her family with a cup of water from the spatial spring each day. Neither she nor Lu Feng and Lu Li felt any adverse effects. Lin Shui had previously complained about her poor sleep, often suffering from insomnia, but recently she expressed that her sleep had become more restful. Lu Aimin, who had endured aches in his legs from laboring in his youth, remarked that his legs seemed to be free of pain lately. Zhou Yuan did not disclose that their experiences were entirely genuine due to the spatial water. However, the two children had shown remarkable changes. Xiao Jin, whose nose was particularly sensitive and would bleed easily, had not bled even when struck by his brother's toy. Xiao Yu, who used to sweat profusely at night, had also ceased this troubling phenomenon. Zhou Yuan collected numerous, slightly larger mineral water bottles, filling them around the clock and neatly storing them in the pantry. She occasionally changed the water at home, but sometimes forgot, allowing it to expire. Once Lin Shui and the others learned of this, they simply asked Zhou Yuan for a bottle whenever they needed water. Lu Qing and the others had taken up residence at the supermarket warehouse, with Luli occasionally bringing the meals. That evening, Zhou Yuan and the Lu brothers donned full protective gear, black sun-protective clothing, hoods, and black masks. making them nearly unrecognizable even to their own parents as they navigated the dark streets. Lin Shui cautioned them, although there aren't many people around, remain vigilant and flee at the first sign of danger. We have stockpiled so much. We can afford to lose a little. Zhou Yuan exchanged glances with the two men, excitement bubbling in their eyes. After all, they were hoarding supplies without spending a dime or doing heavy lifting. Who would complain about having too much? The supermarket was not far from their community, merely a 10-minute drive. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they found Lu Qing and the others typing in the surveillance room. Seeing them approach, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming were visibly surprised, with Lu Cheng exclaiming, "Brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" He then turned to Zhou Yuan, patting his chest and assuring her, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, we have sorted everything and can load the goods at any time." Zhou Yuan felt a pang of guilt for deceiving the child. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with understanding as he pulled Lu Cheng aside, saying, "Shut up." Lu Cheng blinked, confused about why he needed to be silent. Lu Li instructed Lu Qing, "Take them back. You won't need to come for the next few days." Lu Qing nodded and promptly took Lu Ming and the still chattering Lu Qing away. He then moved to a corner of the surveillance room and flipped a switch, causing all the screens to go dark. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, but he directed his attention to Lu Li, inquiring, "Brotherly, do you need my assistance? Can they really transport all those goods? You've even brought sister-in-law along." Lu Li patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "We have our methods. You will understand in time." Lu Qing smiled innocently. "I understand. You will tell me when you can, and I respect your reasons for keeping things from me." With that, he left cheerfully. Lu Feng remarked to Lu Li, "Brother, that kid trusts you immensely. If he were a girl, he might even pledge his life to you." Lu Li kicked Lu Feng playfully, "Quit the chatter and get to work." Zhou Yuan followed the two brothers, smiling as she watched them energetically head toward the warehouse. It felt wonderful to have family around. She was entirely liberated from her past life. In the face of the apocalypse, she thought, "Hello, I am back." Upon entering the warehouse, Zhou Yuan found that Lu Cheng's claims were accurate. They had meticulously organized the goods, neatly stacking them on shelves by category. Lu Li and Lu Feng focused on bundling loose items with boxes or ropes, while Zhou Yuan took charge of the collection. Some items were taken along with their shelves, and since it was a warehouse, there were no perishable goods like fresh produce or dairy products with short shelf lives. Thus, she stored everything in the designated area behind her spatial house, already intended for storage. Fortunately, she had not yet acquired shelves for that space, which saved her time and effort. Indeed, being a large two-story supermarket, the stock was substantial. The three of them worked diligently until dawn to finish their tasks. Zhou Yuan particularly felt her mind nearing its breaking point, grateful for the spatial water that replenished her energy. Otherwise, she would have surely fainted. Yet now, she found herself utterly exhausted. Lu Feng, noticing her condition, scooped her up, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. He had been so excited that he had overlooked Zhou Yuan's state. By the time he realized, her face had gone pale. Yet she insisted on completing the last few items. Having endured such hardship in her previous life, he had silently vowed not to let her suffer so much this time around. Yet, despite having the spatial ability to stockpile supplies, he could not enter it, leaving many tasks for her to handle alone. When Lu Feng first met Zhou Yuan, she struck him as a well-cared-for girl from a privileged background. After their first encounter, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Their encounters seemed coincidental, but she likely had never encountered someone so persistent before and eventually acquiesced to his advances. Initially, he had never expected their relationship to last, and even his friends were skeptical due to the vast disparity in their family backgrounds. Had it not been for the unfortunate passing of her parents, he doubted he would have had such a chance to marry her. Understanding how difficult it was to be with her, he cherished their relationship deeply. However, unbeknownst to him, he had still allowed her to endure much suffering. Lu Li patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Take your sister-in-law to the car. I'll wrap things up here." Zhou Yuan sensed Lu Feng's turmoil and asked, "Lu Ge, what's wrong?" Lu Feng gazed into Zhou Yuan's clear eyes, holding her tighter, and shook his head. "It's nothing. If you're tired, just say so. If we can't finish today, we can come back tomorrow. I'm here now. There's no need for you to push yourself so hard." Zhou Yuan fell silent, burying her head in his embrace, inhaling the familiar scent that made her eyes feel misty. This man cared for her. They had been in love since they were 18, and now, over a decade later, even the most intense feelings had mellowed. Yet, the bond they shared would never diminish. He would always empathize with her struggles as a mother, tirelessly reminding their 2 children to behave. Likewise, she would fret about him when he returned home after socializing, worrying if he might be unwell or suffer from nausea. Chapter 19. The annoyance the following day. Zhou Yuan was roused from her slumber by Lu Feng. Groggy and disoriented, she felt hands exploring her body. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. She had fallen asleep as soon as she got into the car the previous day, and it was likely Lu Feng had carried her inside. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan was awake, Lu Feng grew increasingly bold, leaning in closer. Zhou Yuan wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Haven't you brushed your teeth? Don't you find the odor overwhelming?" "Not at all," Lu Feng replied hoarsely. "Oh, Yuan, please have pity on little Feng." He then urged her to feel his arousal beneath him. Zhou Yuan wished to refuse, but the reality was that men often lacked boundaries in such matters. Their coaxing was relentless, and her protests seemed to fall on deaf ears. Thus, she acquiesced. Afterward, Lu Feng pressed a kiss to Zhou Yuan's forehead, saying, "Yuan, remember, we are both here this time." Zhou Yuan lifted her head to kiss his stubbled chin, a wave of reassurance washing over her. Indeed, they were together, and they had stocked an ample supply of provisions. The resources from the supermarket, coupled with what they had previously gathered, would sustain their family for a lifetime and allow them to live comfortably. It was fortunate they had thought to raid that supermarket. She realized there were still many small items they had overlooked: nail clippers, garbage bags, and sand. How could she have forgotten something as essential as sand? In the later stages, with water and power outages, even using the restroom would become an issue. They would not lack water this time, but the plumbing was interconnected throughout the entire building. If others were without water while she flushed freely above them, it would surely breed resentment. The couple lingered in bed, exchanging idle chatter. Zhou Yuan couldn't recall the last time they had enjoyed such a peaceful conversation. Before Xiaoyu was born, they had lived nearby and often chatted. However, once Xiaoyu arrived, expenses soared, and Lu Feng was assigned to a lucrative project that required him to travel far. After much contemplation, he accepted the offer, as 2 sons equated to a hefty sum of 2 million. Consequently, their encounters dwindled to a mere handful over the course of the year. Thankfully, Lu Feng remained committed to video calls with them every day and would often send messages or make calls, sometimes exceeding 10 in a single day. Zhou Yuan admired this dedication. She tended to avoid phone calls and video chats, preferring to send a message instead. Thanks to Lu Feng's efforts, their children had never grown distant from him despite his absence. Even Xiaoyu, who could hardly remember much, would call out "Daddy, Daddy" whenever she saw him. "Mr. Lu, shall we collect more supplies from the liquor store tonight? It would be wise to acquire some more fuel. The diesel seems a bit low," Zhou Yuan suggested, having fully recovered from the prior night's exertions. The satisfaction she had felt from gathering supplies surged through her once more, igniting a desire to do it again. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled at the thought. He too found the act of stockpiling exhilarating. However, he studied Zhou Yuan's flushed face, a result of their recent activities. "Do you think you can handle it?" Zhou Yuan smiled sweetly. "Don't worry. I was just caught up in the moment yesterday. I won't overexert myself like that again. Moreover, I've discovered that the more I work, the stronger my mental energy becomes. Now, I can cultivate the land through sheer will, without having to physically enter the space. It's just that the work is not as efficient without my presence." "That's good to hear. We can gradually cultivate the land. We have ample time, and the supplies we've gathered will sustain us." Lu Feng reiterated, "Remember, this time we have each other. You can rest well." Zhou Yuan shook her head. "Darling, although your presence allows me to relax, I do not wish to. We are a family, and we should all strive together. I firmly believe that as long as we are united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome, and we shall endure until the end of these trying times." "Endure?" Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. "I believe with our current capabilities, we can easily navigate through this." "Li Feng," Zhou Yuan sat up, regarding him earnestly, "you must not entertain such notions. Always remember that there are greater forces at play. There are countless people far more formidable than us. Even those without the advantage of rebirth may lead more prosperous lives than we do. We are merely ordinary individuals, and our objective is to ensure our family survives. Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Shui called from outside, "Yuan, it's time for breakfast." Zhou Yuan quickly acknowledged, glancing at the clock to find it nearly noon. The couple rose, washed up, and joined the family for a meal. The elders busied themselves in the kitchen while Lu Cheng and his companions returned to their own space. Lu Li resumed playing his game, insisting that if he didn't play now, there would be nothing left to enjoy later. Lu Feng engaged the two children in building blocks on a play mat, while Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa. Engrossed in the messages from two community groups discussing the sweltering heat and complaining about when it might end, Zhou Yuan recalled the torrential rains lasting over 2 months. But the oppressive heat had persisted for nearly a year. It was only in the following June or July that she and the official rescue team departed for the base. Unfortunately, they encountered a tornado en route, and then Xiao Yu. She shook her head, banishing the negative thoughts. She refused to let herself be affected. She must instead look forward to the future that awaited them. Lin Shui wiped her hands and exchanged a glance with Lu Aimin, clearing her throat to signal, "I would like to hold a meeting." She then turned to Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, gently coaxing, "Xiao Jin, would you take your little brother for a nap? Once you wake up, Grandma will let you watch television." Upon hearing watch television, Xiao Yu clapped his hands in delight, while Xiao Jin's eyes lit up in agreement as she nodded and led Xiao Yu into the room. Lu Feng sat up beside Zhou Yuan. She pushed him away. "It's too hot. Keep your distance." Lu Feng wore a look of mock grievance, leaving Zhou Yuan speechless. She occupied a single seat, and on such a hot day, he insisted on crowding her on the wide sofa beside her. Lu Li put away his phone, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, while Lin Shui frowned. "A phone? Behave yourself." Lu Feng obediently moved to the other side, and Lu Aimin then turned to Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng with a serious demeanor. "Just now, when your mother called you to breakfast, she overheard part of your conversation." Lin Kui interjected. "I was merely standing at the door for a moment and happened to catch the last few words. It was not intentional." She needed to ensure her daughter-in-law didn't think she was eavesdropping. Zhou Yuan bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Feng shrugged nonchalantly at Lu Aimin. "Dad, please continue." Lu Aimin regarded him sternly. "Your mother and I both believe your mindset is problematic. Yuan's insights are quite valid. Although we were privy to early news and acted preemptively to stockpile such resources, that does not grant us supreme status. Therefore, it is prudent for us to remain discreet." Chapter 20. The notion of survival. Lu Feng rubbed his nose and remarked, "I never claimed we were the best in the world. But isn't it unnecessary to tread so cautiously?" Lu Li, bewildered, interjected, "Could you first enlighten me on what you all have discussed?" Lu Feng elucidated. "Yuan believes my ideas are overly ambitious. Yet I contend that given the substantial supplies we have amassed, along with the Yuan spatial capabilities, we need not merely endure, but should at least live with some dignity." Lu Li furrowed his brow in silence, while Zhou Yuan sighed, saying, "My reference to survival does not imply living in a state of oppression. My point is that we cannot flaunt our abundance and invite hostility. Understand that even in times of peace, there are those who cannot bear to see others prosper more than themselves. In the apocalypse, the disparity of resources can lead people to desperate measures. It is not the individual we need to fear, but rather the collective uprising against us." Lin Kui nodded vigorously. "Exactly. You all have lived in an era of abundance, unlike your father and I, who endured scarcity. During famine, it was a tumultuous and bloody time. To put it bluntly, even the slightest disturbance in one's diet could be scrutinized." Lu Aimin gazed earnestly at his sons, saying, "I recognize your indomitable spirits. However, this is not the time for bravado. You must realize that while we may set aside discussions of Cheng Zi and his companions within our family, the only strong laborers are the two of you. The rest are the elderly, women, and children. Are you not concerned? What about us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and Lu Li were taken aback. They had indeed felt secure, forgetting the larger family that depended on them if they were absent. What would become of everyone else? Zhou Yuan scrutinized their expressions, and her gaze hardened. Even in survival, we must not allow others to provoke us without cause. In the apocalypse, constant submission may lead others to perceive us as weak. The principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. We do not seek trouble, yet there is no need to be excessively evasive. Demonstrating our strength can serve as a deterrent. Turning to Lu Feng, she asked, "Do you comprehend my intent?" Lu Feng exhaled, "I understand." Lin Shui and Lu Aimin exchanged relieved glances. It was clear that Lu Feng's stubborn nature often prevailed. As a child, if he lost a card game, he would upend the table in frustration, firmly resistant to change his mind. Their childhood was filled with such disputes, yielding little resolution. It was surprising how his demeanor had softened since falling in love with Zhou Yuan. She seemed to be his counterbalance. Liuli Smirka, recognizing his brother's temperament, and proposed, "I think we should prioritize a particular matter." All eyes turned to him as he smiled slightly. "That is, should we not work on our physical fitness?" The group paused momentarily, and he teased Lu Feng, "Setting aside our parents, just look at us, especially you. You've been living a life of luxury at work, with everything handed to you. When the time comes, it won't just be about fighting. Even climbing the 35th floor during a blackout might prove challenging for you." Lu Feng paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, as if he could climb it either. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "Shall we have competition? Bring it on." Lu Feng exclaimed, rising to his feet. Zhou Yuan quickly restrained him. "When did you become such a firecracker?" Lu Li laughed heartily. "Ah Feng, you're still as charming as ever." He reminisced fondly about their childhood, where such playful banter was a rare joy, now overshadowed by the weight of their circumstances. Zhou Yuan cast a helpless glance at Lu Li, surprised by his playful side. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, however, were unfazed, accustomed to the lively dynamics of their household. As the brothers' playful bickering subsided, they returned to serious matters. "I believe my brother is correct," Zhou Yuan stated. "While my spatial water can enhance everyone's physical condition, it is ultimately insufficient. Therefore, we must all work on our fitness, not only for our own defense, but also for Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu." She turned her gaze toward Lin Shui and Lu Aimin. Lin Kui hesitated, "But do they really need to? They're still so young. Can't we, as adults, protect them? Besides, isn't there the space?" Here we go again. While my in-laws are usually reasonable, they lose their principles when it comes to their grandsons. Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Feng, who immediately adopted a serious tone. "Mom and Dad, this is not an ordinary time. There will always be moments when we cannot shield them, and they cannot remain in the space indefinitely." Before Lin Shui could respond, Lu Li interjected, "Moreover, it's not only humans we have to consider. As my sister-in-law mentioned, zombies will inevitably appear, and they cannot avoid being exposed to the world. If they do not train beforehand, they will be helpless when the time comes." Lu Aimin sighed, "We understand. We will try not to be overly protective, but do not be too harsh. The two children are already facing a terrifying world, which is inherently tragic." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt her heart soften. Indeed, if it weren't for this dreadful apocalypse, Xiao Jin would be happily attending school, with homework as his greatest concern, while Xiao Yu would have to start at kindergarten, blissfully carefree. Lu Feng remained silent, and Lu Li pinched his nose. This is an unavoidable situation. All we can do now is ensure they have a decent life. Do not perceive physical training as a terrifying endeavor. Rather, it is beneficial. Even in peaceful times, exercising is essential. This perspective resonated with Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, who nodded in agreement. They recognized their tendency to pamper the children, but felt powerless to resist. The sight of those cherubic faces melted their hearts, rendering them incapable of restraint. Seeing the two elders nod in agreement, Zhou Yuan exhaled with relief. Even finding humor in a situation that once seemed frustrating, now appearing rather amusing. She reminded them, "Moreover, there's one particularly crucial matter." Chapter 21. Supernatural Abilities. Zhou Yuan, observing that everyone's attention was fixed upon her, decided to reveal the mystery. It is supernatural ability. Upon hearing this, not only the Lu brothers, but also Lin Shui and Lu Aimin became intrigued. Lin Shui, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Is it true that these abilities resemble the magical powers depicted in mythological tales? Zhou Yuan could not help but chuckle. There is a certain correlation, yet it is not as fantastical. Lin Shui was about to pose another question, but Lu Aimin restrained her. Do not ask further. Yuan will elucidate everything. Zhou Yuan nodded, continuing, as I mentioned earlier, I suspect that within torrential rains lies a seed carrying a certain virus. It acts like a form of radiation, infecting anyone who dwells within it. The consequences of this infection manifest in three ways. One may transform into a zombie, another may evolve to possess supernatural abilities, or one may remain entirely unaffected. Lu Aimin furrowed his brow, questioning, is this contingent upon an individual's constitution? Indeed, Zhou Yuan replied, her expression turning somber. My hypothesis is that the healthier one's body, the higher the likelihood of developing supernatural abilities. This conjecture was not without merit. The initial outbreak of zombies occurred in hospitals, where the afflicted, those with compromised health, were prevalent. Naturally, there were also doctors, nurses, and family members present, but they were the first to encounter the infected individuals. Others became infected through airborne viruses, which presented a lesser threat due to a buffering period. Those in direct contact with the virus, however, were often overwhelmed, many having been bitten and thus rendered defenseless. Throughout her experiences, Zhou Yuan noted that those with supernatural abilities were predominantly young men, with children, the elderly, and women exhibiting such powers far less frequently. The abilities they possessed were typically supportive in nature, such as water, wood, healing, and space, while the more robust individuals tended to manifest more formidable powers, like thunder, fire, and metal. After absorbing Zhou Yuan's insights, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her theory. Lu Feng turned to his parents, Lu Aimin and Lin Shui, with earnestness. Therefore, Mom and Dad, as we train Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, you must not shield them. It is imperative they strengthen their bodies. Even if they do not develop supernatural abilities, a robust physique will provide protection against the virus that transforms individuals into zombies. Lu Aimin's face paled, while Lin Shui gasped in shock, springing up to slap Lu Feng's mouth, exclaiming, "Spit it out. You're cursing my precious grandchildren." Lu Feng, stepping aside, replied, I'm merely giving you a precaution. Such things should not be spoken carelessly, Lin Shui retorted, her heart racing as she glared at Lu Feng. Reluctantly, Lu Feng uttered a few spits, which seemed to alleviate Lin Shui's distress. Zhou Yuan, interjecting with reassurance, stated, Fear not. In my previous life, neither I nor the two children had access to water from the space, nor did we engage in training. Yet we were not infected or turned into zombies, though we also lacked supernatural abilities. Thus, I believe that if we commence training, we may also evolve to possess such powers. The prospect filled Zhou Yuan with hope, for in the apocalyptic stronghold, the treatment of those with supernatural abilities starkly contrasted with that of ordinary individuals. Had she possessed even a supportive ability in her past life, her journey with Xiao Jin would not have been so arduous, and she might not have succumbed within 2 short years. Although she now had access to space, which she could present as a supernatural ability, she was uncertain about its potential for enhancement, unlike others whose abilities could be upgraded via zombie cores. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the group collectively exhaled, relieved that the children were not at risk of becoming zombies, which granted them a measure of peace. As for the adults, their only recourse was to strengthen themselves. Despite their superior physical condition compared to the children, they needed to become supernatural beings as well. Otherwise, the supplies they had hoarded would not guarantee their safety. At that moment, Lu Feng grasped the significance of Zhou Yuan's earlier request for discretion. Until they possessed supernatural abilities, their survival relied on remaining inconspicuous. Zhou Yuan then began to impart knowledge about supernatural abilities. Although she had survived in the apocalypse for merely over 2 years, her extensive reading and the experiences of her past life allowed her to articulate her understanding. Generally speaking, the most common supernatural abilities were elemental: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Then there were abilities enhancing physical attributes, such as strength, speed, hearing, vision, mental acuity, and spatial manipulation. Additionally, there existed a myriad of unique abilities, most of which are not offensive but rather supportive, including healing and the capability to communicate with flora and fauna. Zhou Yuan decided to withhold detailed explanations of each ability until they manifested their own, lest the discussion extend indefinitely. Thus, we shall proceed as follows. Tomorrow, each individual will train for at least 1 hour. I will devise a regimen tailored to each person's constitution, Luli declared. Given the age disparities, it was impractical for everyone to train simultaneously. A customized plan would be necessary, including for Lu Cheng and his companions. Lu Feng agreed. All right, brother. I will accompany Yuan this evening to gather nearby alcohol and cigarettes. Luli frowned. Are we collecting them today? I noticed some shops still open. Should we not wait a couple of days? Zhou Yuan shook her head. I have a foreboding feeling that either tomorrow or the day after, the temperature will reach 60 degrees, leading to boiling water. Thus, we have but these 2 days left. Moreover, I instructed Lu Gu to scout the area. We will bypass those shops still operating or those where individuals reside, and instead focus on those that have been closed for several days without supervision. We have accumulated quite a stock, but I cannot gather more due to limited space. Zhou Yuan expressed her frustration, admitting that she had yet to discover a method to upgrade her space. Although it initially appeared spacious, her attempts to organize it revealed a more confined area than anticipated, particularly in the storage section where most items were large and space-consuming. Thankfully, stacking was still an option. Otherwise, she would have run out of room long ago. However, she was cautious about stacking too high for fear of collapse. The areas designated for cultivation and livestock must remain unobstructed, as they were fundamental to sustainable development. While livestock seemed manageable now, future expansions might pose challenges, though the storage room remained available for temporary use. Thus, during the upcoming evenings, she hoped to stealthily acquire items from gold shops, pondering the possibility of discovering materials to upgrade her space. She theorized that her space might be enhanced through jade bracelets, a notion supported by her readings of similar narratives. Upon hearing her thoughts, the others became anxious, with Lin Shui expressing concern. Is there a limitation to the space? I always presumed it was infinite. Zhou Yuan sighed. Did I not mention that the area outside the house is approximately the size of a football field? Chapter 22. The serendipitous discovery of jade. Several individuals shook their heads in unison, leaving Zhou Yuan feeling awkward. She fidgeted and said, I thought I had mentioned before that the space is limited. Yet, I believe this space has the potential for upgrades. I am just uncertain about the means of enhancement, but it is likely related to jade. Luli nodded in agreement. Then perhaps you can search for some jade today. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. I happen to have a jade bracelet. Why not give it a try? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She recognized the bracelet from years ago, purchased alongside Lu Feng for her mother-in-law at a certain store for 10,000 yuan. Lin Shui had been quite pained over the expense, as jade is fragile and easily damaged. She rarely wore it, only showcasing it during festive gatherings to boast about her daughter-in-law's generosity. It was usually stored away in a box, which is why it had slipped her mind. With enthusiasm, Lin Shui dashed into her room and returned with a small bag, carefully wrapped in layers. Reluctantly, she handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan hesitated. Mom, we can find other ways to acquire jade. Lin Shui suppressed her reluctance and insisted. Pushing it into Zhou Yuan's hands, I do feel a bit regretful. It was a precious gift from you. However, I trust that you will eventually provide me with something even better. As long as our family is well, I have no complaints. Besides, this is merely a conjecture. It may not yield any results, and you might end up returning it to me. She secretly hoped it would not be returned, as that would indicate that jade could indeed facilitate the upgrade of the space. Zhou Yuan wanted to say more, but Lu Feng grasped her hand and shook his head. Yuan, Mom is right. As long as we are together as a family, we can find jade of greater value for her later. Right now, your space is vital for us. Lu Li and Lu Aimin nodded in agreement, prompting Zhou Yuan to cease her protests. She took the jade, which was promptly absorbed into the space. Closing her eyes, she focused her consciousness on the space, where the jade floated, emitting a barely perceptible glow before gradually vanishing. Zhou Yuan circled her consciousness around, finding nothing, and withdrew in disappointment. Upon opening her eyes, she met the concerned gazes of the others, realizing that it seemed futile. Sensing their deflation, Zhou Yuan clarified, "It's not entirely without merit. The disappearance of the jade indicates that the space can absorb it. My failure to detect any changes simply suggests that this jade lacks sufficient energy to effect an upgrade or significant alteration." The group brightened at this revelation. Although they had not resolved the issue, they had discovered a potential path forward. With a renewed sense of purpose, Zhou Yuan retrieved some gold and silver jewelry that Lu Feng had bought her during their wedding and later occasions. Lin Shui had not even thought of these items since she rarely wore jewelry while caring for the children, especially earrings and necklaces, which posed a risk of injury. Regrettably, the gold and silver yielded no results, except for a necklace adorned with a grain-sized jade stone that vanished while the rest remained untouched, further confirming that only jade resonated with the space. Without dwelling on their disappointment, they pressed on. Time was of the essence. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin took charge of the children and prepared some ready-to-eat meals. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan collected various spirits and teas from the liquor stores and convenience shops he had previously scouted. They left the convenience store snacks and daily necessities untouched, mindful that they should not be too ruthless in case someone needed supplies before the impending flood. Items like tobacco and tea were non-essential for the average person, making their collection effortless. They also ventured to over a dozen gas stations in the suburbs, avoiding those within the city that were still operational. Suburban stations typically had underground storage tanks and separate oil depots with ample reserves of gasoline, diesel, and liquefied petroleum, ensuring they would not face shortages for the next decade. However, they had yet to find an opportunity for jade, as most jewelry stores either resided in large shopping malls or boasted high security, triggering alarms at any sign of intrusion. They dared not act recklessly at this juncture, opting to wait until power outages provided a chance to gather more, knowing that jade would not be harmed by water. Unexpectedly, around 3 or 4 in the morning, fortune smiled upon them. They happened to arrive outside one such jewelry store, intending to scout the location for future collection. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon an actual gang of thieves. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan exchanged incredulous glances. Their luck was truly remarkable. It was understandable, given the rising temperatures with no forecast of relief, and the internet buzzing with apocalyptic warnings, leaving ordinary citizens hesitant to act. Yet, those accustomed to such endeavors were clearly restless. They remained concealed outside, observing the gang's professional demeanor. Among them were likely hackers, as they breached the premises without triggering any alarms. The duo had no intention of alerting the authorities since they were there to stockpile supplies themselves, patiently waiting to see if any opportunities arose. Their patience paid off, to their delight. The thieves exclusively targeted gold, silver, and diamonds, leaving the jade untouched. This was likely due to jade's fragility, making it inconvenient for mass relocation. Moreover, most jade and jewelry stores contain high moisture content, rendering the risk of stealing relatively low-value jade less appealing compared to directly acquiring raw stones from production sites. This fortunate turn of events allowed Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng to seize everything left behind. Without hesitation, they decided to scour nearby jewelry stores, reasoning that the thieves would not limit themselves to just one location. They trailed closely behind the gang, collecting the spoils with glee. If discovered, they would not be implicated in the theft, making the entire experience exhilarating. Zhou Yuan finally grasped the allure of such criminal enterprises. The thrill of quick profits was indeed intoxicating. Lu Feng, noticing the gleam in her eyes, gently reminded her, "Yuan, dawn is approaching." Snapping back to reality, Zhou Yuan said, "We should leave quickly." While the thrill was undeniable, she preferred not to tread too close to the line of morality. After a night of bustling activity, they returned home, collapsing into bed without the energy to examine the changes in their space. After all, the space would remain, waiting for her to explore upon waking. Chapter 23. The little jacket has grown up. Enduring an all-nighter is quite a challenge for individuals of their age. recalling the days of high school and university when spending the night at internet cafes was commonplace. They would still manage to attend classes the next day with a vibrant spirit. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng remained asleep until the afternoon, roused only by the heat. Groggy and disoriented, they stumbled into the living room, struggling to distinguish their surroundings. The house was empty, save for the sounds of bang-bang, clank resonating from the corridor outside. As they yawned and ventured out, they found Lu Li engaged in a game of sandbags with Lu Cheng and the others. Upon spotting them, Lu Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Feng Ge Saozi. Did you go rob a bank last night? You didn't even get up for lunch and slept until now. That's an impressive feat of slumber." Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged helpless glances, knowing that his comment wasn't far from the truth. Lu Li playfully tapped Lu Cheng on the head, admonishing him not to be lazy. "Hurry up and do 1,000 leg kicks. Liga, spare me." Lu Cheng whimpered, his legs trembling at the prospect. Ignoring his pleas, Lu Li turned to Lu Feng, informing him that their parents had taken the two children to climb the stairs, and there was food left for them in the pot. Lu Feng nodded and led Zhou Yuan inside. Zhou Yuan admired Lu Li's efficiency upon noticing a row of sandbags already set up in the corridor. Seeing Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng enter, Lu Cheng leaned closer to Lu Li and whispered conspiratorially, "Bro, is Feng Ge planning on having a third child?" Just as he finished speaking, Lu Li gave him a light smack on the head, exclaiming, "Every day, your mind is filled with nonsense. Now go do another 1,000. Lu Cheng was about to protest, but quickly realized Lu Li's intent, hastily agreeing to comply. Lu Li paid them no further heed and entered another room. Lu Qing paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, glancing inside before resuming his workout. Lu Li entered the bathroom to wash off his perspiration, aware that stepping into the air conditioning while still damp could lead to a cold. The corridor was designed for exercise, with both doors open to allow the cool air to circulate, complemented by 2 large fans. The corridor had also been outfitted with security doors, and the windows were equipped with thermal curtains to combat the oppressive heat. After finishing her meal, Zhou Yuan checked her phone and remarked to Lu Li, who had just emerged, "The high-temperature warning has returned. Tomorrow it could reach 60 degrees. Lu Li nodded, having seen the same alert. Just then, the corridor door swung open, and the voices of Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, accompanied by the 2 children, filled the air. Little Jean, with a stern face, remained silent, while Xiaoyu was carried in by Lu Aimin, her rosy cheeks streaked with tears, remnants of the noodles she had cried out earlier. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin exchanged awkward glances. It was just too hot. He never climbed stairs like this before. Zhou Yuan quickly took the 2 children to dry off and change clothes, offering encouragement. "Today, both Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu were so brave. You actually climbed the stairs with your grandparents." Hearing this, Xiaoyu's earlier grievances evaporated as she nestled into Zhou Yuan's embrace, declaring, "Mommy, I was so strong. I walked down all by myself and climbed 1, 2, 3, 4. Her little fingers counted as she recounted having climbed 6 flights before finally being carried by her grandfather. "Xiaoyu, you're amazing," Zhou Yuan exclaimed, planting a kiss on her now clean face before turning to the quiet Xiao Jin. "And you, Xiao Jin, are equally impressive for climbing all the way up by yourself." Xiao Jin, being older, felt he shouldn't be carried by their grandparents anymore, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Zhou Yuan, with a gentle touch on his head, inquired, "But why do you seem unhappy, Xiao Jin?" Xiao Jin pondered for a moment before responding, "Mommy, is something happening at home?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then smiled. "Why do you ask that?" Xiao Jin replied earnestly, "Mommy, I'm 10 now. I'm not a child anymore." Before Zhou Yuan could respond, he continued, "Daddy is usually very busy. He can only stay for a few days during the new year. But this time, he has been here for almost half a month. And Uncle has never stayed at our home before. Grandpa and Grandma always seem worried. And Lu Cheng and the others have been going out at night and coming back very late. I even checked on you when I got up to use the bathroom." Zhou Yuan was left speechless, realizing she had overlooked these observations. Unbeknownst to her, her little jacket had quietly matured. Noticing Xiao Yu's innocent gaze, Zhou Yuan pinched her cheek gently. "Xiao Yu, why don't you go find Daddy and play with the building blocks?" Xiao Yu tilted her head, glanced at her brother, then nodded. "Okay, and sweetly closed the door behind her. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, then turned to Xiao Jin, patting the study chair beside her. Shall we sit and talk? Having turned 9, he was indeed 10 and no longer a little child. Perhaps it was time to be open with him, but how to approach the topic? As she pondered, her gaze fell upon the tablet on the desk, and an idea sparked. Aren't you always playing that zombie game? She asked, looking intently at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded, acknowledging that it was the only game he played, as Zhou Yuan was strict about his use of electronic devices. Unlike other children who played a variety of games, she feared he might become addicted, allowing him only to dabble in this single-player game. The zombies in your game might soon appear in our world, Zhou Yuan said lightly, observing his reaction. Xiao Jin's eyes widened. Though still young, he understood that games were not reality, and those zombies did not exist in his life. Yet, his mother had just told him they were about to emerge. Zhou Yuan continued, Yes, I had a dream where not only did those creatures called zombies appear, but the weather also turned strange. The heat we're experiencing now is unlike anything before, isn't it? Xiao Jin nodded, and Zhou Yuan smiled. In your game, there are plants that can shoot various skills, right? He nodded again. So, when the zombies arrive, we will also have skills to counter them. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but admire her cleverness. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled. Are you saying we can shoot beans, ice, or fire like those plants? Zhou Yuan affirmed, Yes, but not everyone will have the same abilities. And each person's skills might differ. Just like the nut in the game, which could be tough or perhaps faster like some of the zombies. She felt it necessary to prepare him in case he didn't develop a powerful or flashy ability, so he would be able to accept it. Chapter 24. The Virtuous Support. Zhou Yuan gazed earnestly at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, you must understand that although you are indeed a 10-year-old child, you are still just a child, and your younger brother is even more so. Therefore, it is quite possible that you will not manifest any extraordinary abilities. You are meant to be protected by adults. Thus, I hope you do not feel disheartened. Perhaps as you grow stronger, those abilities may emerge. But why do Grandpa and Grandma take us to climb the stairs? Lu Jin persisted, unwilling to accept the explanation. Zhou Yuan replied with seriousness, That is because, regardless of whether you possess extraordinary abilities, you must ensure that your body remains healthy and strong. In the event that we are unable to protect you, you need to have the strength to escape. Zhou Yuan chose to remain silent thereafter, for she understood that children at this age often exhibit a hint of rebellion. The more she spoke, the more resistant they would become. After a long pause, Lu Jin finally said, Mom, if I persist in exercising, is it possible that I may develop extraordinary abilities? Zhou Yuan nodded. In principle, yes. However, I cannot guarantee that despite your efforts, you may not attain them. But if I have tried, then I have no regrets, right? Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with determination. Mom has always told me that in undertaking a task, one should not be overly concerned with the outcome. What matters is the process. As long as I have exerted my efforts, I shall not regret it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled with delight, embracing Xiao Jin. Her little boy truly understood. Indeed, every endeavor must be undertaken to yield results, regardless of whether those results are favorable or not. As long as we have tried our best, we shall not betray ourselves and shall have no regrets. Outside the door, Lu Feng listened and smiled, acknowledging Zhou Yuan's success in parenting. She was indeed an extraordinary mother. Upon returning to the living room, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Lin Shui, visibly anxious, inquired, What is Yuan telling Xiao Jin? He seemed quite remarkable just now. Lu Aimin nodded in agreement. Lu Feng gestured for the elderly couple to remain calm and succinctly recounted the conversation he had overheard between mother and son, particularly Lu Jin's final remarks, which he relayed verbatim. After he finished, everyone fell into silence. After a while, Lu Li chuckled. Ah Feng, you married a wonderful wife and have a splendid son. For the first time, he felt a twinge of envy towards his brother, pondering when he too might have such a capable partner. Lin Shui and her husband wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing Zhou Yuan's adeptness in child-rearing. Thus, when she suggested they return to their hometown to retire, they felt disappointed yet bore no resentment, understanding that excessive indulgence in raising the children could be counterproductive. They realized that Zhou Yuan's assertion that Lu Feng's frequent absences did not create distance between him and the children was not entirely due to his daily video calls. Rather, it stemmed from her constant praise of their father's virtues and the hardships he endured, as she never complained about him in front of the children. Even during their arguments, she refrained from uttering a single negative word about Lu Feng. Whenever Lu Feng video called home, regardless of her own impatience, she would always call the children over to converse with their father, engaging in trivial and whimsical topics. If the children had something joyous to share, she would encourage them to video call Lu Feng to express their happiness. Consequently, the interactions between Lu Feng and the children were particularly harmonious. Lu Feng did not dispute his brother's observations. Indeed, over the years, although he had not traveled to other provinces, he often spent weeks away from home, sometimes even a month at a time. Thus, the responsibility of educating their two children largely fell upon Zhou Yuan. Xiao Jin was cared for by their grandparents until he was 3 years old and entered kindergarten, after which they only returned to assist for another 2 years when Xiao Yu was born. While the grandparents could help with the children's basic needs, they were not particularly helpful in terms of education. In fact, their involvement could be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, it could be said that Zhou Yuan single-handedly managed the education of both children. Xiao Yu, still quite young, was adept at charming others, quickly admitting to his mistakes and seeking forgiveness. For instance, if he accidentally spilled jelly or ice cream, he would promptly attempt to clean it up before the adults noticed. If he found himself unable to manage, he would confess and seek assistance, skillfully gauging the right moments to charm or to humbly accept blame. As for Xiao Jin, since starting school, he never required prompting from adults to complete his homework. Upon returning from school, his first order of business was always to tackle his assignments, never procrastinating. In addition to schoolwork, he would diligently complete any extra tasks Zhou Yuan assigned. When it came to watching television or playing games, he adhered to time limits, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline, and he had a genuine passion for reading, able to immerse himself in books for 1 or 2 hours, an admirable habit cultivated by Zhou Yuan from a young age. While they were engaged in conversation, Zhou Yuan emerged with Xiao Jin, who was no longer sulking. His eyes sparkled with joy as he eagerly rushed off to play with his younger brother. Zhou Yuan, observing the eager gazes directed at her, innocently queried, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Lu Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he pulled her close. "It's nothing. Just that I find my wife quite impressive." Zhou Yuan's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Interjected. Yuan, you have done an excellent job with Xiao Jin." Zhou Yuan widened her eyes, suddenly realizing something, and glared at Lu Feng. "Did you eavesdrop on us?" Lu Feng hastily defended himself. "I didn't mean to. I just noticed you two hadn't come out, so I went to check, and I happened to overhear." Zhou Yuan was not genuinely angry and replied, "I hadn't anticipated that Xiao Jin would be so perceptive and understanding. I often viewed him merely as a child." "That a good thing," affirmed Lu Aimin. "If the children are so understanding, we should not hinder their progress." He then turned to Lin Shui. "Given our age, we cannot engage in other exercises, but should we attempt to climb a few more stairs?" Lin Shui nodded in agreement, and Zhou Yuan quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please act according to your capabilities. If you cannot manage, take a break. After all, it is quite hot, and once you reach the 17th floor, it would be best not to go further down. The first exercise isn't too strenuous, and secondly, we should avoid drawing attention to the fact that so many people still reside on this floor." Lu Aimin and Lin Shui understood and nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan then turned to Lu Li. "Brother, what is your exercise plan?" Lu Li hesitated. "As you can see, the few of us men mostly focus on punching bags to strengthen our arms and legs. Considering our parentage, other exercises could easily lead to injuries. Thus, we simply let them climb stairs and do some gentle exercises like Tai Chi. As for Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, initially, I planned for them to accompany Grandpa and Grandma in climbing, but that seems unsuitable. Regarding you, well, to be honest, I am unsure which exercises would suit you." Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. "Then I shall arrange my own activities, and I will take care of the two children." "All right," Lu Li agreed, then turned to Lu Feng. Gesturing towards the door, "You haven't done anything yet." Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively wanted to flee, yet he obediently followed. Chapter 25. Spatial changes. Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa, her consciousness drifting into the realm of her space. After her fortunate discovery of numerous jade stones yesterday, she was eager to observe the transformations that had occurred within. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a significant expansion of her surroundings. The once barren land behind her breeding grounds had transformed into a lush expanse of verdant grass, a delightful surprise that alleviated her concerns about feeding livestock. The planting area had evidently expanded outward as well. Previously, she had cultivated several plots, sowing seeds for cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, all of which had sprouted. Admittedly, she was entirely ignorant of the growing cycles of these vegetables, leaving her uncertain whether their growth rate was swift or sluggish. She resolved to inquire with her mother-in-law later. Next, she inspected the pond, which appeared somewhat larger, and the spring's flow had increased as well. She filled a cup and took a sip, finding the taste unchanged. The fish pond she had excavated remained the same, though it seemed to teem with more fish, indicating that it might soon require expansion. Venturing into the house, she noted that while the dimensions of both the dwelling and the storage room had not altered, the interior decor had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a merely functional space had now been lavishly adorned. The appliances she had installed herself, such as the range hood and water heater, had been automatically optimized and concealed, eliminating the unsightly wires that once marred their appearance. She could hardly believe the changes. If not for the stickers placed by Zhou Yuan and others, she might have assumed they had all been replaced with new items. Curious, she pondered whether her space would have furnished her with entirely new items had she not brought her belongings within. Upon inspecting the storage room, she discovered numerous new compartments for organizing her possessions. Although the area had not increased, the storage capability had expanded significantly, allowing for automatic categorization of her items. Zhou Yuan felt a profound satisfaction with the alterations in her space. Even prior to this upgrade, she had been content. Yet, human nature is such that desires are insatiable. In times of scarcity, one longs for abundance, and once gained, one yearns for even more. Thus, to satiate their cravings, people often find themselves engaging in activities they may or may not wish to pursue. Ultimately, they exhaust themselves, only to realize that true contentment remains forever elusive. Hence, it is said that those who are satisfied are perpetually joyful. As she opened her eyes, she noticed several hoops in her hand, a delightful find among the supplies she had gathered from the supermarket, perfect for Zhou Yuan to play with. Being still so young, he lacked interest in most physical activities, but this game of jumping through hoops would surely captivate him. Zhao Jin, on the other hand, was already proficient at jumping rope, a skill he was encouraged to practice daily at school, which he could gradually increase over time. With no one around in the courtyard, they could frolic freely. As for herself, she could hula hoop, practice yoga, or jump rope with Zhao Jin, even engage Zhou Yuan in a game of hoops, play ball, or accompany her in-laws in climbing stairs or jogging. Her primary goal was to enhance her stamina, not to transform into a muscular figure. The ground and livestock care in her space relied primarily on her consciousness, as she sought to cultivate her mental prowess. She sensed that, as her mental strength grew, so too did her ability to perceive the emotions of those around her, a phenomenon both mysterious and fascinating. It was akin to the descriptions in books, where one can feel the energy waves in the air. She could trace these energy lines to discern their origins and detect the emotions that emitted them, even across different spaces. For instance, concentrating, she could sense the emotional fluctuations of 5 individuals just a wall away. One particularly vibrant wave resembled the cresting of a surfboard. She surmised it belonged to Lu Cheng, whose thoughts were ever wandering. Another line showed minimal fluctuation akin to a gentle breeze over a still pond. This was Lu Ming, whose emotions remained consistently stable. Then there was Lu Feng, whose emotional state resembled a roller coaster, rising and falling dramatically, even without observing his mental waves. She could hear his raucous cries outside. Lu Li's line bounced joyfully, hinting at his delight in teasing his brother, while Lu Qing's waves were calm, yet contemplative, suggesting deep thought, though what he pondered eluded her. After a while, she felt a dull ache forming in her head and promptly withdrew her focus. Her mental capacity was still limited. Her ability to perceive emotions was fleeting, as she could not sense her in-laws' feelings or even their presence until they reached the 34th floor. Nonetheless, she was content. She believed that with continued practice, both her temporal and spatial awareness would grow. She even began to anticipate the day she could influence or manipulate the minds of others with her mental prowess. If so, she would be no different from those with psychic abilities. At that moment, Zhou Yuan, noticing the hoops that had seemingly materialized in her hand, rushed over with glee. "Mommy, did you perform magic again?" Zhou Yuan chuckled, handing him the hoops. "Yes, Mommy conjured these for you to play with. Don't you love jumping like a kangaroo?" Ecstatic, Zhou Yuan arranged the hoops on the ground and began to leap through them joyfully. Xiaojin looked at Zhou Yuan with eager anticipation. "Mommy, does your bag also have a place for storing things, just like in the games, where you can summon plants anytime?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "Correct. Xiaojin is very clever. However, Mommy's bag does not contain plants. Instead, it holds various items collected by your father and me, as well as your uncle and grandparents, like the snacks you bought recently." Xiaojin, somewhat understanding, nodded. "Was the rabbit also stored in that bag before?" Zhou Yuan confirmed, and his eyes sparkled. "Can I be placed inside it too?" Zhou Yuan paused, feeling as though Xiaojin had suddenly become remarkably astute. Could it be due to the spatial water? She then saw him tilting his head in curiosity and quickly nodded. "Yes. But Mommy's space is not yet organized. Once it is, I will take you and your brother inside to explore." "What about Dad and the others?" Xiaojin pressed on. "They cannot enter for now." Zhou Yuan felt a pang of frustration. She was uncertain whether the space upgrade would allow Lu Feng and the others to enter. While it was one thing for others to remain outside, having Lu Feng join would be a relief. She was at her wits' end with farming and managing the animals. Though farming was tiring, it was the cleaning of animal waste that she found particularly unbearable. She relied on her consciousness to handle it, which made it somewhat less repugnant. As for feeding the animals, apart from knowing that cows and sheep could graze on grass, she was at a loss. Ultimately, she had to rely on her mother-in-law to prepare pig feed before adding it to the mix. Chickens simply pecked at rice and hunted insects in the soil, while ducks and geese roamed freely in the fish pond. Oh, and there were a pair of rabbits, which she knew enjoyed carrots and greens. Xiaojin, undeterred, was simply thrilled that he and his brother could play together inside, and he promptly went off to join Zhou Yuan jumping through the hoops. Chapter 26. The heat has arrived indeed. The following day, the temperature soared to 60 degrees. The previous night, they had completed their anticipated stockpiling task ahead of schedule, and they had already scoured the surrounding area for supplies, leaving little of particular necessity behind. What remained was to be left to fate. Noon marked the peak of the heat, and as such, Zhou Yuan and her companions opted out of any physical exertion. Engaging in strenuous activities under such sweltering conditions would be tantamount to courting disaster. While scrolling through her phone, Zhou Yuan stumbled upon news of several gold shops being robbed. She hastily perused the details, relieved to find that it was merely the work of a habitual criminal gang. The accompanying images were taken from distant surveillance cameras, shrouded in darkness, revealing only shadowy figures. As for whether Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng were among them, she squinted at the images for quite some time, but could not discern anything. If they themselves could not recognize their presence, it was unlikely that anyone else could. Lu Feng had also seen the news and exchanged a few words with Zhou Yuan. Lu Li, overhearing them, glanced at the news and was astonished to learn that his brother and sister-in-law had dared to take advantage of such a gang's misdeeds. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, it seemed the criminals had not anticipated anyone being so audacious. However, Lu Li noted the real-time photographs of the robbery, which served as a reminder. If that gang happened to see the news and notice the missing jade, they might become suspicious. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged glances, acknowledging the possibility but deeming the impact negligible. They had been heavily armed, and it was improbable that anyone could identify them from those pitch-black images. At most, the gang might suspect that someone had opportunistically entered after them, but they likely would not suspect anyone was purposely trailing them to seize a chance. Continuing her scroll through the homeowners group, Zhou Yuan noticed two individuals seeking assistance. One post concerning a school district property, failed to capture her interest as it bore no relevance to her. However, in another thread, a woman was pleading for help, stating that her son had succumbed to the extreme heat, fainting and burning with fever. She sought someone to drive him to the hospital, lamenting that she could not get through to emergency services as the patient was already convulsing and vomiting. The group fell silent, a stark contrast to the previous day's lively chatter. Many were beginning to feel that the weather was abnormal. Even in air-conditioned rooms, the heat was unbearable, let alone venturing outside. The intensity of the sun was such that cars parked outside had spontaneously combusted. Zhou Yuan's vehicles were safely parked in the underground garage, and she had taken them into her space the previous night. Thankfully, the space had been upgraded. Otherwise, she would not have been able to accommodate them. In fact, she considered the theft gang to be their lucky charm, albeit with a touch of guilt. Upon realizing Zhou Yuan's space had undergone an upgrade, others felt elated, silently contemplating future opportunities to gather jade. Zhou Yuan observed that only the woman's pleas remained in the group, and, as the situation grew dire, she resorted to sending voice messages, her voice trembling with despair. When no one responded, she began to curse the group, labeling them cold-hearted creatures for their inaction. Eventually, a man could no longer contain himself and retaliated, claiming the woman's son was over 20 and should be tougher than that. If he died, it was merely natural selection. His words stirred a hornet's nest, prompting the woman to unleash a torrent of insults, demonstrating a remarkable talent for cursing that lasted over 10 minutes without repetition. Zhou Yuan noted the woman's group nickname, which indicated her residence was in their building, Unit 301, and her surname was Wu. Zhou Yuan silently resolved to keep an eye on this woman. However, she did not recall seeing her during her previous departure from the area. Perhaps she had been too preoccupied with her 2 children to notice. The man, however, was somewhat familiar. He was a high-ranking executive from a company, exuding an air of superiority, often looking down on ordinary people. He was also the only one among their cohort who possessed abilities, specifically earth-related powers, which made him stand out prominently. As Zhou Yuan listened to the messages, the speakerphone relayed the audio throughout the house, leaving everyone, including Lu Cheng and the others, in stunned silence. The men, in particular, were horrified. If they were to encounter such a woman, they would likely be rendered speechless. Lu Li, with a mischievous glint, asked Lin Shui, "Mom, is there really someone who can curse better than you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui snatched a slipper and hurled it at him, retorting, "I not only excel at cursing, but am also proficient at fighting." Lu Li dodged the slipper, pleading, "Mom, calm down. It's too hot for that." The living room fell silent once more, the only sound being the 2 children watching cartoons on their tablets. They dare not turn on the television for fear of it igniting. The air conditioning was a necessity. Without it, they would surely perish. Zhou Yuan had even filled a small bathtub with ice and placed it beneath the air conditioner to provide some relief. Consequently, Lu Cheng and the others remained in her home, seeking solace from the heat. At this juncture, even the most oblivious, like Lu Ming, understood why Lu Li had intentionally kept them there, although they were mystified as to how Lu Li had foreseen the impending crisis. It did not diminish their admiration and gratitude toward him. They could only imagine how unbearable it would have been had they still been cooped up in their small rental in the county during such extreme heat. Previously, they would have laughed at the notion that someone could actually perish from heat, yet now, it seemed all too plausible. Just moments ago, the woman had mentioned that her son was on the brink of death due to heat stroke. Oh, sister-in-law explained it as heat stroke, essentially succumbing to the heat, Zhou Yuan reflected. Lu Li had briefly shared their conjectures, and the 3 of them looked utterly bewildered upon hearing about the arrival of the apocalypse. Lu Cheng cautiously queried, "Then the supermarket we stocked up on a few days ago was hoarded by you and brother-in-law?" Zhou Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The deception had been uncovered. Noticing the expressions of her companions, Lu Cheng wisely fell silent, though his excitement was palpable. They were aware that the stockpile contained an entire 2 floors worth of supplies, everything one could possibly need for sustenance and comfort. They felt as though they had accumulated immense fortune by aligning themselves with Lu Li, who had thought of ways to keep them safe amidst the impending doom. Although he had kept them in the dark until now, it was entirely understandable. Who would believe such extraordinary circumstances without first-hand experience? The only mystery that remained was where Lu Li had stored all those supplies and how they had been transported. Lu Ming, usually impassive, displayed a flicker of gratitude on his face. The three of them had grown up without parents, drifting through life while others regarded them with disdain, keeping their distance. Parents would not allow their children to associate with them, fearing they would lead them astray. To others, they were akin to a plague. Only Lu Li had never shunned them, occasionally bringing them home, where Uncle Min and Aunt Chui had also shown them kindness, even allowing Feng Gu to join in their play. It was worth noting that Feng Gu was a remarkable figure in their underprivileged village. He excelled in his studies, attended university, and secured a stable job, ultimately marrying a woman from the city and establishing a life there. Zhou Yuan had only met them recently, during Lu Li's visit to escort them. In her mind, someone like her, who had grown up in comfort and with a harmonious family, would likely scorn them. At the very least, she would remain aloof. However, throughout these past few days, despite her sparse conversation with them, she had always been considerate in subtle ways, such as personally serving them water each time they visited. Ah, Zhou Yuan mused, that was only because the water came from her space. Moreover, she never seemed to mind when Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu played with them. Conversely, there are moments when, despite their own overwhelming busyness, they proactively request assistance in looking after the children. On a previous occasion, they deceitfully claimed to need help organizing goods at the supermarket. They do not fear being inconvenienced by others. Rather, they dread being avoided as if they were venomous serpents. God knows how much they long for their own family, how deeply they wish to be treated as kin. It is often said that the bonds between individuals are forged through mutual inconveniences, as one troubles another, and in turn is troubled. Genuine connections inevitably blossom. Chapter 27. Declaration. Lu Qing pondered more than Lu Cheng and the others. He vaguely sensed that the one who had prior knowledge of the news was not Li Gu or Feng Gu, but rather Sister Zhou. Even though they had previously claimed that they would avoid discussing matters in front of the three of them, he could still discern from their daily exchanges and glances that they often subconsciously looked to Zhou Yuan for her reaction when discussing certain topics. For instance, Lin Chui was currently asking, Yuan, have you seen this woman? Lu Qing felt that Aunt Chui was not merely inquiring if Zhou Yuan had encountered the woman here. He was uncertain of the underlying implications. He found it perplexing, especially considering the last time Li Gu and the others went to take over that supermarket. Zhou Yuan had accompanied them, which felt strangely off. Regardless of who was involved, their family had shown them immense kindness, and no matter what transpired in the future, he vowed to protect them with all his might, even at the cost of his own life. Zhou Yuan shook her head. I have not seen her, but I have seen this man. She glanced at Lu Li and then at Lu Cheng and the others, saying, he was the only one with abilities in our community during the evacuation in my dream. I believe his name was Gao Ning. In an instant, Lu Feng grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, disapprovingly gazing at her. How could she reveal such confidential matters so casually, even if she framed it as a dream? Lu Li was equally taken aback. Although he had shared some insights with Lu Cheng and the others, he merely mentioned their speculation about the impending apocalypse and their preparations, but had not divulged any further details. Lin Chui, feeling anxious, tightened her grip, while Lu Aimin scrutinized Lu Cheng and the others, wary of any odd behavior. Zhou Yuan offered a reassuring glance to the group before turning to Lu Cheng, who, alongside Lu Ming, stared at her in bewilderment, while Lu Qing wore an expression of understanding. Her boldness in speaking out stemmed from her confidence. She had quietly probed the trio's mental states. From Lu Li mentioning their speculations to Lu Cheng's group guessing that the supplies from the supermarket were in their possession. Although she could not discern their mental fluctuations, she sensed their excitement and gratitude. In fact, from Lu Qing's mental energy, she felt a strong, positive determination. She realized that among the three, Lu Qing was the most resolute. Feeling Zhou Yuan's gaze upon him, Lu Qing rose from the sofa, bowing deeply. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming quickly followed suit. Lin Chui was startled and attempted to stand, but Lu Aimin restrained her. Lu Li, Lu Feng, and Zhou Yuan remained still. Especially Lu Li, who had defended the three of them countless times since childhood and truly regarded them as younger brothers, had invested more thought and care in them than Lu Feng. He felt he could easily accept this gesture of respect. Lu Feng, however, contemplated Zhou Yuan's revelation of such confidential information. Their trust was one thing, but it necessitated a declaration from them. Lu Qing reflected and stated, "I am uncertain about the current circumstances, but I recognize that this is no trivial matter. Moreover, the information that Sister Zhou is about to share with us is undoubtedly significant. Her willingness to disclose it in our presence indicates one thing. She trusts us. She considers us family. I, Lu Qing, can only vow with my life that any secrets that reach my ears shall not pass my lips. Even if it costs me my life, I understand in the days to come, everything is likely to change drastically. After all, my life was saved by Ligu, and this situation only adds to that debt." Lu Qing glanced at Lu Cheng and Lu Ming. "I cannot speak on behalf of Chengzi and Ming, but for myself, Ligu, Fenggu, Sister Zhou, Uncle, and Aunt, my life belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng sprang up, exclaiming, "Lu Qing, what do you mean by not being able to speak for us? Damn it, the three of us have already agreed to stick by Ligu for life. Are you trying to make it seem like you're the only capable one?" Lu Ming, feeling somewhat dazed, suddenly spoke up. "What a Qing wants to say is what I want to say too." Lu Cheng was taken aback. This usually quiet individual was now interrupting him. He quickly added, "Me too. I'm just a lone wolf, free and unburdened, and I intend to stick with you all. If anyone dares to betray or sell out Sister Zhou, I will be the first to oppose it." Lu Li chuckled, shaking his head. "All right, we can sense your sincerity. As a Qing mentioned, since your sister-in-law has spoken, it is indeed a sign of her trust, and she regards you as part of our family. This matter is indeed of great importance, which is why you must make a declaration." The three nodded in understanding. Zhou Yuan encouraged them to resume their seats and joked, "Since we've laid everything bare, we truly are family now. Besides, I've noticed that all of you share the surname Lu, while my mother and I seem like outsiders." Everyone laughed at this revelation. Lin Shui, however, protested, "Who dares to call us outsiders? 2 of my sons emerged from my womb, and 2 grandsons from yours. Whatever the men have done, the more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. You say women endure life-threatening childbirth, only for the children to take their father's surname?" Lu Aimin and Lu Feng fell silent, while the other 4 men chuckled. Zhou Yuan gave Lin Shui a thumbs up, and upon seeing her approval, Lin Shui felt a surge of laughter welling up within her. Zhou Yuan suddenly found her mother-in-law rather endearing. Lu Feng, noticing Zhou Yuan's gesture, coughed awkwardly. "Yuan, please continue." Zhou Yuan shot him a glance, and Lu Feng responded with a pleading look. Not wanting to tease him further, Zhou Yuan continued, "Let us get back to business. A Qing, Chengzi, a Ming." The three straightened their expressions as Zhou Yuan began. "I had a dream, a rather terrifying nightmare, and this dream is gradually becoming a reality." Zhou Yuan briefly recounted her dream of the apocalypse, without delving into excessive detail, as the concept of reincarnation was best kept to a minimum, given its fantastical nature. Even though Zhou Yuan's account was quite straightforward, Lu Cheng and the others remained stunned for a while. Finally, Lu Cheng, with a curious expression, asked, "Sister-in-law, do we have abilities?" Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words, realizing that the men were intrigued by the idea of abilities, including the younger man, Xiao Jin. It seemed that the adventurous gene in men always drew their attention away from the horror of the apocalypse and focused instead on the allure of extraordinary powers. Observing Lu Cheng's unabashed interest and the subtle glances from the others, she sighed, "I do not know if such abilities exist. How could I dream of you all when I barely knew you?" The 3 men shared a look of disappointment. Liu Li Shukulat, your sister-in-law doesn't even know if we possess such abilities, let alone you 3. It all depends on fate, and it's also tied to one's constitution. So practice diligently, and perhaps one day you'll discover something. Lu Cheng began to wail, but for the sake of acquiring abilities, he was willing to endure. Chapter 28. Right and Wrong. Let us return to the main topic. Lu Feng cast a glance at Li Cheng and the other 2, who promptly sat upright in silence. Zhou Yuan thoughtfully reflected before speaking. I truly have no recollection of that woman. Perhaps it's due to her lack of presence or my own preoccupations that I failed to notice her. However, I do remember Gao Ning. He was the first ability user I encountered in my dreams, and he was rather ostentatious. His ability is earth-based, which isn't particularly offensive in nature. Yet, he likely held a leadership position before and appears to have a disdainful attitude towards others. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan recalled something, her expression darkening. Among those who had walked with her, a few seemed particularly fearful of him, claiming he had taken a life. The room fell into silence until Lu Li finally spoke. It seems you didn't overlook her. Rather, she is no longer here. Zhou Yuan remained silent, and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. From the way Gao Ning speaks, it is evident he is not an easy person to get along with. His words are sharp and unfeeling. It is highly probable that the claim of murder pertains to this woman. Lin Shui, anxious, interjected, "Surely it cannot be that serious? Just because she insulted him?" Lu Li shook his head. "This is merely speculation, but it is highly likely. He probably feels emboldened now, though people often become arrogant upon gaining powers. His current demeanor doesn't suggest he is magnanimous." Lu Min sighed and addressed the group once more. "Thus, I reiterate, we must remain low-key. No one knows what manner of individuals will emerge in the future." Zhou Yuan observed the ongoing turmoil within the group, feeling a sense of tranquility within herself. In her past life, she had been preoccupied with caring for 2 children, leaving her with little interest in the chaos of group dynamics. Thus, she was unaware if these 2 individuals had quarreled or what might follow. Nonetheless, it was clear that Gao Ning was not a good person, yet it did not pose a significant concern to her. She did not intend to withdraw with the authorities next year. She believed that heading to the base would provide some protection, thinking it safer to stay with the crowd while hoping for a stroke of luck should Lu Feng and his companions also head there. However, crowded places breed conflicts, and the official bases were hastily established, often lacking proper infrastructure. Their relocation was primarily due to the demand for labor at those sites, which, despite being somewhat secure, offered limited safety. They resided in large dormitories with dozens of individuals crammed together, regardless of gender. Food was scarce. One had to seek out work to earn a meager ration. As a woman with a child, Zhou Yuan felt her efforts yielded little in terms of sustenance, and the mixed living arrangements hinted at inevitable complications. It was there that Zhou Yuan had taken her first life. Noticing Zhou Yuan's troubled expression, Lu Feng realized she must be grappling with painful memories. He gently took her phone and murmured, "Do not dwell on their affairs. They have nothing to do with us. We must focus on ourselves, avoiding trouble, but we are not to be trifled with." "Indeed, sister-in-law," Lu Cheng quickly affirmed with us around. "No one will dare to bully you." Lu Li interjected sternly, "Just ensure you manage your own affairs and refrain from causing trouble." "Of course, I promise to behave," Lu Cheng replied earnestly. At that moment, a childish voice piped up. "Uncle Cheng is being naughty, not listening. Uncle will be punished." Little Yu was watching Lu Cheng, mimicking a pout. Lu Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he cast a wistful glance at Lu Li. "Brotherly, must you undermine me so? Little Yu is laughing at me." The others chuckled, while Lu Li remarked disapprovingly, "You are just asking for a reprimand. Of the 3 of you, your temperament is the most unruly. When you go out, I expect you to exercise restraint." Lu Cheng rubbed his nose. "I understand." Little Yu scampered over to Zhou Yuan. "Mommy, Little Yu wants to sleep." Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered the children had not yet taken their afternoon nap. However, the room was too hot to sleep, so she moved the coffee table aside and laid out a makeshift bed. The adults had little inclination for rest. Lu Feng and the other men gathered around a side table to discuss matters while Lin Shui and the 2 elders went to the dining table to prepare dumplings. Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa, playing with her phone while keeping an eye on the children. After a lengthy exchange of insults in the group, someone finally urged them to cease their quarrel, as the heat was already oppressive. Yet, the 2 continued to bicker, even turning on those who attempted to mediate. Zhou Yuan remained an onlooker, her group nickname unchanged, rarely speaking, as she had only recently joined the group, rendering her nearly invisible. At that moment, someone inquired, "Sister Wu, while you're arguing here, how is your son?" A brief silence enveloped the chat, followed by a wail that Zhou Yuan heard distinctly. She glanced at the others, but they showed no reaction, prompting her to furrow her brow. Was it merely her imagination? Yet, the messages confirmed otherwise. Did you hear that? Someone mentioned it sounded like Sister Wu crying. Zhou Yuan scanned the usernames, spotting 802. Someone quickly responded. Yes, we heard it. It seems her son is in grave danger. It's 8 to 502. Ah, the heat is unbearable today. We can't even step outside. Isn't this just waiting for death? 3 households chimed in, none of whom Zhou Yuan recognized. To be precise, she was unfamiliar with the neighbors in this complex, though she did know a few from the school district. By their profile pictures, she discerned that 802 was a family of 3 with a son in high school, while 502 was a family of 4 with both a son and daughter. Likely acquainted with 802, as their older children attended the same school. 501 appeared to be a newlywed couple, their profile picture featuring their wedding certificate. Subsequently, others echoed their sentiments, acknowledging they too had heard the cry. Gao Ning re-emerged in the discussion. Server right. Spending time hurling insults at me while her son is on the brink of death. Some could not contain their outrage. Death is a grave matter. Your words are excessively cruel. Indeed, others agreed, as they were all neighbors who would inevitably encounter one another. One should exercise caution in their speech. Gao Ning scoffed. Cruel? Am I not speaking the truth? Who does she think she is? Just because she yells, we are supposed to risk our lives for her? And if we don't? She hurls insults at us, no less harshly. Besides, her son, being so young and frail, in this weather, it is apparent this has been a long time coming. Earlier demise. Earlier release. A heavy silence followed. It was undeniable that Gao Ning's words were harsh, but they resonated with a stark truth, an ominous feeling that the oppressive heat was only beginning. Then 501 spoke up again. Have you all stocked up on food? The group fell silent once more, and 501 continued. We usually eat at the office. We don't cook at home. With us working from home these days, we've been relying on takeout. Is there a neighbor who could spare some food? We can pay. Chapter 29. Mischievous in the beginning. Silence enveloped the atmosphere until a few individuals from the adjacent buildings remarked, even if we had it, we couldn't give it to you. Do you want to come and fetch it yourself? 501 remained reticent and instead directed a message to the residents of Building 8. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, could you kindly lend a hand? We can negotiate any price. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan had not altered her nickname, so she was not among those mentioned. Moreover, she opted for a voice message. Considering that her 2 children were asleep, she muted the external sound and pressed the earpiece to her ear. Heavens! That voice was utterly irritating. She nearly felt nauseous. Suddenly, she noticed a few men gathered by the tea table, and her interest was piqued. She edged closer and settled beside Lu Feng, placing her phone in the center of the table and activating the speaker to play the voice message. Lu Feng, delighted that his wife had leaned over, took a sip of tea, only to spray it across Lu Cheng's face upon hearing that voice. Lu Cheng was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, Feng Yi." Apologies. Lu Feng hurriedly offered him a tissue, primarily because that woman's voice was exasperating him to no end. Zhou Yuan shot Lu Feng a sidelong glance, then turned her attention to the other single men with an intrigued expression. What do you think? Is that voice pleasant? Clearing her throat, she mimicked the high-pitched tone. Dear brothers and younger siblings, could you kindly lend a hand? Lu Feng quickly covered Zhou Yuan's mouth. Hey dear, your voice was lovely before. Please refrain from imitating such nonsense. The other 4 men exchanged glances, astonished that their sister-in-law was exhibiting such peculiar behavior. Zhou Yuan, frustrated by their lack of appreciation, pointed at her phone, indicating that responses were already coming in. Among them was a couple from 8 to 1601, though it appeared that the male partner was the one typing. Zhou Yuan knew they were a couple rather than a married pair because she had previously shared an elevator ride with them when they were arguing. The woman had insisted that the man take her home, while he sought excuses to evade her, to which she retorted that he seemed unwilling to marry her, implying he wanted to exploit her. I have some at home. I can bring you a bit, was the text, but the tone sounded excessively eager, even offering to deliver it. Zhou Yuan remarked, look how enthusiastic someone with a girlfriend is. It's no wonder you all remain single. The 4 single men simultaneously looked at Lu Feng, conveying a singular sentiment. Your wife? Aren't you going to intervene? Lu Feng, both amused and exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his inability to assist. Ultimately, it was Lu Li who asserted his elder brother authority. Well, let us drop it for now. Setting aside the fact that she's a married woman, I can't quite endure that voice, especially with Zhou Yuan mimicking it. He found it particularly intolerable. The three others nodded in agreement. They were all feeling quite uncomfortable. Really? Zhou Yuan questioned, her eyes narrowing at them. Then turning to Lu Feng, what about you? Lu Feng hadn't anticipated the spotlight shifting to him, and now the other four men were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lu Feng, desperate to survive the moment, quickly wrapped his arm around Zhou Yuan's shoulders. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of women, my wife and strangers. Is that so? A sinister voice chimed in from behind. Am I a stranger? Lu Feng turned to see Lin Shui wielding a kitchen knife, and he jumped back, hurriedly adding, no. There's also my mother. Zhou Yuan burst into laughter, while Lin Shui shot him a disapproving glare. She then addressed the four men watching with amusement. Let me tell you all, I heard that voice just now, and women like that, even when married, are not to be trifled with. If you bring any troublemakers into this house, I will not hesitate to deal with you. She brandished the knife, casting a sidelong glance at their lower bodies. The men shuddered, with Lu Cheng instinctively covering himself. He quickly recalled that Zhou Yuan was present and released his grip, while Zhou Yuan, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered her head and chuckled. She had merely intended to joke, unaware that it would summon the household matriarch. Lin Shui continued, ignoring their discomfort. Chengzi, since you have no family left, as long as you've entered our home, your uncle and I will not treat you as outsiders. Did you hear me clearly? Yes, we heard you clearly, the three responded in unison, fully aware of the knife in Lin Shui's hand. Lin Kui nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lu Li, who promptly declared, Mother, I wouldn't dare. Lin Shui retorted, I know you wouldn't dare. She then looked at Lu Feng, who instinctively shrank back behind Zhou Yuan. Feng, remember what you just said. If you dare to hurt Yuan, consider yourself without a son, Lin Shui stated earnestly. Rest assured, Mother, my heart and soul belong to Yuan, Lu Feng declared sincerely, for he harbored no ulterior motives. His life was already fulfilled with Zhou Yuan and their two adorable children, though he mused that having a little sweetheart would be even better, albeit it might remain an unfulfilled desire. Lin Shui, satisfied after reiterating her points, turned to leave, allowing the men to exhale in relief. However, she soon returned, prompting them to straighten up in anticipation. Amused, Lin Shui observed their reactions. What's the hurry? I came over to ask one of you to help us roll out some dough. I nearly forgot my main task. Lu Cheng immediately stood up. Annie, I'll do it. I often helped my grandmother roll out dough as a child. I can guarantee it will be perfectly round. Seeing Lin Shui take Lu Cheng away, Lu Feng sighed in relief and playfully pinched Zhou Yuan's nose. Mischievous. Zhou Yuan, feeling a bit shy, stuck out her tongue. You all carry on. With that, she returned to the sofa. Lu Qing chuckled. I never expected my sister-in-law to have such a side to her. Having spent considerable time together, they had thought Zhou Yuan to be reserved, but this recent incident had somewhat overturned their perception. Lu Feng's gaze lingered on Zhou Yuan, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. In truth, this has always been her character. Raised in a sheltered environment, young girls often retain their innocence. It was her naive romanticism that captivated me back in the day. However, ever since her first child was born, she has forced herself to mature. It has been a while since I witnessed such a vibrant side of her. Liu Qing sighed deeply. Feng Ge, I truly envy you and your sister-in-law. Having met in school, fallen in love, and continue to thrive together until now, with such a beautiful relationship. Lu Li, aren't you nearing 40? Why haven't you found someone yet? Lu Li replied, somewhat exasperated. In this apocalyptic world, what is the point of finding someone? I have 2 nephews now. I'll wait for them to take care of me in my old age. Lu Feng rolled his eyes, realizing that Lu Li believed having 2 sons was equivalent to securing his future comfort. What was he thinking? Chapter 30. Boiling water at the break of dawn. Zhou Yuan was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of sounds. Frowning, she recalled that her family had exercised late into the night. taking advantage of a slight drop in temperature, which had left their home enveloped in silence. The commotion, it turned out, emanated from outside. Rising to draw back the curtains, she discovered that it was raining. Typically, rain signifies a cooling down, and within the community, the sight of rain sent people into a frenzy. Many flung open their windows, exultantly shouting, while others dashed downstairs to revel in the downpour. Despite the high temperatures having persisted for merely a week, the oppressive heat had left many feeling utterly distressed. Zhou Yuan stood by the window, observing the exuberance below, yet felt no thrill herself. The unfolding events mirrored her own experiences, further validating her reality. Lu Feng, unbeknownst to her, had approached and enveloped her in his arms. Leaning back against him, she quipped, "Lu Gu, welcome to the end of the world." At that moment, a knock resounded from the door. It was Lu Cheng and the others. The family, minus the two children, had gathered by the large window in the living room. The expansive glass panes allowed them to see the minuscule figures on the ground more clearly. After a brief interval, the people outside began to scream and scurry back into the building, leaving the street devoid of life. Lu Cheng exchanged glances with the others, then cautiously opened the window a crack, extending his arm outside, only to retract it hastily with a shout. "It's truly boiling water, and it's coming down quite heavily." Zhou Yuan, feeling somewhat despondent, returned to the sofa and began scrolling through the homeowners group chat. "My goodness, this is not rain. It's scalding water. I nearly got burnt. I thought the heat wave had passed, and I could venture out. Thankfully, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been in real trouble. I just measured the temperature of the water, and it's 65 degrees, remarked a young man, seemingly unassuming. The chat fell silent, as it was evident that the water in their cups matched that temperature. One could only imagine that the rainwater was even hotter. Was it not scalding? After a long pause, someone sighed. "What on earth is happening? Just when we thought we were free from the sun's glare, we are greeted with a torrential downpour of boiling water." No one responded. The joy they had felt moments ago had dissipated into uncertainty. "Do you think the end of the world has arrived?" speculated someone. "This is 8 to 501, but it's not the same woman as before. It must be her husband." Had this been earlier, someone would have certainly mocked him for watching too much apocalyptic fiction. Yet, strangely, no one spoke. Some were still in disbelief, while others had yet to grasp the meaning of the end times. A few were in quiet agreement, already plotting in their minds. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Feng. "While the temperature is still manageable, we should quickly gather more supplies. Otherwise, we'll soon find ourselves submerged." Lu Feng nodded, gazing out at the inexplicable deluge. Judging by the intensity of the rain, it was only a matter of time before the waters began to rise by morning. Lu Cheng, unable to contain his curiosity, asked sister-in-law, "Where did you store the supplies from the supermarket? Are they at risk of being flooded?" As soon as he spoke, Lu Qing smacked his back, leaving him bewildered. Realizing Lu Qing's disapproving gaze, he hurriedly added, "I meant no offense, sister-in-law. I was merely curious. You needn't feel obliged to share." Curiosity killed the cat. He mused, echoing an ancient adage. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Feng and Lu Li. Lu Feng nodded, while Lu Li appeared indifferent. Lin Shui, however, cast a worried glance at Lu Aimin, who shook his head in response. Lu Qing, observing the group, said earnestly, "Sister-in-law, Chengzi is simply being thoughtless and overly curious. You needn't pay him any mind." Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. The more people involved, the less she could conceal. Besides, they intended to procure supplies before the flooding and would undoubtedly require their assistance. With that, she retrieved a large bag of betel nuts from the previous batch of supplies, causing the others, including Lu Ming, to widen their eyes in astonishment. Lu Cheng stammered this, struggling to articulate a second word. Lu Qing was the first to react, exclaiming, "Is this the spatial ability?" Zhou Yuan smiled, deciding it unnecessary to disclose that it was a jade bracelet space. Lu Cheng finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "From today onward, you shall be my sister. I'm sticking with you." Lu Li and Lu Feng scowled, with Lu Li promptly twisting Lu Cheng's ear, while Lu Qing pinched his nose, rendering him utterly helpless. "Ouch, brother, it hurts. I acknowledge sister-in-law as my sister, but you're still my brother." Lu Li released him with an exasperated sigh, and Lu Cheng rubbed his ears, only to meet Lu Feng's piercing gaze. I take it back. Sister-in-law remains sister-in-law. Laughter erupted among them. Yet the moment had piqued even the usually reticent Lu Ming's interest. So, brother, sister-in-law, are we heading out to gather supplies? Lu Feng and Lu Li exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Zhou Yuan was correct. They had only stockpiled supplies from nearby, and there was still much to gather, having intended to leave some for others. Now that the notion of an apocalypse had surfaced, it was certain that others would soon realize it as well. They could venture further afield, even to larger shopping centers, to amass more supplies. Tomorrow, the waters would rise, and the temperature from the storm would be even more unbearable. Without hesitation, they set out, leaving the two elders at home to care for the children. Zhou Yuan retrieved full sets of gear for everyone from her space. Although the sun was obscured, hats and masks were indispensable. Better to be safe than sorry. Even if the police were not currently on alert, being spotted by others could lead to complications. Lu Cheng and the others watched in awe as Zhou Yuan seemed to conjure items from thin air, their initial shock transforming into intrigue. Eventually, they descended to the underground garage, where they beheld an SUV that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Lu Cheng, and Lu Li understood then that the modified RV was likely also within Zhou Yuan's space. Lu Li had called them over to modify it with the intention of including them from the very start. As they exchanged determined looks, an unspoken understanding passed among them. Ignoring the banter of the three, everyone climbed into the vehicle. Fortunately, it was a 7-seater, and even with 6 of them aboard, there was still space. Lu Feng took the wheel, while Zhou Yuan settled into the passenger seat, activating the air conditioning. Thankfully, she had stored the vehicle in her space. Otherwise, the heat would have been overwhelming as they entered. Lu Feng activated the car's navigation system, having already mapped out their route from home. They planned to visit several larger shopping centers, where supplies were abundant and conveniently consolidated, allowing them to remain together rather than scattering. After all, Zhou Yuan would not be able to manage on her own. Chapter 31. A wild rush on the road. There was a car devoid of any passengers, and Lu Feng raced ahead with exhilarating speed, claiming he had never experienced such a rush while driving. Little did they know, someone in the neighborhood had spotted a car departing, like a large stone dropped into a tranquil lake, causing a ripple of excitement among the residents. Soon, many ventured out into the rain, cautiously heading to nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets. However, they soon discovered the shelves were nearly bare, especially the section for tobacco, alcohol, and tea, which had been stripped clean. It seemed others had beaten them to the punch. Some voiced their frustration, criticizing those who prioritized non-essential items over food and drink. There were whispers suggesting that perhaps the store owners had hidden away the valuable goods. Regardless of their musings, it was of no concern to Zhou Yuan and her companions, who had arrived at a larger shopping mall's underground parking lot. Observing the non-operational escalators in front of them, Zhou Yuan pondered aloud. How do we get in? Lu Li flashed a mysterious smile, and soon Lu Cheng led them to a side emergency exit, where he produced a metal object and began to manipulate the lock. After a few moments of tinkering, a satisfying click signaled their entry. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and gave a thumbs up, while Lu Cheng bashfully scratched the back of his head. Sister-in-law, please don't mention this to Aunt Shui. Otherwise, she'll make me question my life choices. Zhou Yuan realized that if her mother-in-law discovered his knack for such dubious skills, she would likely take matters into her own hands. After Lu Cheng successfully opened several doors, they finally accessed the supermarket located on the second basement level. Energized, they set to work. The mall surveillance systems were still operational, but they had no interest in locating the control room. Instead, they headed straight for the power distribution cabinet, flipping the circuit breaker. Lu Feng and Lu Li, having prior experience, guided Lu Cheng and his companions in packing items using boxes and ropes. Zhou Yuan made a beeline for the supermarket's warehouse, which was stocked with pre-packaged goods, making it easier for her to gather supplies. The cold storage and fresh produce sections were still operational, as the supermarket had only opened a couple of days prior. With the power now cut, the perishable items would soon spoil if not collected. So Zhou Yuan swiftly gathered everything from the freezers into her storage space. Her mental fortitude had significantly strengthened since her previous endeavor at the supermarket. She efficiently cleared the warehouse and a wide area in under an hour. Lu Cheng and the others had collected a considerable amount of supplies from shelves, but Lu Li advised them to leave some behind, considering the likelihood of spoilage. Lu Feng echoed this sentiment, suggesting they keep some vacuum-sealed items, as these would remain edible even if they were to become waterlogged. Lu Cheng called for Zhou Yuan to retrieve their gathered items and noticed the vast emptiness in the fresh produce section. Despite feeling somewhat numbed by the experience, he couldn't help but feel that her spatial abilities were akin to a cheat code. The supermarket consisted of 2 levels, with the second basement devoted entirely to food, while the first floor housed household items. As Zhou Yuan collected from this level, the others had already ascended to gather supplies from above. The mall had 5 floors, and aside from a supermarket on the first basement level, it featured various shops, including numerous snack outlets. Currently, there were no patrons, and since most items were stored in freezers, they deemed it unnecessary to pack those. As time progressed, Zhou Yuan focused on her collection while the others dispersed to various stores on different levels. They communicated via store names to coordinate their efforts. It was evident that their collective strength bore fruit as they managed to visit all 5 floors, albeit selectively, as not every store piqued their interest. For instance, they completely bypassed the entire jewelry section on the first floor, heading straight to the upper levels. Lu Feng and Lu Li, aware of Zhou Yuan's pressing need for jade, cleared the counters of all available jade pieces, placing them on the display for her to easily collect. In addition to the stores they frequented, Zhou Yuan made sure to gather items from establishments that might have been overlooked by the men, such as toys from a children's store. Although they had accumulated many supplies from the supermarket, she believed that her children deserved the same opportunities for play as others, envisioning a playground within her space. She also stumbled upon a sizable bookstore, which she could not afford to ignore, recognizing it as vital sustenance for her children's minds. Additionally, they visited a home decor store, which left Lu Cheng and the others puzzled about the utility of such furnishings. Zhou Yuan casually remarked they could serve as firewood. The group was left bewildered, yet they could only watch as she continued to gather items. In truth, her reasoning was not unfounded. Should an extreme cold snap occur, such items might prove invaluable, despite seeming wasteful at present. Furthermore, assorted hardware and supplies would undoubtedly have significant utility. They initially hesitated to ascend to the 5th floor, which housed a cinema. However, Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled the common trope in post-apocalyptic novels, where penthouse offices housed a treasure trove of valuable goods. Intrigued by the prospect, the others reluctantly accompanied her. Lo and behold, their literary inspiration bore fruit as they uncovered a wealth of treasures, including tobacco, alcohol, and tea. Zhou Yuan was particularly thrilled to discover a jade ornament nearly her height in one of the offices. Upon collecting it, she felt a distinct tremor in her space. Though she had no time to investigate further, it was clear that this jade piece held considerable worth, potentially exceeding the value of all the jade she had previously collected. They also found a safe, which Lu Cheng struggled to open. Zhou Yuan decided to store it in her space for later examination. After thoroughly scouring them all, they checked the time. Having left home around 10 in the morning, it was now well into the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and they hastily made their way to the next location. Meanwhile, outside, water levels had begun to rise, indicating that they would not wait until morning for the flooding to become severe. Finally, around 2 or 3 in the morning, they had scoured several larger shopping centers. By this point, the water had reached their calves, and their vehicle was on the brink of being submerged. They decided to abandon their quest and hurriedly returned home. Otherwise, they risked losing their vehicle and would have to swim back. Upon arriving home, they found Lin Shui and the elders still awake, anxiously pacing in the living room. Upon seeing them return safely, a wave of relief washed over them, and Lin Shui could not help but scold. "Have you all gone mad? Just look at how high the water has risen outside. You should have come back sooner." The group exchanged amused glances, acknowledging the truth in her words. They had indeed gone a little mad. Without experiencing the thrill of hoarding supplies, they felt an insatiable urge to continue. Chapter 32. Discovery Lin Shui observed the weary expressions on their faces, particularly noting Zhou Yuan, whose spirit seemed somewhat intact, yet could not conceal her exhaustion. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she hastily urged them, "Go, go, go. Quickly retreat to your beds and rest." The group dispersed immediately, truly fatigued after the excitement, leaving only weariness in its wake. The next encounter occurred on the afternoon of the following day, when the water outside had risen to waist level. Fortunately, their neighborhood was situated on higher ground, while other areas likely experienced even greater inundation. The first floor of their building, which housed no residents, was half submerged, and the anxious occupants of the second floor were frantically beseeching divine intervention through their group chat, hoping the rain would cease, lest they find themselves homeless. It appeared that the second floor of Building 8 was still unoccupied, yet the woman from the third floor, who had lost her son, had resumed her lamentations. Zhou Yuan had no time to attend to the trivialities in the chat. Upon waking, she promptly checked her space. After acquiring the jade ornament yesterday, she had procured a considerable amount of jade from various markets, and it would indeed be surprising if this influx did not result in an upgrade to her space. As she entered her consciousness, a wave of refreshing clarity enveloped her, revealing that her space had expanded significantly, even allowing her to glimpse the mountainous terrain. Elated, she recalled the fruit trees her in-laws had collected, which she had fretted over not having enough land to plant. Now, with the newly revealed land, she could cultivate them. However, this also implied a return to agricultural labor, an inconvenient thought that she quickly dismissed as she sought other changes. The land had at least doubled in size, transforming from the dimensions of a single football field to that of two and more. The once abundant supplies now felt somewhat diminished. The pasture area for her livestock had increased, as she had relocated her cattle, sheep, and rabbits to graze there during the previous upgrade. They were now peacefully munching away. The pond had also been enlarged. Fish swam below while ducks and geese floated above. In a thicket by the shore, she spotted what appeared to be eggs. Were they duck eggs, goose eggs, or chicken eggs? She pondered whether they were fertilized and if they could hatch chicks, ducklings, or goslings, leaving her in a state of melancholy. Though the overall area of her space remained unchanged, it had transformed into a two-story structure rather than a single bungalow. The second floor was still merely furnished, but Zhou Yuan anticipated that future upgrades would lead to luxurious accommodations, so she decided against further alterations, hoping the space might autonomously arrange furnishings and appliances, thus saving her the effort. As for the original pond, it had also expanded considerably, and the spring's flow was slightly increased, though one would need to look closely to notice any difference. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow, questioning why the spring had shown little change despite the upgrade. She had consumed ample water from it while gathering supplies yesterday, aside from its enhanced sweetness. She did not perceive any substantial alteration in its efficacy. With no changes in these aspects, she pondered whether the duration of its effects had altered. Her eyes brightened at the thought. A quick test would reveal the truth, and she quickly fetched several cups of water, planning to wait a while before drinking one to assess the current duration of its effects. The others watched in confusion as she placed the cups on the counter, instructing them not to touch them. Lu Cheng and the others were bewildered. Lu Li offered an explanation, which helped them comprehend why Zhou Yuan had previously served them water and clarified the situation regarding the jade stones that Li Gu and Feng Gu had sought to collect. Zhou Yuan briefly recounted the changes in her space, enlightening Lu Cheng and his companions who had initially believed it merely served as a storage facility. They were astonished to learn that it also allowed for cultivation, housed living creatures, provided revitalizing spring water, and offered living quarters. It was utterly remarkable, a realm unto itself. They were envious, not just Lu Feng and his crew, but even the trio began to anticipate the moment when their sister-in-law would usher them into her extraordinary domain. Excitedly, they resolved to assist in gathering jade stones, eager to facilitate an upgrade to her space, thus making their dream of entering it a reality. As Zhou Yuan observed them exercising with fervor akin to individuals on stimulants, she felt momentarily lost in their enthusiasm. However, this did not hinder her from engaging her two children in playful exercise. Lin Shui and her husband, not to be outdone, also began their own workout routine. With the first floor partially submerged and the elevator out of service, everyone resorted to the stairs, though it seemed only a few opted to ascend. The group that accompanied Zhou Yuan on their expedition the previous day had managed to procure some supplies, but when others attempted to venture out today, they discovered the water had risen significantly, submerging vehicles and rendering them inoperable. The profound depth of the water, coupled with torrential rain, left them with no means of escape. Those who had hesitated to venture outside the previous day were now filled with regret, having missed a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, those who had gone out felt fortunate, speculating about the identity of the first SUV to leave, which had seemingly ventured elsewhere without returning. After a brief workout with her children, Zhou Yuan noticed their fatigue and paused to rest. Seizing a moment of leisure, she glanced at the group chat, only to find inquiries regarding the vehicle they had driven the previous day. Furrowing her brow, she descended the stairs, realizing many had witnessed their departure. Though it was understandable, there had been no other figures outside, making their vehicle conspicuous. However, as she had only recently relocated, few were familiar with her, and even fewer knew the make of her car. Had she been in the school district community, many would have recognized her vehicle. She often drove it to pick up her children, and though both neighborhoods were in the same district, there was still a considerable distance between them. It seemed improbable that someone would have purchased homes in both locations. As she pondered this possibility, a new message caught her attention. It was from a mother of a classmate from Xiaoyu Kindergarten in the school district. Given that both children attended the same kindergarten, she was quite familiar with their car. Upon seeing the message, Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly opened it. Xiaoyu's mother, have you moved from Jinxiu Garden? Have you relocated to Jiasun City? She inquired, noting that Jinxiu Garden was the name of the previous school district community, while Jiasun City was their current residence. The mother promptly sent a photo of the car, which Zhou Yuan recognized. Taking her phone outside, she showed it to Lu Feng, who was sweating profusely on the staircase, while explaining the situation to Lu Li and the others. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Feng suggested, just reply to her directly. There's no point in hiding it. If she asks what you're doing out, you can say you went back to Jinxiu Garden to retrieve some belongings. It makes sense. Zhou Yuan nodded, realizing there was no other option. Any attempt to conceal the truth would only draw more attention. However, instead of replying immediately, she asked, did you also purchase a residence in Jiasun City? Ultimately, she noted that a relative of hers had bought a property there, and as they conversed, she added with a smile, what a coincidence. Relieved, Zhou Yuan was glad it wasn't her own identity under scrutiny. She felt reassured, especially since her children often played together with Xiaoyu. She casually remarked, I noticed the weather seemed off, and you know how my two are, so I thought to bring some food from that house. In response, the mother quickly sent a photo of the food she had stockpiled. Zhou Yuan was speechless. She had not expected such navet from a mother she generally found quite astute. It dawned on her that the woman was involved in online community group purchases, and Zhou Yuan realized she had unnecessarily fretted over the situation. Yet, it seemed rather reckless to flaunt her supplies so openly. However, she refrained from speaking further, hoping that it was merely for her eyes. Yet, reality proved otherwise. She soon discovered that the same photograph was shared in her group purchase chat. Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing that there was no hope left. Chapter 33. Analysis. When she received another message asking which building Zhou Yuan resided in at Jiasun City, Zhou Yuan decided not to respond. She suspected that it was her cousin prompting the inquiry, and her intentions were certainly not innocent. Subsequently, a request to add as a friend appeared in the group chat. Zhou Yuan glanced at it, noting it was from the aforementioned cousin, which only heightened her irritation. Initially, she thought it was nothing of concern, but it seemed that clever individuals were plentiful in this world. Zhou Yuan promptly adjusted her settings to disallow any friend requests, opting to remain a mere observer in the group. However, the cousin was evidently not one to back down easily. Noticing that Zhou Yuan had declined her friend request, she directly tagged Zhou Yuan in the group chat. Hello, neighbor. I'm the cousin of so-and-so. Please accept my friend request. Zhou Yuan had previously been invisible in this chat, but now all eyes were upon her. Someone chimed in, Hey neighbor, why doesn't T your nickname have an apartment number? You should change it. The cousin continued, Exactly. You and my cousin are neighbors. What a coincidence. Let us get to know each other so we can help one another out. Help? Zhou Yuan could hardly contain her frustration and muttered expletives under her breath, feeling as if her head might burst. She was nearing her limit with that classmate's mother, whose incessant chatter was truly unbearable. The others who were exercising overheard Zhou Yuan's outburst and turned to look. Lu Feng took Zhou Yuan's phone, scrutinizing the messages, and frowned. The others gathered around to see, and Lu Cheng remarked, "What an annoyance." In the group chat, as Zhou Yuan remained silent, others began tagging her. "Are you from our community? If so, please confirm by changing your nickname. If not, please exit." Soon after, someone tagged the admin. The cousin interjected, "She is from our community." The car that left first was from her family. This revelation detonated like a bomb, igniting a flurry of chatter in the group, with everyone clamoring to know where they could procure supplies and when they would return. Seeing the chaos unfold, Lu Feng and the others abandoned their workout and settled on the sofa in the living room. "Sister-in-law, why not just leave this group?" Lu Cheng suggested nonchalantly. Lu Li tapped his head. "It's not that simple. Don't underestimate these people. There are many sharp minds among them, and they will inevitably find us." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "For now, we need to keep an eye on the 10 or so households in our building." Everyone concurred, opening the member list to identify the residents of Building 8, examining profiles to glean insights into their family structures for appropriate precautions. They ignored the incessant tagging in the chat, understanding that those who needed to come would do so regardless of their responses. If the admin decided to remove Zhou Yuan, it was of little consequence. In their building, there were a total of 11 households consisting of 2 layouts. Zhou Yuan's apartment was a spacious 4-bedroom unit, while Lu Qing's was a 3-bedroom design. Excluding those already mentioned, 501, 502, 802, and 1601, there remained 7 households. 301 belonged to the woman who had initially lashed out in the group about her son's death. Recently, she had been silent, perhaps overwhelmed by her loss. She appeared to live alone with her son, and judging by her profile picture, she seemed to be in her 40s. Lu Li marked her with 2 stars, acknowledging her formidable cursing skills, which they considered a weakness. 302 was unoccupied, 401 had no residence, and 402 housed a family of 4, 2 parents and their children. It was unclear whether they were the parents of the husband or wife, as their profile pictures provided no clarity and their social media was private. The couple in 501 seemed questionable, given the woman's demeanor, prompting Lu Li to rate them 3 stars. In 502, a family of 4 had a high school-age son, and the husband appeared relatively young. His character was unknown, so they tentatively rated him 5 stars based on potential physical prowess. 602 was vacant, while 701 was home to an elderly couple, likely living there in retirement, with no other members participating in the group chat. Lu Li marked them with 1 star. 702 was a larger family, similar to Zhou Yuan's, consisting of 3 members and grandparents. The main woman's profile featured a family portrait, while the husband's profile was filled with photos of him drinking with friends. The grandparents were absent from the group, but it was evident what kind of family they were. Lu Li rated them 3 stars, recognizing the presence of a capable man. Zhou Yuan examined the family photo of the woman and let out a soft sound of surprise. Chapter 34. Exercise. Lu Li turned his gaze towards her, inquiring, "What is it?" Zhou Yuan took her phone, enlarged the avatar, and scrutinized it closely. "I have seen this woman in my dreams." This piqued everyone's interest, prompting Zhou Yuan to glance at Xiaoyu. On our way to the base, before we encountered the tornado, Xiaoyu was so hungry that she cried. This woman gave her a small piece of bread. I hesitated to accept it, but she mentioned that her child was about the same age as Xiaoyu, but perished during the heavy rain. Zhou Yuan recalled this encounter vividly, as this woman was one of the few who had shown her kindness during the 2 harrowing years of the apocalypse, and indeed, she was the first. Thus, the memory lingered in her mind as she looked at the child she was holding, who was indeed of a similar age to Xiaoyu. Lu Feng embraced her, and Zhou Yuan smiled, shaking her head to indicate that she was fine, and continued, "However, I do not remember the man beside her or the 2 elderly individuals." It was unclear whether she truly did not recall them or had simply never encountered them. After Xiaoyu was lost, she had no heart to pay attention to the outside world. Lu Li nodded, circling the family's room number, marking them as a focus of attention. Room 802 housed the male and female heads of the household along with their high school son, rated with 4 stars. There were 2 other families, one in 1201, a couple with a 15 or 16-year-old daughter, rated with 3 stars, and another in 1402, a family of 3 with an elderly grandfather, who appeared quite aged. The male and female heads seemed to be around 50, and their daughter, who looked to be 27 or 28, donned a small suit in her identification photo, giving off an air of a strong woman, also rated with 3 stars. Upon closer inspection, the combat capability of this building appeared rather weak, as most families were encumbered with dependents. Generally, such households possess vulnerabilities and are less likely to provoke conflict or involve themselves in unnecessary disputes. They observed the messages in their group chat, noting that the most active individuals from their building were those in rooms 1601, 501, and the girl in 601 who had posted a selfie. Despite Zhou Yuan's persistent silence, the management, for reasons unknown, did not remove her from the group, but instead suggested perhaps each building should ascertain the residents within their respective floors. Our community has a low occupancy rate, with many still undergoing renovations and not yet moved in. Thus, the property management lacks a detailed resident registry. A few exchanged glances. Evasion was impossible. If they were to conduct a thorough investigation floor by floor, it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. However, Luli remained unperturbed, confident that they could simply push someone forward to register and then rely on Lu Ming. Without uttering a word, Lu Ming's imposing physique was imposing enough. Noticing Luli's gaze upon him, Lu Ming flinched. "What do you want, brotherly?" Luli stroked his chin thoughtfully. "When the time comes, you and Lu Cheng will handle the situation outside. Do not divulge our presence, and ensure no one enters, understood?" Lu Ming was confused, but Lu Cheng comprehended immediately, promising, "I will ensure the task is completed." Lu Ming scratched his head, realizing that brotherly intended for him to merely maintain a presence. Previously, during confrontations, it was always Lu Cheng who spoke while he simply stood there. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. This plan effectively removed suspicion from her as a resident of this building. Eventually, they would have to face the world again, but the longer they could remain hidden, the safer their little group would be. Lin Shui and the others shared this sentiment, exhaling in relief while casting a few disapproving glances at Lu Li, likely reflecting on his previous antics. Lu Li, accustomed to his mother's scrutinizing gaze, shrugged it off nonchalantly. With this significant matter resolved, it was time to resume their exercises and childcare. Zhou Yuan, while bouncing about with her 2 children, couldn't help but ponder the fate of the child from room 702 and how they had met their demise. If there were any way she could assist, she wished to do so, primarily as a mother who could not bear to see such young ones suffer. Additionally, it would serve to repay the kindness she had received in her past life, thus concluding that karmic cycle. Nevertheless, her willingness to help depended upon the circumstances. Having experienced much, she would not act blindly nor be overly altruistic. With such small children, the extreme heat combined with heavy rain could easily lead to illness. It was crucial to bolster their physical strength. Speaking of fortifying their health, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered the water she had set aside, only to realize that 3 hours had already passed. Was it still effective? She recalled that during her last test, it had lost potency in under an hour. Blaming that meddlesome mother, she had completely forgotten. Holding little hope, she lifted one of the cups and took a sip, her eyes brightening. Still effective. Zhou Yuan felt an urge to laugh aloud. This meant she wouldn't have to constantly fetch water. Whenever she was away from home, her family could only drink plain water. Glancing at the remaining cups, she decided to wait a bit longer to see how long the effect could be extended. Perhaps with each upgrade of her space, the water would no longer lose its efficacy. That was not out of the realm of possibility. Just like that, her previously agitated mood was instantly uplifted. Zhou Yuan continued to joyfully engage her 2 little ones in exercise, while Xiao Yu bounced energetically and Xiao Jin, besides skipping rope, was encouraged by her to swing the rope more vigorously. In the event of a zombie attack, it was essential to understand that zombies could only be killed by striking their heads. Their skulls were extraordinarily tough and lacking strength, Even the finest weapons would be futile. Although the adults would protect them, unforeseen events could occur, and honing their skills could very well save their lives. Zhou Yuan herself had always had weak hand strength. She remembered struggling to twist off bottle caps, not out of pretentiousness, but simply due to her lack of physical strength. In the early days when she was alone with her child, she yearned for a certain treat, yet was thwarted by an unyielding bottle cap, leaving them both staring at it in frustration. Ultimately, she had to muster the courage to ask a neighbor to open it for her, only to be met with disapproving looks from the neighbor's wife. It was indeed a tale filled with tears. As a few burly men entered, they beheld Zhou Yuan and Xiao Jin energetically swinging the rope back and forth on the balcony. The sight was quite impressive. Lu Feng chuckled. "What are you training for?" Zhou Yuan briefly explained the methods of combating zombies, causing the men to stiffen in response. Lin Shui and the elderly couple who entered afterward echoed. "Should we not practice as well?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "Mom and Dad, proceed at your own pace. Though you are older, you have endured hardships, and your hand strength surpasses mine and Xiao Jin's significantly. There is no need to overexert yourselves." She then turned to Lu Li. "Brother, your approach to their training is commendable. Ultimately, we shall rely on our hands to combat zombies and our legs to flee." Lu Li nodded and then inquired, "Would you care to join us in hitting the sandbags?" "No." Zhou Yuan quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "What a ludicrous suggestion. Just look at the bulging muscles on their arms. I have no desire to engage in such activities. My current training is solely to bolster my hand strength, which is alarmingly deficient." Her primary focus remained on training her mental strength for long-range attacks. Forgive her. Before the apocalypse, she had been a delicate flower, unfamiliar with manual labor, and had only learned to cook out of necessity, relying on tools to cut potatoes and julienne carrots. Asking her to hit a sandbag was simply beyond her capabilities. Chapter 35. Spatial Purification. Seeing her reaction, Lu Feng smiled knowingly and gently ruffled her hair. Indeed, she remained the little girl who made him worry every time she stepped outside. Lu Li noticed her firm refusal and did not insist. He felt it unnecessary. He simply could not believe that these few strong men could not protect them. There was no need for them to engage in violence. However, a basic ability for self-defense was still essential. Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Why should her lovely and charming daughter-in-law partake in such arduous tasks? She then proceeded to prepare dinner. Lu Aimin, on the other hand, frowned and declared, "I will join you for practice tomorrow." Upon seeing the disapproving looks from others, he retorted defiantly, "What is it? I'm not yet 60. I'm still young. I can carry a load of grain and run swiftly. You might not even be able to keep up with me." This was indeed true. Lu Aimin had grown up doing farm work, and his physique was certainly robust, deserving of respect. Lu Li contemplated for a moment and agreed. "All right, Dad, you can practice solo. I won't be assigned any tasks or time constraints. Just take care of your own body. As my sister-in-law said, act according to your abilities." Lu Aimin did not respond, turning to assist Lin Shui in the kitchen. Zhou Yuan recalled the few cups of water she had prepared. Glancing at the clock, an hour had passed. She hurriedly asked each of them to sample a cup, retaining one for further testing. After they drank, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We feel it." Lu Cheng, intrigued, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, this water is remarkable. The fatigue has vanished. I always wondered how your family's water could be so extraordinary, far superior to those heavily advertised functional drinks." Seeing the effectiveness of her concoction, Zhou Yuan felt elated and instructed Lu Feng to refill the water dispenser. She had previously filled a bucket for her experiment, and now she placed it atop the dispenser, ensuring its efficacy for at least 4 hours. The spring water stored in the pantry, however, would still need to be used immediately. After dinner, everyone lounged on the sofa, each engaged in their own activities. Zhou Yuan glanced at the homeowners group chat. Remarkably, she had not been kicked out yet, although that meddling woman continued to message her, inquiring why Zhou Yuan was ignoring her. Feeling exasperated, Zhou Yuan captured screenshots of the accusatory comments, particularly those from her cousin, and sent them before blocking her. In the group, after several attempts to get her attention and witnessing her silence, The group administrator mentioned the need for demographic data and began organizing individuals from various buildings. Some perceptive members established smaller groups, sharing QR codes for residents to join, such as Gao Ning from Building 5. Zhou Yuan paid no attention to the other buildings. Checking the QR code shared by the male head of household from apartment 502 in Building 8. It appeared Lu Li had a discerning eye. Theirs was the only 5-star rated family, indeed a capable household, with their youngest daughter already nearing her teenage years and both parents still youthful, without any elders present. Zhou Yuan, however, was not foolish enough to scan the code. That would be inviting trouble. Instead, she remained vigilant in the main group, shared her findings with everyone. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, what if I scan the code? There might be valuable information. No need, Lu Feng replied, shaking his head. If you scan it, how will you explain how you obtain the code? Others will eventually let you in. Lu Qing was puzzled, questioning how others would allow him entry if he did not scan the code. Lu Qing whispered an explanation, and Lu Qing instantly understood, realizing that everyone else seemed to share the same sentiment. He felt a pang of embarrassment, sensing his intellect was the lowest among them. He noticed Lu Ming, still oblivious to the situation, and felt a sense of relief, patting Lu Ming on the shoulder, who looked at him in confusion. Having rested sufficiently, they resumed their training. Lin Shui opted not to climb stairs at night for safety and instead chose to do aerobics, while Lu Aimin joined them for some boxing practice. Zhou Yuan retrieved a children's basketball, encouraging Xiao Jin to play with her younger brother, passing and shooting. She took a badminton racket, imitating the motions of the game, running, jumping, and striking, finding it quite effective after an hour. The remaining cup of water had been tested after dinner and was no longer effective, indicating the upgraded water's efficacy lasted around 4 hours, which was commendable, since Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu were still young and growing. Zhou Yuan ushered them to wash up and sleep by 9 o'clock. She followed suit and then entered the spatial realm to organize and enhance her mental fortitude. As she contemplated the task of cleaning up animal waste, she felt her scalp tingle in anxiety. However, she realized that neglecting it would only lead to a more unpleasant situation. To her astonishment, she discovered that all the animal droppings had been automatically purified. She had not noticed this during her previous visits, but now she could not find any excrement. It was unlikely that such a long time had passed without any accumulation. The only explanation was the space's automatic purification. She anxiously circled the livestock area and indeed found it to be completely clean. In fact, she witnessed a cow defecate a large pile, which visibly dissolved before her eyes. Zhou Yuan joyfully bounced around, relieved to have alleviated one of her greatest burdens. Little did anyone know, her daily concern was not merely surviving the apocalypse, but rather managing the endless mess of dung. During the initial days of cleanup, even with her mental focus, she had felt nauseated, causing Lu Feng and her mother-in-law to suspect she was pregnant, leading to her mother-in-law chasing Lu Feng for days. However, upon entering the planting area, another issue arose. Previously, she had utilized the droppings as fertilizer, but now that fertilizer was gone. Did they have any chemical fertilizer stored? Then she noticed the 2 chickens had followed her outside, pecking at weeds and insects in the vegetable garden while simultaneously depositing droppings, which also dissolved. It appeared as if the soil absorbed them. Zhou Yuan pondered. The black soil in the space and the grassy area seemed exceptionally rich in nutrients. Should she call it nutrient-rich? Perhaps it was more accurate to say the soil was fertile, and this fertility was derived from the very droppings? Could this be understood as a self-sustaining cycle? Zhou Yuan considered keeping the 2 chickens free range in the livestock area. However, fearing they might peck at the vegetable leaves, she constructed a small fence around the perimeter, allowing them to relieve themselves only on the surrounding soil to enrich it. Feeling quite pleased with her ingenuity, Zhou Yuan thought she might introduce more animals into the space. With the automatic purification, there was no unpleasant odor, making it feasible to raise more creatures. They had only laid a few eggs after all this time. With that in mind, she excitedly went to find Lu Feng. Chapter 36. The census Lu Feng did not refute Zhou Yuan's thoughts. However, with the rising water and the heavy rain outside, it was evident that they could not venture out for the next couple of days. He recalled the census scheduled for tomorrow and considered that the 4 adults and 2 children, along with Zhou Yuan, could remain undisclosed for the time being. The 5 men were of no concern, but they certainly could not reveal all their cards at once, especially since they would eventually need to go out to gather supplies. He and Lu Li, along with Lu Qing, bore similar physiques, making it easy to disguise themselves. Sending just one of them out would suffice. Previously, it had been decided that Lu Cheng and Lu Ming would handle the situation, but now he could join them. With that thought, he went to find Lu Cheng. The next morning, as anticipated, loud knocks echoed from the iron gate of the outer isolation terrace. Everyone had retired early the previous night, so they were awake and gathered for breakfast, which could well be considered a late lunch. Upon hearing the knocking, they exchanged glances, and Lu Li gestured to Lu Cheng, who willingly stepped outside, with Lu Ming following suit. As Lu Cheng opened the door, he heard a cacophony of voices beyond the security gate. A greasy male voice exclaimed, "This family is quite domineering. How dare they put up a door here? This is a public stairwell." "Indeed," replied a somewhat spoiled voice. "Why should the top floor claim the terrace for themselves? Is that woman who kept quiet yesterday living here?" A frivolous male voice chimed in, "Exactly. Thankfully, Brother Chen insisted on climbing up. Otherwise, we would never have known that someone actually lived on this floor." "Flattery will get you nowhere," scoffed a dismissive female voice. "Mind your own business, you wretch." "Enough. Silence," a steady male voice commanded. Once everyone quieted down, he called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Lu Cheng clicked his tongue, amused by the commotion. Surely, not every household had sent someone out. He opened the security door to reveal a group of men and women crowding the staircase. Upon seeing him, a wiry young man shouted, "What's the meaning of putting up a door here?" Lu Cheng recognized him as the same man with the oily voice. Recalling that he was the flirtatious fellow who had previously brought supplies to a married woman and had mocked the 4 of them for being single. Lu Cheng smirked and replied, "What do you mean? I'm simply preventing you from coming up. Look at you all buzzing around. I must admit, I'm a bit frightened." Another voice chimed in, "Hey, handsome, why say such things? We're just here to meet our new neighbors." "Exactly. We all just moved in, and, given the current situation outside, shouldn't we band together?" A sweet female voice added. Lu Cheng rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. Was this how women spoke nowadays? He genuinely believed his sister-in-law was beautiful, kind-hearted, and had a lovely voice. Seeing Lu Cheng silent, the steady-voiced man spoke again. "Young brother, my surname is Chun. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chun. I live on the 5th floor of this building. We are all neighbors here, and with the unusual weather, we thought it prudent to account for the residents of this floor. If anything arises, we could look out for each other. Would you kindly open this door?" "Yes." "Dismantle this door immediately. This stairwell belongs to all of us," the oily man from 1601 retorted. Lu Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, ignoring his provocations. "You," the oily man, catching sight of Lu Cheng's disdainful expression, opened his mouth to retaliate, but was abruptly silenced by Lu Ming, who stood nearly 6 feet tall as he emerged from inside. Lu Cheng couldn't help but notice this, feeling a twinge of jealousy toward Lu Ming's physical presence. Alas, he was not as clever as Lu Qing nor as formidable as Lu Ming, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, he was still quick with his words. Turning to Brother Chun, he smiled, "I sincerely apologize. My brother here suffers from paranoia, which is why we have this door up. With so many of you here, I simply cannot open it. If you have anything to say, please do so directly." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, including Lu Ming, as they mocked Lu Cheng's claim of paranoia. With that physique, he is more likely to intimidate others than be intimidated himself. Disregarding their expressions, Lu Cheng maintained his cheerful facade as he faced Brother Chun. After a moment, Brother Chun coughed into his fist, his voice stiff as he inquired, "I just wanted to ask how many households reside on this floor and the number of residents, along with their genders and ages." Lu Cheng chuckled, "Are you the police? Doing a household check?" Brother Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him just as Lu Li stepped outside, initially intending for Lu Feng to handle the situation. However, Zhou Yuan feared that the presence of another person might unveil their connection to Lu Feng, despite rarely being home, was known by many in the nearby community. Upon seeing another man emerge, The group sensed his imposing demeanor and fell silent, especially after noticing the sandbags hanging ominously from the open security door. Impatiently, Lu remarked, "What is taking so long? Why can't this be resolved?" Lu Cheng's eyes flickered mischievously. "Aren't you here to check on household details?" "Check what household details?" Lu shot a fierce look at the intruders. "Who are you to investigate?" With that, he returned inside, adding, "Hurry up. We still have tasks to complete today." Lu Ming promptly followed him back in. Lu Cheng, feeling flustered, called out to those outside, "You all heard it. It's just me and Lu here, one household. If Lu gets angry, I must go back in." He attempted to retreat through the door. "Hey, young brother." Brother Chen called after him. Lu Cheng, perturbed, asked, "What more do you want?" Brother Chen quickly opened a group QR code, saying, "We created a WeChat group for the residents of Building 8. Please scan to join. It'll be useful in case something happens." Lu Cheng admired Lu Qing's foresight, realizing he'd hit the nail on the head. With a feigned look of resignation, he pulled out his phone and casually scanned the code, gesturing, all right, you all can leave now." With that, he stepped inside and closed the security door, leaving the group outside exchanging glances. "Brother Chun, how many do you think they are?" A calm female voice inquired, belonging to the daughter from 1402. Brother Chen shook his head. "I'm not certain, but regardless of their numbers, they are not to be trifled with. We should keep our distance." The oily man was about to say something, but ultimately fell silent, realizing he could not take on even Lu Cheng, let alone Lu Ming and Lu Li. The group gradually descended the stairs, and just before one girl left the building, she glanced back at the security door, deep in thought. Chapter 37. Watching the play in the ensuing days, tranquility gradually enveloped the residents, rendering the owner group almost silent. The small chat groups, consisting of only a few individuals, engaged in inconsequential banter devoid of any substantial topics. The relentless downpour had raised the temperature to a sweltering 70 degrees, and the water levels continued to rise, soon reaching the third floor, where a woman resided. Lu Cheng overheard gossip in the group about how, during a prior census, a foul odor reminiscent of decay emanated from her residence, where her son's lifeless body lay, with the water now infiltrating her home. She had no choice but to ascend to higher ground, unable to remove her son's already decomposed remains. She pleaded for shelter in the group, initially met with silence, until a compassionate elderly couple from the 7th floor offered her refuge. Meanwhile, a newlywed couple attempted to procure food through the group, but this time, no one responded. After enduring over half a month of oppressive heat and torrential rain, only the older generation, like Lin Shui's, had the foresight to stockpile provisions. The younger crowd, however, lacked such habits, purchasing only as needed, often opting for takeout when supplies ran low. The older generation, burdened with families and mouths to feed, had little left to spare. Survival took precedence over profit in these dire times. Telephone communications remained somewhat functional, yet official lines, such as emergency services, were unreachable. After all, the police were human too. They could not venture outside any more than the residents could. Zhou Yuan recalled that in her previous life, official rescue efforts seemed to materialize only after nearly a month of relentless rain, by which point the peak temperatures had already subsided. Given the current conditions, it was likely that the highest water levels would be reached within a day or two, and official relief would soon follow, though it had proven largely ineffective in the past. The residents faced more than just a scarcity of food. They were also confronted with the looming threat of heat stroke. Many elderly and young children could scarcely endure such temperatures. Some households struggled with air conditioning, while others had long since succumbed to failure. This community, being newly established, had only recently acquired their homes, resulting in newer air conditioning units that could withstand the heat a bit longer. In contrast, many older neighborhoods had air conditioning systems that had ceased functioning long ago, with the group from Zhou Yuan buzzing with activity, likely mourning many losses. Even with air conditioning, it would soon become futile. Water and power outages would signal the true onset of disaster. For now, residents could still vent their frustrations in the group chats, regardless of their effectiveness, providing a necessary outlet. However, once those avenues for complaint were extinguished, it would feel as though they were simply awaiting their demise. It was indeed remarkable that the community had yet to experience power outages. Perhaps the nearby substation was situated on higher ground, spared from flooding? Normally, rising waters would trigger automatic power cuts. Lu Cheng appeared engrossed in some news, his expression filled with intrigue. Noticing Zhou Yuan's eager gaze, Lu Feng snatched the phone and handed it to her. Zhou Yuan flashed a sweet smile at her husband before delving into the gossip, leaving Lu Cheng to wear a look of frustrated indignation. The news was hardly groundbreaking, merely the trivialities that would arise even in peacetime. A woman from Unit 501 was allegedly entangled with a man from Unit 1601, prompting the latter's girlfriend to engage in a heated exchange within the group. Given the man's overt attentiveness, it was hardly surprising that he had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the husband of the woman from Unit 501 had likely prioritized sustenance over fidelity in these trying times. As the chaos began, two women exchanged barbs, one accusing the other of shamelessness for seeking solace in a married man, while the other lamented her inability to control her spouse, thus deserving of betrayal. The men in attendance, aside from a couple of boys, could only sit in silence, their legs crossed in discomfort. Zhou Yuan chuckled at Lu Feng, who leaned in a whisper, "I only lose control when I'm with you." A flush crept across Zhou Yuan's cheeks as she playfully pinched him, eliciting a yelp of "wife, mercy" from Lu Feng. She knew he was teasing. His recent workouts had rendered him quite sturdy, making her playful gesture ineffective. As the couple exchanged flirtations, Lin Shui and her husband shared knowing smiles, while the four single men present wore expressions of exasperation. They were left to grapple with their own hunger while the others reveled in their meals, all while being subjected to the couple's affectionate antics, an exercise in frustration. The bickering in the group escalated, with the woman from 1601 slinging insults not only at her rival, but also at the man, branding him a coward and insinuating that infidelity was a well-established habit. She warned other women with men at home to keep a watchful eye, lest they fall victim to the same fate. The homeowner from Unit 402, initially enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly called out and retorted, "You think just because you were betrayed, everyone else should be too?" This comment ignited a full-blown conflict, escalating from 2 women to 3, and eventually to 4. Soon, the men joined the fray, and the exchange devolved into chaos. Zhou Yuan counted the participants. Aside from Units 502, 701, 802, and 1201, everyone else had contributed to the fray. Not all were arguing. However, some merely observed, deriving amusement from the unfolding drama. For instance, the man from Unit 702 and the delicate girl from 601 played the role of peacemakers, offering consolation to both women, while the assertive woman from 1402 championed female empowerment. "What a grand performance," Lu Cheng remarked. Zhou Yuan tossed an orange at him, and he caught it with a grin, peeling it open to enjoy the succulent, tangy flavor, a rare indulgence in these times. Just then, Zhou Yuan noticed a friend request notification, and as she prepared to open it, she suddenly remembered it was not her phone. Nevertheless, she caught a glimpse of the message indicating that Zhang Wei from 601 had sent a request, and her interest piqued as she glanced at Lu Cheng, still savoring his orange. Without hesitation, she tossed the phone in his direction. Lu Cheng stared at the friend request on the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. What does she want from me?" Chapter 38. Intrigued, Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Just add her and you'll find out." Lu Qing, standing nearby, encouraged her. Lu Cheng, however, disregarded his words and was about to decline on his phone. Lu Li suggested, "Let us see what she wants." Reluctantly, Lu Cheng clicked to agree, and almost immediately a message arrived. "Hey there, handsome." It was a text, not a voice message. Lu Cheng responded with a non-committal under the gazes of his intrigued companions. The next message came through. "Do you and the other 2 boys have any food?" Zhou Yuan felt a sense of disappointment. It seemed this girl was merely fishing for snacks, which struck her as rather lowly. Lu Cheng, unsure how to reply, remained silent for a moment until the girl hastily continued, "Don't misunderstand. I have plenty of food here, my best friend and I stocked up on snacks." "Well, they're mostly snacks, but they're a lot, and they don't spoil easily." Zhou Yuan's curiosity piqued, and she urged Lu Cheng to respond quickly. Lu Cheng, feeling utterly helpless, was at a loss for words. In frustration, Zhou Yuan snatched the phone and began typing furiously. You have snacks and you're telling me this? Are you planning to share them with me? Lu Cheng watched as Zhou Yuan attempted to charm the girl, or rather, engage her in conversation. Handsome. You know, we're just two girls here. It's really not safe. Her voice dripped with a sweet, delicate tone that could only belong to a girl. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Having observed this girl as previous messages in the group, she suspected she was a bit of a tease. Now, it seemed she was not only cunning, but also somewhat intelligent. Zhou Yuan pondered, and then what? Do you expect us to protect you? Based on those snacks? After a moment of silence on the other end, Zhou Yuan worried that her words might have been too harsh, effectively killing the conversation. Just as she was about to say something to salvage the situation, another message arrived. You and the other two boys don't have girlfriends, right? My best friend and I are also single. The expression of the single men present brightened considerably, and Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be intrigued by the girl's boldness. At that moment, Luli took over the phone and typed, Is it that you don't have boyfriends, or simply no men? Zhou Yuan was momentarily confused. Was there a difference? Lu Feng, playfully ruffling Zhou Yuan's hair, turned his attention to his brother, intrigued. Zhou Yuan swatted Lu Feng's hand away, feeling as though he were petting a puppy. The girl on the other end stopped typing and sent a video instead. Luli maneuvered the phone away from Zhou Yuan's line of sight, and she could only hear the girl's voice. Hey, Zhang Weiwei. Realizing that the person receiving the video wasn't who she expected, greeted nonetheless. Zhou Yuan noticed that the voice was considerably more normal than the sweet, soft tone she had anticipated, which piqued her interest even further. Luli smirked. Are you an acting teacher? Zhang Weiwei, caught off guard by the question, replied. Girls are always multifaceted. It depends on which side they need to present. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Different settings evoke different personas, and this girl was beginning to appeal to her sensibilities. Oh, Luli raised an eyebrow. How do you know what side to show me? Considering we've never spoken before? That is simply our innate sixth sense, Zhang Weiwei replied calmly. But I'm curious about your thoughts on my earlier proposal. Luli chuckled. You still haven't answered my question. Zhang Weiwei, despite her calm demeanor, felt a flush of embarrassment at his inquiry. However, she realized she needed to find a protector. She was convinced that without one, she and Wenyun would soon be robbed of their supplies. She had surveyed the entire building, most residents preoccupied with their families, and only 3 single men remained on the rooftop. Although uncertain of their character, she recognized the gamble she was taking. That day, she had scrutinized the 3 men closely. The tall one seemed a bit dim. The blonde appeared carefree, yet had an honest gaze, while the man before her, slightly older, exuded an intriguing presence. As Luli watched the girl's expressions shift, he sensed her growing resolve. No boyfriends and no men. Luli fell silent, while Zhang Weiwei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She recognized that her self-advocacy might come off as desperate, but she was determined to survive and not become someone else's plaything. Luli finally spoke. You speak for yourself. But what about your so-called best friend? Wenyun? Zhang Weiwei hesitated, glancing at her friend who was gesturing wildly for her to back off. With a resigned sigh, she replied, well, she's a bit shy. But are you certain she would be willing to follow your lead? After all, she hasn't even met us. Luli interrupted. Don't take on too much responsibility, and we certainly aren't lacking in women. With that, Luli swiftly ended the video call, tossing the phone to a stunned Lu Cheng. Wait, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. We were having a good conversation. Why did you hang up? Lu Feng, tempted to ruffle her hair again, thought better of it upon seeing her fierce glare and instead remarked, this girl seems quite rational and perceptive. But her friend Zhou Yuan considered this and nodded in agreement, noting that Lu Feng had pointed out her friend for a reason. If her friend had any sense of responsibility, she should step up and speak out. Being shy wouldn't suffice. If they were to take in both girls, they would be inviting a potential time bomb into their midst. Lin Shui turned to Luli. Are you actually interested in this girl? Luli, under the scrutiny of multiple curious gazes, remained composed. Not really. Lu suggested, if you're interested, perhaps consider making an approach. If not, It's best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Caution is advised during these times. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while they were concerned about their eldest son's future, prudence was paramount. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan remained non-committal. Indeed, seeking a girlfriend in such time seemed ill-advised. Yet, if fate led them to such an encounter, they hoped Luli would not miss the opportunity. It was essential to assess the situation carefully. One must not view the world through rose-tinted glasses. Yet, a flicker of hope remained, a belief that a ray of sunshine would eventually break through. The three of them declared, "Long live singleness." Chapter 39. Colors of Emotion. Zhou Yuan gazed at Lu Li, an inexplicable premonition stirring within her. She suspected her elder brother harbored special feelings for this young woman and began to sense Lu Li's mental fluctuations. There's a color? She straightened up abruptly, prompting Lu Feng to ask what's wrong. Zhou Yuan shook her head, remaining silent. Since discussing her dreams with Lu Cheng and the others, she hadn't utilized her ability to probe their mental states. Could it be that her mental power was evolving alongside the space's upgrades? Lately, she had dedicated an hour each night to honing her mental strength, and she had noticed a significant improvement. It had become easier to focus her consciousness, and she could sustain it for longer durations. She could also readily perceive the auras of those nearby. During the recent census, for instance, she knew that 9 individuals had arrived, 6 men and 3 women, without even stepping outside. This awareness came effortlessly, like an innate psychic sense, and she had no desire to delve into their mental vibrations. She hesitated to probe her family members, feeling it would be an invasion of privacy. However, her curiosity had gotten the better of her today, and she was rewarded with unexpected discoveries. Noticing her silence, the others resumed their activities. Lu Feng quietly sat beside Zhou Yuan, aware that she had stumbled upon something significant but couldn't disclose it. He would simply provide cover for her. Knowing Lu Feng was by her side, Zhou Yuan confidently released her mental power, probing the mental fluctuations of those present. She began with the simplest targets, the 2 children engrossed in cartoons at the tea table. Children possessed pure hearts and low defenses, allowing her to easily perceive 2 green lines. Xiao Yu's line was purer, while Xiao Jin's was slightly lighter, tinged with a hint of light purple. Zhou Yuan frowned, unable to decipher the meanings of these colors. Observing the children's behavior, she noticed that Xiao Yu was completely absorbed in the cartoon, radiating joy, while Xiao Jin occasionally glanced at the adults, seemingly curious about what was happening. She surmised that green represented happiness and joy, while purple signified curiosity. She decided not to dwell on it, figuring she would learn more over time. To avoid forgetting, she jotted down her observations in her phone's memo. Lu Feng, noticing her writing green, happiness, purple, curiosity, wondered what it meant. As she turned to him, Zhou Yuan effortlessly perceived his line. A fleshy color? His eyes were fixed on her phone's memo, suggesting contemplation or confusion. Regardless, she recorded it. Lu Feng began to understand. Did his wife possess telepathic abilities? Instinctively, he clutched his chest. This might be useless. Zhou Yuan immediately noticed a faint red tinge appearing in Lu Feng's line, accompanied by his wide-eyed expression. Had he discovered her secret? So, light red represented shock? Lu Feng was stunned, realizing he had no secrets anymore. Zhou Yuan noticed a hint of gray in Lu Feng's line, raising her eyebrow. He had a lot on his mind, but what did gray signify? Was he aware that she could sense his mental state, causing fear or anxiety? She continued to write. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng resigned himself, quietly asking, "Wife, do you have telepathy?" Zhou Yuan shook her head. It wasn't quite telepathy, was it? Telepathy was the ability to detect thoughts accurately, whereas she was detecting mental fluctuations, essentially emotions. However, the two seemed related as mental and emotional activities were synchronized. Still, she couldn't discern their specific thoughts, only their current emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Relieved by Zhou Yuan's denial, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Otherwise, during intimate moments, she would be able to hear his thoughts, which would be mortifying. Zhou Yuan was speechless, noticing a pinkish-green hue appearing in Lu Feng's line. What did that mean? Frowning, she asked, "What were you just thinking about?" Lu Feng remained silent, gazing at the sky. The Buddha said it cannot be spoken. Seeing his refusal, Zhou Yuan didn't press him, confident she would find out eventually. She added a question mark after pinkish green, leaving Lu Feng utterly bewildered. What exactly was his wife's ability? Zhou Yuan shifted her attention away from Lu Feng. Having already gleaned so much color information from him, she couldn't exploit him alone. She then turned her gaze to Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, who were still chattering beside Lu Li. Both elders' lines were tinged with red, but not the light red she had seen earlier in Lu Feng. This was a rose red, representing concern. Lin Shui's line also had a hint of gray, similar to Lu Feng's earlier color, suggesting that gray generally represented fear or worry. Lu Aimin's line was fleshy, matching Lu Feng's initial color, suggesting contemplation. As for Lu Li, she hadn't paid attention when she first probed her, but she seemed to have a touch of purple. Now, her line was an orange-yellow. Zhou Yuan stared intently, unable to discern whether it indicated helplessness or annoyance. Another question mark was needed. Moreover, she sensed that Lu Li was aware of her probing, exhibiting some defensiveness, causing slight resistance. She glanced at Lu Feng, who stiffened, becoming alert. Zhou Yuan noticed that probing him was no longer as easy as before. So, this ability could be hindered if the target was aware or naturally cautious, creating a defensive barrier. The strength of this barrier depended on both the target's mental state and her own mental fortitude. Looking at Lu Cheng and his friends, who were whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing at Lu Li, she knew they were gossiping. Lu Cheng's smile was particularly gleeful, and Zhou Yuan easily perceived his line, which glowed a vibrant green. He was clearly delighted to witness Lu Li's predicament. Lu Ming's line was also green, but much lighter with hints of gold. Zhou Yuan paused, looking back at Lu Cheng's line, realizing that she had overlooked the golden glow due to the intensity of the green. What did gold signify? Turning to Lu Qing, she encountered some resistance, as expected, but not much. His line was also green and gold, with a touch of pinkish white. What was that? Regardless, she jotted it down. Unable to resist any longer, Lu Feng snatched Zhou Yuan's phone, scrutinizing the chaotic array of colors. There weren't just the 7 colors of the rainbow. How could there be so many? No wonder women's lipsticks came in so many shades. Zhou Yuan snatched it back, feeling exhilarated. She couldn't wait to try it out on others, but alas. Still, with so many people at home, their emotions constantly shifting, she could experiment with many colors. For some reason, everyone present felt a chill down their spines, especially Lu Feng. Chapter 40. Official Rescue in the days that followed. Zhou Yuan immersed herself in the exploration of mental energy lines, keen to ascertain the emotions represented by various colors. Naturally, she chose moments when everyone was gathered in the same space. To probe into individuals privately felt intrusive, and observing emotions in isolation proved challenging, leaving her uncertain about the emotional significance of certain colors. Previously, she had discerned that the pale green line associated with Lu Feng represented shyness and shame, though the intricacies of her discovery remain unspoken. Zhou Yuan had not disclosed her unique mental abilities to anyone apart from Lu Feng, as she was still navigating her own understanding of them. There was no need to reveal her insights prematurely. She would share them when the time was right. During the period when others regarded her as eccentric, she successfully identified most common colors. As for the rarer hues, she resolved to explore them gradually. She then began to assess the strength of her mental prowess, taking a discreet trip to the 16th floor. Upon reaching the 20th floor, she sensed the presence of 2 individuals on the 16th floor, estimating their distance to be approximately 10 meters. However, their mental fluctuations eluded her perception, though she could see the energy lines on the 17th floor. Yet, her timing was not ideal. She noted a pale green hue, alongside a faint yellow line, an unfamiliar color she had not encountered among her family, leaving her puzzled regarding its emotional connotation. She realized that when individuals were not in her immediate vicinity, she could only perceive their essences as belonging to a man and a woman, without being able to distinguish which energy line corresponded to whom. She also sensed the presence of 4 individuals on the 14th floor. one of whom emanated a very weak essence. Zhou Yuan frowned, but chose not to descend further, suspecting that the faint essence belonged to an elderly gentleman nearing his 80s, who had managed to endure thus far. Upon returning home, she found several men debating whether they could venture out. It was early September, and heavy rains had persisted for over half a month. Given the high temperature warnings, it had been over 20 days since the onset of the apocalypse. The recent rains had brought record-high temperatures, but they had begun to decline, and the rainfall had also lessened. Lu Feng and the others tested their thickest raincoats, finding them merely warm rather than unbearably hot. When Zhou Yuan returned, Lu Feng beckoned her over to seek her opinion. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I believe an official rescue is imminent in the next couple of days. The waters have risen to the 3rd floor of our building, threatening to reach the 4th, where a family had previously sought help in the group chat. However, with so many people, no household could accommodate them all. Ultimately, they were forced to break into apartment 602 on the 6th floor. Fortunately, the apartments are newly renovated, allowing them to move some old furniture upstairs. Meanwhile, the girl from apartment 601 had not resumed private conversations with Lu Cheng, leaving Zhou Yuan unsure if she had found a new ally. Official rescue? Liu Li Fronat. Inquiring about the specifics, Zhou Yuan explained that it involved evacuating families affected by flooding to safe relocation points and distributing food supplies. She recalled that in her past life, they had received a couple of pounds of rice and some vegetables. Zhou Yuan perused the homeowners group for Jingsujian and discovered that rescue efforts had already commenced there. It seemed their neighborhood, being somewhat remote and with a low occupancy rate in the new development, had received assistance later than others. We shall wait for the rescue before venturing out. By then, there will likely be others leaving as well, and we won't attract as much attention as last time." Lu Li decided. They began to outline their intended destinations. Lu Feng produced some cash, suggesting they revisit the village where their parents had collected livestock, hoping to bring back some animals. Lu Li nodded in agreement. "We have already gathered ample food supplies from various supermarkets, so we can pause those efforts for now. It's likely everyone else is heading to those locations too, so we should avoid the crowd. Instead, we can seek out some fuel and gemstones that my sister-in-law needs." Zhou Yuan contemplated and suggested the mineral and gemstone market, International Jade City, and a jade crafts market would have a wealth of jade. We might also consider visiting the wholesale market, which is teeming with diverse goods. There may be items we haven't stockpiled yet, Lu Qing proposed. Perhaps we could acquire a few vehicles? Lu Cheng chimed in with a grin. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are there still cars that are usable after being submerged? You might be surprised, sister-in-law. The better vehicles are often parked higher. Moreover, I heard there was a small luxury car exhibition at the International Building not long ago, showcasing several fine cars. Lu Cheng retorted, raising an eyebrow. Lu Feng and Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with only 3 vehicles at their disposal and the impending chaos of the apocalypse, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to acquire more vehicles at no cost. Let us finalize our destinations and devise a plan, establishing which locations to visit first and who will accompany us. While we cannot drive, we have stored inflatable rafts and speedboats. Given the current circumstances, it is essential to leave someone at home to watch over the elderly and children. As expected, the following morning brought a notification stating that officials would arrive around 10 o'clock to assist residents needing relocation to safe points, with each person eligible to receive 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of vegetables upon presenting their identification. The community erupted in excitement, the group chat buzzing with anticipation as they awaited the long-awaited official rescue. Some even began to criticize the authorities for their delayed response, questioning why help had taken so long to arrive while benefiting from taxpayers' money. Yet, they failed to consider that this natural disaster was not confined to a single city, but rather a calamity affecting the entire nation and the world. The officials were human too, grappling with their own hardships. It was not feasible to mobilize rescue teams instantaneously. Moreover, their city was merely contending with high temperatures, heavy rains, and flooding, while many other regions faced landslides and mudslides due to the torrential downpours, necessitating prioritization in rescue efforts. Ultimately, after deliberation, the group agreed that since they were not in dire need of food, they would refrain from taking advantage of the official aid, opting instead for the 3 individuals who had already made their presence known to collect a symbolic share. In the days preceding the rescue, they ensured that any enticing aromas from their meals were contained, lest they attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. The rescue personnel arrived aboard several speedboats, with 5 or 6 workers clad in fishing-style raincoats, their faces obscured apart from their eyes. They navigated the boats to the windows of the inundated floors, dividing into 2 groups, one to register residents needing relocation and another to distribute supplies. The distribution side was manageable. As long as one presented an ID, the process appeared rather lax, seemingly without the time for thorough identity verification. Each individual was allowed 1 ration per ID, yet a person could not use multiple IDs to claim multiple rations. Conversely, the relocation side was chaotic, with residents from the 4th floor clamoring for specifics about the relocation points. Residents from apartments 501 and 502 inquired whether the water would continue to rise, when the rain might cease, and if there was any official information available. A plethora of questions arose, though the officials were merely low-level staff, limited in their knowledge. Chapter 41. Trivial matters. It had been a long time since such liveliness filled the air. Zhou Yuan and her 2 children stood by the window, observing the commotion below. Their elevated position rendered them unnoticed, even without the aid of binoculars. Lu Feng watched the trio with a resigned shake of his head. Lu Li and the others had already departed. Zhou Yuan gazed at the vibrant scene beneath, sighing softly. After the official rescue, there would be a cessation of water, electricity, and internet services. Lu Feng said nothing, instead moving closer to wrap his arm around her shoulder. At that moment, a stir arose from below. Zhou Yuan turned her attention to the source of the noise, realizing that a quarrel had erupted, though the specifics eluded her. After about half an hour, Lu Li and the others returned, and without waiting for Zhou Yuan to inquire, Lu Cheng took the initiative to explain. The grandfather from room 1402 has passed away. His family wishes to have the authorities take them away to cremate him, but those on the same boat are unwilling, insisting they refuse to share a vessel with a corpse, and their words were quite harsh, suggesting they simply throw him into the water. This provoked the woman, and she became furious. Zhou Yuan fell silent. She had noticed the grandfather's weakening breath during her descent yesterday, and she was taken aback by his sudden departure. It was a sobering thought. Fortunately, that family possessed a conscience and encountered official aid. Otherwise, the body would either decay at home or, as suggested, be cast into the water, a fate that many would consider. After all, leaving a corpse indoors in this weather was overwhelmingly unbearable. Zhou Yuan recalled the devastation left behind when the floodwaters receded in her previous life. Logically, such horrid sanitary conditions would lead to an outbreak of disease. Was the so-called zombie virus related to these circumstances? She dismissed the thought. She was neither a researcher nor a medical professional, and pondering such matters was futile. Lu Cheng continued. Interestingly, the girl from room 601 had her friend accompany the authorities to the resettlement point, claiming she wanted to search for her parents. Zhou Yuan's interest piqued, and she glanced at Lu Li. What about Zhang Weiwei? She has tea left, Lu Cheng replied, understanding his sister-in-law as curiosity. She didn't even try to persuade her friend to stay or offer her a proper send-off. Really? Though they had interacted only a few times. Zhou Yuan sensed that Zhang Weiwei must care for her friend. While striving for her own path, she had not forgotten to include her companion. Did this indicate a rift between them? Lu Li looked on, bemused, as Zhou Yuan and Lu Cheng exchanged whispers, occasionally glancing his way. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as though he had become the focus of their attention. Had Lu Cheng somehow piqued Zhou Yuan's interest? He turned to Lu Feng, only to find him peeling grapefruit for the children, completely indifferent to his wife's actions. How had he never noticed that his brother was an ardent husband? Nevertheless, gossip aside, they needed to address the pressing matters at hand. Their recent descent had not solely been for food aid. They were primarily there to gather information regarding the official response. As Zhou Yuan and the others knew, this was a global catastrophe. Their central region remained relatively stable, but the northern and mountainous areas faced dire circumstances, plagued by landslides and mud flows, leaving many places overwhelmed and unable to assist each other. Rescue teams prioritized those affected regions, and experts predicted that this calamity would persist over an extended period. The nation's stockpiles needed to be relocated to safer locations. Otherwise, even if individuals were rescued, survival would be challenging without food and water. Thus, regions like theirs, which were still comparatively stable, were relegated to the end of the line for assistance. A stark reminder that urgent needs often take precedence over long-term solutions. Lu Qing interjected. I slipped a pack of cigarettes to one of the workers, and in return, I acquired some vital information. There is a significant base established by the government, where many high-ranking officials and important research personnel are gradually being relocated. He mentioned that his uncle is an expert at the Municipal Research Institute, which is why he has some insights. Zhou Yuan nodded, finding this revelation unsurprising. The so-called base was merely a refuge or makeshift camp organized by the province. In reality, there were only 4 major bases across the nation, situated in each cardinal direction, each far from their current location. Thus, she had lacked the means to reach such distant facilities in her previous life. Whether Lu Qing's information pertained to one of those bases remained uncertain. However, she recalled that those 4 bases had not been established so early in her past, possibly due to her own ignorance. This information was merely for awareness and bore little significance for her family. After all, Lu Li, Lu Cheng, and the others had not even completed high school. And Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were even less informed than Xiao Jin. As for Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan, while they held university degrees, they were merely graduates of a second-tier institution, far removed from the realm of research and technical expertise. They preferred to devote themselves to their modest lives, tending to their own affairs. The official rescue had not yielded further news, and the beleaguered power system finally succumbed, leading to a natural disruption of communications. This marked the true onset of panic, as humans are inherently social creatures. In her previous life, even amidst the looming threat of starvation, Zhou Yuan had felt that the situation was not as dire with power and communication intact. However, once contact was severed, she experienced a profound sense of abandonment, as if the world had turned its back on her. She hesitated to reach out to her neighbors. This uncertainty contributed to her eventual decision to join the larger group heading to the base, as her inner strength was insufficient for her to brave the journey alone with 2 children. She believed that the presence of others would equate to safety, unaware that in an apocalyptic world, crowded spaces pose the greatest danger. Fortunately, this time, having prepared in advance and with her family present, their solar generator ensured that the power outage had no adverse effects on them. The only lament was their inability to engage in gossip online. They had resolved to begin stockpiling supplies, starting with several jade markets. Regardless of whether they hoarded fuel, vehicles, or even animals in the future, upgrading their storage space was imperative. Otherwise, they would face awkward limitations. Choosing to maintain a low profile, they decided that only the 3 of them would go, with Zhou Yuan being essential to the mission. Thankfully, her physique was similar to Lu Qing's, and with Lu Feng and Lu Ming accompanying them, the others would remain at home to strategize routes to additional locations. Particularly for fuel, which was scattered, they needed to identify a safe and direct path. Zhou Yuan's previously downloaded offline map would prove invaluable. The jade markets were not close together, but to avoid drawing attention, they planned to paddle their inflatable boat to an isolated area before switching to a speedboat. To maintain discretion, they set out before dawn, fully equipped, with the 3 of them bearing the inflatable boat. Chapter 42. The Jade City. Initially, they thought it unlikely to encounter anyone at such an early hour. However, as soon as they released the inflatable boat from the 4th-floor window, they spotted another boat navigating towards them from a distance. Lu Ming, now more perceptive, quickly approached. It's from 1402. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng understood. This family had returned after attending to their grandfather's funeral. Indeed, they saw the male head of the family cradling an urn, pondering how they managed to procure a boat, given that the crematorium had likely ceased operations. It appeared that this family possessed some skills, as their inflatable boat was brimming with supplies. When the trio caught sight of them, they were momentarily taken aback. The daughter, looking particularly haggard, mustered a smile and greeted, "Hello, are you preparing to go out?" Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng hesitated to respond, leaving Lu Ming to awkwardly say yes. Opting for silence, the three of them boarded their inflatable boat without further ado. The water level only reached the third floor, and there was still a slight distance from the fourth floor window. Lu Ming descended first to stabilize the boat, followed by Lu Feng, who instinctively lifted Zhou Yuan down, unaware of any impropriety in the act. As they rowed away, Wang Zhelan observed their retreating figures, lost in thought. The male head of the family inquired, "What is it?" Wang Zhelan expressed her uncertainty, feeling that apart from the robust individual, the other two did not resemble the ones they had previously encountered. The nearby woman questioned. They were bundled so tightly that not a strand of hair was visible. "We've only seen them a few times, and their figures were similar." "How could you have such a feeling?" Wang Zhelan remained silent, recalling that the last one to descend had been carried down. Even if the man was frail, it was unlikely he would require assistance unless it were a scenario involving two men. A shiver ran down her spine. She wasn't inclined toward such thoughts, but it was none of their business. She merely warned her parents, "The individuals from the 35th floor are not to be trifled with. Let us avoid provoking them." Both Wang parents nodded in agreement. They were not naive and had raised a daughter like Wang Zhelan, oblivious to the fact that their embrace had revealed their identities. Zhou Yuan and her companions switched to a speedboat, heading straight for several jade markets. These markets were not clustered together, but scattered in various directions. They had prepared a route plan at home, but the floods had submerged the roads, rendering the signs barely visible. If it were Zhou Yuan alone, she would have been utterly lost. Fortunately, Lu Feng had a good sense of direction, and, after years of living in the city, he was relatively familiar with the general orientation, though it still took considerable effort to locate their destination. Their first stop was a bustling jade market from before the apocalypse, where they gazed at an expanse of water that seemed to stretch endlessly. Zhou Yuan hesitantly asked, "Lu Ge, are you certain this is the right place?" Lu Feng examined the map and affirmed, "I am certain this is the location." Zhou Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, realizing it was a fruitless trip. Lu Feng reassured her, "We have our diving equipment. Allow me to take a look below." Zhou Yuan instinctively shook her head. "What can you find alone? Besides, we have two more places to check. There is no need for you to take risks." Lu Ming served merely as a follower, complying with whatever they decided. Lu Feng concurred. It wasn't fear of danger that deterred him, but rather the impracticality of diving alone for an uncertain duration. Thus, they wasted no time and proceeded to the next location. Upon reaching another gemstone market, they spotted protruding structures and sighed in relief. At least they wouldn't return empty-handed. They anchored the speedboat beside the nearest building and peered inside through the windows, which were already partially submerged. While the windows on this level remained intact, they couldn't ascertain which floor they were on. Lu Ming promptly retrieved a hammer to break the window, an impressively large tool from their toolkit, which Zhou Yuan thought suited Lu Ming well as a weapon. The trio climbed inside and set to work. Unlike the polished jade ornaments found in commercial stores, this market offered unrefined stones, known as raw jade. Zhou Yuan possessed spiritual awareness, yet the stones emitted no spiritual fluctuations. Lacking X-ray vision, she couldn't discern whether the raw stones contained jade. They weren't there to gamble on stones, as their city, C, did not produce jade. Consequently, the market was relatively small. True jade enthusiasts ventured directly to the source. Here, only amateurs indulged in self-entertainment, so they shouldn't expect the raw stones to be of high quality. However, fortune might favor them with a rare find. They couldn't assess the quality, so they merely collected what they could. Zhou Yuan directly stored the larger pieces, while Lu Feng and Lu Ming gathered the smaller ones into bags. This building had only one floor above water, filled with raw stones. They disregarded the lower levels and moved on to another building, which contained not only untouched raw stones, but also some that had been partially cut, revealing glimpses of their interior. After exhausting this market, Zhou Yuan sensed some activity within her space, but chose not to investigate. They continued towards the international jade market, which ultimately surprised them. Due to its elevated terrain and the presence of a void space beneath, only one floor of the 10-story building was submerged. True to its name, the interior was devoid of raw stones, instead presenting complete blocks of jade. Admittedly, Even if they were cut, the trio couldn't judge their quality, as this remained a blind spot in their knowledge. Nonetheless, Zhou Yuan found them visually appealing. Their translucent beauty compelled her to collect them without hesitation. As they ascended the floors, the jade appeared increasingly exquisite. Eventually, they encountered some that had been intricately carved into finished products. These were not comparable to the items displayed in shops or jewelry stores. Even their lack of expertise made them acutely aware of the superior quality of these pieces, with prices starting in the hundreds of thousands. Zhou Yuan recalled the half-human-high ornament that had previously prompted her space's upgrade, estimating it would cost several $100,000. She gazed up at the remaining 2 floors, realizing she might truly strike it rich this time. However, she understood that as her space upgraded, it would likely become increasingly challenging, so she tempered her expectations, though she was certain she wouldn't be disappointed. They swiftly collected items from the last 2 floors, transitioning from initial exhilaration to a sense of normalcy akin to viewing ordinary stones, an emotional journey that few could comprehend without experiencing it themselves. After nearly completing their gathering, they paused to enjoy a meal prepared by Lin Shui, which had been preserved in a container. Thanks to the preservation function of their storage compartment, the food tasted as fresh as if it had just been made. The 3 of them relished their meal, one even indulging in a chilled soda, which provided a delightful relief to their parched throats. Lu Ming finally understood why Lu Cheng often remarked that being with his sister-in-law meant enjoying the finer things. A stark contrast to his experiences with Li Ge and Feng Ge. As darkness fell, they quickly finished their final tasks. With the outside world rendered perilous, especially with the power outage plunging everything into darkness, they decided against lingering, quietly returning under the cover of night. Apart from the family from 1402, no one was aware of their earlier excursion. Chapter 43. The off-road vehicle, as Zhou Yuan had previously surmised. The expansion of his space became increasingly sluggish in the later stages. Fortunately, the abundance of jade stones they had collected this time, coupled with their exceptional quality, led to significant transformations. Firstly, the area had undoubtedly increased. Standing within the house, she could no longer see the end. The nearby mountain, once a mere patch of land, had now become a grand mountain. However, Zhou Yuan dared not venture closer, uncertain of what lay within. The land, now covered with grass, was beyond description in terms of size. To grasp the scale, she took an electric bicycle and circumnavigated the perimeter, which took her half an hour. The second floor of the house had been transformed into a luxurious space, furnished with all necessary appliances, though devoid of furniture. This was inconsequential, as they had stockpiled plenty of home goods during their previous excursion to the shopping mall. The layout of the second floor was somewhat peculiar, resembling a vast open area without separate rooms, featuring a single bathroom but lacking a kitchen. In a moment of inspiration, she repurposed the amusement equipment she had previously stored for the children into a 100-square-meter playground, giving herself a silent commendation. The storage room's dimensions remained unchanged, but the height had increased. The shelves she had once placed inside, initially 3 tiers high, had now automatically transformed into 4. The pawns area had expanded, yet the opposite side remained hidden from view, with the spring size unchanged. However, the duration had lengthened to 12 hours, and the energy appeared more abundant. Furthermore, her psychic abilities seemed to be intrinsically linked to the space's upgrades. She categorized her psychic powers into 2 types, one being the perception of others' presence and location, which she termed psychic detection, and the other being the ability to perceive the emotional colors of individuals, referred to as psychic empathy. Now it seemed she had acquired a new ability, the power to move objects at will. Previously, she could only manipulate items within the space using her consciousness, but now she could also move objects externally, akin to telekinesis. Additionally, her range of psychic detection had expanded from approximately 10 meters to about 20 meters, allowing her to sense the presence of others even from the 16th floor of her building. Her psychic empathy had also intensified, enabling her to perceive even the slightest offenses from individuals like Lu Li and Lu Qing without obstruction. As for her telekinetic control, she had only just begun to grasp it. She could manage to retrieve items from the space and place them directly where needed, but moving objects externally remained beyond her current capabilities. This ability was likely a gift from the space's upgrade. Yet the strength of her control would require further honing of her psychic energy. Upon learning the dimensions of Zhou Yuan's space, her companions felt reassured. Lu Cheng began to fixate on acquiring a vehicle, and it mattered little to them what order they proceeded in. Stockpiling vehicles first, and then fuel could be managed seamlessly. Thus, after a day's rest, Zhou Yuan set off once more with Lu Cheng and Lu Li, although Lu Ming was originally supposed to join. However, neither Lu Feng nor Lu Li felt comfortable allowing the three to venture out alone. Lu Cheng was known for his loose tongue. Lu Ming was rather dull. And without the protection of the space, Zhou Yuan would not be permitted to leave. As dawn broke, the trio descended to the 4th floor, where the water level had risen slightly. This time, Zhou Yuan jumped down, clutching Lu Li's arm. It occurred to her that her previous descent with Lu Feng may not have been entirely appropriate, especially since 1402 had witnessed it. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Given her frequent outings, she could not avoid being seen. Lu Cheng, an avid aficionado of luxury vehicles, not only knew of this hidden car exhibition, but was also well acquainted with its location, which was conveniently nearby. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan was astounded. The array of luxury cars was truly remarkable. Despite her limited knowledge of automobiles, she could recognize a few brands: Porsche, Maserati, Ferrari, among others, though most were high-performance sports cars. While such vehicles were exquisite, in a post-apocalyptic world rife with zombies and flooded roads, they would be rendered useless. They required off-road vehicles with higher ground clearance. Lu Cheng was aware of this as well, admiring the cars with great enthusiasm. However, he showed no inclination for Zhou Yuan to collect them, merely sighing as he led them to the next level. The upper floor was not filled with sports cars, but rather an array of RVs from various brands, far superior to the one they had stockpiled previously. Lu Li squinted, realizing that had he known Lu Cheng possessed this interest, he wouldn't have wasted money on their RV or the subsequent modifications. The vehicles on display had been professionally altered and were of far superior quality, featuring bulletproof glass and explosion-proof tires. Zhou Yuan wasted no time and began collecting the RVs, appreciating their comfort, even if they never hit the road. Setting one up as temporary shelter while camping outdoors would be immensely enjoyable. Additionally, there were several off-road-oriented RVs among them. After gathering the RVs, they continued their ascent, with Lu Cheng leading the way. Suddenly, he erupted with excitement, prompting Lu Li to feel exasperated at having brought along such an exuberant child. Zhou Yuan quickened her pace to see Lu Cheng circling a particularly striking vehicle. It was an off-road vehicle that, judging by his hesitance to touch it, was undoubtedly exceptional. Lu Li, initially indifferent, rushed over to examine it closely. "Is this the Night 15? Lu Cheng nodded eagerly. "I never imagined I would have the chance to see this legendary vehicle in my lifetime." Zhou Yuan blinked, pondering the peculiar name. Liu Li, Notijin Her Confusion, A Planet. The Night 15 is a Canadian SUV, ranked just below the Reaper and the Cabot Shield. Zhou Yuan's bewilderment deepened, and Lu Cheng interjected. "This is an armored vehicle, with bulletproof capabilities and off-road performance that is absolutely beastly." He couldn't help but touch it as he continued. "In our country, acquiring one of these would cost over 5 million. Now Zhou Yuan understood. It was exorbitantly priced, but undeniably valuable. Lu Li added, "Most people can't afford it. It consumes a staggering 58 liters per 100 kilometers. As Zhou Yuan prepared to reach out, she instinctively withdrew her hand. This behemoth certainly had an insatiable appetite for fuel. Though she wasn't a car expert, her frequent trips to the petrol station had imparted some knowledge. Their family's 7-seat SUV, with a 2.0T engine, consumed 11 liters per 100 kilometers, and she already deemed that excessively wasteful. The Night XV's consumption was 5 times that, at the very least. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Li chuckled. "You should collect it. It will prove useful when the time comes." Zhou Yuan had merely reacted reflexively, but she knew they needed to acquire it. However, operating such a vehicle outside would be daunting. She decided to gather the nearby vehicles as well. Possessing companions of equal caliber would be a rare opportunity, especially since they were all off-road capable, ensuring they would be well equipped for their travels. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's acquisitions, Lu Cheng was ecstatic. His excitement only grew when he saw the food and drinks Zhou Yuan had brought out. After enjoying their meal, the trio strolled around and discovered a storage area filled with various car parts and tires, a delightful surprise. Each of them possessed skills in vehicle modification, so having access to these original tires and components would alleviate concerns about potential breakdowns. Chapter 44. The gas station having just emerged from the auto show shortly after noon. The trio decided to venture to a nearby gas station in hopes of fortune. After all, having acquired several vehicles would be futile without fuel. They had previously marked the location of a gas station on their map, making it easy to locate. However, upon arrival, they discovered that it had been entirely submerged, presenting a significant challenge. Yet, Zhou Yuan was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Donning her diving suit and equipment, she prepared to plunge into the depths. Liu Li, somewhat apprehensive, cautioned sister-in-law, "Perhaps we should reconsider. We can wait until the flood recedes. There will be other chances." Shaking her head, Zhou Yuan responded, "Once the waters recede, everyone will realize the necessity for fuel, complicating matters. Trust me, it shouldn't be too deep. I'll take a look. If I can collect some, I will. And if not, I'll return." Liu Li understood her reasoning. They were seizing a prime opportunity, while others remained oblivious. In truth, they were at a disadvantage. If they submerged themselves, they would need to devise a means to retrieve the fuel, which would be time-consuming and laborious. It dawned on them that their group of men was merely relying on Zhou Yuan, which was rather disheartening. Lu Cheng, standing nearby, felt powerless and tugged at the tether in his hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, please be careful. If anything goes awry, just pull the rope and we'll haul you back up." Furrowing his brow, Liu Li added, "Sister-in-law, take an extra set of equipment. I'll accompany you." Yes. Let brotherly join you." Lu Cheng eagerly nodded. If anything were to happen to Zhou Yuan, he would have to face the wrath of Brother Feng, not to mention Aunt Shui and Uncle Min. He had come to realize during this time that his sister-in-law was the cherished one in the family, deserving of utmost protection. Zhou Yuan agreed. Given the uncertainty of the situation below, it would be much safer for them to descend together. Once suited up and securely fastened with the tether, they plunged into the water. The warm weather made the water pleasantly temperate, akin to a hot spring, and they immersed themselves eagerly. Zhou Yuan had not been a swimmer in the past, but when her son Xiao Jin enrolled in swimming lessons at 6, she had simultaneously signed up for an adult class. Consequently, during his extensive training, she had honed her swimming skills. Otherwise, seeking fuel would have been too perilous. They positioned their vessel directly above the gas station, diving approximately 4 to 5 meters before spotting the fuel nozzle. Given the circumstances, they could not simply retrieve the vehicle and refuel. They lacked the necessary permissions. Thus, they sought to determine if there were any storage tanks in the facility. However, after circling the station, they discovered that it possessed no oil reserves. Liu Li proceeded toward an open area adjacent to the gas station. Zhou Yuan hurried after him and witnessed him lift a 1 square meter cover. Peering inside, she realized it was the access point to the underground storage tank connected to the fuel pump. Understanding Liu Li's intent, she recognized he wanted her to collect the fuel directly. Her eyes brightened. She could indeed absorb connected items, yet she was unable to move large, immobile objects, such as the ground or buildings. The storage tank, with a capacity of 50 cubic meters, was worth a try. Acting swiftly, she swam over, placing her hand on the tank, concentrating intently. Liu Li anxiously observed her. After approximately 30 seconds, Zhou Yuan opened her eyes and signaled a no-kid to him. Prompting a sigh of relief, it had worked. Subsequently, they replicated the process, gathering all the underground fuel tanks from the gas station before returning to the speedboat. Upon their return, Lu Cheng exhaled deeply. "Brotherly sister-in-law, you're finally back. I was about to drag you up myself. What took you so long?" Zhou Yuan climbed aboard, removing her oxygen mask, taking a deep breath. She exchanged a smile with Liu Li, who was also catching his breath. Their haul was substantial, for large tanks of diesel and gasoline, each containing 20 cubic meters, totaling 80 cubic meters or 80,000 liters of fuel. This would sufficiently power her 7-seater for over 700,000 kilometers. However, Recognizing that fuel was a consumable resource and non-renewable, they resolved to stockpile more. The trio subsequently visited 2 nearby gas stations. Yet, after prolonged diving, Zhou Yuan's stamina began to wane, prompting Lu Li to decide it was time to return. They still had time. In truth, it was still early. By the time they paddled the inflatable boat back to their neighborhood, dusk had not yet fully descended. As they approached Building 8, Zhou Yuan sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes upon them. Unfazed, they had anticipated such scrutiny. Before leaving, each had shoulder pack. And while transitioning to the inflatable boat, they had discreetly stowed various miscellaneous supplies to obscure their activities. The trio calmly retrieved the inflatable boat and returned to their apartment building. No one emerged from their floor to confront them directly. However, when Zhou Yuan reached the 5th floor, she paused momentarily before continuing upward. Lu Li and Lu Cheng exchanged glances, both sensing an unusual presence above. As they ascended to the 6th floor staircase, they witnessed a man and a woman grappling on the landing. The man clutched the woman tightly, attempting to kiss her, while she struggled against him. Though her face was obscured, it was evident she was unwilling, desperately trying to break free. Yet, the disparity in strength between them was unmistakable. "Let go of me." The woman's voice quivered, filled with distress. Such a tease, always acting coy while seducing others. Now you pretend to be pure? The man's greasy voice was utterly nauseating. The trio found themselves at a crossroads, unsure whether to intervene. Though they contemplated stepping in, they remained motionless, in uncertain circumstances. It was wiser to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, they might find themselves unjustly blamed or entangled in a dire situation. Just as they exchanged glances, contemplating their course of action, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the man grunted, followed by a sharp exclamation. "Damn, you filthy whore." Zhou Yuan looked up to see the woman wielding what appeared to be an eyebrow razor, while the man clutched his chest, blood seeping from the wound. However, such a small blade could hardly inflict a critical injury. It likely only grazed the surface. The man swiftly regained his composure and retaliated with a slap, sending the woman sprawling to the ground, the razor clattering away as he lunged to reassert control. At that moment, a figure charged forward, delivering a swift kick to his vulnerable area. The man, caught off guard, collapsed, emitting a gut-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the building. Lu Li and Lu Cheng winced, empathizing with the unimaginable pain that only a man could truly understand. Indeed, the assailant was Zhou Yuan, who had not squandered the strength she had cultivated during her training. Moreover, she had targeted the most vulnerable area with precision. Turning her gaze toward the girl on the floor, Zhou Yuan noted her lingering apprehension. Lu Li and Lu Cheng stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively between Zhou Yuan and the man, before addressing the girl, frowning. "Zhang Weiwei?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. It was the girl from apartment 601. Chapter 45 Assistance on the Ground. Zhang Weiwei heard that familiar voice and momentarily gazed at Lu Li. Though masked, she recognized him as the man from the video that day. Her attention shifted to the individual who had just intervened, similarly attired and completely covered. But she discerned that it was a woman. Indeed, men generally do not target other men's more sensitive areas during a confrontation. As anticipated, the woman approached to assist her, asking gently, "Are you all right?" Zhang Weiwei felt the touch of those hands, soft and delicate. Even through the gloves, she could sense their slender elegance, undoubtedly belonging to a beautiful hand. She shook her head in response. "I'm fine, thank you." Zhou Yuan pursed her lips, glancing at the man on the ground who was still groaning, then at the throng of people suddenly pouring down the stairs, presumably drawn by the man's pig-like cries. At that moment, a woman from upstairs screamed as she pushed through the crowd towards him. "Ah, honey, what happened to you?" Zhou Yuan indicated that she did not recognize her. While Lu Cheng quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, she is from the 16th floor." Zhang Weiwei, standing nearby, naturally overheard Lu Cheng's words. She looked up to see the faint yellow hair peeking from the man's head, realizing he was the same one who had come out to confront them that day. He had called the man Li Ge back then, and now referred to this woman as sister-in-law. It reminded her of his earlier boast that he was not in need of women. A sense of melancholy washed over her. and she recalled his flirtatious words in the video, surmising that the person he had glanced at that day was not the yellow-haired man, but rather this woman. It struck her as odd. She had genuinely thought he was single. After all, he appeared to be in his 30s. Perhaps he already had children. Though she, too, had been coerced, the thought of trying to entice him in front of his wife felt like social suicide. As Zhang Weiwei berated herself, the woman supporting the man began to lash out. "Who kicked my husband?" Zhou Yuan smirked. "Husband? Are you even married? You call him husband. But does he wish to marry you?" "You." The words hit the woman hard. What did their marital status have to do with her? Zhou Yuan scoffed. "It may not concern me, but if he can't control himself, seeking marriage elsewhere, I wouldn't mind keeping an eye on him." Lu Li and Lu Cheng exchanged silent glances, both looking skyward. "Help, Brother Feng. My sister-in-law is a bit fierce." The woman, momentarily taken aback, understood the situation at a glance. Nevertheless, she could never bring herself to hold her husband accountable. Men, after all, who would he enjoy such escapades? It must be that these women were restless, seeking to entice others. Her gaze landed on Zhang Weiwei, whom she recognized as the green tea hypocrite from the last altercation with that scoundrel from 501. Anger surged within her, and she lunged forward, attempting to drag Zhang Weiwei out. Lu Li anticipated her aggression towards Zhou Yuan and swiftly seized her wrist, pulling her aside. He had no qualms about confronting women. However, he miscalculated and inadvertently flung her towards her husband, her elbow landing directly on the man's sensitive area, eliciting another pained squeal. Oh dear, this truly was adding insult to injury. The woman scrambled to her feet, rushing to inspect her husband. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed, "TSK, TSK, this might just ruin him." Zhou Yuan glanced over, noticing the cuckolded husband, while his wife cowered behind him, silent. The woman on the ground erupted. "You're nothing but a turtle bastard, a green-haired turtle. Your wife is climbing onto other men. It must be because you're inadequate." Lu Li, disapproving of the escalating vulgarity, aimed to shield Zhou Yuan's ears from such filth. Reflexively, he recalled Zhou Yuan's earlier sharp words and barked, "Silence. All of you." Indeed, Lu Li's fierce presence commanded respect, a remnant of his past on the streets, and the impending verbal brawl abruptly ceased. He turned to the couple on the ground, stating sternly, "That kick was ours, but let me be clear. Should we encounter you again, it will not merely be a kick. I have no interest in your affairs, but I cannot abide men coercing women." With that, he brandished a dagger from his bag, brandishing it menacingly, successfully instilling fear in all present. Without further ado, he gestured for Zhou Yuan to retreat, to which she nodded and began to leave. Noticing Zhang Weiwei's anxious expression, he feigned rummaging through his backpack, while actually retrieving a spring knife, handing it to her. "Your eyebrow trimmer is far too small to be effective. Take this. Those shameless scoundrels ought to be dealt with. One stab is all it takes. If that fails, incapacitate him." As Lu Feng descended from upstairs, he caught wind of Zhou Yuan's fierce words, halting in his tracks before rushing down to embrace her. "What happened? Who touched you?" Zhang Weiwei, still dazed by the spring knife in her hand, witnessed the woman across being hugged by a man. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Li, thinking, "Isn't she his wife?" Yet he merely pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. "Why are you down here again? Really, go back." Given the stares from others, it was clear they were exposed. Besides Lu Qing, there were only 2 elders and children present. With such a spectacle today, hiding was no longer an option. Zhou Yuan met Lu Feng's gaze, feeling awkward as if she had slapped him in the face, especially since she had suggested they keep a low profile. Once home, Zhou Yuan nestled into Lu Feng's embrace, feeling guilty. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were puzzled, prompting Lu Cheng to explain, leading Lin Shui to exclaim, "Well done, Yuan. If I were there, I would have stabbed him myself." Mom. Lu Li, irritated by his mother's interference, felt exasperation. Today's events were far from trivial. Lin Shui, noticing his anger, fell silent. Lu Li turned to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. However, before he could finish, Lu Feng seized the conversation. "Brother, I believe Yuan acted correctly. It's impossible for anyone to feign ignorance, especially since Yuan, being a woman herself, showed remarkable restraint by not rushing in immediately." "Be quiet." Lu Li felt exasperated. having barely begun to voice his thoughts before they were all taken. He did not intend to criticize Zhou Yuan's actions. He merely believed they were being overly conspicuous and that such matters should not fall to her. As Lu Feng attempted to continue, Zhou Yuan interrupted, looking at Lu Li. "Brother, I understand your concerns, but I genuinely couldn't help myself." Zhang Weiwei's reaction mirrored my own the first time I took a life. She only had a small eyebrow trimmer, while I had hidden a fruit knife. Lu Li was taken aback. Zhou Yuan had previously shared her experience, but never the specifics of how it had transpired. Lin Shui's heart ached, while Lu Cheng and the others stared wide-eyed. Lu Feng recalling Zhou Yuan's previous tales. Quickly, he pulled her head into his chest, looking at Lu Li. "Brother, let us not dwell on the past. What is done is done. We must now consider our next steps." Chapter 46. The Virgin Mary as the living room fell into a serene silence. Lu Cheng broke the stillness with a light-hearted chuckle, asserting it's really not a big deal. "Our exposure has served to intimidate others." Lu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "As long as they remain unaware of the two elders and the children in our midst, we should be fine." With the network down and that cousin of a Yuan's nowhere to be found, her identity remains a secret. As long as our parents and the children, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, don't make an appearance, no one will suspect us. With just a handful of us men here, it's unlikely anyone will inadvertently cross our paths. Furthermore, once the floodwaters recede and the zombies emerge, no one will have the leisure to concern themselves with us. Lu Li acknowledged the soundness of Lu Feng's reasoning. He had been hasty in his earlier panic. Their original plan had been to wait for the emergence of supernatural abilities for safety, but advancing their timeline seemed manageable. Turning to Lu Feng, he suggested, "Today, my sister-in-law has been underwater all afternoon and must be weary. You should take her to rest." Lu Feng's expression turned serious. "What have you been up to?" Liu Li, recalling the 10 or so cans of oil they had hoarded, allowed a faint smile to surface. "We procured some oil." With that, Lu Cheng animatedly recounted the triumphs of their day. Lu Feng led Zhou Yuan back to their room, where she gently urged him, "You should go. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest." Understanding her desire for solitude, he refrained from insisting, merely pinching her nose playfully. "Don't get too wrapped up in your thoughts." Once the door closed, Zhou Yuan leaned back against the bed. She mused that if given another chance, she would still intervene. How to put it? She didn't consider herself the so-called Virgin Mary. Many apocalyptic novels feature particularly ruthless heroines, indifferent to the death at their feet, quick to draw a blade. She believed she could not embody such coldness. It wasn't that she lacked kindness. Rather, despite enduring an apocalypse, she had not faced betrayal or the treachery of so-called extraordinary relatives. Her 2 years had been arduous, but that was her own doing. Lacking abilities meant she could blame no one else. She was simply an ordinary person, too unremarkable for the machinations of power struggles or life-and-death games played by high-level supernatural beings. The people around her were also ordinary, all striving to survive without indulging in unnecessary schemes. The man she had killed in self-defense had acted out of some misplaced impulse. Because of that encounter, no one sought her out to cause trouble. Thus, when she ultimately perished, there was no resentment, merely a feeling of exhaustion. Having spent just over 2 years in that harsh reality, she had not become so callous. Of course, having endured such hardship, she lacked the propensity to indiscriminately help everyone in need. Zhang Weiwei, however, had piqued her interest. Initially, she had no intention of offering assistance. Had it not been for Zhang's own defiance, Zhou Yuan would not have intervened or offered her knife. After all, if one does not save oneself, no one else can. In this wretched apocalypse, humanity endured great difficulty. In times of self-preservation, kindness towards others could be a form of self-harm. Yet Zhou Yuan often found herself contemplating how to assist others without jeopardizing her family, always discerning whether a person was worth helping, having witnessed many ungrateful souls. Through her psychic abilities, she felt confident in her ability to read people. Earlier, when she willingly offered her spring knife, it was because she found the girl intriguing. During the event, she had been observing her emotional spectrum. Initially, it was a hue of yellow-red, indicative of anger and disgust. However, when she went to assist her, Gold began to weave into her spectrum, an emotion she had previously noted in Lu Cheng and his companions, representing trust and admiration. The gold was faint, suggesting a stage of gratitude. When Lu Cheng called out, "Sister-in-law," she noticed the girl's spectrum shift to khaki, then to a soft green. Initially perplexed by the presence of shyness, she soon understood the girl's gaze towards Lu Li, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation. Later, when Lu Li defended her, Zhang Weiwei's color transformed to a light orange, reminiscent of Lu Qing's envy when he admired Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan's relationship. Thus, she felt compelled to give her the knife, noticing the gold in her spectrum deepened slightly. When Lu Feng embraced her, her colors shifted again, now reflecting shock and joy. Indeed, this young woman harbored a budding affection for Lu Li. As for Lu Li, given his demeanor today, Zhou Yuan sensed that one day he would pursue her with fervor. The thought ignited a sense of eager anticipation within her. Zhang Weiwei, in truth, had not initially endeared herself to Zhou Yuan. The gossip within their group had been irksome. However, when Zhang later sought help, presenting her only bargaining chip in a contest with Lu Li, Zhou Yuan began to reconsider her. As Zhang had said, women could display many facets depending on necessity. Zhou Yuan believed that if these facets were to protect oneself, there was nothing wrong with that, though this was contingent upon whether others were harmed in the process. A matter requiring careful consideration. Everyone possesses their own way of living, and it is a personal choice. Others have no right to interfere. If one can accept it, they will. If not, they should leave. Zhou Yuan had never been one to concern herself with others' opinions. She had forged her own life, no longer fixated on the matter. She recalled Lu Feng's analysis, recognizing it was not a significant issue, though perhaps not conducive to arrogance. Regarding Zhang Weiwei, she felt she had done enough to assist her. Lu Li's comments today had provided a measure of assurance, and with the knife given, significant problems seemed unlikely to arise. As for the couple, Zhou Yuan had not been gentle with her kick. In a world rife with scarcity, whether he could recover remained uncertain. Given his cowardly demeanor, he likely lacked the courage to instigate trouble again. He could only bully a solitary young woman. As for the girl, Zhang Weiwei should be capable of managing her. After a long day, particularly the strenuous endeavor of retrieving the oil canisters from underwater, Zhou Yuan was utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. Lu Feng, concerned, had checked on her, relieved to find she was indeed safe and sound. Upon Lu Li's return, he appeared significantly more relaxed and expressed some regret. "Ah Feng, today was my oversight. It was not my intention to place any blame on my sister-in-law." Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. "Brother, it's fine. Yuan won't take it to heart. If she were truly bothered, she would have confronted you directly. She is not one to suffer in silence." Lin Shui, who had been listening, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yuan is quite forthright. She speaks her mind. If she were troubled, I would notice immediately." This insight stemmed from her long-standing relationship with Yuan. She and Lu Aimin understood that Zhou Yuan was straightforward, never playing mind games or engaging in duplicity. They appreciated her candor, and the group shared a knowing smile. Chapter 47. Borrowing a boat, they continue their plan to gather supplies. The village where Lu Aimin and his wife had previously purchased livestock was nearly submerged, and the villagers had likely evacuated. However, many animals could not be relocated entirely. Most animals are capable swimmers, so they circled the area and were fortunate to find quite a few on the nearby mountains, albeit in a rather emaciated state. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan and her companions did not mind. Next, they ventured to the wholesale market but yielded little, as the lower floors were mostly inundated. Following Zhou Yuan's suggestion, they redirected their efforts toward various office buildings. Initially, Lu Li and his team did not expect to find anything of value there, but they were rather naive. The office buildings had an abundance of useful items. For instance, they discovered temperature-regulating clothing at a research company, an item quite rare in the market, which provided considerable comfort in the sweltering weather. Given the heat and the rain, the temperatures were indeed elevated, making the oppressive humidity even more unbearable. Zhou Yuan visibly lost weight during this period. Though she was unfazed, she had long felt the excess weight from her pregnancy. With Xiao you would never fade. And now it finally was much to her delight. However, Lin Shui was deeply concerned for her, unable to prevent her from going out, and instead resorted to preparing delicious meals for her. As they ventured outside, many others began to do the same, as food supplies were running critically low. The previous official relief efforts had barely made an impact. Sea City, being an inland city, saw few households equipped with inflatable boats or other watercraft. However, the ingenuity of the working class should not be underestimated. Some dismantled their doors to create makeshift boats, while others utilized baby bathtubs or simply sat in barrels. The variety of makeshift vessels on the water was astonishing. As more people ventured out, the darker side of humanity emerged. Some, too lazy to search for supplies themselves, resorted to robbery along the entrance to the neighborhood. The water made movement cumbersome, and in the scuffles many fell in. Those who could swim fared better, but for those who could not, there was only one fate: death. Consequently, floating corpses became a common sight. Initially, people would scream at the sight, but soon they grew desensitized, merely pushing the bodies aside with their paddles to avoid capsizing their already unstable boats. With the increase in robberies, those seeking supplies began to band together. First, having more people offered some security against robbers, and second, more individuals meant a greater chance of returning with supplies. One morning, their door was knocked upon. Lu Cheng obediently went to check, while Lu Ming stood as the guardian at the door. Zhou Yuan, realizing her presence was already known, decided to join, and Lu Feng hastily followed her. Lu Li frowned, but had no choice but to accompany them. This left only Lin Shui and the two children staring wide-eyed at Lu Qing, who was equally bewildered. The person knocking was none other than Brother Chun from last time, accompanied by several others. Zhang Weiwei was also present, standing at the back, seemingly reluctant to be there. The woman from the third floor, with a gloomy expression, was also among them, her face betraying a sense of urgency. Lu Cheng cheerfully greeted, "Brother Chun, what brings you here again?" Seeing the group gathered, Brother Chun appeared somewhat awkward as he explained, "Well, little brother, with supplies running low in our building, we thought to unite and venture out together to search for resources and wanted to know if you'd like to join us." His awkwardness was not lost on Zhou Yuan, who felt embarrassed on his behalf. They had been tirelessly scavenging for days. Why should they band together with him? Shouldn't it be the other way around? The pretense of camaraderie was almost laughable. When they remained silent, looking at him with barely concealed amusement, Brother Chen's discomfort heightened. It was then that the woman from the third floor stepped forward, pushing Brother Chen aside, and declared, "What do you mean by banding together? We simply want to borrow your inflatable boat." Such audacity was almost comical, yet she carried herself as if doing them a favor by asking. Lu Cheng scoffed. "Who are you, ma'am? Do I know you? Why should I lend you anything?" The woman, through the iron gate, pointed a finger at Lu Cheng and admonished, "You little brat, mind your manners. We're neighbors, and while you feast on supplies, you can't even spare a boat for your community? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt?" Without hesitation, Lu Cheng drew a spring knife from his pocket, aiming it at her finger. He had mingled with the wrong crowd before, and no one dared insult him like that. "Ah!" The woman shrieked as her finger was severed, blood splattering everywhere, even on Brother Chen's face. Zhou Yuan's vision dimmed, and she instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand, knowing it was Lu Feng's. She sighed, pulling his hand away. She had witnessed far worse in the apocalyptic world. "Let's be honest, what is conscience? I am devoid of it." Lu Cheng continued to smile, though his eyes were cold. He detested being pointed at, and couldn't he resist the urge to retaliate. The woman knelt on the ground, wailing in pain, while others instinctively recoiled. However, the woman from the 702 apartment did not move. Instead, she stepped forward and kneeled at Lu Cheng's feet, startling him. What are you doing?" He stammered, confused. "Is this how you negotiate?" The woman, sobbing, pleaded, "Please, young man, my child is burning with fever, and we have no medicine at home. I need to go to find some. Please, let us borrow the boat. We will return it once we're done." Zhou Yuan stood upright, her heart aching. Memories of her own loss flooded back. Lu Feng squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Lu Cheng was aware of the situation. As this woman had once fed Xiao Yu in a dream, he was unsure how to respond. He turned to Lu Li, who approached and opened the iron gate. Upon seeing it ajar, the others instinctively took a step back, leaving only the woman at the threshold, still pleading. Luli disregarded her and addressed Brother Chen directly. Are you the leader here? Brother Chen swallowed hard and nodded. Very well, Luli stated, I will lend you the inflatable boat, and you need not rush to return it. However, he continued, observing the hopeful expressions of the crowd, I expect you to share any supplies you find with us as rent. Do you have any objections? There were none. Brother Chen nodded, and anyone who had reservations remained silent, for with such vast water surrounding them, venturing out without a boat was simply unfeasible. The woman from 702 quickly added, We have no objections. Thank you so much. Though some faces reflected dissatisfaction, they dared not voice their concerns, fully aware of the precarious situation outside. Chapter 48. Has she gained powers? As Luli spoke, Zhou Yuan pretended to enter and dragged out the inflatable boat, which Lu Feng took and handed to Brother Chen. After contemplating, he chose to remain silent. He initially intended to remind them that they had lent the boat out of consideration for the woman who had just knelt before them. But he sensed that voicing it might lead to unforeseen complications. Lending the inflatable boat was already a gesture of goodwill on their part. If the child did not survive, there was little they could do. Although they possessed fever-reducing medicine, it was not something they could administer without inviting endless trouble. Zhou Yuan understood that this was all they could offer. As everyone else followed along, she discreetly retrieved a bottle of spring water from her space and quietly placed it in the woman's hands. Sister, the little one may be ill from drinking contaminated water. This water is clean. You can let him have a little. She called her sister because she instinctively recognized that although the child was the same age as Xiao Yu, the woman was somewhat older, having given birth after much hardship at 35. The woman was taken aback, gazing at Zhou Yuan with sincere gratitude. Thank you. Lu Feng watched Zhou Yuan, shaking his head in resignation. Zhou Yuan shrugged. She had done all she could, and the rest was left to fate. While they could not provide fever medicine, a bottle of water would not cause any harm. At that moment, water was still available, and although it was not scarce, the torrential rains and floods had rendered the water from the pipes less than clean. Luli said nothing further. The act of lending the boat was, in part, a way to repay the woman's past kindness. Additionally, his suggestion of the terms allowed this group to perceive them as needing supplies, rather than living in abundance. Although they were indeed seeking provisions, their large numbers and the imposing presence of robust men made their needs apparent, fostering a sense of balance that prevented others from constantly fixating on them. In the following days, Zhou Yuan and her companions remained indoors, with the inflatable boat remaining in Brother Chen's possession. Initially, they diligently brought up a portion of supplies, but soon began to claim that provisions were hard to come by, offering only meager amounts and, at times, none at all. In the first couple of instances, Zhou Yuan and her group did not mind, as they were not particularly lacking, yet they felt it unwise to indulge such behavior. So, one day, when they prepared to reclaim their portion, Luli descended directly, unveiling the supplies they had gathered and mockingly stated, It seems you no longer need this inflatable boat. He promptly retrieved it. The woman must have found the medicine, or Zhou Yuan's bottle of water had proven effective, for it was reported that the child had recovered. Zhou Yuan sighed in relief and felt a weight lift from her shoulders, allowing Luli to reclaim the boat with ease. Zhou Yuan emerged from her space, holding a rabbit, and approached Lin Shui. Mother, do you think this rabbit is a bit round? Is it possibly pregnant? This rabbit was among those bought by Lu Aimin and his group from the market, where the seller claimed they were male and female, a statement they had doubted. After Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu had tired of playing with them, she had simply placed them into her space, where they had recently acquired several livestock. While organizing them by area, she noticed that one of the rabbits appeared to have a notably larger belly, prompting her to bring it out. Lin Shui was washing vegetables in the kitchen and quickly dried her hands to examine the rabbit's belly. Although she had never raised rabbits, she had experience with pigs and cows and could discern pregnancy in mammals. After a careful inspection, she nodded. It seems so. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy. It was indeed true that rabbits had remarkable reproductive capabilities. It appeared the seller had not deceived them after all. Just then, Xiao Jin rushed over. tugging at Zhou Yuan's hand, holding the rabbit. Mommy, you're pulling on the rabbit's fur. It's crying in pain. Zhou Yuan, amused by Xiao Jin's concern for the rabbit, gently ruffled his hair. All right, Mommy understands. Should I apologize to the rabbit? She then observed Xiao Jin cradling the rabbit, softly saying, Little rabbit, Mommy apologizes. Please forgive her. When he looked up at Zhou Yuan, he exclaimed, Mommy, the little rabbit says it forgives you. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, preparing to turn away to attend to other matters. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and glanced at Xiao Jin, who was quietly conversing with the rabbit in a serious manner that suggested he was not merely talking to himself. Xiao Jin was over 9 years old, well past the stage of imaginary play with animals. A frown creased Zhou Yuan's brow as she checked the calendar. It was already mid to late November, and the torrential rains had ceased for over half a month. Indeed, the water supply at home had also stopped, and the water levels were gradually receding, albeit slowly. From her recollection, it had taken nearly 2 months for the floodwaters to fully recede after the rain ceased. When the water receded to knee height, the zombie virus outbreak occurred, meaning that in about half a month, the first zombies would appear. Could it be that powers were beginning to manifest at this time? After all, the zombie virus had a latency period, and the emergence of zombies indicated that the virus had been present in the body for some time, unnoticed by everyone. The same could be said for the emergence of powers. When people became aware of their abilities, those powers had likely already manifested, albeit initially at such a low level that they were nearly imperceptible. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before approaching Xiao Jin. What are you saying to the little rabbit? Xiao Jin, beaming, replied, Mommy, the little rabbit is female. It just told me it has babies. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Had Xiao Jin overheard her conversation with Lin Shui? Uncertain, she asked, Xiao Jin, can you understand what the rabbit is saying? Xiao Jin nodded enthusiastically yes. I heard it cry out in pain just now. When it first arrived, I couldn't understand it. Zhou Yuan considered this revelation and said, Come, Mommy will take you to the secret base. Some time ago, she had brought the 2 children to the space and referred to it as their secret base, insisting they must not tell anyone else, primarily to keep Xiao Yu from spilling the beans. At that moment, Xiao Yu, having overheard the mention of the secret base, scampered over, pouting, Mommy, I want to go to the secret base too. Zhou Yuan sighed. Ever since their visit to the space, Xiao Yu had developed a fondness for it, asking to go nearly every few days. The space was comfortable, spacious, and filled with small animals. Zhou Yuan had even constructed a small playground for them on the 2nd floor, which the sensible Xiao Jin also enjoyed. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan took both children inside. As soon as Xiao Yu entered, she began to dash around excitedly, while Zhou Yuan led Xiao Jin toward the livestock area, only to be greeted by a loud mooing from a cow. Zhou Yuan turned to Xiao Jin. Can you understand what the cow is saying? Xiao Jin shook his head, bewildered. Zhou Yuan frowned. Had she misjudged the situation? Chapter 49 Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the vegetable garden as Xiao Yu chased after chickens, startling the free-range fowls into a cacophony of clucks. Xiao Jin's eyes brightened. Mom, I can hear what the chickens are saying. They're saying that little Doubting is back, and they won't lay eggs for the next 2 days. Zhou Yuan. It was confirmed. She had mentioned before that every time Xiao Yu came around, the chickens would stop laying eggs for 2 days. Indeed, it seemed they were frightened by him. She glanced at Lu Jin and realized that his extraordinary ability was to communicate with animals, albeit at a nascent stage. For now, he could only hear the voices of smaller creatures. This ability seemed initially inconsequential, yet it hinted at the potential for significant development as flora and fauna began to mutate. Once enhanced, he could command these altered beings, which would be formidable. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, is this my special ability? Zhou Yuan nodded, crouching down to stroke his head. Yes, Xiao Jin, your gift is to communicate with animals. Right now, your powers are limited, allowing you to hear only the voices of small creatures. But as your abilities grow, you will not only understand them, but also command them. Lu Jin beamed with enthusiasm. Mom, I love this ability. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy at his enthusiasm. Then Lu Jin cautiously asked, Mom, can I have a dog now? I can talk to it and take care of it properly, ensuring it doesn't make a mess or chew on things it shouldn't. Zhou Yuan. Long ago, Xiaojin had expressed a desire for a dog. But Zhou Yuan felt that caring for a pet was akin to raising another child. Managing 2 children was already exhausting. Adding a dog seemed like self-sabotage. She had firmly declined, stating he was too young to handle such responsibilities, never realizing the depth of his yearning for a pet. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Lu Jin's eyes, she relented. Let me discuss it with your father first. With the waters rising outside, we're uncertain about where to find a dog. Lu Jin lowered his head, but quickly regained his joy. It's all right as long as you said yes. If we find one later, we can adopt it. With that, he dashed off to join his brother in chasing chickens and collecting eggs. After an hour of frolicking in their little space, the 2 children emerged, still brimming with excitement, to find several men who had just finished exercising, seated on the sofa and drinking water. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the trio, the men had now grown accustomed to it, continuing their leisurely hydration. Zhou Yuan, unable to bear their indifference, announced an astonishing revelation. Xiaojin has developed a special ability. You men are falling behind. Lu Feng was the first to react, spraying water in surprise, while Lu Cheng immediately bolted from his side, aware of Feng's tendency to be reckless. Unfazed, Lu Feng approached Zhou Yuan. Darling, you know your husband is quite capable. If you don't believe me, we can put to the test. Zhou Yuan felt a flush of irritation rise to her cheeks as she kicked at Lu Feng, who exaggeratedly jumped away. Hey, if you're going to kick someone, don't use your legs on your husband. That's detrimental to your own happiness. At that, Zhou Yuan retaliated with a series of swift kicks. Though her arms lacked strength, her legs were still quite powerful, delivering stinging blows. Lu Feng evaded her attacks while playfully countering, a reflection of their recent training regimen, initially focused on building strength with punching bags and now evolving into sparring matches. In the face of the looming threat of zombies, neither humans nor the undead would remain stationary, waiting to be struck or slain. Lu Li and Lu Cheng had their share of street fighting experience, while Lu Aimin had been a young champion in the village. Lu Feng, however, had grown up like a national treasure, now a minor leader in his current workplace, perpetually busy and lacking the time or energy for physical training. He had been enduring the most rigorous training lately, seeking a sense of superiority in Zhou Yuan's presence. The others, including the elderly Lin Shui, watched the playful exchange, aware that Lu Feng was merely indulging Zhou Yuan while simultaneously honing his skills. Lu Jin nestled with his brother in their grandparents' embrace, and Lu Li recalled Zhou Yuan's earlier mention of Xiaojin as newfound abilities, quietly inquiring about them. By the time Zhou Yuan paused to catch her breath, Lu Cheng and the others had already gathered the details. Eagerly, Lu Cheng asked, Sister-in-law, is this ability to communicate with animals also considered a special power? Zhou Yuan stretched her limbs, feeling quite satisfied, yet she shot Lu Feng a pointed glare. After sipping from her glass, she responded, Indeed, do not underestimate this skill. It will become immensely powerful in due course. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Jin's eyes sparkled even brighter. She had just indicated that as his abilities grew, he would understand the languages of larger animals, but had not elaborated on the extent of his potential. Lu Li's interest was piqued as well. He had initially dismissed this ability as trivial. Zhou Yuan continued, I previously mentioned that plants and animals will mutate, right? Just like humans, they could be infected by a virus, resulting in 3 possible transformations: zombification, acquiring special abilities, or remaining ordinary. It seems plants do not undergo zombification. The others nodded, still not fully grasping Zhou Yuan's implications. Frustrated by their slow understanding, she urged, think about it. As animals evolve and gain strength, Xiaojin's ability to communicate with them will also advance, allowing him to command these creatures. Just imagine, while you're all on the front lines battling zombies, Xiaojin could remain in a safe spot, merely gesturing, and an army of animals would rush forth. Visualize that scene. A collective silence ensued as they contemplated her words. The realization struck them. They were mere foot soldiers charging in a battle, while Xiaojin would be the commanding general orchestrating the conflict. The disparity was stark. Lin Shui couldn't help but laugh, cradling her precious grandson. "Oh, my wonderful eldest grandson. You truly are remarkable. You all are simply outmatched." The men exchanged glances, acutely aware of how often they had been deemed inadequate. Lu Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt far from the greatness his mother attributed to him, unable even to comprehend the sounds of cattle. Seeing the men's disheartened expressions, Zhou Yuan pondered whether her words had been overly harsh. She cleared her throat and added, "However, Xiao Jin is still young, and his energy cannot grow too quickly. Otherwise, his developmental functions may falter, so reaching the level I described will require time." Lu Feng cast a mournful glance at Zhou Yuan, resolute in his determination to prove his capabilities tonight. Zhou Yuan shivered slightly, contemplating if she should retreat into the space for the night. Chapter 50 strikes after a considerable time. Several individuals emerged from their self-doubt, and a few began to seek counsel from Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, how did you manifest your extraordinary ability?" they inquired. Regardless of its potency, the priority was to unleash the ability itself. Lu Jin regarded them with bewilderment. How could he possibly know? It just so happened that today his mother had brought out a rabbit, and he had fortuitously overheard it speaking. Zhou Yuan chuckled nearby, while Lin Shui hesitated and asked, "Yuan, could you help me analyze whether this is an extraordinary ability?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback as she observed Lin Shui brandishing a knife. Lu Qing shouted, "Aunt, what are you doing? We haven't done anything." Lu Feng quickly retreated to Zhou Yuan's side, fearfully eyeing the knife in his mother's hand. Was it too late to suggest she had another granddaughter? Lin Shui shot them an annoyed glare and, with determination, closed her eyes and sliced her finger. The others jumped in shock, and Lu Feng rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mom, why are you harming yourself?" Miraculously, before they could even fetch a tissue to staunch the bleeding, the small wound healed itself as if it had never existed. Yet the bloodstains on her finger confirmed that this was no illusion. Zhou Yuan was elated. This was a healing ability. She quickly wiped the blood from Lin Shui's finger with a wet tissue, revealing her skin to be soft and pristine. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "Oh." The others anxiously turned to her, wondering if she had discovered something new. Zhou Yuan simply held Lin Shui's hand and examined it, then glanced at her face. "Mom, why do I feel like you look younger? Your wrinkles have vanished, and your hands have become so delicate." Lin Shui had always been aware of the condition of her hands, worn from years of labor, cooking, washing dishes, and doing laundry without gloves. They had clearly displayed the signs of age, with prominent veins and rough calluses. Yet now, those signs had disappeared. During their last outing to collect jade, Zhou Yuan had insisted that Lu Feng procure several jade bracelets for her, promising to return the favor when they encountered something better. Upon returning, she had insisted Lin Shui wear one, and it looked genuinely lovely on her hand. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's remark, Lin Shui began examining her own hands, astonished at the transformation. She then took a mirror to inspect her face, and indeed, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had markedly diminished, and her skin appeared significantly more youthful. Was this a gift of her newfound ability? She recalled that she had first noticed her self-healing ability when she had accidentally scraped her skin while cleaning fish. At the time, she paid it no mind, but when she later sought a band-aid, she found the wound had vanished. She had thought her memory was failing her until Zhou Yuan mentioned extraordinary abilities, prompting her to remember that incident. But did this self-healing also possess the power of rejuvenation? She felt a surge of joy. Every woman, regardless of age, delights in appearing beautiful. However, she soon glanced at Zhou Yuan, wondering if her daughter-in-law had also become more attractive. Lin Shui had always thought Zhou Yuan beautiful, even after giving birth to 2 children, the eldest of whom was 9. Zhou Yuan still looked like a young girl, largely due to her family's excellent skin, which remained fair and supple, seemingly impervious to tanning. Thus, while she appeared unchanged, there was an intangible sense of transformation. Noticing her mother-in-law's gaze upon her, Zhou Yuan recalled her own changes. Her youthful appearance stemmed from her skin, which had always given her a youthful look. While the differences may not be overt, there were indeed changes in her physique. Lu Feng had recently remarked on her increased firmness in certain areas. After all, she had nursed both children for nearly a year, which had inevitably led to some sagging. Yet lately, she had observed a noticeable fullness upon bathing. The menfolk watched in disbelief as the two women engaged in quiet conversation, leaving them on the sidelines. They were eager for Zhou Yuan to elucidate the healing ability. Eventually, Lu Feng, under pressure, ventured, "Wife, could you explain this extraordinary ability of mom's to us?" The conversation between the mother and daughter-in-law abruptly ceased, and Lin Shui shot Lu Feng a disapproving look. Zhou Yuan, noticing the collective attention upon them, sheepishly admitted, "Ah, we seem to have digressed." She proceeded to elaborate on the nature of healing abilities, likening it to the role of a healer in a game. However, at this stage, Lin Shui's ability seemed limited to self-healing. She was unlikely to heal others just yet. Lu Li, undeterred, made a cut on Lu Cheng's hand, prompting Lin Shui to attempt healing. Yet it was ineffective, leaving Lu Cheng to reluctantly seek a band-aid from Zhou Yuan. Lu Li scoffed, "With such a minor injury, it will heal on its own, just like Lin Shui's." "Do you really need a band-aid?" Lu Cheng retorted, "If it's such a trivial injury, why don't you cut yourself?" But he held his tongue, pondering why he was always the one injured while Lu Ming, with his thick skin, escaped unscathed. The family felt somewhat disheartened, as it seemed that the extraordinary abilities had manifested in the older and younger generations first. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, felt indifferent. Her own space was unparalleled, leaving the rest of them, the strongest among them alongside the oblivious little ones, feeling somewhat left out. Observing their despondent expressions, Zhou Yuan quickly reassured them, "Do not fret. I believe you may not yet have sensed your abilities. Perhaps the more formidable powers emerge later, and when they do, they will be quite significant. Right now, they are merely gathering strength." Her words were not entirely baseless, and the group found solace in her reassurance. In the days that followed, including Lu Aimin, several of the men began to feel invigorated, secretly competing to see who would manifest their extraordinary abilities first and whose would be the most potent. Zhou Yuan regarded them, bemused. Collectively, they were over 200 years old, yet they behaved like teenagers vying for supremacy. Lu Feng, too, was continually affirming his capabilities, especially as Zhou Yuan became increasingly enchanting. He pondered if they might even consider having another child. After hearing his mother declare that his ability was impressive, Lu Jin felt emboldened, leading his younger brother on daily escapades. Eventually, feeling constrained by their home, he insisted Zhou Yuan allow them into her space, where she cheerfully assigned him the task of training Xiaoyu. Indeed, learning through play proved effective, as Xiaoyu enthusiastically chased animals around the space, her little legs moving faster than ever. The adults looked on, concerned that Xiaoyu might suddenly reveal an extraordinary ability herself, which would be too much for them to bear. Consequently, their training intensified, and during their sparring sessions, the ruckus echoed through the corridors, filled with the sounds of their playful banter. Chapter 51. Military Dogs at Last. Zhou Yuan could no longer bear to watch. She recalled Xiao Jin's desire to have a dog. Since she had promised to procure one for him, it was time to take action and perhaps test their luck. At that moment, Lu Qing expressed curiosity, asking what kind of dog Xiao Jin wanted, something adorable and cuddly, or a majestic and imposing one. Lu Jin tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, "An imposing one, like the dog beside that police officer." "Huh? You mean a police dog?" The group exchanged glances, realizing that such dogs were specially trained and not something they could easily access. Where could they possibly find one? Noticing the adults falling silent, Lu Jin quickly exclaimed, "I know where to find one." Zhou Yuan was taken aback. "How do you know?" Lu Jin responded excitedly, "Mom, didn't you send me to that summer camp last year? One of the activities was to watch those soldiers train their dogs. Now, they were aiming for military dogs, raising the bar even higher." Zhou Yuan rubbed her forehead, steeling herself to suggest, "Xiao Jin, how about we check the pet market instead?" "No." Lu Jin had initially been open to any type of dog, but now that the adults were involved, he insisted on a military dog. Lu Feng shot a reproachful glance at Lu Qing, who appeared equally bewildered. Weren't young children typically enamored with cute little puppies? Ultimately, Lu Aimin could no longer tolerate the growing despondency in his grandson's eyes, fearing tears would soon follow. He decisively stated, whether feasible or not, We'll make the trip and inquire. Lu Feng, feeling resigned, nodded and began searching offline maps for the location Lu Jing had vaguely described. It was in the opposite direction from where they were, in the suburbs, seemingly near a military base. In the end, Lu Feng resolved to accompany Zhou Yuan, and Lu Qing felt responsible for the predicament, insisting he should join as well. Besides, he hadn't been out in quite some time and was about to go stir-crazy. With determination, they set off. The waters outside had receded to the second floor, leaving them little time. Equipped with the same gear, they exchanged their boat for a speedboat and sped away. However, unfamiliar with the route and hindered by the flood, the 1-hour journey stretched to 2. Eventually, they found it, truly a military base. Despite being flooded, there was still a guard post, and as they approached, a loudspeaker warned them to halt. Lu Feng had no choice but to stop the speedboat, only to see a fast boat emerge from within. 2 soldiers in camouflage quickly approached and saluted, stating, "Comrades, entry ahead is prohibited. Please return the way you came." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the 2 soldiers, finding them quite handsome. Lu Feng caught her expression and his face darkened immediately. Lu Qing noticed both adults were distracted, and with a sigh, he interjected, "Soldier, we were hoping to adopt a retired military dog, but we weren't sure where to go, so we thought to ask here." The soldiers were taken aback, not expecting that these 3 had come specifically for such a seemingly implausible reason. They had assumed the trio had stumbled upon this place while seeking supplies. One soldier, observing their attire and expressions, communicated the situation via a radio-like device. After hearing an unclear response, they turned back to the trio and said, "Please follow us." Their eyes brightened. There was hope. Inside the base, personnel were scarce, presumably dispatched for rescue missions. The soldier leading them began a casual conversation. "How did you find out about the military dogs?" Zhou Yuan understood that this seemingly casual inquiry was meant to gauge their intentions, so she answered honestly. "My son attended summer camp last year, and he mentioned that one of the activities involved learning about military dog training here." The soldier's suspicions faded. Realizing that this was indeed a true event, it was the only occasion the base had opened to the public. If they had not genuinely participated in the camp, they would not have known about it, as external promotion of the camp was strictly prohibited. Soon, they arrived at a kennel area, which was also flooded, housing only a few scattered military dogs, likely deployed on missions. An older soldier approached them, and the accompanying soldier saluted him before introducing him. "Comrades, this is the instructor responsible for training the military dogs." "Greetings, comrades." The instructor saluted. The trio fumbled to return the salute, and the instructor scrutinized them with keen eyes, asking, "You wish to adopt a retired military dog?" Lu Feng nodded. "Yes, my son visited here last year and has been longing to have a military dog ever since. I had no choice but to come here and try our luck." Lu Feng adopted a helpless paternal demeanor, hoping to convey his heartfelt intentions to persuade them to allow the adoption. However, the instructor did not respond with understanding. Instead, he appeared displeased, stating, "So you're not adopting willingly." Upon reflection, it made sense. Even retired military dogs were not suitable for just any household, especially in today's world where many struggled to survive. The instructor had become fixated on the plight of the poor dog upon hearing that someone was willing to adopt. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave." Lu Feng was bewildered. What did he say wrong? Lu Qing was equally confused, while Zhou Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. She quickly interjected, "Instructor, we are indeed willing. If we were merely appeasing a child, we would have left immediately when we return away." Lu Feng and Lu Qing understood that the instructor was concerned about their genuine willingness to care for the dog. Upon noticing the presence of a girl among them, the instructor reconsidered. After examining their expressions, he seemed to comprehend why the guard had reported this matter to him, but still asked cautiously, "Are you certain?" Bear in mind that caring for a medium-sized military dog is akin to caring for a man. In fact, it may require even more meticulous attention than some men. Furthermore, the dogs we adopt, even if retired, are heroes who have served with honor. You must pledge not to abandon, harm, or mistreat them, and we reserve the right to conduct home visits at any time to ensure their well-being, though enforcing such regulations might be challenging under current circumstances. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged resolute glances and nodded firmly. We are certain. We guarantee to treat the hero dog with the utmost care. As long as we live, we will not abandon it. The instructor observed the sincerity and determination in their eyes, and a smile broke through his serious demeanor. It seems fate has brought lazy to you. Follow me. He led them down a staircase in a building, ascending to the next floor. In a room resembling a medical facility, a doctor clad in a white coat was bandaging the leg of a medium-sized dog with yellowish fur. Upon noticing their entrance, he continued his work until he finished wrapping the bandage, then saluted the instructor before retreating to a nearby table to write something. Chapter 52. Thunder. The instructor approached the bed and gently touched the injured dog resting upon it. The dog immediately leaned its head towards him, licking his palm affectionately. The instructor playfully engaged with the creature for a moment before addressing Zhou Yuan and the others. This is a German shepherd named Thunder. You should be aware that this breed is the preferred choice for military dogs due to their exceptional capabilities. Thunder is, in fact, the most outstanding among this batch of military dogs. Zhou Yuan gazed at the dog with a hint of confusion, but seems rather young to be retiring already. Although she was unaware of the typical retirement age for military dogs, she sensed a vibrant energy emanating from Thunder, who appeared to be in the prime of its life, making an early retirement seem unjust. The instructor cast Zhou Yuan an approving glance, pleased that she recognized this detail, and proceeded to clarify, indeed, it is still quite young, having only just reached adulthood. The three of them fell silent, their eyes drawn to the bandage wrapped around Thunder's right hind leg. With a hint of sorrow, the instructor gently caressed the dog's injured leg. You're correct in your thoughts. Its leg was crushed by a rock during a rescue operation amidst a landslide, resulting in a comminuted fracture. The likelihood of healing is nearly non-existent, necessitating its retirement. A heavy feeling settled in Zhou Yuan's heart as she reflected on the recent disaster. The rescue dogs had suffered similarly, not to mention the countless military and police personnel who likely faced grievous injuries or worse. Yet, ordinary people like them continue to complain about their own perceived helplessness. Therefore, the instructor's gaze hardened. Are you still willing to adopt? What you're taking home is a disabled dog. Upon hearing the term disabled dog, Thunder let out a soft whimper, and Zhou Yuan discerned a sense of sorrow in its dark, expressive eyes. Zhou Yuan bit her lip and turned to the instructor. May I offer it some water? The instructor was taken aback for a moment before glancing at the nearby doctor, who nodded and went to fetch water. Zhou Yuan felt it was sufficient to ask for a bowl for the water. The doctor hesitated briefly before retrieving a bowl designed for dogs. Zhou Yuan reached into her backpack, discreetly retrieving a bottle of spring water, and carefully poured it into the bowl before presenting it to Thunder. Hello, Thunder. I really like you. Would you like to come with us? Thunder's clear gaze met Zhou Yuan's, and it seemed to comprehend her words. It then turned to the instructor, who nodded encouragingly. Though Thunder appeared hesitant, Zhou Yuan did not rush it. She simply watched patiently. After a moment, it slowly leaned forward, extending its tongue to taste the water. After a brief pause, it eagerly lowered its head, drinking every last drop from the bowl, its tongue lolling out as it gazed at Zhou Yuan with anticipation. Zhou Yuan smiled and poured in more water, which was promptly consumed again. The instructor chuckled warmly. It seems Thunder has taken a liking to you and is willing to accompany you. Lu Feng and Lu Qing sighed in relief, grateful that their earlier anxiety had been unfounded. Zhou Yuan reached out to stroke Thunder's head, and the dog nuzzled against her hand affectionately. Zhou Yuan stayed in the infirmary with Thunder, while Lu Feng and Lu Qing accompanied the instructor to complete the adoption paperwork. They were surprised to find the process rather cumbersome, as if they had to recount the lineage of their ancestors. According to the soldier assisting them, they were fortunate to be in a special period where procedures had been significantly streamlined. Otherwise, the paperwork could have taken the entire morning. Eventually, they enjoyed a meal at the base's cafeteria. As they surveyed the simple fare, a mixture of emotions stirred within them. Having grown accustomed to five-star dining at home, they now faced a stark reality. The soldiers, risking their lives, could only manage meager portions of potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, they understood that the sudden deluge had submerged most of the food supply, and being able to fill their stomachs with coarse grains was a blessing in itself. The three of them set out in an inflatable boat with Thunder, while the instructor accompanied them to the point where they were halted. He looked at Thunder with palpable reluctance, and the dog emitted a mournful whimper in response. Zhou Yuan embraced Thunder, stroking its back, and the instructor felt a sense of contentment, believing he had made the right decision. Soon, they departed the base's security perimeter and found a secluded spot. Zhou Yuan led Thunder into a hidden space, setting it up in a room with a cozy nest in the living room, placing familiar items nearby. The instructor had already fed Thunder before they left, so it was not hungry at that moment. He had also informed her that Thunder was a non-picky eater, making it easy to care for. Zhou Yuan filled its bowl with spring water and reassured it to stay put and focus on healing. Thunder remained wary of its sudden change in environment, but sensed that this gentle owner meant no harm. Gradually, it relaxed, seemingly understanding Zhou Yuan's words, as its expressive eyes conveyed its comprehension. Zhou Yuan patted its head before exiting the space. She had learned to enter and exit precisely where she had entered, unable to move about within the space. Therefore, Lu Feng and Lu Qing maintained control of the boat to prevent Zhou Yuan from falling into the water upon her return. Once outside, they explored the vicinity and stumbled upon a coal factory, discovering an abundance of coal, including smokeless varieties. Much of it had been submerged, but some portions remained intact. Zhou Yuan, undeterred, collected everything that surfaced, planning to dry it later. They also located a processing plant for vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs, and dairy, most of which were vacuum-sealed and unaffected by the water, while others rushed to larger supermarkets in search of supplies. They realized that this area was a true source of resources. Ultimately, they returned with their boat filled to the brim. Lu Qing finally understood why Lu Cheng and the others had been reluctant to return home. This was indeed exhilarating, especially with Zhou Yuan continuously providing snacks to replenish their energy. He felt he could keep going indefinitely. As they prepared to head back, Lu Qing excused himself for a moment, unaware of the trouble he would encounter. A loud thud echoed, prompting Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng to rush over, discovering a sizable hole in the floor of an adjacent room, with Lu Qing sitting bewildered at the bottom, rubbing his rear end in confusion. Chapter 53. The secret chamber. Zhou Yuan glanced around. The basement was over 2 meters from the ground. Fortunately, Lu Qing had fallen on his backside. Otherwise, he might have broken his legs. Lu Feng laughed from above, asking, "What did you do?" Lu Qing was dazed, completely unaware of what had transpired. Zhou Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The shop they had entered was empty, devoid of any items. Earlier, they had been too exhausted to think much of it, but now it felt peculiar. The decor suggested it was not an abandoned space. How could it lack any contents? Furthermore, a secret chamber had suddenly appeared, and the basement was surprisingly dry, despite their entry through a flooded area. The ground above bore evident watermarks, indicating it had once been submerged. Yet, Lu Qing was covered only in dust rather than mud. Shaking off the dust from his hands, he recalled the situation and said to Zhou Yuan, "There must be something down here." Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, realizing the meticulous concealment hinted at something valuable. The three were filled with excitement. Zhou Yuan immediately retrieved a retractable ladder from her space, and they descended together. The only illumination came from the area where Lu Qing had fallen. The rest of the basement was shrouded in darkness. Zhou Yuan handed out powerful flashlights, and as they swept the beam around, they found nothing but emptiness. Undeterred, they circled the walls, but their search yielded no results. Lu Qing gently tapped the wall and remarked, "The wall is hollow." The hollow sound suggested that the adjacent space was also vacant, yet they could not locate a door, unwilling to abandon their quest. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to bring out Lei Zi, the military dog, believing it could detect distinct scents. Having no expertise in secret chambers, they figured it was worth a shot. Before the apocalypse, they had never even played an escape room game. When Lei Zi emerged, it appeared bewildered, while Lu Feng and Lu Qing, observing Zhou Yuan's initiative, exchanged approving glances. Zhou Yuan held Lei Zi, who felt somewhat heavy. Lu Feng quickly took it from her, while Zhou Yuan affectionately rubbed Lei Zi's head and instructed, "Lei Zi, Help me sniff out anything unusual in this room. Understanding her command, Lu Feng carried Lei Zi around the walls, and, at a corner, it began to bark excitedly. Zhou Yuan's heart leaped with joy. They had made a discovery. Approaching the spot, she felt a crack and pressed down firmly, causing a rumbling noise. Lu Qing jumped in fright, recalling a similar sound that had caused his fall. Fortunately, this time, the noise originated from a wall parting to reveal a hidden entrance. Zhou Yuan returned Lei Zi to her space, and the three wielded their flashlights as they ventured inside, utterly astonished by the sight before them. A room filled with military supplies. Among the items were military shovels, pickaxes, demolition shears, hand axes, night vision headlamps, signal lights, military tents, sleeping bags, binoculars, and night vision goggles. Everything one could possibly need. Most astonishingly, there were bulletproof vests. An unexpected delight. They speculated whether this was a storage site for a military base, given its proximity. However, they could not afford to hesitate. Seeing such valuable items made it impossible to remain indifferent. Before long, Zhou Yuan had thoroughly examined the room. Just before leaving, Lu Qing glanced at another side and inquired, "Do you think there might be more than one secret chamber?" Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances, having already acquired a substantial haul, and decided that a second exploration would not be amiss. They no longer needed Lei Zi's help. The three made their way along the wall and indeed found another door, which they opened. Inside, Zhou Yuan mused that had this been peacetime, they might have spent their days sewing endlessly. This room contained an arsenal of weapons, including firearms and ammunition, as well as cold weapons. Zhou Yuan believed these armaments could help establish a small base. Yet, the three shared a tacit understanding not to take more than necessary. They deduced that this was likely a discreet supply depot for a military base. Unsure whether to consider themselves fortunate or unfortunate. Could they truly take these items? They exchanged glances, and finally Lu Feng spoke, "Let us take a few effective self-defense items, but leave the rest untouched." Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, and Lu Qing had no objections, despite recognizing the rarity of such treasures. Even so, they were merely ordinary citizens, having never ventured far beyond their familiar surroundings. Before the apocalypse, they toiled tirelessly for a meager living. If they emptied this weapons cache, they would undoubtedly land on a blacklist, and thorough investigations would inevitably lead back to them, especially considering they had left detailed information behind. They could not take these weapons. The earlier military supplies were harmless, and discovery would not lead to severe consequences. However, if a cache of lethal weapons were to vanish, it would be a grave issue, posing a significant risk that the base would not overlook. They dared not challenge the authority of the state. Even in these tumultuous times, they still believed in its power, albeit requiring time to re-establish order. They had no ambition to create a base. They merely wished to survive as a family until the apocalypse subsided. Nonetheless, they were determined to select a few self-defense weapons. After all, they had no intention of returning the military supplies, and surely the authorities would not pursue them for a few items when they had taken so much. In the end, the trio chose a few compact handguns and 2 submachine guns, resisting the temptation of larger firearms they knew would be useless to them. They also took a box of grenades along with several boxes of compatible ammunition, as well as a few military knives and crossbows. After securing the door once more, they hastily departed, refraining from exploring any further. That very night, the site was reopened, and several helicopters landed atop the building. Upon discovering an empty military supplies warehouse, the leader inhaled sharply, relieved to see that aside from a small cache of weapons and ammunition in one room, the others showed no signs of disturbance. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. However, he decided to investigate the recent visitors and learned that 3 individuals had come to retrieve Lei Zi. He then visited Instructor Su, who, upon hearing the leader Wang Ping's account, frowned and said, "If they were indeed responsible, I believe we need not pursue them too vigorously. I observed them closely while they were adopting Lei Zi. Their demeanor was upright, certainly not that of malicious individuals. Furthermore, they only took a few handguns and submachine guns, indicating they could have taken more, but chose not to. They are not ignorant of the situation." Wang Ping naturally trusted Instructor Su's judgment. for he was no ordinary instructor but a former member of the National Special Forces, having transitioned to this role after injury. Yet he still frowned. "Aren't you curious how they managed to take all those military supplies?" Instructor Sue chuckled dismissively. In these times, they traveled far to adopt a military dog. It's clear they possess some capabilities. The world has transformed. As the saying goes, with the apocalypse upon us, we can barely look after ourselves. They must seek their own salvation. Wang Ping, hearing this, chose not to dwell on it. If those items could save even a few lives, it would be worthwhile. They too needed to evacuate. Chapter 54. The heist. Zhou Yuan and her companions remained unaware of the movements within the base. Even if they had known, it would hardly have concerned them, provided they were not troubled by others. They were currently embroiled in an intriguing predicament: robbery. Indeed, traversing the night during such times often leads one to encounter the supernatural. The night had descended into utter darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight, where one could barely see their own hand in front of their face. The military supplies they had recently acquired proved invaluable, each donning a pair of night vision goggles, allowing them to clearly discern figures from a distance. However, even without the goggles, Zhou Yuan could perceive the presence of others through her mental acuity. It was she who first sensed the approach of individuals, prompting them to extinguish their headlamps. The flickering lights across the way rendered their adversaries as mere targets. Zhou Yuan was utterly exhausted, having just salvaged supplies from the base, her nerves frayed by the tension of the moment. The opposing group consisted of 5 men. Naturally, in such dire times, one would hardly expect women to accompany bandits. They had divided into 2 inflatable boats, suggesting they were not particularly affluent robbers. Zhou Yuan could even sense their covetousness for their speedboat through her mental prowess. Without further adu, Zhou Yuan seized 3 crossbow arrows, initially stockpiled by Lu Li during their training sessions, while she lacked the physical strength of Lu Feng and the others. Her mental power compensated for it. Before the bandits could utter a word, she released an arrow that struck the first inflatable boat, causing it to begin deflating with a resounding pft. The curses from the opposition erupted. "Damn it, they have weapons. The boat is leaking. Swim over and seize their speedboat. The supplies on board belong to us." The last speaker appeared to be their leader, who was not aboard the first inflatable boat. Zhou Yuan raised her crossbow, but Lu Feng restrained her. As she glanced over, she witnessed him draw his own weapon. With a swift whoosh, the target fell lifelessly. "Boss!" The men shouted in panic. "Damn it, I will kill you all." Another inflatable boat surged forward. "Fenggu, sister-in-law, you handle the ones in front. I will take care of the one underwater." Lu Qing whispered. Zhou Yuan nodded and handed him a bone knife, its length well suited for close combat. As Zhou Yuan equipped Lu Qing, Lu Feng had already dispatched 2 men from the distant inflatable boat, leaving 2 submerged foes. One was already swimming toward them, while the other sensed danger and attempted to flee. Neither Lu Feng nor Zhou Yuan moved. The 3 Lu Feng had taken down had not struck vital areas. Yet, injured as they were, their fate would soon be determined once they fell into the water. As for the fleeing bandit, they had no intention of pursuing him relentlessly. In this pitch-black environment, with hats and masks obscuring their identities, it was likely that the fleeing figure could not discern whether they were male or female. Furthermore, as the apocalypse had only just begun and the social order had recently collapsed, such acts of robbery were not yet characterized by extreme cruelty. If he managed to escape, it would simply be a stroke of luck. Now, only the last opponent remained, one who appeared somewhat capable and possessed remarkable swimming skills. He understood their advantage of long-range weaponry and circled their speedboat, making it difficult for Zhou Yuan to shoot. Instead, he seemed intent on rocking their vessel, perhaps aiming to capsize them. This posed a genuine challenge. Although all 3 could swim, their movements would be severely restricted in the water, potentially leading to their separation. Moreover, as Zhou Yuan was a woman, she could be easily overwhelmed. Fortunately, he was unable to topple their boat immediately, resulting in a stalemate that persisted for half an hour. Exhausted from a long day, Zhou Yuan and her companions were on the verge of collapse. Yet the swimmer was not faring much better. Swimming is indeed a strenuous endeavor. The man was rather cunning, displaying erratic movements that frustrated even the typically composed Lu Qing. After yet another attempt to unbalance Zhou Yuan, Lu Qing slammed his paddle against the water's surface in a fit of frustration. Lu Feng, steadying Zhou Yuan, barely noticed, as Lu Qing rarely exhibited anger. However, just as the opponent smirked, he was met with terror as the water beneath his paddle suddenly froze, the icy tendrils creeping toward him. Yet, the phenomenon ceased after a mere half-meter, vanishing without a trace. Even Lu Qing was left astonished, gazing blankly at his own hand. Zhou Yuan blinked, realizing this must be an awakened ability. Ice powers? Quite impressive. Lu Feng cast a wary glance at the dazed Lu Qing, then observed the swimmer attempting to flee. Surely, he wouldn't remain, knowing someone could freeze water at will? Unwilling to let him escape, Lu Feng swiftly loosed an arrow, this time aimed directly at the man's head. Had he fled earlier like the others, Lu Feng would have allowed it. Now it was too late. Lu Qing snapped back to reality, grasping Zhou Yuan's hand. "Sister-in-law, have I awakened an ability?" Just then, a loud smack echoed as Lu Qing's hand was forcefully pushed away, prompting him to regain his composure. "My apologies, sister-in-law. I was simply too excited." Zhou Yuan chuckled at the normally composed man displaying such exuberance. "It's quite all right. Indeed, you possess an ability, ice attribute, it seems." Noticing Lu Feng's sullen expression, she took his hand reassuringly. "Mr. Lu, there's no need to rush. This is merely the beginning." Lu Feng scoffed, "Who is rushing?" Zhou Yuan, sensing his insincerity, refrained from confronting him. "Let us investigate how much ill-gotten wealth lurks within that inflatable boat." Lu Qing, noticing Lu Feng's grim demeanor, promptly concealed his joy and obediently moved to start the engine. Lu Feng leaned close to Zhou Yuan, whispering, Yuan, I feel unsettled. You must comfort me." With that, he playfully licked the side of her ear. Having removed their hats during the earlier skirmish, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt of electricity surge through her. What a scoundrel, she thought, having believed his mood was merely sour when he was, in fact, waiting for this moment. Raising her elbow to retaliate, Lu Feng restrained her, his voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Look, I just killed for the first time. I'm frightened. Aren't you concerned for your husband?" "Frightened, are we? You seemed quite steady with your arrows." Lu Qing maneuvered the speedboat alongside the inflatable one, which had since vanished beneath the waves. The remaining boat held a significant cache of supplies, secured with waterproof snakeskin bags, their contents unknown. As he turned to call Lu Feng, he caught sight of the couple in a tender moment. Zhou Yuan would surely be mortified to know what he had witnessed. Was his vision truly impaired? Silently, Lu Qing averted his gaze, deciding it best to avoid any further conflict. The sting of a glance might not wound him physically, but it would still hurt. He could only quietly haul the supplies from the inflatable boat, ensuring he would not need to retrieve additional items later. However, at this hour, he hoped no one remained to spy on them. Chapter 55. Ice abilities. Fortunately, they returned in the dead of night, and no one had the misfortune to collide with them. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan felt that the three of them might have gone into a frenzy, possibly leading to a bloody rampage. As the iron gate at the staircase opened, someone inside unlocked the security door. The only occupants awake in the house, apart from the two children, were anxiously waiting for their return. Lin Shui's eyes were red from worry, and as soon as they arrived, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Lu Feng, who did not dare to evade her wrath. "You heartless wretch! Why are you returning at such an ungodly hour? Do you wish to give us a heart attack?" Lin Shui's voice trembled, betraying her distress. Lu Li and the others were expressions of deep concern. This was indeed troubling. When they had previously gone out to stock up on supplies, they had maintained communication through calls or messages. After the network went down, they had all coordinated their return times, but this time, they had returned so late without any way to contact one another. They couldn't even venture out to search for them. Their first mode of transportation was in Zhou Yuan space, and the waterways were not as straightforward as before. Missing the right path meant they would have to search high and low. The group could only sit there in anxious silence, with no way to alleviate their unease. They spent 2 hours in discomfort, not daring to speak a word. Zhou Yuan stepped forward and embraced her mother-in-law, gently stroking her back to soothe her. "I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry. You little girl. Lin Shui lightly slapped Zhou Yuan, her voice still laced with tears. Next time, don't scare me like this again. I don't know how I would have coped if you hadn't returned. Zhou Yuan's tears suddenly fell, soaking into Lin Shui's shoulder. I understand. Once the emotions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stabilized, Lu Li cast an admonishing glance at Lu Feng and Lu Qing. What on earth happened? Lu Feng rubbed his thigh, still stinging from Lin Shui's kicks, realizing her strength had only grown. Despite the three of them being together, she had fixated solely on him. Lu Qing touched his nose, relieved that he had narrowly escaped the onslaught, having been the last to walk in. Had he been at the front, he would have been the one to bear the brunt. Lu Feng, despite walking behind his sister-in-law, had still been the target of Lin Shui's ire. Alas, being her biological son had its drawbacks. Lu Feng recounted the day's events in detail. Truth be told, their experiences had been so tumultuous that it felt akin to a cinematic adventure. The others listened with wide eyes, particularly when they learned that they had nearly raided a military base's arsenal. Their unanimous consensus was one of strong approval. As ordinary citizens, they could not afford to take such reckless risks. Upon hearing that they had also encountered robbers, Lin Shui's eyes widened, and her heart sank once more, anxiously scanning for Zhou Yuan. Are you hurt, Yuan? Mom, we're all fine. Zhou Yuan quickly reassured her while doing a quick inspection. Look, not a drop of blood was spilled. However, Luga certainly made a bloody mess today, aside from the initial arrow that had pierced an enemy's inflatable boat. The rest was all Lu Feng's doing. Lu Qing, feeling increasingly guilty for having contributed nothing, felt even more at a loss. Finally, Lu Feng revealed how Lu Qing had activated his powers, and then sought solace beside Zhou Yuan. Lu Qing was met with the scornful gazes of the other four, who could not fathom how he could activate his powers without doing anything. Feeling wronged, Lu Qing protested his innocence. Lin Shui, however, seemed intrigued and shot a sidelong glance at the others. Don't mind them, they're just jealous. How about you demonstrate your ice abilities for your aunt? The other four looked dejected, realizing that yes, they were indeed envious. Nevertheless, they were also curious about the nature of these ice powers and fixed their eager gazes on Lu Qing. It was now Lu Qing's turn to feel disheartened. His earlier activation had been an instinctive reaction fueled by anger, and he himself had no idea how he had transformed water into ice. On the way back, he had attempted to replicate the feat, but had only ended up with a sore hand and no ice in sight. Seeing the fervent anticipation in their eyes, Lu Qing stammered, I don't know how to do it. The others turned to Zhou Yuan for assistance, only to find she had already been whisked away by Lu Feng, who had little interest in his ice abilities but was thoroughly devoted to his wife. The others then watched Lu Qing repeatedly wave his hands at the air, but nothing happened, not even a whisper of wind, let alone ice. Finally, Lin Shui stifled a huge yawn, declaring, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to bed. Lu Qing was at a loss, recalling that she had just insisted on watching. The others, too, glanced at Lu Qing with a mix of indifference and resignation, then retreated to their respective homes, leaving Lu Qing in a state of utter frustration. The next day, Zhou Yuan emerged from her bedroom, yawning incessantly. Lu Feng, that good-for-nothing man, had exhausted her the previous day to the point where she could barely function. Upon seeing Lu Qing in the living room, equally disheveled and sleep-deprived, she was taken aback. What happened to you? With a despondent expression, Lu Qing looked at Zhou Yuan. Sister-in-law, you have to help me. Otherwise, I'll be tormented to death by them. Zhou Yuan blinked in confusion. What did he mean? Upon hearing his plight, she burst into laughter, having never witnessed anyone with abilities who didn't know how to harness them. After some thought, she realized she too was uncertain about how to use her powers. However, she couldn't show weakness. Recalling the events of the previous day, she remembered that his powers had manifested in a moment of anger, with water serving as the medium. Water. Could it be that he needs water to create ice? Surely it can't be that difficult. Nevertheless, she fetched a basin of water and placed it in front of him. Lu Qing looked at her incredulously, as if to say, Are you joking? Zhou Yuan hesitated, but encouraged him. Try to concentrate on the water. Feeling cornered, Lu Qing decided to give it a shot. He closed his eyes, focused intently, and suddenly thrust his hand into the water. Miraculously, the water began to freeze at a slow pace. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had succeeded on her first attempt. Overjoyed, Lu Qing leaped around excitedly and rushed out to summon the others. Soon, everyone gathered around the basin of ice, marveling at the sight. After a moment, Lu Cheng, unable to contain himself, teased, "So, Qinggu, is your ability just making ice? Can you create some unique ice cream too?" A heavy silence fell upon the group as Lu Qing froze in realization. Yes, his ability relied on water. Did that mean he would have to douse zombies with water before freezing them into oblivion? The absurdity of the image nearly brought him to tears. The others erupted into laughter, and Lu Qing looked to Zhou Yuan for help, feeling that perhaps it was better not to have any powers at all. Zhou Yuan scratched her head, equally at a loss, as she had never encountered any other ice abilities before. Yet in novels, ice powers were often depicted as formidable, not so trivial. How did others manage to wield such capabilities? Water, water. A sudden idea struck Zhou Yuan, and she cleared her throat. Perhaps it's just because your energy is currently low, like Xiao, Jean, and Mom. Think about it. There's water in the air, and both humans and zombies have water in their blood, right? If you could condense all that moisture, wouldn't you be incredibly powerful? Zhou Yuan spoke earnestly, noticing that the others seemed to ponder her words, finding some merit in her reasoning. Lu Qing's eyes brightened with understanding. Yes, it must be due to his low energy. Eventually, he would be able to harness the moisture in the air. Imagining transforming the water vapor into ice blades and weapons, he felt a surge of hope. Chapter 56. New member always adept at deceiving others. Zhou Yuan sighed with relief, realizing the weight of her responsibilities lay heavily upon her shoulders. The thought of others seeking her guidance in unlocking their extraordinary abilities sent shivers down her spine, for she considered herself merely a novice. She resolved to retrieve the tablet filled with apocalyptic novels for them to peruse and analyze independently, hoping they would refrain from seeking her assistance. At that moment, Lu Jin timidly inquired, "Mom, where's my dog?" Zhou Yuan smacked her forehead, having completely forgotten about Lei Zi. She shot a glare at Lu Feng, who sheepishly averted his gaze. Upon entering the space, she found Lei Zi gazing at her with a mournful expression. The ungrateful master had abandoned him here without a second thought. Zhou Yuan chuckled. "Shall I take you out for a delightful meal?" With that, she cradled Lei Zi and exited the space. As soon as they emerged, the dog was met with several unfamiliar gazes. Instinctively, it stood on guard and let out a fierce growl, startling everyone. True to its military training, the dog's imposing presence was indeed intimidating. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached Lei Zi, eager to pet him. Lu Feng quickly intervened. "Lil Jin, let your mother introduce you to Lei Zi first." Lu Jin pouted, "Displeased, Dad. Although I can't comprehend dog language yet, I sense no malice from him. It's merely a warning." He boldly stood before Lei Zi. "Your name is Lei Zi, right?" "Hello, I am Lu Jin. Can we play together?" Lei Zi observed the small human before him, sensing a familiar aura akin to that of its master. For some inexplicable reason, it felt an unusual affinity towards this child. Tilting its head, it glanced at Zhou Yuan, who merely smiled without giving further instruction, prompting Lei Zi to follow its instincts. Extending its right paw, Lu Jin joyfully grasped it and leaped. "Mom, Dad, look! It wants to be friends with me." Zhou Yuan smiled knowingly, although Lei Zi was still a young dog. Its rigorous military training had instilled a great deal of wariness toward strangers. As a capable military dog, while it was trained to assist humans, it did not mean it would accept everyone. It was simply accustomed to obeying its handler's commands. Yesterday, when Zhou Yuan had brought Lei Zi out to assist them in locating the switch, Lu Feng had wanted to carry it. But only after Zhou Yuan repeatedly assured Lei Zi did it reluctantly acquiesce. It seemed that Lu Feng's presence bore her scent, for initially, Lei Zi had regarded Lu Qing with hostility before gradually ignoring him. The fact that it willingly extended a paw to Lu Jin indicated its acceptance of him, much like when it had only lapped up water from Zhou Yuan's hand upon sensing its energy. Thus, it acknowledged her water, whereas its acceptance of Lu Jin stemmed from recognizing the child as well. Zhou Yuan then introduced Lei Zi to the other family members, emphasizing that it need not remain on guard around them. Indeed, Its demeanor towards the others mirrored its reaction to Lu Qing, merely lifting its gaze to acknowledge their presence. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder if it was a case of canine snobbery. When it came to Xiao Yu, however, Lei Zi displayed a surprising change. Leaning forward to lick the child's face, Zhou Yuan was taken aback, unable to react in time, as Lei Zi had already completed the gesture. Xiao Yu giggled, hugging Lei Zi's head. Hee, that tickles. The dog likes me. The others exchanged glances, as logic dictated that Lu Jin, the one with the ability to communicate with animals, should be favored by Lei Zi. Yet, it seemed to be drawn more towards Xiao Yu, creating a sense of camaraderie with Lu Jin while adopting a protective stance toward Xiao Yu. Lu Jin, oblivious to the intricacies, simply felt happy that Lei Zi also seemed to like his younger brother, believing they could collectively protect him. Zhou Yuan, too, was unaware, thinking perhaps Xiao Yu shared her essence, thus prompting Lei Zi's affection. What did it matter, so long as it was a positive outcome? Lu Yu noticed the bandage on Lei Zi's hind leg and tilted his head. Mom, is the dog injured? Zhou Yuan nodded and turned to Lin Shui. Mom, could you please help change Lei Zi's bandages? Also, check if your healing ability has improved. Lin Kui promptly agreed, and Zhou Yuan moved Lei Zi's bed from the space to a corner of the living room, handing Lin Shui the medication provided by the military base's doctor. Lin Shui took the two children along to help change Lei Zi's bandages, only to hear Lu Jin asking, Grandma, will Lei Zi be able to stand again? Before Lin Shui could respond, Lu Feng interjected, Don't worry, once Grandma's powers are upgraded, she will surely help Lei Zi stand. Lin Shui paused momentarily, amused by her eldest son's unwavering confidence in her abilities, even though she had barely grasped her powers. However, seeing her grandson's hopeful eyes, she steeled herself. Rest assured, Grandma will help Lei Zi stand again. And then we'll have your father slay a few more of those zombie creatures with crystal cores for Grandma to use. Let's go. Mutuelle destruction. Lu Feng froze, while others stifled their laughter. Ignoring her youngest son's complaints, Lin Shui finished applying the ointment. Reflecting on Zhou Yuan's advice regarding the use of her ability, she focused on a distinct energy within her, channeling it into her hands. After a while, she observed a slender thread of green energy, reminiscent of spider silk, coalescing at Lei Zi's injured leg, prompting a soft, satisfied whimper from the dog. Everyone turned their attention, astonished to see the wounds on Lei Zi's leg beginning to mend. Yet, within a minute, the green thread dissipated, causing Lin Shui to plop down onto the ground. Zhou Yuan hurriedly brought her a cup of water, helping her recover. Although fatigued, Lin Shui expressed her joy. I found the feeling. Grandma is amazing. The two children cheered, their enthusiasm unwavering. The others shared in their happiness, realizing how vital Lin Shui's ability was to their survival. While they had stockpiled medicine, none possessed medical knowledge, rendering most of it useless. The prospect of Lin Shui's healing ability, which required no medication, was truly a blessing. Lei Zi showed its appreciation by licking Lin Shui's palm, who joyfully patted its head. She carefully rewrapped the bandages. Although the surface wound appeared to have healed, her powers were still limited, leaving the deeper injuries unaddressed. Moreover, the shattered bone required stabilization. With daily treatment, she hoped to enhance her abilities further, ensuring Lei Zi's complete recovery over time. Chapter 57. The news of the zombies. As December officially commenced, the water levels gradually receded. By mid-December, the water had diminished to the level of the calves, rendering travel largely unimpeded. Over the past few months, the populace had grown accustomed to the oppressive heat. People began to emerge from their homes, with many believing that the calamity was nearing its conclusion. As the waters receded, the ground was revealed, littered with remnants of devastation. Various corpses, both human and animal, rendered unrecognizable after weeks of submersion. It was untenable to leave the bodies abandoned on the ground. Yet curiously, there were no official efforts to address the situation. Eventually, some compassionate individuals identified their loved ones and took them away for burial, while the remaining corpses went unattended. At this juncture, many began to realize the gravity of the situation. If the disaster were truly concluding, the government would surely initiate rescue and reconstruction efforts and organize cleanup operations. The lack of action suggested that there were far graver issues at hand. Sure enough, one day, a man returned from outside, bearing news of zombies. His wife had been feverish and unconscious, prompting him to seek medical assistance. In the hospital, he witnessed a horrifying scene. Patients suddenly leaped from their beds, attacking those nearby with savage bites. The gruesome spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the undead depicted in films, albeit with less grotesque features. He abandoned his wife, slumped in a chair, and fled in terror. As he finished recounting his harrowing tale, panic ensued, and everyone scattered into their respective buildings. They hastily discarded their outer garments, and those with disinfectant doused themselves in the liquid. China was no stranger to viral infections. Knowledge of their terrifying nature was widespread, especially regarding the zombie virus that had only been mentioned in fictional narratives. They instinctively reacted, but little did they know that mere avoidance would not suffice to prevent infection, nor would common disinfectants prove effective against this pervasive threat. All they could do was wait, hoping to survive this phase. If they remained uninfected, unless bitten or scratched by a zombie, they would not transform. Zhou Yuan observed the crowd disperse, leaving only the bearer of the news standing bewildered in the wind. Shortly thereafter, Lu Cheng approached, having removed his outer coat and mask, spraying himself with disinfectant. Although his sister-in-law had informed them that such measures were futile, he felt a sense of reassurance in taking precautions. He took a sip of water and remarked that the man had indeed returned from the People's Hospital, echoing his sister-in-law's account. Just days prior, Zhou Yuan had ensured they received vaccinations, foreseeing the imminent emergence of zombies. As soon as the man arrived, Lu Cheng had gone to gather more information. His own abilities had manifested, granting him control over the wind. Currently, he felt only an increase in speed, realizing that he was not merely enhancing his velocity, but running swiftly due to the wind itself, though he had yet to master its manipulation. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to speak, two figures clad in black entered. She felt a wave of embarrassment. These two were Lu Feng and Lu Li, brothers endowed with formidable powers, fire and lightning, respectively. The issue was their inability to control these abilities, often resulting in self-inflicted burns. One of them sported hair that stood upright like a hedgehog, prompting Lin Shui to send them to the rooftop for practice, away from flammable materials. Meanwhile, Lu Aimin was on the balcony, struggling to cultivate soil alongside Lin Shui. Thus far, his only achievement was creating uneven pits to facilitate planting, much to Lin Shui's chagrin. In the corner of the living room stood a metallic figure, causing Zhou Yuan further distress. Lu Ming's ability was metallic in nature, yet he could only envelop himself in metal, unable to maintain control over it, making him resemble a chameleon. At this point, aside from Xiaoyu, everyone had developed abilities. Even Zhou Yuan had acquired a water-related power, which, for now, felt rather underwhelming. Initially, Lu Cheng had teased her, suggesting she could use her water to soak zombies before Lu Qing froze them. However, the outcome had left Lu Cheng with numerous minor injuries, ultimately becoming Lin Shui's next test subject. Zhou Yuan's psychic abilities had also expanded. She had previously possessed skills in mental detection, telepathy, and telekinesis. But now she had gained the ability to interfere with others' minds, a delightful surprise. They had not sought out jade stones recently, and without upgrading her space, her powers should not have increased. Yet while organizing supplies one day, she discovered an uncut raw stone from a mineral market that had not been absorbed into her space due to an exterior protective layer. After cutting the stone, her space upgraded, enhancing the water's potency and extending its efficacy to 16 hours. Speaking of this water, a delightful revelation arose when Zhou Yuan sent her two children and Lei Zi to play in her space. The mischievous children brought Lei Zi into the pond for a bath, unaware that his leg injury had yet to heal and he should not have been submerged. When Zhou Yuan arrived to retrieve him, Lei Zi resisted, but upon inspection, she found no signs of infection. In fact, it appeared that the water had beneficial effects on his injury. Lin Shui, who treated Lei Zi daily, noted signs of healing in the bone. Zhou Yuan was astonished. She had unwittingly wasted the water's potential, believing it to be useless when in fact it required immersion for its healing properties. Consequently, She arranged for everyone to bathe, leading to the gradual emergence of abilities among the others. Only Xiao Yu remained blissfully unaware, content to watch cartoons with her brother and lazy. Whether one possesses supernatural abilities seems rather inconsequential. What remains uncertain is whether he will grapple with feelings of melancholy as he matures. However, it is of little consequence, for with so many individuals safeguarding him, their joy in witnessing his happiness undoubtedly mirrors their own. As for Zhou Yuan, her fourth psychic ability has manifested mental interference. She can exert control over another's thoughts and consciousness within a certain range, compelling them to dance, spin, or even bow. The higher the difficulty, the greater the demand on her mental fortitude. Following an instance where she made Lu Cheng perform a dance, it became evident to all that she possessed such a formidable power, thereby securing her position as the most untouchable individual, without exception. Chapter 58. The preparation. As everyone finished tidying up and returned to the sofa, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Li's spiky hair. Xiao Yu, intrigued, reached out to touch it, watching as he tried to flatten it down, only for it to spring back up immediately. With a playful grin, she exclaimed, "Uncle, your hair looks just like a hedgehog. I want my hair to be like that too." Zhou Yuan cleared her throat and couldn't resist adding, "Big brother, I think I have some styling spray. Do you need it?" Lu Li shot her a glance and grumbled, "No, I do not." Zhou Yuan, brushing her nose, shifted to the serious matter at hand. "The zombies have already appeared. We need to act swiftly." "What do you mean?" Lu Li asked, perplexed. The application of abilities requires practical experience, and only through consistent practice can one improve. Otherwise, it is merely a display of empty skills. Zhou Yuan suspected that the delayed rescue efforts indicated that other areas had likely already encountered zombies, and the government must have recognized the gravity of the situation and begun establishing official bases. Her own 2 years at the base in Heilongjiang left her completely unaware of the outside circumstances. The others straightened up, and Lu Cheng asked anxiously, "So what do we do? My ability can only be used for running." Reflecting on this, he felt a sting of embarrassment, having previously mocked Lu Qing, whose ability, even at its most rudimentary, could create ice to cool everyone down, while he was left with nothing but the capacity to flee. Would he simply run away upon encountering zombies? How cowardly! Zhou Yuan stated firmly. Thus, we must venture out and take action. Lu Feng frowned. Are you suggesting we go out to kill zombies? Yes, Zhou Yuan affirmed. The current zombies are still in their primitive stage, moving slowly, mere shells of their former selves, relying on sound and scent to navigate. Their sluggishness makes them perfect for us to practice on. Lu Li replied gravely. All right, then we'll set off shortly. But what about our parents and the 2 children? Lu Aimin's eyes widened. What? Are you looking down on me? Lu Li rolled his eyes, wondering if his father even recognized his own age. Noticing Lu Li's expression, Lu Aimin stood up, ready to explode, while Lin Shui held him back. Realizing that since her husband had regained his health, his temper had also grown increasingly volatile. Zhou Yuan spoke softly. Aside from the 2 children, I will utilize my space ability. Everyone else must go. Lu Li hesitated. His father accompanying them posed no issue, but could his mother, who was adept at butchering fish and chickens, truly handle killing zombies? He glanced at Lu Feng, who countered, I believe we should all go. As Zhou Yuan mentioned, the current zombies are at a low level. Essentially, as long as you dare to kill, they are waiting for you to do so. The subsequent kills are irrelevant. However, we must overcome the psychological barrier first. The act of killing is one thing. The willingness and courage to do so is another. Zhou Yuan nodded. Precisely, especially for Mother. She must break through this psychological barrier at the outset. Otherwise, as the zombies become more agile, she will lose her chance to adapt. Lin Shui felt apprehensive, but, hearing their words, resolutely declared, I can do it. I will treat them like chickens, just with slightly thicker necks and more terrifying appearances. Lu Li considered this and recognized the truth in her words. They could not remain cooped up in this house forever. Eventually, they would have to venture out. If they merely shouted at the sight of zombies without daring to act, would they wait for the zombies to take their own lives? Moreover, besides Zhou Yuan, none of them had actually killed a zombie with a weapon before. Though they were all eager and enthusiastic now, she hoped they wouldn't turn into a frightened bunch. paralyzed with fear. Without further ado, Zhou Yuan arranged for the two children and Lei Zi to be placed in her space. Unsure of how long they would be out, she prepared their food and instructed Xiao Jin on how to heat it up. Finally, fully armed, they donned protective gear, as it was essential to take precautions in the face of unknown dangers. Thankfully, their previous raid on the military supply depot had yielded lightweight protective gear, though she was unsure of its official name. According to the description, it was waterproof, windproof, tear-resistant, and bulletproof, an official product of superior quality. Dressing in the newly released temperature-regulating clothing from a tech company, topped with the protective gear, felt quite satisfactory. They completed their look with masks and baseball caps. Perfect. Next came the weapons. They had previously stockpiled a selection of arms, and the military supplies held additional tools that could serve as weapons. Lu Ming immediately spotted a hand axe, its size and type perfectly suited for him. Lin Shui picked up a butcher's knife she had bought during a pig purchase in the village, which she found comfortable to wield. Lu Li and Lu Feng chose various knives, dao, military blades, the names of which Zhou Yuan could not recall. As long as they felt comfortable using them, that was sufficient. While Zhou Yuan recognized her own hand strength as a weakness, she had mental calibration to assist her. Using a crossbow was quite convenient, though she had been worried about having enough bolts. However, she discovered a crossbow among the military supplies, equipped with plenty of arrows, which should suffice for her needs. Naturally, while the crossbow excelled in ranged attacks, she also carried a military bayonet, lightweight and suitable for close combat. These weapons would be most useful in the early stages, and as everyone began to utilize their abilities, they would only rely on weapons when their powers were insufficient. Having selected their weapons and donned their gear, Zhou Yuan concluded, "Today marks our first day. Let's not be reckless. We will merely explore the vicinity, primarily to build our courage and acclimate ourselves to the sight of zombies. We must not stray too far, as communication is currently unreliable. Should we become separated, there would be no means of rescue." Indeed, she was not exaggerating. The terrifying appearance of zombies would be an invisible assault on those of them who had lived in peaceful times. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan recalled that there might be walkie-talkies among the military supplies. However, they were about to set off. Adjusting the frequency would need to wait until they ventured further out. Also, we must not disperse too much, especially near the two elders. It is crucial that someone stays close to them, Lu Li added. Lu Cheng and the others nodded in understanding, and Lu Feng was certain to follow Zhou Yuan. Lu Aimin yearned to assert that he was not old and could fend for himself, but knowing his wife's disdain for his dilapidated dwelling, he wisely remained silent. As the group descended the stairs, who could have anticipated that a sudden change would occur on the 7th floor? Chapter 59. The first kill. As soon as she arrived on the 20th floor, Zhou Yuan could sense the presence of everyone in the building, and she quickly realized something was amiss. Following the enhancement of her mental abilities, her first mental scan was unmistakably clear. Much like the data visualization maps of the past, an automated map formed in her mind, adorned with various markers and colors. However, she remained uncertain about what each marker and color represented. Fortunately, she was not colorblind. Previously, her map contained only 2 markers, 10 distinct colored heads and 1 gray dog head. She was confident that the 10 heads belonged to her companions, while the dog head signified lazy. Having just placed lazy and 2 children into her space, those 2 heads and the dog head vanished. The colors likely denoted different abilities. Upon reaching the 20th floor, her map suddenly displayed a richer palette. In addition to the 8 colored heads, 4 particularly prominent gray skulls appeared, with the rest being gray heads. Zhou Yuan briefed her companions on the situation, as she herself was uncertain of its precise implications. The 4 skulls were located on the 7th floor. As the group descended quietly, they reached the 12th or 13th floor when a piercing scream echoed through the air. Zhou Yuan noted the addition of another skull to her map, blinking in surprise. The scream drew the attention of people from the 14th and 12th floors, who timidly peered out from the stairwell. Upon seeing the group, they were astonished, likely bewildered by the timing of their appearance and the sudden increase in numbers. Ignoring them, the group continued their descent. Wang Zhelan from the 14th floor exchanged a glance with her parents, and the 3 of them followed suit. The family of 3 from the 12th floor joined them, and upon reaching the 8th floor, they encountered another family of 3 from room 802, increasing their numbers. Zhou Yuan's map now revealed her 8 multicolored heads, followed by 9 gray heads, suggesting that those with colors possessed abilities while the gray heads represented ordinary people. However, there was no time to ponder further, as a commotion erupted from the 7th floor where the initial scream had originated. Suddenly, a woman, whom Zhou Yuan had previously given a bottle of water, burst forth, clutching a child. Her husband followed closely behind, both in a panic as they rushed upward, colliding with Zhou Yuan's group. The woman hesitated momentarily, while the man unceremoniously pushed through, disregarding his wife and child. Whether intentional or not, he shoved the person next to him, who happened to be Zhou Yuan, with Lu Feng positioned just behind her. Observing this, Lu Feng wasted no time and struck with his blade, fortunate that it was not a long knife. Otherwise, the man's hand would have been severed. The man's scream echoed as a gash, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his arm. Startled, everyone took a step back. Lu Feng coldly remarked, "If you cannot control your hands, perhaps you should forego them altogether." The man, drenched in cold sweat, clutched his wounded arm, frozen in fear. The woman, witnessing the scene, tightened her grip on her child and leaned against the stair railing. The man's wail quickly summoned the inhabitants of the 7th floor corridor. Zhou Yuan confirmed her suspicion. It was not merely people, but zombies that had been drawn in. She discerned that the skulls on her map represented the undead. The man's shove had propelled Zhou Yuan to the forefront, and a few steps down the staircase would bring her face to face with the zombies. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and loosed an arrow, which struck true, felling the zombie that had emerged, its head still quivering from the impact. It was an elderly male zombie. Zhou Yuan recalled that the 7th floor housed 4 elderly residents. 2 of them were solitary, while the other 2 appeared to be the man's parents. As she surmised from the injured man, the sight of Zhou Yuan dispatching the zombie left him even more unsettled, rendering him unable to look up. Zhou Yuan, however, did not dwell on it, as 3 more zombies appeared, 2 women, 1 young and the other elderly, and a man. Nearby, the woman holding the child gasped, "Grandpa and Grandma." She quickly covered the child's mouth, whispering, "Be good, Chun-Chun, they're no longer your grandparents." Zhou Yuan recognized that the 2 elderly zombies were from room 702, while the one she had just slain was one of the solitary elderly from room 701. The woman was the one from the 3rd floor who had lost her son. They had previously speculated that she had been murdered by someone surnamed Gao. It remained uncertain whether their intervention had altered the course of fate or if they had misjudged the situation. Without further contemplation, Zhou Yuan unleashed a flurry of arrows, each one finding its mark. It was no wonder Lu Li and the others refrained from intervening. Their longer weapons were ill-suited for the cramped quarters where so many were gathered. They could only watch as Zhou Yuan showcased her prowess. As she descended, she discovered the corner of the staircase was crowded with people coming from below, nearly overwhelming. Did they still have the presence of mind to gawk at the unfolding drama? Ignoring them, she pressed onward to the 7th floor, realizing that 1 zombie had yet to emerge. It turned out that it could not. Its legs had been bitten off, rendering it incapable of standing and forcing it to crawl on the ground, drooling upon seeing Zhou Yuan. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger and severed its head, knowing that to truly eradicate a zombie, one must destroy its brain or decapitate it. Otherwise, it could survive any injury. Thus, her previous arrows had all aimed for the head. Otherwise, they would have been futile. Having dealt with the last one, Zhou Yuan wasted no time in descending further when a female voice questioned, "Are you just going to leave after killing people?" Zhou Yuan chuckled, turning to the voice. It belonged to the woman from room 402 who had relocated to room 602. "Are you certain there are still people?" Wu Lanlan, somewhat frightened, replied, "They are merely infected with a virus. They're not dead, are they? Shouldn't we take them to the hospital?" Zhou Yuan regarded her with amusement, bewildered by her naivety. Suddenly, she noticed a skull on her map that had not vanished, piquing her interest as she seized Wu Lanlan. What are you doing?" Wu Lanlan screamed. "Let her go, Lanlan." Her parents rushed forward, but Lu Feng and the others obstructed them. Her husband merely frowned, making no move. Zhou Yuan smiled. "Rest assured, I mean her no harm. I merely wish to fulfill her benevolent spirit." She dragged Wu Lanlan before the still-living zombie, the elderly one she had first shot. "Ah, this grandpa is still alive. Would you like to take him to the hospital?" Wu Lanlan gazed at the bloodied, groaning zombie on the ground, letting out a terrified scream. Zhou Yuan feigned disinterest. TSK, you said they're merely infected, did you not? What are you afraid of? Hurry, take him to the hospital. How else will you reconcile with your kind heart? With that, she disregarded both Wu Lanlan and the zombie, continuing her descent. Lin Shui and the others hurried to follow. As Zhou Yuan passed by Zhang Weiwei, she whispered a few words. The others could only watch in shock as they departed. Wu Lanlan's scream evidently provoked the zombie on the ground, which began to struggle to rise. Her parents rushed to pull her away, scolding, "Xiao Gang, you coward! Hurry and take Lanlan away." The rest could only watch helplessly as the zombie slowly got to its feet, prompting a frantic rush to escape. Chapter 60. Sweeping the community. By the time Zhou Yuan reached the first floor, the skeletal figures still lingered, while the number of gray figures around it dwindled. Ultimately, only one gray figure appeared to be slowly approaching. Zhou Yuan chose not to pay it further attention. Their group, resolute and determined, commenced their expedition through the community. Their objective for the day was to eradicate the zombies that had infested the area, as they had been preparing to settle here for the past couple of years and deemed it necessary to cleanse their surroundings. Moreover, remaining within the confines of the community ensured that they could assist one another should any unforeseen circumstances arise. In a previous lifetime, someone had taken the initiative to clear the zombies from this community, namely Gao Ning. However, this had not occurred so swiftly. It took approximately 4 to 5 days before he began, likely spurred by the realization of his awakened powers and newfound confidence. Today, their plan was to first eliminate the wandering zombies within the community. Zhou Yuan had already tested her abilities and found her experience in dispatching zombies intact. Thus, she led Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, while the others were encouraged to seek out their own encounters, with a suggestion to utilize their powers as necessary. If any of them felt overwhelmed, they were to drink the water Zhou Yuan had prepared for them. Initially, Lu Feng had no intention of joining, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that his combat prowess paled in comparison to Zhou Yuan's. Thus, he opted to refrain from participating. Zhou Yuan, accompanied by Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, ventured in a particular direction. Not far ahead, they spotted a child zombie, seemingly no older than a year or two than Xiao Jin, wandering aimlessly. The creature, having caught a whiff of human scent, began to inch toward them. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lin Shui and Lu Aimin. "Lin Kui, somevat hesitant," remarked. "It's just a child." Zhou Yuan anticipated that her mother-in-law would express reluctance, ready to offer words of persuasion. To her surprise, Lin Shui pursed her lips and charged forward, muttering, child, forgive me," before delivering a fatal blow to the zombie's neck with a cleaver. However, the head did not sever completely, and the zombie remained animated, reaching out with eager hands. Zhou Yuan gasped, "Mom." In an instant, Lu Aimin lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike to the zombie's head, rendering it lifeless. Zhou Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated. Lin Shui extracted the blade, panting as she sank to the ground, her gaze fixed on the motionless child zombie, tears welling in her eyes. Whether from fear or pity, it was difficult to discern. Perhaps it was a combination of both, as Lu Aimin also stood transfixed, staring at the dark red blood staining the blade. Zhou Yuan remained silent, understanding that this was their first experience of taking a life. Although the zombie was no longer human, it retained a semblance of humanity in their eyes, marking a significant transition that they would eventually grow accustomed to. In truth, slaying zombies was manageable. They were well aware that these creatures were no longer human, but rather monstrosities. Zhou Yuan, however, had struggled for quite some time after her first kill, the unease within her refusing to be quelled, leading to a night filled with nightmares. This was also why she had allowed Lu Feng to wear her down, despite her fatigue. She wished to mitigate the negative impact of their first kill, yet it seemed Lu Feng remained unaffected, as if the male psyche possessed greater resilience. With the scent of blood now in the air, several zombies in the distance began to approach. observing that her in-laws had not yet regained their composure. Zhou Yuan opted not to pressure them further and took the initiative to confront the approaching foes herself. Counting them, she estimated there were about 3 or 4, some near and some far. She believed she could manage. She first shot down the closest one with her crossbow. Next, she attempted to use her mental interference to signal a more distant zombie to turn away, and to her delight, it complied. A smile graced her lips. It appeared this ability could indeed affect zombies. Yet, as the creature wandered approximately 5 meters away, it reversed course once more. Zhou Yuan pouted, lamenting her own inadequacy. Just as she was feeling frustrated, the other 2 zombies had already drawn near, and she raised her weapon to shoot again. At that moment, her in-laws arrived, with Lu Aimin firmly stating, "A Yuan, leave these 2 to us." Zhou Yuan, meeting their determined gazes, nodded, "Be careful if you miss your strike. Evade them. Don't let them catch you." As her in-laws charged toward the 2 zombies, Zhou Yuan, feeling uneasy, redirected her focus to the zombie she had been controlling, guiding it to turn away in another direction before checking on her in-law skirmish. Lu Aimin appeared to have found his approach, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the zombie's head, but struggled to extract his blade afterward, as it had penetrated too deeply. Meanwhile, Lin Shui faced a more arduous task. Her strike landed on the zombie's head but failed to penetrate. Aware of the zombie's resilience, she quickly recalibrated her aim and struck at its neck instead. Success. The neck severed cleanly, ensuring the creature was beyond recovery. Zhou Yuan, impressed, flashed them a thumbs up, only to notice their expressions turn to horror as they gazed behind her. In that moment, she recalled the zombie she had been manipulating, which had slipped beyond her control. She swiftly turned to focus on it, redirecting it once more, and watched as it meandered in another direction. Lin Shui hurried over, unable to contain her exasperation. "You keep reminding us not to get distracted while killing zombies." Zhou Yuan chuckled, glancing at the obedient zombie. "I ascend it behaving rather well." Lu Aimin, observing the aimless wandering of the zombie, exclaimed, "A Yuan, your mental prowess can even control zombies." Zhou Yuan shook her head. "It's not that powerful. I can merely influence some of its actions. However, I cannot create movements that do not exist within it. For instance, I cannot compel it to kill or to harm itself." Lin Shui and Lu Aimin appeared puzzled, and Zhou Yuan herself struggled to articulate her thoughts. Essentially, her mental interference allowed her to alter existing actions, but not to fabricate new ones. If someone were asleep, she could not make them rise and act. But if they were already engaged in an action, she could modify or halt it. In summary, she lacked the ability to conjure something from nothing. Lu Aimin, perplexed, decided to drop the subject, asking, "Shall we dispose of it now?" Zhou Yuan hastily replied, "No, Dad, if you wish to kill zombies, go find your own. I'm still enjoying this." Lu Aimin was speechless, as if he were competing with her for a toy. Lin Kui chuckled, giving Zhou Yuan a playful tap on the forehead before following Lu Aimin in search of more zombies. After eliminating 2 zombies, their fear dissipated, replaced instead by a burgeoning interest in the task at hand. Zhou Yuan, feeling uneasy, trailed behind the zombie, observing her in-laws become increasingly adept at their newfound skill, which filled her with pride. Many onlookers from the community witnessed this scene through their windows, an elderly couple wielding knives against the monstrosities, accompanied by a girl whose age was indiscernible, trailing behind them. Most notably, a zombie followed closely akin to a bodyguard. Initially, those watching believed the trio was insane for abandoning safety to confront zombies. Did they not fear infection? Yet, the distant growls reminded them that safety was an illusion. Yet they remained too frightened to step outside. Some retreated, choosing to hide, while others, like Gao Ning, appeared contemplative. Soon, the zombies roaming outside the community were eradicated. Given that there had not been many residents prior and that no one had ventured out previously, coupled with the area's isolation, there were few outside zombies. Most remained within the various buildings, but Zhou Yuan and her companions had no intention of clearing those. Chapter 61. Self-rescue soon. A few individuals gathered at the previously dispersed location. It was evident that none of them were unscathed. They all had their share of spoils. "Let's call it a day," they decided, glancing at the zombie trailing behind Zhou Yuan. She absent-mindedly wiped her nose, nearly forgetting its presence, and with a murmured apology, raised her hand and shot it down. If the zombie had any consciousness, it would likely die with lingering resentment, having been toyed with for so long only to be so ruthlessly abandoned. They gathered the corpses together, and Lu Feng discreetly set them ablaze, relieved that he had managed not to catch himself in the flames. In such sweltering heat, leaving the bodies to rot would not only create an unbearable stench, but also attract a swarm of insects. As they awaited the fire to consume the remains, they heard a voice calling from the second floor of Building 9. "Hey, brave warriors, please hold on." The group froze momentarily. Brave warriors? Are they calling us? Zhou Yuan's lips twitched as she looked at the men, raising her chin slightly. "They're addressing you." Lu turned to see a young man in his 20s, looking relatively well, suggesting he hadn't suffered from any shortages during the flooding. "What do you want?" Lu asked impatiently. The young man quickly replied, "You are so impressive. Aren't you afraid of being infected?" Lu glanced at Zhou Yuan, who nodded, recognizing that the information would soon be common knowledge, rendering secrecy unnecessary. To be candid, she had no intention of clearing out the zombies in the buildings. Although many of those homes contained food supplies, she found them unworthy of her effort, fearing the trouble they would bring. This had happened before when Gao Ning organized a group to scour the buildings, seizing the resources of the zombies' residences, which led to discontent among the other tenants and ultimately required Gao Ning to suppress them by force. They could certainly resort to force, but with the time they had available, it would be more prudent to venture outside where resources were abundant, provided one had the courage to do so. Thus, disseminating this information could facilitate their self-rescue while simultaneously doing a service to humanity. Lu raised his voice slightly. "The period for viral infection has passed. If you were to succumb, you would have transformed into a zombie by now. If you haven't changed yet, it is highly unlikely that you will, provided you avoid being bitten or scratched." Then, voices began to echo from various buildings. "Is what you said true?" Lu frowned. "Listen carefully to what I just said. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains. You must destroy their brains or decapitate them to ensure their permanent demise." "How can you prove that what you say is true?" came a skeptical voice. Lu Cheng laughed heartily. "Are you joking? Just hearing this information is already generous. Proof? Who owes you that? Believe it or not, it's your choice." Zhou Yuan and the others were utterly speechless. They chose not to engage further and prepare to leave. Just then, a female voice called out, "Hey, you can't leave. You must help us clear the zombies in our building." At this, Zhou Yuan was truly a loss for words. What kind of absurdity was this? Each one more peculiar than the last. She could not be bothered to argue and simply walked away, having exerted herself for hours and now craving a meal at home. The reason they refrained from mentioning their abilities was due to its complexity. Explaining it would take too long, and if their powers did not manifest later, they would be accused of misleading others. Conversely, if they did manifest, would they then be expected to act as consultants? Upon entering Building 8, Zhou Yuan noticed that the skull had vanished, prompting a smile. As they passed the 16th floor, she spotted a solitary green head. Curious, she returned home quietly, where each of them cleaned themselves up. She brought out the 2 children and the dog that had been playing wildly in her space, along with some food, as Lin Shui was too fatigued to cook today. Considering the grim nature of their earlier task, she opted for some vegetarian dishes, knowing everyone was exhausted and unlikely to complain. After dinner, Zhou Yuan examined the 11 colorful heads on the map, puzzled as to why the one on the 16th floor was also green. She had previously thought that others were gray while her family was green, but that distinction seemed inaccurate now. Upon reflection, she realized that their family shared a unique trait. They were all endowed with special abilities, unlike the others who were ordinary. Yet, this too did not fully add up, for Xiaoyu had no powers. Could it be? At that moment, Lu sensed his mother-esque gaze upon him and immediately flashed a sweet smile. Zhou Yuan was charmed and rushed over to embrace him, ruffling his hair, marveling at how adorable her child was. Seeing the mother-son interaction, everyone chuckled, with Lu Cheng remarking, "Xiaoyu is becoming increasingly charming." Zhou Yuan paused, recalling that she too had noticed her growing fondness for Xiaoyu lately. Traditionally, she had been a rather stern mother, never indulging her child. After all, it was her strictness that had caused friction with her in-laws. However, she had recently found herself becoming lenient towards many of Xiao Yu's behaviors, even attributing their recent escapade with the fish to Xiao Jin. Whenever Xiao Yu looked at her with those innocent eyes, she found herself forgetting to reprimand him. Something was amiss. Lu Qing had also noted Xiao Yu's increasing charm. It appeared that Xiao Yu had indeed awakened a latent ability, one that everyone had overlooked. This ability seemed to manifest as an innate charm, causing those who laid eyes upon him to feel an unexplainable fondness, prompting them to draw closer. It was likely that Lei Zi's affection for him stemmed from this very power. This explained why her family's representations on the map were all green. Zhou Yuan gently tousled Xiao Yu's hair, recognizing that he might not even be aware of his own ability. Being so small, he was in that endearing age where he easily evoked affection, rendering him somewhat overlooked. Had it not been for her map, they might have remained oblivious for a considerable time. Then, recalling the other green head on the 16th floor, she wondered if that individual had also awakened an ability. She had never paid much attention to them, dismissing them as inconsequential. In her previous life, there had only been Gao Ning as the sole wielder of abilities in their community. Why was there now another? Could it be that her presence had somehow influenced this occurrence? Intriguing indeed, but she was curious to know whether it was a male or female. Who would have thought they would have this opportunity? Awakening abilities was no easy feat. For every 100 individuals, only one might exhibit a power. Otherwise, Gao Ning's extraordinary abilities would not have garnered such awe. In their case, among the 10 with abilities, their consistent training and her spatial enhancements had played a substantial role. Thus, it seemed she was operating with an advantage that was somewhat unfair to others. Zhou Yuan informed everyone about Xiao Yu's newfound ability, urging them to be mindful and not let it go unchecked, as indulging a mischievous child could lead to chaos. Lin Shui grumbled, "What kind of ability is that? Xiao Yu must have had it since birth, right?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, for both of them, it seemed Xiao Yu had possessed this ability since his arrival. Much like Xiao Jin. Chapter 62. The wholesale market. Zhou Yuan sat in the car, gazing out at the disheveled city through the window, her heart awash with indescribable emotions. Even though she had witnessed this scene in her previous life, she still felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Sea City had become a social media sensation, frequently attracting visitors from afar. Consequently, the streets were typically thronged with crowds. However, thanks to the torrential rains and flooding, even the zombies were sparse today. Although sparse was relative, they were not as densely packed as depicted in the apocalyptic films. Yet, after the floodwaters receded, many had already depleted their supplies, and numerous individuals ventured out to seek resources. Sea City's population was substantial to begin with, having surpassed 10 million in last year's census. Not to mention the influx of stranded outsiders due to the deluge. The numbers were staggering. Even if just 1% of them emerged, it would amount to a staggering 1 or 200,000. Unfortunately, most of those who ventured out during this period rarely returned unscathed, either succumbing to zombie transformation or being bitten or scratched in the process. Lu Feng, observing the staggering zombies staggering along the road, pressed the accelerator and charged ahead. The zombies, lacking the presence of mind to evade, collided with the vehicle, splattering dark red blood across its surface. Lu Cheng, in the back seat, lamented loudly, "Ah, my G-Class." Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. This vehicle was the rugged Mercedes-Benz G-Class they had acquired during their last visit to the auto show, far superior to their family's SUV. Logically, they should have taken that SUV, but it was far too conspicuous in their neighborhood. Now that the waters had receded, she had no desire to attract her cousin's attention. Moreover, despite its lack of monetary value, this car was a personal possession, a materialization of their investment, and held sentimental value after so long. She could not bear to let it suffer neglect. When Lu Cheng saw her take this car, he eagerly attempted to seize control, only to be firmly subdued by Lu Feng. Zhou Yuan could sense Lu Feng and the taciturn Lu Ming in the back seat itching to drive this vehicle. Aw, men. Their affection for cars seemingly rivaled that for women. The four of them set out today, intending to revisit the wholesale market they had last attempted to explore during the floods. only to return empty-handed. The market was a muddy mess, yet surprisingly devoid of zombies. Only a couple had wandered in from elsewhere. Zhou Yuan refrained from intervening, as Lu Feng swiftly incinerated them with a fireball. Noticing the absence of any living souls, Zhou Yuan parked the car and stored it in her space, as it was far too filthy. The group rummaged through the various shops, finding little in the way of zombies since this was only the second day of their appearance. Many were scouring their neighborhoods or large supermarkets in the city center for food, leaving these remote wholesale markets largely untouched. Most vehicles had been submerged for 2 months and were now considered scrap, making it a considerable challenge for anyone to reach this place on foot while contending with zombies along the way. Zhou Yuan felt they had made quite a spectacle by driving out from their community today. She sighed, pondering whether this torrential rain was a merciful reprieve for humanity or merely a torment, resulting in fewer people being out during the zombie outbreak. The indirect infections from bites and scratches had also significantly decreased. However, this had led to considerable wastage of resources necessary for human sustenance. The wholesale market offered a plethora of goods, and Zhou Yuan, with her ample space, was not particular. She collected everything, even the soaked rice and flour. The supplies she had previously stockpiled in her space were of exceptionally high quality, especially those in her pantry. If she were to produce them later, it would draw too much attention, so she needed some items of inferior quality to avoid scrutiny. Initially, Lu Feng and the others were puzzled, but after Zhou Yuan explained, they realized how inexperienced they truly were. She clarified that it wasn't solely a matter of experience. After 2 years in this apocalypse, she had been unable to secure even food within its shelf life, let alone items that had been soaked. Such insight was entirely drawn from those adept at weaving narratives, who possessed a remarkable imagination, as if they had genuinely lived through the apocalypse. Adjacent to the grain and oil wholesale market was a fruit wholesale market. Before they even entered, the foul stench of rotten fruit assailed their senses. Such delicate commodities could not withstand the onslaught of high temperatures and moisture, regardless of packaging. They promptly abandoned the idea of foraging there. Next was the grocery wholesale market, where they found ample opportunities to stock up. The shelves were filled with well-packaged, preserved goods, typically boasting lengthy shelf lives. Zhou Yuan dismissed the bulk items displayed outside. As they exited one of the warehouses, they suddenly heard voices. The four exchanged glances and approached the storefront, which had its shutter down. They had entered through a smashed window, peering cautiously from the broken glass. Outside, approximately 7 men, all robust, stood conversing. 3 of them were ability users, led by a man with a buzz cut and a deep scar etched across his face, who swore as he walked, "Damn it, who got here before us and cleared out all the grains and oils?" A shorter man beside him chimed in, "Exactly, brother. It's bizarre. There aren't any vehicles around." Just then, someone emerged from a shop they had previously entered, exclaiming, "Brother, the warehouse over here has been emptied too." The scarred leader scowled, spitting on the ground in frustration. "What bad luck. We finally managed to get a vehicle over here, and it's all for nothing?" Unwilling to concede defeat, he directed his underlings to continue searching ahead, refusing to believe that others could clear out the entire market. Lu Feng and his companions exchanged glances. Although they were outnumbered by 3 ability users, their numbers gave them an advantage, and they were not inclined to confront these men directly. They quietly retreated, making their way out through a window at the back of the warehouse, relieved that it opened from the inside, sparing them the need to break it further, which would have undoubtedly attracted attention. As for the resources lining half the street, they had no choice but to relinquish them. However, it mattered little since they were not in dire need. The 4 of them silently exited the grocery market and continued their search in other markets. Nearby, they stumbled upon a cultural relic and jewelry market, igniting Zhou Yuan's excitement. Her space could be upgraded once more. Upon entry, she realized her naivety. Most of the items were antiques and cultural artifacts, with only a few jade pieces of questionable quality. But then again, such wholesale markets relied on luck and chance. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. She decided to gather what she could, including the antiques, as preserving history was worthwhile should they prove authentic. Finally, they visited the construction material wholesale market. The steel and other materials could be exchanged for valuable goods later at the base. Regrettably, the cement had been ruined by the flooding, but the sand and gravel remained unaffected. She found a spot near the mountain base in her space to store them. Having completed their tasks, they planned to retreat and find a location with a manageable number of zombies to practice their abilities. Chapter 63. The tale, just as they were preparing to depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Numerous skulls suddenly invaded Zhou Yuan's map, prompting her to rise instantly and urge the three still contemplating what to salvage. "Hurry, we must leave at once." After gathering her belongings, she quickly retrieved the vehicle. Lu Feng, reacting swiftly, took the driver's seat and started the engine, while Lu Cheng and Lu Ming hastily climbed aboard. With a grave expression, Zhou Yuan sat in the passenger seat and indicated a direction completely opposite to their intended route. Without hesitation, Lu Feng spun the steering wheel. Zhou Yuan, glancing at the map as the number of skulls increased, noticed 5 figures dashing ahead, 3 of the same color and 2 gray. What had these 5 individuals done to attract such a multitude of zombies? Moreover, the surrounding undead were also converging toward their location. She estimated there were no fewer than 100. How could they be so unfortunate? As they sped past the agricultural market, they encountered a group of people emerging from the grocery market, just as a Mercedes G-Class roared past them. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with envy at the sight of such an impressive off-road vehicle. If only they had one. The group was eager to chase after it. Their own vehicle parked not far away. They scrambled into their car, desperate to catch up. However, their water-damaged van, barely operational after numerous parts were replaced, could never hope to match the speed of Zhou Yuan's brand-new Mercedes G-Class. Soon, the luxury vehicle was out of sight. Damn, are they racing to the afterlife? Scarface pounded the steering wheel in frustration. "Brother," piped up the small man from the back seat. Scarface, brimming with rage, felt that the small man was courting disaster by approaching him. Yet, something felt amiss. He sensed the unmistakable sound of zombies, and it was growing louder. His hearing and vision had sharpened since the outbreak began. Just as Scarface was about to unleash his fury, he recalled the small man's unique ability and managed to suppress his anger. "What's the matter?" he asked, hoping for something substantial to justify his irritation. The small man replied urgently, "Zombies are coming from behind." Before Scarface could respond, a nonchalant youth in the driver's seat scoffed. "So what if they come? One punch from my brother, and their brains will splatter." Scarface possessed enhanced strength, which was advantageous in the early stages of the zombie outbreak. However, as time progressed, elemental abilities grew increasingly formidable. The small man, now panicking, insisted, "It's not just 1 or 2. The sound of getting closer. There must be at least 100, and I sense more zombies nearby. If we don't hurry, we'll be surrounded." Upon hearing this, Scarface and the others began to panic. He slapped the dashboard, exclaiming, "Don't be alarmist. In this godforsaken place, how could there be so many zombies?" Although they were 7 in number, only 3 possessed abilities. Scarface could usually handle 3 or 4 zombies with ease, but over 100? It was absurd. The small man's enhanced senses were primarily for warnings, and the youth with wind abilities was useless at the moment, as he was simply running away. The small man was nearly in tears. "Brother, I'm not exaggerating. I truly hear them. And there are also sounds of vehicles. They must have attracted the zombies." "Damn it," Scarface cursed, but he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, disregarding whether their battered van could endure the strain. They had no idea where it was safe to run. Considering the recently zoomed past G-Class, they assumed it had sped off because it knew something they didn't, and they decided to follow in its wake. The occupants of the vehicle that had drawn the zombies initially felt relieved upon spotting the van ahead. They thought perhaps there are formidable ability users among them. Regret washed over them for choosing to visit that cursed jewelry store. The sound of knocking on glass had attracted a portion of the zombies, but it was manageable. They were 5 in number. Though not all were ability users, they could handle it, except for Jingjing, who had injured her hand while retrieving the jewels, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. They had underestimated the allure of fresh blood, particularly that of ability users, to the zombies. By the time they realized their predicament, half an hour had passed, and dozens of zombies had amassed outside the jewelry store, leaving them aghast. Finally, after a grueling escape through a side exit, they discovered a relentless tide of zombies streaming from the city toward their location. They were left with no choice but to flee blindly in any direction. Jingjing's injury was worsening, and her blood would not stop flowing. As a space ability user, she carried their supplies, but now she was a living target, drawing the zombies closer. The van they were driving creaked and groaned, a testament to its waterlogged state. Why did they have to run away when we finally encountered living people? Scarface lamented. If we don't flee, we'll be feeding the zombies ourselves. With their small group, they were hardly a meal for the undead. Zhou Yuan soon discovered they had 3 pursuers, 2 vehicles, and a horde of zombies. It was enough to make her want to curse. Why were they following the same path? As they neared the outskirts, with zombies trailing behind, retreating into the even more zombie-infested city would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Their options were severely limited. However, continuing in this manner was not sustainable. Zombies did not tire, but they as humans would grow weary and hungry, and their vehicle required fuel. Although they had enough gas, wasting it this way was unthinkable. Lu, there's a farmhouse over there. Let us see if they can draw the zombies away, Zhou Yuan suggested gravely. Lu Feng glanced at her and then steered the vehicle onto a narrow side road, positioning it away from the roadside to protect it from any potential zombie onslaught. As for why they didn't use the space ability, it was likely that the group trailing them had spotted their vehicle, making explanations difficult later on. Moreover, they couldn't simply retrieve supplies while on the run. The farmhouse gate was closed, so they scaled the wall to enter. After months of training and the effects of spring water, their bodies were agile, and even Zhou Yuan could easily leap over such a low wall. Inside, they found a 2-story building. The map indicated 2 zombies were on the 2nd floor, and the 4 wasted no time in ascending, swiftly dispatching the undead before heading to the balcony. Lu Feng observed as Zhou Yuan retrieved 2 barrels of oil. Understanding her intent, he nodded. You plan to set the zombies ablaze? Zhou Yuan affirmed. With so many of them, it's impractical to kill them one by one. We only have 4 people, and we need to conserve our strength. Who knows what lies ahead? Lu Feng and Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, while Lu Ming remained confused. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would follow whatever instructions his brother and sister-in-law provided. Chapter 64. The courtyard in the van. Scarface was cursing vehemently, while the others inside were feeling dizzy from the bumpy ride, yet none dared to utter a word, even without the sharp ears of the shorter man. The sounds of the vehicles behind them were unmistakably clear in the vast emptiness around. Although they had not seen the 100 or so zombies that the shorter man had mentioned, they could certainly see the 1 or 2 dozen zombies that had encircled them. Scarface would ram straight into the ones approaching from the front, but the van was so old that with each collision, they felt as if the vehicle might just give up the ghost. To make matters worse, Scarface discovered with dismay that they were running low on fuel. With no options left, they could only press forward, as far as fate would allow. At that moment, Scarface noticed that the vehicle ahead had come to a stop beside a rural courtyard. The occupants of that vehicle stood on the balcony of the courtyard, watching them with an air of indifference. It was not that Zhou Yuan and the others were trying to show off. It was simply that the area was so limited that there was nowhere else for them to go. Having spotted the stopped vehicle, Scarface felt there was no need for them to hide. Furrowing his brow, he wondered why they had halted. Were they residents of this place? His intuition suggested that if he followed them, there might still be a chance for survival. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly turned the vehicle onto a side road and parked it behind the large SUV, which he'd been eyeing with envy just moments ago, but now couldn't even bear to glance at. The 7 of them disembarked from the van, a few still confused, questioning why they had stopped. Scarface shot them a glare. If you want to run, go ahead. I want to stop you. The others fell silent. They were merely ordinary people, and there was no way their legs could outrun the zombies. Brother, could you let us in for a moment? Scarface smiled at the apparent leader among them. Lu Feng replied coldly, You'll have to find a way in yourselves. This isn't our territory, and we don't have the key to the gate. If they hadn't been following closely behind, they wouldn't have been forced into such a passive position, nor would they have wasted 2 barrels of fuel. The young man with wind abilities suddenly flared up. What kind of attitude is that? Scarface slapped the back of his head. Speak respectfully. He had just observed that there were indeed no footprints near the gate. Instead, along the corner of the wall, there was a series of tracks, indicating they had scaled the wall. Looking at the nearly 2-meter-high barrier, he was perplexed. How had they managed to climb over without tools? Were they practitioners of some sort? The others shared the same curiosity, and the young man fell silent. Eventually, they climbed over the wall like a human tower and ascended to the second floor without further ado. There they encountered 2 zombies, both with their skulls neatly severed, though it was unclear what weapon had caused such precision, as they appeared unarmed. Scarface composed himself and retrieved a crumpled pack of double happiness cigarettes from his pocket, reluctantly taking out 4 sticks and approaching the 4 on the balcony. Hey brothers, care for smoke? Lu Feng didn't tease smoke, while Lu Cheng and Lu Ming did. But first, they looked down upon double happiness. Was tea their home, as Huazi more enticing? With their sister-in-law present, they wouldn't dare smoke. Their cravings weren't strong, and they usually avoided smoking in front of the elderly and the 2 children, mindful of the dangers of second-hand smoke. Thus, the 3 merely glanced at the offering and ignored it. Scarface felt a wave of embarrassment. The young man was about to confront him when he recalled that their leader had only ever smoked the best brands before the apocalypse. This pack had come from a recent scavenging trip, and he had only produced it out of sheer desire. Yet these individuals were ungrateful. Scarface shot him a glare, and the young man dared not provoke him further. The shorter man also shrank back, while their leader wore a look of trepidation. It was best not to tempt fate. As for the other 4 ordinary individuals, they exchanged glances, wishing they could vanish. Scarface chuckled awkwardly, retracting the cigarettes. So you all don't smoke? That's good. Very good. Just as he was about to say more, a short figure among them suddenly exclaimed, "They're coming." This short figure was Zhou Yuan. In truth, she was short at 1.65 meters. She was tall among women. However, standing among these men, she appeared diminutive, especially since even the shortest, Lu Cheng, was 1.78 meters tall, and Lu Ming towered at 1.85 meters. Upon hearing her voice, Scarface and the others finally noticed the presence of a woman, as all 4 had donned similar attire: black clothing, black pants, black hats, and black masks. Indeed, their garments were loose-fitting. Who could distinguish between genders in such attire? As soon as Zhou Yuan spoke, Lu Feng and the others turned their gazes toward the direction they had come from. Sure enough, they spotted a swaying SUV approaching, with a horde of zombies staggering about 100 meters behind it. Zhou Yuan, glancing at the densely packed skulls on the map, felt a wave of claustrophobic dread wash over her. Scarface and his companions also took notice and instinctively prepared to flee, only to realize that they had just escaped from that very situation. Scarface rubbed his hands together and said, "Brothers, with so many zombies around, aren't we just cornered here?" Lu Cheng flicked his yellow hair back and retorted, "If you didn't run forward, you wouldn't have ended up here." They had hoped to slip past unnoticed and simply escape, yet Scarface had insisted on following them, and now he was asking such a redundant question. Scarface fell silent, realizing he was filled with uncertainty. Well, it was too late now. They would have to face whatever came their way. Before long, the SUV arrived at the courtyard. The 3 men and 2 women, observing the stones piled high at the courtyard's edge by Scarface and his group, could only mimic their actions, scrambling over the wall and panting heavily as they reached the second floor. Zhou Yuan noticed a wound on one of the girl's hands and immediately understood. No wonder they had attracted so many zombies. She calmly stated, "If you want to survive, stop the bleeding from your wound quickly." The others also noticed Yang Jingjing's injury, which was still oozing blood, and it became clear why the zombies had been pursuing them. The young man beside Scarface exclaimed, "What a stupid move, running around with such a severe wound. Did you think you could evade the zombies?" Yang Jingjing's already pale face grew even whiter, tears brimming in her eyes, as a nearby boy, unable to bear it, said, "It's not that I can't stop the bleeding. I just don't know how to." He seemed to be the leader among their group. Zhou Yuan, however, was too preoccupied to concern herself with them. The zombies had already arrived, howling outside the courtyard, while the iron gate was being rattled violently. Lu Feng exchanged glances with Zhou Yuan before turning to the five who had just arrived. Did you close the door behind you? They had left it ajar in their haste to join this group. The five looked at each other, shaking their heads one by one. Their only thought had been to rush up and reunite with this group, leaving no time to consider closing the door. Lu Cheng shot them an exasperated glance. As expected, fools! With that, he vanished from sight, and moments later, they heard two loud thuds from below as he returned to the balcony. The young man next to Scarface widened his eyes. This person also possessed abilities, seemingly wind-related, but he was much faster than himself. Chapter 65. Manifesting abilities. The others were equally astonished. The power of this individual was formidable, particularly the 3 men and 2 women who arrived later, all students from a nearby university. They had remained behind for an internship during the summer and had applied for dormitory accommodation at the school. When a high-temperature warning was issued, their internship company closed for the break, and they gathered at the school instead of returning home. Little did they know that a torrential downpour would ultimately trap them there. Thankfully, their school was situated on higher ground, and the dormitories were not completely submerged. The school cafeteria had provisions, and, combined with their own stockpiling of snacks, they managed to survive the past few months. However, their supplies had now run dry, and as soon as the flood receded, regardless of the presence of zombies, they ventured out in search of food. Among them, 3 had awakened special abilities. The wounded Yang Jingjing possessed spatial abilities, albeit limited to a mere 10 square meters, roughly the size of a bathroom. The leader of the group had the ability of metal manipulation, capable of momentarily covering his hands with a metallic sheen, while another delicate-looking young man wielded water manipulation, able to conjure a small bottle of mineral water each day. The other 2 were ordinary individuals. They had initially set out to gather supplies, but upon spotting a jewelry store, Yang Jingjing implored the team leader to allow her a look, resulting in her sustaining a cut on her hand. Scarface had his suspicions before, and witnessing it now left him inwardly stunned. It was fortunate he had refrained from offending her earlier. Otherwise, he was uncertain if they could have dealt with that zombie, but he certainly would have met his end. Yang Jingjing pressed her hand against her wound. Fortunately, after bleeding for some time, it began to clot. Her eyes timidly glanced at Lu Cheng, and with her pale complexion, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Daiyu. Zhou Yuan surveyed the throng of zombies below, eagerly awaiting a meal. No, rather, eagerly awaiting capture. Zhou Yuan snapped back to attention and directed her gaze at Lu Ming. Ming, open the iron door. The group was taken aback. Hadn't they just secured the inner door? Why now open the outer door? Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? Moreover, wouldn't opening the door allow the zombies to pour in? Were they intent on providing the zombies with a more sumptuous feast? Yang Jingjing shouted, "What are you planning?" Zhou Yuan, somewhat impatient, retorted, "What am I planning? I ought to ask you what you were thinking, leading a bloody trail of zombies to us." Yang Jingjing fell silent, and her 4 companions felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. One girl wished she could burrow into the ground. She had never wanted to accompany them to the jewelry store, but since the leader had consented, they had no choice but to follow. The leader, unable to tolerate Zhou Yuan's aggression, interjected. Jingjing merely posed a reasonable question. After all, we are all in the same boat. There is no need for such hostility, is there? Lu Feng chuckled in anger. Hostility? In the same boat. We're rather unwilling to share a vessel with you. If you're so bold, why don't you take her and leave this courtyard? The leader fell utterly silent, while the young man beside Scarface scoffed. Indeed, you lot have entangled us in this predicament, and now you dare to dictate terms. Who gave you the audacity? Lu Cheng shot a glare at the young man, bemused that he had spoken his mind. The youth rubbed his nose and glanced at Lu Cheng, puzzled about how he had offended this formidable figure. Zhou Yuan redirected her attention to the zombies outside. If you believe we're walking into our doom, you're welcome to leave, as if anyone wishes to share a vessel with you. You. Yang Jingjing pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Yuan. Lu Feng shot her a sidelong glance. You'd best retract that finger, or I won't hesitate to assist you. Yang Jingjing froze, and the leader quickly pulled her hand down. He knew this man did not speak lightly. Nearby, another girl scoffed. lamenting the unfairness of fate that allowed such a duplicitous character to awaken a rare spatial ability. Ignoring them, Zhou Yuan signaled to Lu Ming, who nodded and extended his hand. Everyone watched as the lock on the iron door magically disengaged, allowing the banging zombies to crash inside. Unfazed, the remaining zombies trampled over their fallen comrades, advancing without hesitation. Scarface and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded. They had claimed there was no key. Did they truly require one? Meanwhile, Luo Wan, who comforted Yang Jingjing, froze mid-motion. This individual, too, possessed metal manipulation abilities, and his powers had developed to the extent of controlling metal itself. He could merely cover his arm in metal to evade being grabbed. Yang Jingjing ceased her sobbing, her expression perplexed as she regarded this group. She sensed that these four were no ordinary individuals, far more formidable than Scarface and his crew. The zombies had amassed in the courtyard below, filling the space to capacity. The sight of their grotesque heads was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Zhou Yuan could no longer bear to watch. She took control of an oil barrel nearby. Suddenly, everyone witnessed the barrel lifting into the air, soaring to the center of the courtyard, tilting to drench the gathering zombies in a shower of oil. Equal distribution for all. What kind of ability was this? Object manipulation? Zhou Yuan wondered if she had an obsessive-compulsive tendency, feeling discomfort if any zombies remained unsoaked. Lu Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Lu Chang continued to gaze at the sky, and Lu Ming maintained a stoic expression. When Zhou Yuan finally deemed a single barrel sufficient, Lu Feng extended his hand, unleashing a cluster of flames that ignited instantaneously. With the addition of gasoline, a pungent aroma enveloped the courtyard, assaulting their nostrils. The group hastily retreated indoors, securing the doors and windows to isolate the noxious scent, feeling somewhat relieved. As Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng lamented their miscalculations, the two groups observed them as though they were a spectacle, marveling at the extraordinary abilities of these four individuals. Finally, Scarface approached, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he addressed Lu Feng. "Brother, given the vastness of this city, our encounter must be fate. How about we get acquainted?" Without waiting for Lu Feng's response, he continued, "I'm Zhao Wu, the owner of a nearby auto repair shop, and these are my employees. This young man is Sun Chong, a metal manipulator, while the shorter one is Li Ping, who possesses enhanced features. The rest are ordinary individuals. In these times, the ordinary are not deemed worthy of names." Lu Feng acknowledged Zhao Wu's self-introduction, recognizing his shrewdness as a business owner. It would be rather impolite not to reciprocate. Thus, he replied, "I'm Lu Feng. This is my wife, and these are my brothers, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming." He refrained from detailing their abilities, as they had just demonstrated them. Zhou Yuan's unique powers did not warrant explicit clarification. Seeing that Lu Feng was unwilling to elaborate further, Zhao Wu pressed on. "May I inquire where you gentlemen hail from?" Lu Feng, disinterested in conversing, glanced at Lu Cheng, who promptly stepped forward, embracing Zhao Wu. "Hey, Boss Zhao, you run a repair shop? My brothers and I have worked in one before. It seems we've encountered fellow tradesmen." Chapter 66. A pleasant surprise. Lu Feng sighed with relief as he witnessed Lu Cheng successfully coaxing someone away. He glanced at the teasing gaze of Zhou Yuan beside him and offered a wry smile. Meanwhile, Yang Jingjing observed the cordial exchange between the two groups and turned to Luo Wan, who stood beside her, saying, "Why don't you go over and greet them?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Wan decided to approach Lu Feng, prompting Yang Jingjing to follow closely behind. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow at the pair, and Luo Wan awkwardly remarked, "I truly apologize for the inconvenience today. We had no other options." Lu Feng, with a bemused expression, replied, "It is commendable for the youth to possess vigor, yet one must remain cognizant of the circumstances. Passion alone is insufficient. Such individuals do not thrive long, especially in this predatory apocalypse." With that, he took Zhou Yuan by the arm and moved aside. The young woman beside him was evidently not one to be underestimated. She had fixated her gaze on Chengzi since witnessing his abilities. Zhou Yuan was curious, wondering how he could discern her attention if he was not watching her. However, she was preoccupied, having noticed the rapid decline of the skulls in her map. Despite the dwindling number of targets, numerous zombies still approached, albeit with diminished bloodlust, as many roamed in circles nearby without advancing. Zhou Yuan informed Lu Feng of her observations, and he nodded, calling out to Lu Cheng, who was engrossed in conversation with Zhao Wu. "Chengzi, it's time to go." Lu Cheng promptly acknowledged and stepped out onto the balcony to fetch the remaining barrel of oil, unwilling to waste the fruits of his labor. He glanced down at the zombies in the courtyard, clicking his tongue in disapproval, noting the lack of even a funeral fee for their demise. Zhao Wu, noticing the oil barrel in Lu Cheng's hands, suddenly remembered that his van was out of fuel. With a sheepish grin, he approached. "Hey, brother, I just ran all the way here, and now my vehicle is out of gas." Lu Cheng shot him a glance. "You do realize how precious this fuel is now. I cannot make such decisions." Understanding the situation, Zhao Wu hurried back to Lu Feng, who looked at Zhou Yuan. She smiled and said, "Boss Zhao, this oil is precious. I haven't even discussed splitting the barrel we just used to eliminate the zombies with you two groups." Before Zhao Wu could respond, Yang Jingjing, still fuming from Lu Feng's earlier actions, retorted, "That was for your own use. It has nothing to do with us." Zhou Yuan's eyes turned icy, and with a swift motion, she slapped Yang Jingjing. The anger that had been simmering was unleashed. She had tolerated this woman for far too long. Originally, they had expected to enjoy a meal and then hunt zombies, but now they were cornered. And Zhou Yuan had been forced to expend a barrel of oil without causing trouble, while Yang Jingjing continued to provoke her. Yang Jingjing shrieked, and Luo Wen glared furiously at Zhou Yuan. Sensing a shift in the surrounding zombies, Zhou Yuan glared back. "You'd better silence your little girlfriend. Otherwise, if you attract the zombies, I won't hesitate to leave you both as their meal." Startled, Luo Wen quickly covered Yang Jingjing's mouth, muffling her protests to whimpers. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Zhao Wu. "What do you say, Boss Zhao?" Snapped back to reality, Zhao Wu stammered, "Oh." Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes. "Then shall we take our leave first?" All right." Zhao Wu instinctively stepped aside, then suddenly realized, "Wait, the fuel. Can't we trade for supplies?" Zhou Yuan continued forward, dismissing his concerns. They were hardly in need of supplies. Upon reaching the entrance, they hesitated at the sight of the gruesome pool of dark liquid in the courtyard, lacking the courage to step through. Instead, they chose to navigate around the wall and climbed over it. The onlookers were astounded. This woman was clearly formidable. Had Zhou Yuan known, they would be in awe. She would have relished their astonishment even more. Zhao Wu, disregarding his shock, stepped on his Sun Chang's shoulder to climb over. "Hey, beautiful, please help me out. My van is out of fuel and one T-budge. What do you need? I can offer anything I have," Zhao Wu pleaded, blocking their way to the vehicle. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I want jade. Do you have any?" "Jade?" Zhao Wu was taken aback. "What would you need that impractical item for a time like this?" Zhou Yuan, with a smirk, replied, "That's none of your concern. If you have it, we can trade. If not, step aside." Zhao Wu frowned, and Sun Chang chimed in, "Boss, what is the point of keeping something inedible?" Zhou Yuan was surprised. It turned out they did have jade. She had mentioned it not only out of necessity, but also to gauge their lack of interest in such impractical items. Hoping to deter them, who would have guessed she would stumble upon a treasure? Finally, Zhao Wu sighed, somewhat defeated. "Well, sister, you seem younger than me, so I'll call you sister. I do have some jade. Before the apocalypse, I was an avid collector, and I invested much of my savings in it over the years. I assure you, my collection is genuine." At that moment, Sun Chang added, "Hey sister, it's true. Our boss really does have a lot of jade. He traveled far and wide to procure it from X province and Y province, almost every year." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. She had been pondering where to acquire more jade, as Sea City did not produce it. The only remaining sources were the markets that had been flooded, and given the current circumstances, venturing to X or Y province was out of the question. "I want to see the goods," Zhou Yuan stated, glancing at the time. It was already 2 p.m., and they still had time. "If I'm satisfied, you can have whatever you want as long as I possess it." "Absolutely no problem." Zhao Wu laughed heartily. "The jade is at my home. My shop and residence are in Y district. Shall I take you there?" Zhou Yuan instructed Lu Cheng to hand the oil barrel to Zhao Wu. The 10 liters of oil would suffice for their dilapidated van to cover 100 kilometers. Sun Chong eagerly accepted the barrel, and he and Li Ping poured the oil into the tank, relieved they wouldn't have to walk back. As the group prepared to depart, Luo, when approached again with Yang Jingjing, I'd also like to trade supplies for some fuel. They had been searching for a vehicle on the road, and their tank was nearly empty after their recent journey. No trade. Zhou Yuan dismissed him with a disinterested glance as she slid into the passenger seat. Chapter 67. Green tea. In that moment, Yang Jingjing looked at Lu Feng with tearful eyes and said, "Brother Lu, I know I spoke out of turn just now, but I was simply terrified. However, you are so much older than me. Can you not hold it against me?" Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Cheng exaggeratedly rubbed his arms and turned to Luo Wan, saying, "Hey, little brother, do you actually enjoy this kind of dialogue? Don't you get goosebumps?" Yang Jingjing's expression froze, and she cast a somewhat wrong glance at Lu Feng, while Luo Wan observed her, feeling a hint of discomfort. Yet, isn't this how Jingjing always spoke? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Yuan remarked that her brother was still too naive. How could he not perceive such shallow tea talk? She leaned back, closing her eyes to rest before the apocalypse. She had often educated Lu Feng about the concept of the white lotus and green tea BTCH, and he ought to have returned the knowledge to her by now. If he dared to give it back, Seeing Zhou Yuan's disinterest in intervening, Lu Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance and addressed Yang Jingjing. "It's so obvious that you are trying to elevate yourself at my expense, little sister. You can fool your little brother here, but don't attempt to play those tricks in front of me." "Huh." Zhao Wu laughed heartily from the side. "I say, Lu brother, you are being too harsh. However, I prefer a straightforward personality. This young lady's insinuations are simply intolerable." Yang Jingjing was infuriated. They were all clumsy oafs who failed to appreciate her charm. She was willing to lower herself to please them, yet they still found it unappealing. She looked at Luo Wan with a sense of grievance, and he gazed at her with pity. At least this young man understood her. On the other side, another girl wore an expression of vindication. This green tea BTCH had finally met her match. It seemed she was only effective with this group of inexperienced young men. Luo Wan cleared his throat. "Brother Lu, I know our previous conversation was inappropriate, but we truly need gasoline." Lu Feng ignored him entirely and walked to the other side of the car to take the driver's seat. "Qingzi, Amin, get in the car." Lu Ming opened the door and climbed in without a word, while Lu Cheng, with a teasing smile, patted Luo Wan on the shoulder. "Take my advice. Keep her distance from this little green tea. Otherwise, you might not realize when she leads you to your doom." They, including their sister-in-law, did not inherently despise green tea, but they certainly disdained the green tea cheese who failed to discern the appropriate context. A prime example of such was Zhang Weiwei. They had previously regarded her as a green tea, but she was a cunning one. Tea can sometimes serve as a weapon. It all depends on how one chooses to wield it. Don't listen to them. Yang Jingjing was starting to panic. Her only support was Luo Wan, and if he grew weary of her, it would spell disaster. Luo Wan himself was unsure of his own feelings. Yet, witnessing Yang Jingjing's pitiful demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy and instinctively grasped her hand. The girl beside them rolled her eyes. Was it truly appropriate to be so intimate when their relationship was undefined? As for the other two boys, the bespectacled one pondered the prowess of their abilities, while the other exhibited visible impatience but chose to remain uninvolved. As the two vehicles left the narrow path and merged onto the main road, the other girl finally expressed her annoyance at the closeness between Luo Wan and Yang Jingjing. "Luo Wan, this is not the time for romance. How do we plan to return?" Luo Wan looked embarrassed, and Yang Jingjing's frustrations erupted. "Zhou Xiaoya, what nonsense are you spouting? I know you have always looked down on me, but enough. Your tea talk can only deceive boys like Luo Wan. Don't try that with me." "What did I just say? Your bickering is nothing but a romantic exchange. Isn't it?" Zhou Xiaoya interrupted her. The group had truly opened her eyes. Previously, whenever Yang Jingjing hinted at her, she had been at a loss for how to respond. Now she felt enlightened. The impatient boy glanced at Zhou Xiaoya in surprise and echoed, "What Zhou Xiaoya is asking is exactly what I want to know. How far can the fuel in this car take us? How we get back?" were stranded here with no other vehicle in sight. Knowing that they had driven nearly an hour from the gemstone shop to this location, and at high speed, it was evident they were at least 50 to 60 kilometers away. The thought of walking back made their scalps tingle, especially with numerous zombies obstructing their path. It was a perilous endeavor. The bespectacled boy snapped back to reality. Shouldn't we eat something first? It's already the afternoon, and we're starving. Agreed, Zhou Xiaoya said, glancing at Yang Jingjing quickly. Let us take out the supplies. Yang Jingjing appeared reluctant, but Zhou Xiaoya shot her a glare. All the supplies were collected together. They are merely stored with you temporarily. Don't even think about keeping them all to yourself. I'm not. Yang Jingjing turned to Luo Wan, who was somewhat pained by the situation. Today's events had exceeded his expectations, and he felt overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he insisted, Jingjing, you should take out the supplies so we can eat something. We are indeed hungry. Reluctantly, Yang Jingjing retrieved some bread and water. In her view, anything that entered her space was hers, and she could distribute it as she pleased, especially to Zhou Xiaoya. As Zhou Xiaoya munched on her bread, she thought to herself that she couldn't let Yang Jingjing hold the supplies next time. Otherwise, it felt like a one-way trip. Oh, how she wished she had a special ability. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and her group were enjoying their meal in the car. However, they weren't merely nibbling on dry bread and water. They were feasting on delicious, freshly prepared dishes. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming glanced forward. Watching Zhou Yuan diligently feed Lu Feng spoonfuls of food, Lu Cheng felt a pang of jealousy and quickly took a few bites of his own meal. Brother Feng, why don't I drive while you eat? Lu Feng shot him a glare, ignoring him entirely. He was relishing the rare tenderness from his wife and was unwilling to let it go. Zhou Yuan smiled, thinking that, given his admirable performance today, she would indulge him this once. Lu Cheng, feeling dejected, leaned back in his seat, preferring to avoid the scene. Lu Ming silently turned away, choosing to eat in peace. After all, it was hardly the right moment to be subjected to dog food. Chapter 68. The transaction the van ahead guided them into a villa district, eventually halting before an elegant three-story villa. Zhou Yuan and her companions disembarked, marveling at the residence, exclaiming in admiration. Indeed, this was a testament to the owner's affluence. Zhao Wu, discerning their astonishment, chuckled softly. The auto repair business is quite lucrative. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene of disarray on the first floor. Zhao Wu, somewhat embarrassed, explained it was flooded previously and I haven't had the chance to clean up yet. Let us head directly to the second floor. Ascending to the second floor, Zhao Wu led them into a room that left Zhou Yuan utterly astonished. She had presumed his collection would comprise only a few pieces, each potentially worth millions, making their visit worthwhile. To her surprise, an entire room was filled with exquisite jade artifacts, all seemingly of high quality. The floor bore signs of water damage, yet the shelves above were impeccably clean. Either he had moved them during the flood or had thoroughly tidied up afterward. Regardless, it validated his claim of being a jade enthusiast. Zhao Wu gazed wistfully at the collection, sighing, during the flood, I had them packed away, and I just set them out again a couple of days ago. Who would have thought the zombies would return? These treasures are fragile and heavy. I realize I cannot keep them. Zhou Yuan observed the melancholy undertones in Zhao Wu's demeanor, a blend of orange and a hint of sorrowful blue, and nodded subtly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng stepped forward, inquiring, how do you wish to exchange, Boss Zhao? Zhao Wu returned to the matter at hand, stating earnestly, I require a vehicle, not necessarily a luxurious one, but must be flood-free and suitable for current use. Finding a vehicle that met such criteria was no small feat. Yet Zhou Yuan and her group were not short on cars. They had amassed enough vehicles from a previous auto show, including RVs, off-roaders, and several Jeeps, making it feasible to spare one for this transaction. Zhao Wu felt a twinge of unease after making his request, fully aware that post-flood, nearly 90% of vehicles had been submerged. He glanced at their impressive G-Class, confident it was a genuine, unblemished vehicle. If they possessed one, surely they had another. Observing their expressions, he noted a flicker of hope. Lu Feng then suggested, there's S8J Market not far from here in the western suburbs. Are you familiar with it? Zhao Wu nodded vigorously. As a jade collector, he could not be oblivious to such a market. However, he had found the quality lacking after several visits. Sensing their intention to explore the market, he cautioned, "The goods there are subpar. If you seek quality jade, you may find it a fruitless endeavor." Zhou Yuan chuckled, finding Zhao Wu to be an intriguing character. "Thank you for your advice, Boss Zhao. It won't cost us anything to try our luck." Zhao Wu, reflecting on her words, turned to Lu Feng, asking, "Are you proposing we conduct our transaction there?" Lu Feng confirmed, "We'll meet at the jade market the day after tomorrow around 10 in the morning. You can pack your jade and bring it along while I drive the vehicle over." "Agreed," Zhao Wu replied without hesitation. Securing a vehicle would greatly facilitate their resource gathering. Zhou Yuan added, "Boss Zhao, I have my own methods for discerning the quality of jade. You must not attempt to deceive us with inferior pieces. Otherwise, while the vehicle may be delivered, it can also be reclaimed." "That would be unacceptable," Zhao Wu asserted, thumping his chest. "Though I am a businessman, I pride myself on my integrity. No one has ever accused me of cutting corners in my shop. Besides, I consider Lu Feng and you as friends. I would never betray a friend." Lu Feng and the others remained non-committal to his assurances. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such declarations might have evoked sentimentality. But in these dire times, trust was a fragile construct. Nonetheless, Zhou Yuan sensed Zhao Wu's sincerity. Noticing their skepticism, Zhao Wu remained unfazed. His age afforded him wisdom. He understood their reluctance. Despite his occasional fiery temperament, he was known for his loyalty, as evidenced by his apprentices who chose to remain with him after the flood. After finalizing their agreement, Zhou Yuan and her companions prepared to leave. Zhao Wu, understanding the gravity of their recent experiences, did not attempt to prolong their stay. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they found Zhang Weiwei seated on the staircase, initially appearing drowsy until she spotted them, springing to her feet. "You're back." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Were you waiting for us?" Zhang Weiwei nodded and shook her head. "I was waiting for you." She had intended to wait for Zhou Yuan specifically. Otherwise, she would have ascended to the 35th floor, having seen Zhou Yuan leave earlier that morning. Intrigued, Zhou Yuan asked, "What were you waiting for me for?" Zhang Weiwei hesitated. "I wanted to ask if you could take me with you tomorrow if you go out." Fearing Zhou Yuan might perceive her as clingy, she quickly added, "I can handle zombies now. I went out today, but without a vehicle, I didn't venture far. I promise not to be a burden, and if I find any supplies, I can share a portion. I just need enough to stay fed." Initially, Lu Feng and the others were wary of her request, but her earnestness shifted their perspective. Zhou Yuan smiled gently, recognizing her courage. "So, you're the one who killed that zombie the other day?" Lu Feng and the others were puzzled. "Which zombie?" Zhang Weiwei understood immediately. It was the one Zhou Yuan had failed to dispatch on the 7th floor. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "After you all left, they scattered. I remembered your advice and severed its neck." Zhou Yuan noted the golden hue of Zhang Weiwei's emotions re-emerging, leaving her somewhat astonished. It felt as though she had unwittingly interrupted something significant. Upon returning from the community sweep, Zhou Yuan sensed the absence of zombies. Realizing that Zhang Weiwei had indeed taken action, she had deliberately informed her of the zombies' weaknesses as a test. Should she muster the courage to kill, it would prove her worthiness of assistance. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would withdraw her support. Lu Feng and the others finally grasped the situation. This girl was indeed braver than many men in the building. Zhou Yuan, observing Zhang Weiwei's hopeful gaze, chuckled softly. "I want to be going out tomorrow." Chapter 69. Arranging a match, Zhang Weiwei's expression dimmed momentarily. Was this a refusal? Yet, she managed a faint smile and replied, "Well then, thank you. If it weren't for your guidance that day, I wouldn't even dare step outside now." As she spoke, she slightly bowed to them, preparing to turn away. Zhou Yuan immediately grasped her arm, prompting a look of surprise from Zhang Weiwei. Zhou Yuan, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Why didn't you let me finish my sentence?" Zhang Weiwei, feeling a bit flustered, awaited Zhou Yuan's continuation. "I'm not going out tomorrow, but my brother is." Zhang Weiwei's eyes widened in confusion. What did she mean? Zhou Yuan grinned and elaborated. "The man from your video that day. His name is Lu Li. He will definitely be out tomorrow. I'll tell him to give you a call." Zhang Weiwei blinked, contemplating. To be honest, she had initially sought a man for support. In these uncertain times, finding someone to rely on seemed essential, lest she be devoured by the competition. She understood her own limitations well. Her physical strength and combat skills couldn't improve overnight. Though not her original intention, pleasing one man was far simpler than appeasing a multitude. Moreover, she sensed that those men would not coerce women into anything. She wished to give a try. However, after the last man rejected her, revealing he had a partner, she had given up. She had no desire to be a mistress. Eventually, she pondered why she needed a man at all. Couldn't a sisterly bond suffice? Yet now, she found herself in a state of bewilderment until Zhou Yuan and her companions departed. Upstairs, Lu Feng furrowed his brow at Zhou Yuan. A Yuan, is it really wise to arrange this for your brother? He sensed that Lu Li might not heed her words. Zhou Yuan, with a sly smile, reassured him, fear not. I have my own plans. Not heed her. Huh. Seeing her confidence piqued Lu Feng's curiosity. He had long wished to introduce Lu Li to a suitable partner. But his own workplace was rife with competition, leaving little opportunity to connect him with eligible women. In this post-apocalyptic world, such prospects were even more scarce. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Once home, Zhou Yuan dashed to Lin Shui, whispering fervently in her ear for quite some time. Lu Feng understood. She intended for their mother to take action. He couldn't help but give Zhou Yuan a thumbs up when their mother intervened. One could expect results. Zhou Yuan, raising her chin playfully, declared, I am quite clever. Later, after dinner, Lin Shui listened intently as Lu Li recounted his plans for the following day, mentioning he would be going out with Lu Qing and Lu Aimin. Without hesitation, she instructed him to invite Zhang Weiwei from room 601. Lu Li was taken aback by his mother's authoritative tone, glancing around for Zhou Yuan, only to find she had vanished, likely to her space. He shot a glare at Lu Feng, who looked equally innocent, having attempted to intervene to no avail. As for Lu Cheng, he had already concocted an excuse to retreat to his room, while Lu Ming, now wise to the situation, followed suit. Lu Feng wished to escape as well, but found no avenue for retreat. Lin Shui, having been briefed by Zhou Yuan, was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Did you hear? You are to take care of that girl. Why the reluctance? She herself mentioned she can handle zombies and doesn't need rescuing. Mom. Lu Li groaned, exasperated. This was not his intention. He was simply weary of his sister-in-law, constantly trying to play matchmaker. Just when he thought his mother had finally ceased her marital ambitions for him. Mom. Lin Shui retorted, displeased. Listen here, do not blame a Yuan. She is looking out for your best interests. Even in this apocalyptic world, remaining single is not ideal. After all this time, we finally have a suitable candidate. She aims to alleviate your father and my worries. Lu Li rolled his eyes, exclaiming, but what about Lu Qing? He's single too. Lu Qing, who had been enjoying the gossip, was suddenly thrust into the spotlight. He realized he should have joined Lu Cheng when they left. What a blunder. Lin Shui glanced at Lu Qing and said, Lu Qing, this is not favoritism. It's simply that your brother is getting on in years. If this continues, he may end up alone. You three are still young. When the right opportunity arises, your sister-in-law can help you as well. Zhou Yuan yawned at her space. Was her brother berating her? Surely not. She merely intended to introduce them. If they hit it off, wouldn't that be splendid? Lu Qing quickly interjected. Aunt, we're in no rush. Haha, I think I'll head back to rest. With that, he bolted, realizing this drama was less than entertaining. He preferred to practice his abilities. Lu Li was left speechless, while Lin Shui sighed. Oh, Lu Li, I'm not pressuring you. It's just that you're nearing 40. Look at your brother. His daughter is already 3. Being so solitary is disheartening for your father and me. Lu Li felt a chill run down his spine. Here it came again. Each time his mother failed to convince him, she resorted to guilt. Noticing his stubborn demeanor, Lin Shui persisted. This girl has been vouched for by your sister-in-law. Her character is commendable, and she seems compatible with you. If you both take a liking to each other, it would be a harmonious arrangement. Completely overwhelmed, Lu Li thought. So, I must seek a wife that meets my sister-in-law's approval, or it won't be harmonious. Lu Feng quickly intervened. Hey, Mom, you're not helping a Yuan here. Lin Shui realized her comment may have been ill-timed, leaving Lu Aimin to chime in with a heartfelt tone. Lu Li, neither Yuan nor your mother are pressuring you. They simply believe the girl is a good match. You two had a connection before, and tomorrow provides a perfect opportunity for closer interaction. Produce. It would be a small favor for her as well. What the hell? What do you mean by connection? And why should I help her? Her struggles are not my concern. Lu Li longed to refuse outright, but upon meeting the expectant gazes of his family, his words circled back and were swallowed. He begrudgingly muttered, I understand. Instantly, Lin Shui and Lu Aimin sighed in relief and retreated to their room to exercise. Lu Feng and Lu Li remained, and Lu Li caught Lu Feng, smirking, Hey, little brother, want to train? You can't catch your girlfriend, but you can catch me? Lu Feng lamented, dragging him to the rooftop. He thought to himself, Please, dear wife, comfort my wounded heart tonight. When Zhou Yuan emerged from her space, she was greeted by Lu Feng's spiky hair. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but Lu Feng seized her the moment she appeared. Oh, some debts are bound to be settled sooner or later. Let us see who the heavens favor. Chapter 70. Longing before Lu Li's departure, Zhou Yuan handed him a military knife, urging him to deliver it to Wei Wei. This was the very type she herself utilized, suitable for women, as Wei Wei's spring knife was rather diminutive. While it could suffice for taking lives, it would prove cumbersome against zombies. The crossbow, on the other hand, required practice, otherwise it would only squander precious arrows. Lu wore an amused expression as he regarded Zhou Yuan, who flashed a charming smile and gestured pleadingly. Once he closed the door, she couldn't help but pout, thinking that he would inevitably owe her gratitude someday. Lu Li, however, was not one to be evasive. Having made a promise, he intended to uphold it. As they ascended to the 6th floor, he planned to head to room 601. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the stairwell, Zhang Wei emerged, her backpack slung over her shoulder, clad in a long-sleeved tracksuit and wearing a disposable mask. It seemed she had been waiting there all along. Recalling Lu Feng's mention of her vigil at the stairwell the previous day, his heart softened. He extended the military knife to her, saying, My sister-in-law asked me to bring this to you. She mentioned your spring knife is rather small. Zhang Wei accepted it with delight, expressing her gratitude. Lu Li shook his head, but couldn't resist adding, If there are many zombies outside, stay inside for now. If it gets overwhelming, do not be reckless, just run. Although surprised by this man's unexpected amiability today, Zhang Wei nodded earnestly, determined not to be a burden. Lu Qing, intrigued, stroked his chin, realizing that his sister-in-law had quite a discerning eye. Lu Aimin wore a contented expression, feeling that his eldest son had finally gained some insight. Turning to Zhang Wei, he nodded approvingly. Young lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am this young man's father. You may call me Uncle Lu. Zhang Wei quickly bowed. Hello, Uncle Lu. I am Zhang Wei. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Lu Aimin chuckled heartily. No trouble at all. Lu Qing took the opportunity to introduce himself as well. Observing Lu Qing's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Wei felt that this family was indeed quite amiable. Without further ado, the four of them descended, having left their vehicle in the underground garage the previous day. Upon their arrival at the garage, they noticed a few individuals gathered around their vehicle, a G-Class, engaged in animated discussion. It's true, I saw them take this car out yesterday from the window, a woman's voice remarked. Indeed, it's not even waterlogged. Where on earth did they acquire it? A man mused. Do you think they have other vehicles that aren't waterlogged? If they could procure one for us, it would make scavenging for supplies much easier, another shameless man suggested. Quite the audacious claims. Lu Qing chuckled from the side. The onlookers were fascinated by the G-Class until they heard a voice from behind and quickly adopted a defensive stance. Lu Li squinted. These individuals were not from his building, and he did not recognize any of them, which was quite all right. They regarded Lu Li in silence, but one man spotted Zhang Wei behind him and sneered, Oh, isn't this Zhang from Building 8? Yesterday, you were quite the tough one, claiming you'd never sell your body. Yet today, you can't resist it anymore? And look, you've brought along 3 others. Seems you thought we weren't enough. Zhang Wei's complexion paled. She recognized this man as one of the 2 who had harassed her while she was scavenging for supplies. Lu Li's gaze turned icy. and he unleashed a bolt of energy towards the man, who was instantly charred to the core. Lu Li's strength was far beyond what he had demonstrated in his spar with Lu Feng the night prior. This display of power instilled fear in the surrounding onlookers, who regarded Lu Li with trepidation. He coldly remarked, with such audacity to salivate over another's vehicle and spew such vile words toward the woman. Why not venture out and slay a few more zombies instead? As he prepared to lead his companions to the vehicle, one man hurriedly intervened. Hey, brother. He.S. just a bit naive, spouting nonsense. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Li fixed his gaze on him. Do you have a problem? The man quickly replied, hello. I'm Gao Ning from Building 5. I was just curious where this car came from. Gao Ning. Upon hearing this name, Lu Li glanced at him. Are you an ability user? Gao Ning hesitated. He had indeed discovered his abilities that very morning. But how did this man know? Nevertheless, he nodded honestly. Earth? Lu Li continued his inquiry. Gao Ning nodded again, taking a cautious step back. Did this person possess the ability to discern the types of others' abilities? Lu Li, of course, would not reveal that it was Zhou Yuan from his past life who had identified it. Having established a mutual understanding, Lu Li dismissed his earlier concerns. The man did not appear overly arrogant. He decided he had no qualms about divulging information regarding the vehicle. We procured the car from an auto show. There are plenty of vehicles inside. You might have some luck. With that, he started the engine. Once the other three were aboard, he pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Gao Ning and his companions exchanging bewildered glances. It was surprisingly easy to obtain that information. Lu Min, puzzled within the vehicle, remarked, Aren't the cars from the auto show all? He suddenly remembered Zhang Weiwei was present, realizing that she was not just a stranger. The secrets of his daughter-in-law could not be revealed, and he fell silent under Lu Li's warning gaze. Lu Qing quickly interjected, They were all taken. But that doesn't concern Brother Li. He didn't say anything wrong. Our vehicle indeed came from there, even if it hadn't been taken. Those vehicles were on the 4th and 5th floors, and they couldn't possibly retrieve them. They were entirely reliant on Zhou Yuan's unique advantage. Lu Min nodded in understanding. Indeed, no one knew that all the useful vehicles had been collected by Zhou Yuan. They were all unclaimed. It was first come, first served, was it not? Listening to their conversation, Zhang Weiwei realized that Uncle Lu's earlier remarks were not merely what Lu Qing had conveyed. However, she had no intention of asking. What did it have to do with her? Her sole thought was to find a way to secure Zhou Yuan as an ally. As for men, well, there's a saying that one cannot rely on men. Even pigs can climb trees. Lu Li glanced at Zhang Weiwei in the rearview mirror, noting her calm demeanor. When their eyes met, she did not flinch or avert her gaze, which satisfied him. It must be said that his sister-in-law's judgment of character was indeed commendable. He then inquired, What transpired yesterday? Zhang Weiwei snapped back to reality, realizing he was addressing her, and recounted the events of the previous day. Lu Min sighed upon hearing her tale. This world we live in. It's particularly challenging for young women. Lu Li and Lu Qing nodded in agreement, their thoughts drifting to Zhou Yuan from their past life. She was only in her 30s, raising 2 children. One could only imagine the hardships she faced. Zhang Weiwei, unaware of their reflections, understood the difficulties. Yet she was resolute in her determination to survive. Chapter 71. Organizing the space, Zhou Yuan gazed despondently at the clutter in her spatial courtyard, a disarray containing an assortment of items. Today, inspired by a sudden whim, she decided to organize the contents and compile a list, envisioning a more efficient way to locate necessities. However, she soon realized that the ideal was far more alluring than the reality. Compulsiveness took hold of her. After nearly 4 hours, she managed to tidy the storage room to some extent. The majority of the items in the storage room were foodstuffs, which she categorized into sections: cooked foods, meats, vegetables, fruits, grains, condiments, snacks, and beverages. To her surprise, she discovered that the storage room could automatically classify items based on her preferences. For instance, when she placed her mother-in-law's cooked dishes on a particular shelf, all the takeout items she had ordered previously aligned themselves on the same shelf as well. This feature saved her considerable time, as food items occupied approximately 70% of the storage space. Next, she organized pharmaceuticals with an emphasis on expiration dates, along with food-related containers, cling film, and disposable utensils. She also arranged her skincare products, toothpaste, shampoo, and body wash, not to mention a small umbrella and a heat pack. Clothing, too, required preservation. Prolonged storage could lead to deterioration. Additionally, there were some infant supplies she had collected, which she needed to store properly for her elder brother and his family. As she surveyed the neatly arranged storage room, fatigue washed over her, yet the sight brought her comfort. In the future, any new items she acquired would automatically find their designated places within the storage room. Of course, her organizing was facilitated by her consciousness within the space. Physically, there were numerous items she could not lift, and she saw no reason to waste an excellent opportunity to hone her spiritual strength. Then there was the pile outside, which had grown so vast that it could no longer be described merely as a heap. It resembled a small mountain. Fortunately, many of the items were large, such as the water tanks. Initially, she had stockpiled 4, but after the water supply ceased, she relocated 2 tanks to the rooftop for the benefit of 2 families, thus improving their living conditions. 2 remained in the space, along with a generator, solar panels, batteries, and outdoor equipment like tents and sleeping bags. She also kept military supplies, including various fuels, gas canisters, and weapons, separately stored. As for the vehicles, she mused that perhaps she could host a car exhibition. Lastly, she designated a separate area for building materials. By nightfall, she had managed to organize the mountain of items to a satisfactory degree, merely categorizing them broadly. She discarded some items that should have been placed in the storage room. Previously, in her haste, she had only stored perishable fruits and left less urgent items scattered about. In the cultivable areas of her space, she had sown seeds for a variety of crops, including potatoes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, radishes, cabbages, and herbs. She had planted every available seed, trusting that the space would nurture them. After all, had she not seen the previous harvest completed? On the other side of the mountain, she had planted fruit trees, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, dragon fruit, apple trees, pear trees, and orange trees, all thriving since their arrival as mere saplings, now promising immediate harvests. The breeding area was equally bountiful, housing pigs, cattle, sheep, and a pair of rabbits, with the latter expected to produce offspring in a couple of months. Moreover, she raised poultry, chickens, ducks, and geese, whose prolific laying was likely due to the nutrient-rich environment. She had even cleared a section of the storage room specifically for eggs. Concerning livestock breeding, she intended to research a few videos or perhaps have Zhou Yuan communicate with the animals. Could they possibly expect a few broods of chicks soon? Upon ascending to the 2nd floor of the building, she gazed out over the expanse, unable to contain her joy, as it represented their foundation for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Just as she emerged from the space, Lu Feng was anxiously scratching his head, unsure how to summon her back. Alas, this was indeed a dilemma. Within the space, she could not hear external sounds. Consequently, those outside could not reach her once she entered. Henceforth, she had typically limited her time within, but today she had lost track of time while organizing. Lu Li and the others had returned and used the intercom to notify Zhou Yuan to come down and collect items. The previous day, when they had left, Lu Qing had already set the intercom to the correct channel. It was worth noting that military communication devices were remarkably reliable, capable of transmitting signals up to 40 kilometers, and even 50 kilometers in unobstructed terrain. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan heard a shrill female voice as she reached the parking lot. She recognized it as belonging to the woman from the couple living on the 16th floor. Zhang Weiwei's voice followed, filled with exasperation. "You speak nonsense. His death has nothing to do with me. He couldn't control himself and deserved to meet this fate." Dead? The man was deceased? Zhou Yuan recalled sensing the absence of life on the 16th floor during her last visit. Moreover, she noted that the woman exuded an aura of green. A wood-type ability? Had her outburst caused her husband's demise? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, is it possible for a kick to be fatal?" Lu Feng's lips twitched. "There's a risk of pain-induced shock or even death." Zhou Yuan pondered this. The man hadn't succumbed to shock that day. If the woman had indeed caused the death, Wouldn't she seek retribution against them? Lu Cheng and Lu Ming instinctively took a step back. Lu Feng ruffled her hair. Stop overthinking. Zhang Weiwei likely knows the truth. Zhou Yuan nodded and approached, where the argument continued. Zhang Weiwei's voice dripped with sarcasm. Injured and still causing a scene. Do you genuinely believe you are exceptionally gifted? You. The woman was infuriated and lunged at Zhang Weiwei, who had transformed from the previous fragile figure into a formidable presence, brandishing the military dagger Zhou Yuan had given her, stained with dark red blood, evidence of a zombie confrontation. The woman faltered, turning to the man standing slightly behind her, pleadingly saying, Ninggu, look at this woman. Zhou Yuan was about to speak when another woman beside the man slapped the first woman. You just accused Zhang Weiwei of seducing someone else, yet here you are, trying to charm my husband when your man is still warm. The confrontation escalated, and Zhou Yuan found herself entertained by the unfolding drama. Enough. Stop this at once. The man, visibly irritated, pulled both women apart and threw them to the ground. His wife protested. How dare you hit me for a woman? Just because you have abilities doesn't make you superior. With that, she launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Gowning? Zhou Yuan took a closer look at the man, recognizing him as the same Gowning from her past, though now his features appeared more normal and somewhat agreeable. Chapter 72. The turn of events with a sharp slap. Gao Ning, unable to endure any longer, declared that if the situation continued, he would unceremoniously cast her out to the zombies. His wife let out a cry, ready to retort, but upon meeting Gao Ning's icy gaze, fear overtook her, and tears streamed down her face. The woman from the 16th floor cast a provocative glance in her direction. At last, the atmosphere grew quiet. Lu Li, feeling overwhelmed, addressed Gao Ning. You are Gao Ning, correct? May I inquire what brings you here? Are we to be entertained by your presence? Gao Ning's face stiffened. He had intended to approach Lu Li with inquiries, but the two women had insisted on accompanying him and had created a scene, causing him embarrassment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he continued, Brother, we visited the station you mentioned today, but there were no usable vehicles left. Lu Li shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, so it seems others have gotten there first. Gao Ning faltered, well aware that the vehicles had undoubtedly been claimed by someone else. Yet, he harbored the belief that Lu Li and his companions could not have secured merely one vehicle, and he pondered whether he might negotiate with them for one. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Li hastily urged them to leave. If there is nothing further, we must attend to moving our belongings. It was then that Gao Ning noticed Zhou Yuan and her group standing a short distance behind them, comprising 8 individuals, 6 men and 2 women, a formidable presence. Moreover, Lu Li possessed a formidable lightning ability, which rendered Gao Ning's recently acquired earth abilities inadequate against them. He nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. Suddenly, his wife exclaimed, You are Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow in response, perplexed by the woman's familiarity with her name. Could she possibly be an acquaintance from middle or high school? That seemed far-fetched. Lu Feng instinctively pulled Zhou Yuan behind him. The woman glanced at Lu Feng, then laughed. Ah, you must be her husband. My cousin sent me pictures of you too. I have a good memory, and I remember well. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this woman was the cousin of Gao Ning's wife. The world felt impossibly small. As she processed this revelation, the woman shockingly continued. You have 2 children at home, right? Why didn't you bring them along to play? Zhou Yuan's irritation boiled over, and before she could compose herself, a storm of lightning, fire, wind, and ice surged toward the woman, striking her down with a shriek, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Gao Ning and the woman from the 16th floor nearly bolted in terror, but Lu Cheng and Lu Ming had already blocked their escape. Lu Li and Lu Feng closed in on them. Cold sweat dripped from Gao Ning's brow as he sank to the ground in panic, exclaiming, Please, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't hear a thing. The woman from the 16th floor knelt, begging, Please do not kill me. I possess abilities. I am more useful than Zhang Weiwei. As she spoke, she opened her hands, conjuring a small green sprout from thin air. She looked at the onlookers. I can help grow vegetables. I am quite valuable. Zhou Yuan remained silent. In this apocalyptic world, such abilities were indeed incredibly useful. Unfortunately, they had already crossed a line, and their fates no longer mattered to her. However, the safety of the two children must be safeguarded until they could adequately protect them. Gao Ning observed the icy expressions of the group surrounding him, realizing that today might be his last. He cursed the woman under his breath for her role in this disaster. Yet, he could not simply wait for his demise. As an earth ability user, he held no advantage on this concrete and plastic terrain. He glanced at Zhou Yuan, who was shielded behind Lu Feng, and masked his emotions. In a desperate bid, he knelt before them, lowering his head towards Zhou Yuan. "I beg you, we truly did not hear anything. We will not disclose a word." Without waiting for a response, he took a running leap between Lu Feng and Lu Li, lunging towards Zhou Yuan, wrapping his arms around her neck. "Ah Yuan!" Lu Feng shouted, rushing forward. "Stop! Step back, or I will strangle her." Gao Ning bellowed, his eyes wild with desperation. Lu Li grasped Lu Feng's arm, warning, "What do you intend to do? Let us go and give the car keys to that woman." Gao Ning demanded fiercely. They had just returned from outside, and the vehicle was undoubtedly laden with supplies they had gathered today. Moving such a large group would require considerable resources. He believed that if they secured the vehicle, they could find a new refuge in this vast city, confident that they could evade capture. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuan alone was sufficient to transport the supplies. The other three had merely joined for the thrill of the adventure, unaware they would witness such a dramatic turn of events. Zhou Yuan smiled inwardly, realizing they perceived her as an easy target. Hearing Zhou Yuan's laughter, Gao Ning's anxiety spiked. "What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll end you." "Then why not try?" Zhou Yuan retorted disdainfully. "Ah Yuan," Lu Feng called out in disapproval, though he knew she had a plan to escape and that this man would not dare harm her before achieving his goals. Still, he was filled with dread, fearing the unforeseen. Noticing Lu Feng's reaction, Gao Ning felt emboldened. The man's anxiety only served to bolster his confidence. He shouted to the woman, still kneeling, "Wang Yin, what are you waiting for? Go get the keys and start the car." "Huh? Oh." Wang Yin took a moment to comprehend. Standing up, "Where are the keys?" Luli glanced at her and handed over the keys. Wang Yin timidly approached the vehicle and opened the door, while Gao Ning attempted to pull Zhou Yuan closer to the car, and she complied readily. Just then, Gao Ning felt a gust of wind sweep past him, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and then darkness. "Ah!" Wang Yin screamed in horror as Gao Ning's head rolled to her feet, causing her to retreat in shock, dragging herself backward over a meter. All eyes turned to the figure behind Gao Ning. It was Zhang Weiwei. Her hand, still gripping the dagger, had turned pale from exertion. Gao Ning had been so focused on the men in front of him that he had entirely overlooked Zhang Weiwei's movements. Unbeknownst to him, she had circled around to his rear, while the others remained fixated on Zhou Yuan, leaving only Zhou Yuan to notice the approach of the gray dot on the map, allowing her to subtly cooperate with Gao Ning. As Zhang Weiwei struck, Zhou Yuan had instinctively lowered her head. Fortunately, Gao Ning had used his hands to choke her rather than a weapon. Otherwise, she might have suffered some injury. Lu Feng seized Zhou Yuan, inspecting her neck, where 5 distinct finger marks marred her delicate skin. A flash of rage sparked in his eyes as he turned to Gao Ning's lifeless body and kicked it with fury. Zhang Weiwei took a deep breath, staring at Gao Ning's corpse on the ground, as if the reality of having taken a life finally dawned on her. Killing zombies was one thing. They were no longer human. But this had been a living person, and in that moment, she had not considered the implications. Now, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Zhou Yuan stepped forward to grasp Zhang Weiwei's trembling hand. "Weiwei, thank you for saving me." Zhang Weiwei snapped back to reality, immediately shaking her head. No, there's no need for thanks." Deep down, she understood that without her intervention, Zhou Yuan would have been unharmed. Yet, she felt an insatiable urge to act. She could not simply stand by and watch. Zhou Yuan's heart warmed at this revelation. She felt a desire to protect this girl. Chapter 73. Rooting out the weeds at that moment, Wang Yin was still wailing, but fortunately, this was in an underground parking garage. Most of the vehicles had been rendered unusable due to flooding, resulting in a sparsely populated area. The few zombies that remained had already been dealt with by Zhou Yuan and her companions. The sound of her cries was inaudible outside, yet it was still somewhat grating on their ears. They had no intention of sparing her. Lu Cheng swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, silencing her with a deep gash across her neck. Lu Cheng shook his head at the mark, lamenting her weakness. If she had been a woman of tougher constitution, he might not have succeeded. Zhang Weiwei's pupils dilated as Lu Li, rare in his explanation, remarked, "She has 2 children at home. We must keep this secret." Zhang Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. "I haven't heard anything. I want to say a word." Zhou Yuan and the others burst into laughter, while Lu Li leaned closer. "Is that so? Yet I only believe the dead keep their silence." Zhang Weiwei jumped behind Zhou Yuan, feigning distress. "Sister Yuan, help. I'm so scared." He asked the one who let it slip. "Why am I being blamed for hearing it?" Zhang Weiwei was no fool. Upon Lu Li's revelation, this group had already begun to trust her, knowing they would not kill her, and that Lu Li was merely jesting. The others, taken aback by her unexpected use of this voice, were at a loss. Zhou Yuan found enjoyment in the situation. No wonder the men were powerless against such sounds. She glared at Lu Li. "Big brother, don't scare Weiwei." Lu Li was left speechless, and Lu Feng, feeling the pressure, quickly pulled Zhou Yuan close, reminding her to keep her distance from Zhang Weiwei, for proximity to her could lead one astray. After a bout of laughter, Lu Li opened the trunk of the vehicle. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Their haul was considerable. The 7-seater car, occupied by only 4, had its rear seats collapsed under a pile of supplies, food, necessities, and a portion of well-preserved medicines, all neatly packaged. Lu Li gestured to Zhang Weiwei. "Take what you need first." Zhang Weiwei waved her hands in refusal. No, I'm just here to pick up the leftovers. You all did the hard work. Please take what you want first, and whatever is left is fine by me. I just need to fill my stomach, regardless of what it is." Her honesty was evident. They had visited a remote supermarket, likely ransacked by many during the initial outbreak, only to fall victim to the zombies left behind. By the time she entered, Lu Li and the others had cleared the area, leaving only a few stragglers, seemingly left for her practice. The same applied to the pharmacy they visited afterward, so today had merely been an opportunity for her to gain experience. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan grabbed a bag and collected several boxes of cold medicine, bandages, instant hot pots, instant noodles, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, wet wipes, a few sets of women's sun protection clothing, and undergarments, discreetly adding 10 bottles of spring water to the mix. As Zhang Weiwei gazed at the 2 large bags of supplies Zhou Yuan handed her, she felt overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Throughout these months of apocalypse, Zhou Yuan had been the only one to offer her warmth. Seeing the emotion in Zhang Weiwei's eyes, Zhou Yuan felt a pang in her heart. Having lived a previous life, she understood the hardships Zhang Weiwei faced. Yet in this life, with family and space, she was indeed luckier than many. Zhang Weiwei ceased her pretense, acknowledging her need for these items, murmuring, "Thank you, Sister Yuan." Zhou Yuan gently wiped away her tears. "Don't cry. Things will get better." Zhang Weiwei nodded earnestly. Zhou Yuan then extended her hand, and the vehicle along with the supplies vanished into thin air. Zhang Weiwei gasped, stuttering, "Sister Yuan." Zhou Yuan smiled. "It's a spatial ability. Now that abilities are emerging, there's no need to hide mine." Zhang Weiwei's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Yuan, you're amazing." But soon her expression dimmed, lamenting her lack of abilities. Zhou Yuan understood her thoughts, but felt powerless to change her situation for now. She could only ensure she stayed hydrated and perhaps later figure out how to grant her a bath. As the group began their return journey, a sudden muffled groan broke the silence. Startled, they turned towards the source, discovering that a certain cousin, against all odds, had not perished despite their attacks. Should they consider her fortunate or unfortunate for awakening at this moment? Had they left a moment later, she might have survived. Before she could fully comprehend her situation, another ice blade sliced through her neck. Lu Qing approached to confirm her demise, while Lu Cheng checked on Wang Yin, breathing a sigh of relief. She was indeed dead. However, this incident served as a reminder to everyone. In the future, they must ensure the dead were truly deceased before leaving, as any oversight could pose a potential threat. Although that woman had been a mere ordinary person devoid of abilities, One should never underestimate a woman's wrath, which could yield unforeseen consequences. Zhou Yuan surveyed the 3 corpses in the parking lot, frowning. Shall we burn them? This virus is potent. Who knows if the dead might rise as zombies? And leaving bodies here could attract pests. Lu Feng nodded, gathering the bodies together before igniting them, saving on funeral expenses, though no one was left to collect the remains. Zhou Yuan recalled her earlier mention of pests. Remembering the insect plague encountered at the base in her past life, it seemed they needed to prepare. These insects were not only larger than those before the apocalypse, but also more numerous and carried viruses. Being bitten was no trivial matter, and above all, they were incredibly repulsive. She also recalled the tornado that had swept away Zhou Yu on their journey to the base, which had occurred while she was en route to another city in Heilongjiang province. The distance from City C was approximately 400 to 500 kilometers, and she wondered whether that tornado had reached this area or if a similar occurrence had taken place here. Zhou Yuan began to feel anxious. The building, constructed by her company's associate, was reputed to withstand an earthquake of up to 8 magnitudes, but she questioned its resilience against a tornado. Chapter 74. Departure and Stay, Sister Yuan. Do you think these jade stones are genuine? Zhang Weiwei inquired, holding a lustrous jade bracelet. Zhou Yuan glanced at it and shook her head. I do not know. Zhang Weiwei placed it on her wrist, comparing it to Zhou Yuan's hands, and exclaimed with envy. Sister Yuan, your skin is so fair. It looks so exquisite. I envy you. Zhou Yuan also donned a jade bracelet, and, upon inspecting her own hand, noted its softness and fairness. Her skin had always been decent, yet as a woman in her 30s. Some roughness was inevitable despite her diligent use of gloves during household chores and an array of skincare products. Ever since she began washing with the water from the pond in her space, both her hands and face had shown remarkable improvement. Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Weiwei suddenly touched her face and exclaimed, Sister, truly, your skin is so tender. It's as smooth as a baby's. What skincare products do you use? Next time I stock up on supplies, I'll search for them. Zhou Yuan smiled. I simply use basic lotion and toner, without any specific brand. Ah, Zhang Weiwei expressed disappointment, touching her own face, feeling disheartened that she seemed older than Zhou Yuan. Despite the current water shortage, she had stockpiled plenty during the torrential rains. Enough for her solitary living situation. Having been an aficionado of skincare, her home was filled with high-end products. Yet she wondered why her skin couldn't compare to someone who had 2 children. Zhou Yuan chuckled at Zhang Weiwei's lamentations, realizing that she was still a young girl, deeply concerned about her appearance. However, she couldn't divulge the secret of the pond's water improving her complexion. Instead, Zhou Yuan contemplated before cautiously suggesting, Weiwei, I heard that City X is preparing to establish a base. Are you planning to go? Yesterday, Lu Li and his group had collected supplies, including 2 radios, which they tinkered with until they found an official broadcast. It warned of the rampant zombie virus, advising everyone to take precautions when venturing outside, while also discussing methods to combat zombies, and mentioned the emergence of supernatural abilities, though details were still under research. Furthermore, preparations for establishing a base were underway, calling for industry elites to sign up at various outposts, with military escorts provided for those accepted. Other civilians would have to wait until the base was nearly ready for a collective relocation. Today, they had seen military police clearing areas heavily infested with zombies, armed with standard firearms, while few employed supernatural abilities. Zhang Weiwei paused, then cautiously turned to Zhou Yuan. Sister Yuan, what about you? Are you planning to go? Zhou Yuan shook her head. Not at the moment. In the initial stages, the base won't be entirely safe. We plan to stay in our community for a while and reassess later. Zhang Weiwei fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before speaking. Sister Yuan, can I accompany you? She understood her own limitations. Before the apocalypse, she was merely an ordinary Chinese teacher without any extraordinary skills. The initial focus of the base would undoubtedly be on restoring daily life, and education seemed a distant concern. After all, it is said, when the granaries are full, one understands propriety. If basic needs are unmet, there is little room for other concerns. Zhou Yuan, with a twinkle in her eyes, asked, Are you sure? Life in the base may not be comfortable, but safety is guaranteed. There will be tasks to undertake. You won't necessarily have to confront zombies. Following us means we will likely be on the run from zombies, and we may have to endure hardships. Are you certain you want to endure such trials? Zhang Weiwei pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. I am sure. As long as you and your group welcome me, I have no fear. Zhou Yuan regarded her seriously. What about your parents? Your family? Will you abandon them? Zhang Weiwei lowered her gaze. I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. Life there was far from easy, and since starting university, I have not returned. I have no ties to anyone. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, stammering, Weiwei, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Zhang Weiwei smiled and shook her head. It's all right, sister. If I were to feel sorrow, it would have faded long ago. If not for the apocalypse, I could have lived quite well on my own. Relying on oneself is always better than depending on others. I have always known that. Zhou Yuan shook her head. While that is true, finding someone to rely on, if possible, is still beneficial. After all, no matter how strong one is not a machine. Fatigue is inevitable. Zhang Weiwei's eyes sparkled. Then I will surely find someone I can depend on in the future. I can rely on them. And they can rely on me, too. Lu Li observed the two girls engrossed in their conversation about jade ornaments and nudged Lu Feng. It seems my sister-in-law genuinely likes Zhang Weiwei. Lu Feng, who had just returned his gaze from their direction, noted that since marrying and having children, she had lost touch with her old friends. The once frequent outings and gatherings had dwindled, leaving her focused solely on work and her two children. The colleagues at her workplace were mostly young women, and they couldn't relate to her at all. He hadn't seen her so close to another girl in a long time. She used to be the one who would chat with friends late into the night and spend hours shopping without tiring. Suddenly, he felt that Lin Shui's words held great wisdom. If Zhang Weiwei became a sister-in-law to a Yuan, it would indeed be a perfect situation, completing their family. Lu Li observed his brother's gaze shifting from concern for his sister-in-law to anticipation for him. What was he planning? Lu Feng draped an arm over Lu Li's shoulder. Brother, I took a look, and I think Zhang Weiwei is quite nice. Have you considered her? Lu Li playfully punched him. Are you itching for trouble? Lu Feng swiftly dodged and leaned closer. Though she is younger than both of us, we wouldn't mind. As lightning began to crackle in Lu Li's hand, Lu Feng hurriedly retreated, joking that he had finally managed to tame his hair for the day and needed to maintain his image for his meeting with Boss Zhao. Lu Li chuckled, shaking his head, and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Weiwei. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she chatted happily with his sister-in-law, her face beaming with a sweet smile, complemented by an adorable dimple. Sensing a gaze upon her, Zhang Weiwei turned and met Lu Li's eyes. Her expression momentarily startled before she offered a polite smile. Lu Li perceived that her smile was less sweet than when she smiled at Zhou Yuan, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were also watching Zhou Yuan's side and felt a surge of delight upon witnessing the exchange between Lu Li and Zhang Weiwei. There might be a chance. Chapter 75. Ordinary people. A few individuals were leisurely strolling through the jade market, having come to meet Zhao Wu as planned. Everyone was present, including two children and Lei Zi, who had all been brought along in their spatial storage. A cacophony of car noises accompanied Zhao Wu's booming voice. Drive steadily, will you? If you shatter those jade pieces, I will flay you alive. Brother, this isn't my fault. The car is falling apart. Sun Chong replied helplessly, feeling as though he might soon come apart himself. Upon hearing the commotion, several heads popped out from various shops. As Zhao Wu alighted from the vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback by the crowd. So many people? His anxiety dissipated upon spotting Zhou Yuan and her husband. Lu Feng greeted him with a friendly nod. Boss Zhao. Hey, Lu brother, who are these? Zhao Wu glanced around at the others, realizing he had only brought Li Ping and Sun Chong. Perhaps it was a miscalculation. Lu Feng chuckled. Don't worry, they're all family. After our trade today, we plan to hunt some zombies together. Hunt zombies? Zhao Wu swallowed hard. Their casual attitude towards such a grim task bewildered him. Lu Feng shrugged indifferently. With special abilities, one must practice regularly. Otherwise, they become rusty, much like an unused machine. Zhao Wu pondered this, suddenly struck by the realization that all their family members had come to practice their abilities. Was it possible that they were all endowed with powers? This notion was somewhat unsettling. He scrutinized the group, 9 individuals, including 2 elders and 2 women. Wasn't he had said that such powers were rare? Previously, their shop had about 30 people, and having 3 special ability users was already the talk of the town. Now, it seemed everyone in this family possessed such powers. Could it be that their family's fortune was particularly favorable? He contemplated inquiring where they lived, perhaps to surreptitiously relocate there himself. Li Ping and Sun Chong were equally astonished. Could they all possess abilities as formidable as those displayed that day? And they were all family? Sensing his confusion, Zhou Yuan smiled and provided clarification. Well, my husband has quite a few brothers. A blunt truth, albeit with 3 being half-siblings. Zhao Wu suddenly understood the ancient adage about having many children being a blessing. Not wanting to dwell on this, he began searching for his vehicle, spotting a brand-new Jeep Wrangler parked nearby. His eyes lit up with excitement as he approached it with the eagerness of an old flame. While Li Ping and Sun Chong circled around in delight, Zhao Wu laughed heartily. Lu brother, you are truly generous. I feel as if my jade is unworthy of comparison. Each to their own needs. Lu Feng remarked, aware that jade held little value in these times, less than a loaf of bread. Yet, for Zhou Yuan's spatial storage, it was a treasure. They had acquired the least valuable vehicle available, excluding their previous 2, which held sentimental value. Once he saw the car, Zhao didn't dare to act pretentiously. He promptly opened the van's trunk, where all the seats had been removed, and the jade was meticulously separated with foam padding, securely packaged. For Zhou Yuan, the integrity of the jade was inconsequential, as it would ultimately be absorbed by her storage. Noticing Zhou Yuan's keen interest in the jade, Zhao reassured her, rest assured, I've packaged these securely. We drove slowly all the way here. There's been no damage. If you're concerned, feel free to inspect them one by one. And if they are damaged, can Boss Zhao compensate me? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wu scratched his head. I have my entire stock here, but I know a few like-minded individuals. If you need anything, I can help contact them, assuming they're still around. If they've turned into zombies, then that's beyond my ability. That could work, Zhou Yuan mused. Please have Boss Zhao reach out to them to see what they might want in exchange, though we no longer have that vehicle. They certainly had vehicles, but they could not bring more out, as it would be difficult to explain. Zhao Wu understood, having felt uneasy himself about requesting a vehicle earlier. But how do we contact them? He asked uncertainly, glancing at Lu Feng. Lu Feng exchanged glances with Lu Li before writing down their residential address. We live here. Zhao Wu hurriedly took the paper, noting that Jiasun City was not far off. After memorizing the building number, he tore it up and tossed it aside. He then called for Sun Chong and the others to help load the jade into Zhou Yuan's vehicle. Zhou Yuan interjected, Boss Zhao, we'll handle it ourselves. You can head back in your vehicle. Zhao Wu had intended to be courteous, but Lu Feng interjected coolly. Why did Boss Zhao only bring 2 people today? Were there not 4 ordinary folks the other day? Zhao Wu waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. Those lazy ones claimed they were ordinary people, saying they couldn't help and would merely stay home to guard it. Humph. Lu Cheng approached. Boss Zhao, are you sure they were guarding the house? Zhao Wu nodded halfway, then suddenly paused, looking at Lu Cheng. What do you mean, brother? Lu Cheng shrugged. Boss Zhao, you must have accumulated quite a bit of supplies at home. Haven't you? Zhao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, as did those of Sun Chong and Li Ping. After so many years of camaraderie, could it really be true? Lu Feng patted Zhao Wu on the back. You should head back and check. Perhaps we're just being overly cautious. Zhao Wu wasted no time, swiftly ushering the 2 into the vehicle, offering a quick farewell to Lu Feng and the others before speeding away. Zhou Yuan watched their vehicle disappear into the distance, furrowing her brow as she turned to Lu Feng. How did you come to such a conclusion? Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Cheng interjected. Sister-in-law, that day. Both Feng Ge and I noticed those 4 individuals. When Boss Zhao introduced them, he completely overlooked them, which is unusual. Any man would feel slighted by such neglect. Naturally, this discontent could lead to ulterior motives. Just now, Boss Zhao mentioned they chose to stay home, which is a reasonable assumption. Zhou Yuan reflected on this, realizing she had indeed overlooked those 4, as if they were invisible. For people she paid no attention to, she often experienced face blindness. However, upon further consideration, she understood the sentiment. Why should they have a better life than her? Jealousy is not exclusive to women. This was merely the beginning. Some ordinary people might still harbor resentment. As the advantages of those with abilities began to manifest, the gap between them and the ordinary would only widen, to the point where the latter would scarcely dare to entertain such thoughts. Lu Feng pinched Zhou Yuan's cheek gently. She had a tendency to overlook those with whom she had little connection. During her time at work, she often remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding her colleagues. With no outsiders present, Zhou Yuan swiftly gathered the jade, packaging it into her spatial storage. As for the soon-to-collapse van, she deemed it a waste of her spatial resources. Chapter 76. Construction site. This time, a significant number of individuals emerged. Previously, they had casually brought Zhao Wu's vehicle along. Now, as they prepared to depart, a single vehicle could not accommodate them all, prompting Zhou Yuan to retrieve another one. Zhang Weiwei inquired whether the spatial abilities of those with such powers were always so vast. The answer, of course, was negative. When spatial abilities first manifest, they scarcely exceed 20 square meters, as was the case with Yang Jingjing, and some are even smaller. They planned to traverse the villages surrounding City C, which, while not overly desolate, was also not particularly thriving, making an ideal setting for them to engage with zombies and hone their powers. Among their group, only Weiwei lacked any abilities. Lin Shui's powers were ineffective against zombies, yet that did not imply they could not combat them. These nearby areas, being adjacent to City C, the capital of Heilongjiang Province, were more bustling than the average county town, despite being classified as villages. Numerous construction projects were sprouting up, and upon arriving at a partially built skyscraper, they noticed a red sign indicating it was contracted by a certain construction company. As Zhou Yuan observed the interior, she estimated that around 10 to 20 zombies were meandering about, prompting the group to ascend with enthusiasm. Zhou Yuan lagged behind and glanced toward another building, where numerous survivors were visible. Below their building, there were at least 50 to 60 zombies. She had previously wondered why there were so many zombies inside, while the outside remained relatively clear. Evidently, the survivors within had lured the zombies over. It seemed likely that their building had once housed living individuals who had since transformed into zombies. They proceeded to eradicate the zombies, knowing that these creatures could not ascend the stairs. Consequently, only a few zombies roamed each floor. Once they had cleared the zombies, they began searching the premises, not for anything specific, but rather for cement. Zhou Yuan had previously informed them about the insect plague, so they believed it prudent to seal off any potential entry points for insects in the sewer with cement. The construction materials market they had visited earlier had been completely flooded, rendering the cement unusable. Thus, they had to try their luck at construction sites. To their surprise, they found a considerable amount of cement scattered about. One bag here, 2 bags there. After clearing one building, they moved on to the next, methodically completing the site until they were left with the building housing the survivors. As they stood below, the individuals above took notice of them and began furiously waving their hands. "Are you a rescue team? Please save us. Should we help them?" Zhang Weiwei frowned. Most of these individuals were young adults who seemed too frightened to confront the zombies themselves. She was reluctant to assist such people. Zhou Yuan observed the girl beside her, who had long since shed any semblance of delicacy. Indeed, combat experience served to toughen individuals. This girl now emanated an air of determination and resolve, contrasting sharply with her previous self, who had been in desperate need of rescue. Luli glanced at the individuals above. "We've cleared the other buildings. There's no need to spare this one." His implication was clear. They were not there to rescue people, but to scavenge. Zhang Weiwei understood and nodded, brandishing her weapon as she advanced, followed closely by the others. The zombies were concentrated on the first floor, and Zhou Yuan's mental abilities were not yet potent enough to influence a large number of zombies simultaneously. Therefore, when faced with an abundance of zombies, she often practiced her water abilities. Initially, she had deemed her water powers somewhat redundant, considering her spatial water was inexhaustible. However, she later devised a combat technique utilizing water, which made her realize the value of her abilities. For instance, when using a crossbow, the consumption of arrows was significant. She discovered that by condensing water into arrow-like shapes and launching them with the crossbow's force, the results were unexpectedly effective, even more so than traditional arrows. At first, her attempts merely soaked the zombies, leading to much amusement from Lu Cheng, who suggested that Lu Qing assist her. Yet, as her control over the water solidified, her arrows became capable of inflicting fatal damage. Zhang Weiwei had been astonished to witness Zhou Yuan's water abilities and subsequently felt disheartened, realizing that Zhou Yuan possessed dual powers while she had none. Among their group, they had all attained level 1 abilities, though she was uncertain of the levels of other abilities in different regions. In her previous life, when they departed for the base, the ability users in her team were still at level 1, while a soldier escorting them had reached level 2. Now, with so many level 1 ability users among them, the 50 to 60 ordinary zombies within the building posed no threat. The group reached the floor occupied by the ability users, but did not stop, continuing their ascent. After all, they were not there to rescue anyone. They came to gather supplies. Apart from cement, construction sites held many valuable materials, such as sand, gravel, sealing agents, and waterproofing materials, which might seem useless at present, but would prove invaluable for future construction endeavors. Though they did not plan to build a base, exchanging materials with the authorities would certainly be beneficial. On the 7th floor, the survivors huddled together, trembling in fear. Witnessing the group's ruthless efficiency in dispatching zombies made them feel that these individuals were even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Some daring souls crept to the door, peering through the crack, only to exclaim, "Hey, they're going up." Soon after, someone quietly opened the door, confirming that the zombies below had been dealt with, and hurriedly descended, followed closely by the others. Lu Cheng, observing from above, scoffed, "TSK, TSK, how rude. Not even a word of thanks." Lu Qing snorted, "I actually hope they leave quickly. Otherwise, they might cling to us." Zhou Yuan shot Lu Qing a glare. "When did you develop such a knack for jinxing things?" "What do you mean?" Lu Qing asked, puzzled. Lu Cheng patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to look outside the window. Upon seeing the group returning, Zhou Yuan noted the gathering of red dots at the entrance, approximately 50 or 60 in number. In the center of the room, she had set up a table with 8 chairs and brought out the food. It was already noon. After all, food was paramount. As the aroma of the delicious meal wafted through the air, the group's motivation to work waned, leaving the zombies to linger a while longer. They washed their hands and sat down to eat. Given the circumstances, the meal could not be overly lavish. The food was packed in boxes, each with slightly different side dishes. Some were prepared by Lin Shui, while others were takeout ordered by Zhou Yuan. Everyone could choose what they liked. With such a variety, there was bound to be something for everyone. As for the 2 children and Lei Zi, Zhou Yuan had already arranged for them in her space. The others were aware and did not inquire further, except for Zhang Weiwei, who voiced her concern. "Sister Yuan, what about the 2 kids? What are they eating at home?" Zhou Yuan felt a sense of warmth at Weiwei's concern for her children. It was not that she was keeping them hidden. It was simply that there were still people below, and those individuals would not remain docile for long. Moreover, the children had yet to experience the apocalypse, and Lei Zi's leg had not fully healed. Once their powers strengthened, she intended to bring them out to broaden their horizons. After all, Lei Zi was a heroic dog with medals. Could a shepherd dog become a herding pup? She leaned closer to Zhang Weiwei, who widened her eyes in disbelief. "Wait, what? The children are in the space? Living people can enter the space? How magical!" Zhang Weiwei exclaimed. She resolved that henceforth, she would no longer be astonished by anything related to Zhou Yuan. She was truly a Pandora's box of wonders. Chapter 77. Survivors as Zhang Weiwei pondered the situation. The cacophony of zombies below grew increasingly louder. Were there more of them? The group remained unperturbed, leisurely indulging in their meal. After all, one must be well fed to muster the strength for labor, right? A disheveled group of survivors stumbled into their floor, their faces smeared with dirt, only to find the others satiated and even some leisurely picking their teeth. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, causing their stomachs to grumble in unison. Anger brewed among them. They had been pursued by zombies below, while these individuals feasted heartily. Do you possess no sense of public decency? We are on the brink of death, and yet you can still eat? A woman, tears streaming down her face, voiced her outrage. Her husband had just fallen victim to the zombies, now one of the undead. Yet, Zhou Yuan and the others paid them no mind, engrossed in a discussion about whether to return or explore further. The survivors, incensed by their blatant disregard, glared at them, with one individual charging forward to overturn their table. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, the elderly couple, were still eating slowly, accustomed to savoring each bite due to their age and digestive issues. In an instant, Lu Cheng delivered a swift kick, sending the aggressor sprawling to the ground beside his companions. A middle-aged man, around 40, helped the fallen one up and pointed accusingly. Aren't you supposed to be a rescue team? How can you resort to violence? Lu Cheng shrugged his leg, pondering how his kick compared to that of his sister-in-law. Lu Qing smiled and remarked, "It seems you all have not ventured outside in quite some time." "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man retorted, displeased. The implication was clear. They were not a rescue team. They were not only capable of violence, but also of killing. Lu Cheng smirked, while Lu Li covered his face in disbelief. Lu Qing kicked Lu Li aside and addressed the survivors. "We merely passed through this place and stopped for a visit. We had no intention of rescuing anyone. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Consider us invisible." The survivors were taken aback. At that moment, a woman timidly asked, "Could you perhaps spare us some food? We haven't eaten in a week." "Food?" Lu Qing shrugged and glanced at the table. "Sorry, we've finished our meal." The woman's expression faltered, her gaze dropping. She recalled that the area lacked tables and chairs. While she was unsure how they had procured the food, it was evident they had a means of hiding supplies. The meal could not have been consumed so conveniently. Their reluctance to share was palpable. Soon, someone voiced her unspoken thoughts. "You simply do not wish to share." It was the same woman who had earlier lamented their indifference while they feasted. "Oh, dear sister," Zhang Weiwei chimed in, "you're truly astute. How did you discern that?" Men were meant to handle men, while women understood women better. This was the beauty of collaboration. The woman glared at Zhang Weiwei, her elegant figure clad in black, a face that radiated innocence, betraying no signs of hardship. She scoffed. "What are you boasting about? Is it not your body that pleases this lot? How shameless." Zhang Weiwei, having witnessed the world as cruelty towards women, particularly the young, retorted with a smirk, "Oh, you noticed that? How perceptive of you." She leaned closer to Zhou Yuan, feigning distress. "Sister Yuan, someone suggested I rely on my body to charm them. I am heartbroken. Does Sister Yuan only appreciate my physique?" The woman was taken aback. Zhou Yuan stifled a laugh, while Lu Feng frowned, and Lu Li appeared horrified. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yuan quickly caught on and chimed in. "Who dares to speak ill of our lovely Weiwei? Sister shall teach her a lesson." Lu Feng, Lu Li, Lu Cheng, and Lu Qing collectively smacked their foreheads in disbelief, the atmosphere having taken a rather absurd turn. Lin Shui observed their amusement, while Lu Aimin stuffed his mouth, desperately clinging to his dignity as the elder. Zhang Weiwei pretended to cry in Zhou Yuan's embrace, though she was secretly laughing. Sister Yuan was wonderfully cooperative. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived as Lu Feng, filled with ire, pulled Zhou Yuan into his embrace. Glaring at her, "Oh, dear brother-in-law, are you jealous?" Zhang Weiwei shyly touched her nose. Meanwhile, the survivors fell into a heavy silence. The middle-aged man eventually spoke, "Friends, the number of zombies below is increasing. If we do not take action soon, we may find ourselves trapped here." "Have you not been trapped here all along?" Lu Cheng chuckled. "If you wish to rely on us to clear a path, kindly ask without the pretense that we are obligated to assist." The man fell silent. Lu Li noticed that Lin Shui and her husband had finished their meal, and he interjected, "We shall head out shortly. You may follow, but we make no guarantees regarding your safety." "Then why should we follow you?" The woman retorted indignantly. "Ah!" Lu Cheng could not restrain himself. "Sister, my brother merely stated you could follow. He did not imply you must. It is entirely your choice." The survivors exchanged glances, many retreating a step, seemingly opting to wait until the zombies were dealt with before venturing out. Lu Cheng and the others found it amusing. After all, they had inadvertently stirred a zombie nest, attracting a horde to their location, with hundreds now gathered below, some even ascending to the second floor. While zombies could not scale heights, they could certainly pile on top of one another. This was a building, and they could not resort to setting it ablaze as they had before. They had to fight their way out, knowing they could not eliminate every threat. The survivors had assumed they were equipped to clear the area, but the group had little inclination to enlighten them. Had any of the survivors offered a polite thank you or engaged in civil discourse upon their arrival, they might have considered sharing advice. However, now, aiding them felt like a burden. They would have to fend for themselves. Yet, a faction of survivors remained keen to follow, forming two distinct groups. The middle-aged man and the woman who had first requested food decided to join them. Realizing the gravity of their task, Zhou Yuan waved her hand, causing the tables and packaging to vanish into thin air. The survivors gasped in astonishment. Was this sorcery? Zhou Yuan had no intention of explaining herself, her attention drawn to the increasing red dots on the map as she inquired, "What did you all do when you ventured out earlier?" Chapter 78. The treacherous wolf, the middle-aged man, spoke hesitantly. "We just went outside and saw a large truck parked next to the garbage recycling station. There were keys on it, and we intended to drive it away. Little did we know that inside the truck." The woman who had previously questioned them began to sob uncontrollably. Her husband had gone to open the truck's door and was immediately captured. The sight of the horrifying zombie was too much for her, which was why she refused to accompany them to certain death. Zhou Yuan and her companions quickly deduced that it was likely when the flood had just receded, the authorities had cleared the streets of corpses, depositing them at various waste processing sites. Unfortunately, those bodies had transformed into zombies. However, a single truck could only hold about 40 to 50 zombies at most. It was probable that upon seeing the horde, this group had panicked and fled, unaware of where the other zombies had come from. Zhou Yuan speculated that there must have been numerous zombies within the recycling station, their senses heightened by the scent of the living, causing them to break free as the doors were breached. The 9 of them began their descent, trailed closely by a group of followers, while another group hesitated and chose not to descend past the 4th floor. Zhou Yuan noticed several zombies had already crawled up to the 2nd and 1/2 floors, forming groups on the 3rd floor. Since Lin Shui and Zhang Weiwei were ill-suited for combat, and Lu Aimin's earth abilities were ineffective in the concrete environment, they found themselves surrounded. Yet this did not imply a lack of combat capability. Each of them wielded weapons, vigilant for any stragglers, providing support to the others. Lu Li and Lu Feng led the charge, their powers capable of decimating large swathes of zombies and swiftly creating openings. Lu Qing and Lu Cheng stood guard on either side, their wind and ice blades efficiently eliminating zombies with precision strikes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Zhou Yuan brought up the rear, methodically dispatching the pursuing zombies. Lu Ming had acquired several drill bits from Zhou Yuan after returning last time, enhancing them with his abilities, and now wielded them as weapons, creating holes in the zombies' heads with ease, while also retrieving them for repeated use. Zhou Yuan synchronized her water abilities with mental interference, delivering precise headshots while controlling the trajectory of any approaching threats. The group trailing behind marveled at the seamless coordination and the display of various powers, astounded by their effectiveness. However, they dared not let their guard down, closely following the lead group and even picking up wooden sticks or iron rods for self-defense. Everything proceeded smoothly until they reached the entrance, when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Zhou Yuan released a water arrow that struck a zombie's head, Zhang Weiwei let out a terrified scream. "Sister Yuan, watch out." In that instant, Zhou Yuan was unexpectedly pushed forward, colliding with an oncoming zombie whose hand was about to grasp her masked face. Her pupils dilated as she urgently summoned her mental power, halting the hand mere millimeters from her face. She was then yanked back, leaving everyone drenched in cold sweat from the shocking scene. Lu Feng, who had heard Zhang Weiwei's cry, was desperate to rush over, but was trapped at the front of the line. Only when he saw Zhou Yuan pull back did he exhale a sigh of relief. Having held his breath in fear, the group, not daring to linger any longer, dashed toward the exit. As they burst through the doors, Lu Ming swiftly shut and locked the heavy iron gate behind them, trapping most of the zombies inside. The group above grew anxious, questioning why they hadn't cleared out all the threats and left them locked inside. Naturally, Zhou Yuan and her companions did not respond. A few scattered zombies outside posed little danger, and while they cleared them away, Zhou Yuan had managed to free 2 vehicles. The newcomers were astonished and delighted, surprised by the sudden appearance of the cars and hopeful that they could join the ride. After neutralizing the remaining zombies outside, they prepared to board the vehicles. However, Zhang Weiwei suddenly charged toward a woman, delivering a sharp slap. This woman had initially sought food from them, only to be rebuffed by Lu Qing. "Are you mad?" The woman fumed, preparing to retaliate. Unfazed, Zhang Weiwei struck again. "You're the one who pushed Sister Yuan, weren't you?" The woman stammered, "I didn't Don't make baseless accusations. How could you possibly see that? I saw it with both my eyes. You ungrateful wretch. We saved you, and you repay us with betrayal." Zhang Weiwei continued her assault, slapping the woman several times, her own hand stinging from the impact. The woman was defenseless, her face quickly swelling from the blows. Nearby, a 30-something man intervened, pulling the woman away. "Isn't that enough? Look at her. She has already been beaten. To hell with enough." Lu Cheng kicked at the man. "How about I throw you to the zombies and see how you like it?" The man, nursing his injured leg, dared not utter a word. A middle-aged man cleared his throat. "Well, this young lady seems unscathed." Lu Feng scoffed, wrapping his arm protectively around Zhou Yuan, his heart still racing from fear. "Yuan is fine. That is her skill. But that doesn't absolve someone of their wrongdoing. What do you think you're doing?" The woman stammered, her words slurred. "They didn't give us anything to eat. They claimed to have rescued us, but they haven't helped us at all. It's our luck that we managed to escape. All their supplies were with this woman, and they contemplated whether eliminating her might teach them the lesson of hunger." Lu Li exchanged glances with the others. They'd been fighting on the perimeter and hadn't witnessed the earlier events. They had assumed Zhou Yuan was merely careless, only to discover someone had indeed pushed her. Lin Shui's eyes glimmered with anger as she realized her earlier guilt for not providing food was misplaced. The children had been right all along. Offering resources could lead to being repaid with treachery. Lu Ming stepped forward, seizing the woman and hurling her over the iron gate. They couldn't see what happened next, but they heard a thud followed by her terrified screams, soon drowned out by the sounds of zombies feasting. The other survivors, including those upstairs who had been cursing, stared in horror at the scene, bewildered by their ruthlessness. The group paid no mind to the reactions of the others and simply boarded their vehicles, driving away. The survivors watched helplessly as the vehicles receded into the distance, none daring to voice their thoughts. Only when the cars disappeared from view did someone finally exclaim, "Damn, they just left us here." As Zhou Yuan and her group drove past the recycling station, they spotted the large garbage truck, just as she had anticipated. The entrance of the station had been opened, yet no zombies emerged. With the zombie virus, now capable of controlling even the deceased, it was alarming to think of the number of zombies that could arise from a mere recycling station. What might be the fate of those funeral homes dedicated to housing the dead? Chapter 79. Spatial Awareness Upon Entering the Space. Zhou Yuan immediately beheld 2 children and a dog trapped within a room on the ground floor of a building. Through the window, she saw Lu Jin frantically waving. Weilei barked wildly. Lu Yu, however, appeared to be asleep, though her tear-streaked face indicated she had been crying. Zhou Yuan hurried over, asking what happened. Lu Jin quickly replied, "Mom, we don't know. This morning, when you brought something in from outside, the space suddenly began to tremble. We were sucked into this room, and no matter how we tried, we couldn't open the door. Little Yu got scared and cried." Zhou Yuan was taken aback, recalling that she had forgotten this detail. It was mentioned in the novel that during a spatial upgrade, the master would be ejected, rendering them unable to access the space until the upgrade was complete. Previously, when she had collected jade stones, it had taken a considerable time before she could enter again, and she had not brought Lu Jin and the others inside. So she had been completely unaware of the situation. Thankfully, the space had merely concentrated them in a relatively safe area without ejecting them. But it had certainly frightened the 2 children. Fortunately, Lei Zi was there to comfort them, able to communicate with Lu Jin and alleviating his fear to some extent. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Lu Yu woke up and immediately leaped into her arms, exclaiming, "Mom, I was so scared." Everything outside was moving. Zhou Yuan tenderly embraced her two children and patted Lei Zi's head before sending them out to explain the situation to everyone. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin quickly took their two grandsons and the dog to prepare some food for them. Zhou Yuan then returned to the space to observe its changes. She had to admit that the batch of jade artifacts collected by Zhao Wu was indeed of significant value. A large storage room had reappeared behind the building, and the small mountain of supplies she had previously piled there had been neatly organized and categorized, resembling the fully automated storage facilities in factories. It was far more sophisticated than the haphazard arrangement she had managed on her own. The ground floor of the building remained unchanged. Yet the second floor's playground had evidently been enhanced with numerous new facilities. Previously, she had simply added a movable slide, a small sandpit, and a ball pit, along with a few miscellaneous toys enclosed by a fence. Now, it had transformed into a perfect playground, a miniature version of the large indoor amusement parks she had visited with her children. The area was well equipped with zones for intellectual games and role-playing. While the storage area appeared to maintain its size, Zhou Yuan sensed an inexplicable difference, giving it an impression of boundlessness. She gazed in awe at the rows of racks in the planting area, marveling at the transformation. Her previous lack of knowledge regarding crop cultivation had been overcome through a few videos and insights from Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, enabling her to plant various crops. Many of these crops needed trellises, such as cucumbers, green beans, and bitter melons, yet she could hardly distinguish between the seeds. She had simply planted whatever seeds she had in a single patch, unaware of the necessity for trellises, especially since the space did not adhere to the conventional seasons. The soil seemed to possess inherent nutrients and moisture, eliminating the need for additional fertilization or watering. She mused that allowing the chickens to roam freely might have contributed positively as well. Now, the space had automatically provided trellises for the crops that required them, and her overly dense planting of rice had been adjusted to an appropriate density. The fish pond, which she had merely dug out, had thrived under the space's influence, with water plants now flourishing and numerous fish swimming joyfully. Zhou Yuan planned to catch a few fish to surprise her children, not forgetting about Lei Zi. Could dogs eat fish? Surely they could. Moreover, the pond had been enhanced with a shallow water area, reminiscent of a swimming pool, where the bottom was clearly visible. She tested the depth, finding it only reached her thighs, with seating and handrails provided, perhaps intended for her children to play in the water. Drinking from the spring water had significantly replenished her energy. Previously, it restored about 50%, but now it seemed to replenish at least 80%. She filled several cups to bring back to the house, keen to observe their effects. The breeding area had undergone a remarkable transformation, as the space possessed an automatic purification function, ensuring minimal odor. Initially, Zhou Yuan had fed the pigs with leftover food, but as their numbers grew from 2 to 5, she had a mix in pig feed, which had led to an unpleasant smell. The cows and sheep were now thriving, with 6 cows and 8 sheep, as the available grass was ample. Supplemented occasionally with other feeds she had no real understanding of. The rabbits remained at 2, but observing the pregnant female rabbit's belly indicated there would soon be more. As for the chickens, ducks, and geese, they had multiplied to approximately 50 or 60, with some beginning to nest again. Zhou Yuan felt no inclination to manage them, allowing them to roam freely, occasionally scattering some grain, confident that the insects in the soil would suffice for their sustenance. Following the upgrade, the breeding area featured more distinct divisions, with automated feeding troughs and water tanks in each section, ensuring that she only needed to replenish their food and water periodically. The space would then distribute the appropriate amounts to their respective feeding troughs, eliminating the guesswork that had previously led to either overfeeding or underfeeding. In the mountainous region, the fruit trees she had planted had grown significantly, with the strawberries already bearing fruit, albeit still unripe. This discovery filled Zhou Yuan with delight, as she anticipated the imminent harvest. Finally, as she walked around the space, she began to comprehend a profound realization. The space seemed to sense her needs. For instance, the house started as a beautifully decorated shell devoid of furnishings or layout. After she placed items from her previous residence within, it had transformed into a luxurious 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom abode. The simple playground she had set up was now a grand amusement park, while the storage room had evolved into a smart warehouse capable of automatic categorization. The shallow water area had clearly been designed with her children's enjoyment in mind, specifically for their playful water activities with Lazy. The planting and breeding zones are areas that consistently resonate with her during each upgrade, addressing some of her urgent needs, such as the previous automatic purification and the current automated feeding. Furthermore, the mountainous region only emerged after she planted fruit trees nearby. Could it be that this space is inhabited by the kind of spirits mentioned in novels? Yet, she has possessed this space for nearly half a year, and never has there been any entity that has connected with her. Chapter 80. New Year Goods. Zhou Yuan contemplated for a moment, dismissing the need for excessive deliberation. The space she inhabited was attuned to her behaviors and needs, evolving accordingly during upgrades, an endearing feature indeed. Now, she needed to reflect on her current desires and how to convey them to the space. First, gazing at the distant forest, she pondered whether it was feasible to plant trees everywhere. Perhaps she could introduce some animals, forming a veritable menagerie for Xiao Jin. Furthermore, she wished for her family members to enter the space, though she was uncertain how to achieve that. Additionally, the space seemed oblivious to the outside world. It was as if it were both blind and deaf. People from the outside could not reach those within the space. For instance, when Xiao Jin and the others were inside, unless she consciously connected with the space, she was utterly unaware of their calls. At lunchtime, she had even neglected to notice the food she had prepared. Was it possible the space had deliberately blocked her consciousness during its upgrade? Perhaps that was the reason she could not access it at that time. She resolved to test this next time. She had been rather careless this time around. It appeared her needs were quite numerous, so she would address them one by one. Clearly, she needed to gather more jade stones. Should she venture to Province X or Province Y? However, that seemed rather distant. It would require careful planning, but for now, they had no intention of embarking on such a journey. Firstly, their abilities were still too rudimentary, and the outside world was rife with formidable individuals. They needed to develop cautiously. Secondly, the relentless tornado had yet to pass. Thirdly, it was already January, and the new year approached next month. Although few seemed inclined to celebrate at this time, Zhou Yuan eagerly anticipated this new year, feeling as though it had been years since she had celebrated with her family. As she mentioned the upcoming festivities, everyone wholeheartedly agreed, and they excitedly set out to gather New Year goods. However, they found themselves lacking one essential item: couplets. The group exchanged glances, while Lu Li and a few others shrugged, admitting their illiteracy. They could barely write their own names, let alone compose couplets. Lu Feng scratched his nose, revealing he could flamboyantly write his name with a pen, a skill he had paid to master, but other characters left him stumped. Zhou Yuan shrugged, confessing her own inability with a brush. Zhang Weiwei, noticing the attention on her, quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Don't look at me. Although I'm a language teacher, I cannot write in brush script. As an orphan, I never had the means or time to learn such refined skills." Ultimately, their hopes rested on Xiao Jin, as they recalled Zhou Yuan had once sent him to learn calligraphy. Xiao Jin, flustered, replied, "I only learned hard pen." Well, it seemed a single couplet had stumped the entire family. Would they even be able to find one in the markets? Surely, if these were available, they would have already been snatched up. Lu Cheng, not ready to give up, inquired, "Sister-in-law, we searched so many supermarkets, but there are no couplets?" Zhou Yuan nodded emphatically. None. It was absurd. The space was entirely automated, and she required no physical effort to find items. With a mere sweep of her consciousness, she could sense whatever she sought. The last time they scoured the markets was in September. Hardly the season for New Year goods. Zhang Weiwei pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe there is someone in our building who can write in brush script." The group turned to her expectantly. Zhang Weiwei continued, "It's that girl on the 12th floor. She attended the same middle school as the elementary school where I teach. We share the same route home and occasionally chat. I know she is studying calligraphy and has even exhibited her works." Zhou Yuan and the others fell silent. They did not wish to stir trouble over a couplet. Zhang Weiwei, understanding their apprehension, waved her hand dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I meant I could approach her. They once helped me, and I intended to bring something to repay the kindness. This is a perfect excuse. This was indeed a viable plan. Their eyes brightened, as this approach would not jeopardize their relations. Although everyone in the building was aware that Zhang Weiwei was aligned with them, her transaction would not reveal their intentions to acquire a couplet. They would merely appreciate her thoughtfulness. With the plan set, Zhou Yuan prepared to offer Zhang Weiwei some items. But she quickly interjected, "Wait, Sister Yuan, I have my own things. This is my responsibility. I cannot take from you." Zhou Yuan disagreed. "But the items you exchange are precisely what we need." Zhang Weiwei firmly insisted, "No, this is a debt I owe. I cannot take advantage of you all." Zhou Yuan, recognizing that Zhang Weiwei likely had enough supplies, relented. After all, she had recently moved to the 34th floor, and if she needed anything, she could always ask them. After returning from the jade market, Zhou Yuan had encouraged Zhang Weiwei to move up. The 6th floor was too far. They could not attend to one another easily. As for why she did not reside on the 35th floor, it was simply because there were no available units. That floor was designed for 2 households per staircase. Lu Cheng and the others occupied a 3-bedroom unit with no extra rooms, and it was inappropriate for a young girl to live with them, despite their familiarity. Zhou Yuan's family was also large and well-stocked. Thus, they settled on the 34th floor, and Lu Li and the others relocated the stairwell door to that level for added security. They also connected a pipe from the water tank upstairs to the 3rd floor, while Zhou Yuan subtly suggested to Zhang Weiwei to indulge in more baths. Though Zhang Weiwei was perplexed by the reasoning and unsure why they had an abundance of water, she refrained from asking questions. Besides, she had always enjoyed bathing, and now that water was available, she intended to indulge daily. Zhang Weiwei was a girl with a keen sense of propriety. She rarely approached them unless necessary, and when she did, she would first communicate through the intercom. As she was an elementary school teacher, Zhou Yuan soon entrusted Xiao Jin's education to her. Each day, she would send Xiao Jin to study with her for an hour. Zhang Weiwei admitted, "I'm only a language teacher. I can't teach math or English." However, she felt obligated to fulfill Zhou Yuan's request. While she might not be proficient, Zhou Yuan had provided ample online course videos, and she was confident she could manage with those resources. Xiao Jin, in turn, developed a great fondness for his gentle and beautiful teacher. However, Xiao Yu felt a bit neglected, as he had lost an hour of playtime each day, though he still had the dog to keep him company. Nevertheless, the spirited puppy was quite a handful. Lazy expressed that even a heroic dog found it challenging to keep up. Fortunately, the Space water had mended the puppy's bones, and Lin Shui's powers had improved, ensuring the dog was now in good health. Chapter 81. The Burden of Parenthood. Sister, I implore you, save my Chun-Chun. Zhou Yuan gazed down at the woman kneeling below her. The small boy in her arms felt as though he were on the brink of death. Zhou Yuan was overcome with sorrow. The woman, witnessing the pity in Zhou Yuan's eyes, lowered her gaze and beseeched, "We are truly starving. Chun-Chun is not even 3 years old. Please." Zhou Yuan took a step forward, but Lu Feng grasped her arm, shaking his head. With a faint smile, she brushed off his hand and approached the woman, kneeling down to gently touch the pale face of the child. "Where is his father?" she inquired. The woman paused, choking back tears as she replied, "He is powerless. We have consumed all our food. Then why not venture outside to find something to eat?" Zhou Yuan asked, her tone remaining soft. The woman trembled in fear. "It is too terrifying out there. The monsters, we are afraid." Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly. "So, as parents, you neglect your child's survival. Why should I care?" The woman widened her eyes in disbelief, quickly realizing her mistake as she lunged forward, attempting to grasp Zhou Yuan's leg. Zhou Yuan swiftly stood up and stepped back. "Sister, please, you are so powerful. You must have food. Just give a little to this poor child." The woman began to bow her head repeatedly, almost to the point of drawing blood. Zhou Yuan's expression turned icy. "Are you asking for food for the child, or for that useless man? Who are you calling useless?" A man suddenly emerged from the corridor, striking at Zhou Yuan. She did not flinch, but fixed her gaze upon him. The man abruptly halted, clutching his head in agony. Observing his suffering, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Her fifth psychic ability had manifested, allowing her to shatter another's mental fortitude. The woman, horrified by the man's torment, looked at Zhou Yuan. What have you done to him? Without sparing her a glance, Zhou Yuan continued until the man succumbed to unconsciousness. As she passed the woman, she could not resist one last glance at the child. Her heart ached as she coldly remarked, that child would have been better off dead during his last fever. At least he would not have had to endure such depravity or witness his parents exploit him for their own needs. He would not have to suffer from hunger and fear for so long. Perhaps he has already ascended to heaven. Lu Feng and Zhang Weiwei caught up to her, with Zhang Weiwei fuming. You are unworthy to be called parents. Lu Feng observed Zhou Yuan's unusual silence and subtly gestured to Zhang Weiwei. With narrowed eyes, she retorted, Why should I console your wife? Despite her disdain for Lu Feng's timidity, Zhang Weiwei stepped forward. Sister Yuan, I thought you would after all. She had saved her once before, and it was evident that she felt sympathy for the child. Zhou Yuan shook her head. I cannot help, especially since I have already assisted before. Zhang Weiwei understood. The previous act of lending a boat was clearly motivated by the woman's plea to save the child. Weiwei, this world is rife with malice. Yet, I can't help but wish to retain a semblance of kindness to make it a bit more beautiful. Zhou Yuan sighed. It is Navi, yet not entirely futile. At least I saved you, did I not? Zhang Weiwei was taken aback, but nodded vigorously, vowing she would not allow Zhou Yuan to regret her choice. Zhou Yuan smiled, inhaling deeply and exhaling to dispel her frustrations. The woman and her child were no longer her concern. As she had said earlier, that child should have perished long ago. Perhaps she should not have given that bottle of water. It was that very act that had drawn the woman back to her. If she truly loved her child, she would have faced her fears and fought zombies for food. In her past life, she had no abilities, yet she had braved the horde when her family faced starvation. Once in the vehicle, Zhou Yuan noticed Lu Feng's persistent silence and found it amusing. What is it? Afraid I might take my anger out on you? Hee hee. Lu Feng chuckled nervously. I was just worried about how you might feel. Naturally, she felt unsettled. Where are the others? Zhou Yuan questioned, wanting to avoid further discomfort. In Area Y, we discovered a building that seems to be a streaming studio. It contains quite a bit of supplies, but our vehicle cannot accommodate everything, Lu Feng explained. Oh, a streaming studio, where those internet celebrities broadcast. Zhang Weiwei's eyes sparkled. I once dreamed of doing live commerce. Zhou Yuan regarded her. Who knows? You might just become a celebrity. Hee hee. Zhang Weiwei laughed shyly. Soon, they arrived at the base of the tall building, gazing upwards in awe. It appeared to be at least 40 or 50 stories high. Is it all for streaming commerce? This e-commerce format is truly thriving. Lu Li and the others are on the 40th floor. Lu Feng remarked. The issue is there are no elevators now. We must ascend the stairs, honing our climbing skills daily. They initially intended to head straight to the 40th floor, presuming Lu Li and his team had already searched the lower levels, thus saving time. However, as they reached the third floor, Lu Li's voice crackled through the intercom. A phone. Have you arrived? Yes, Lu Feng replied. Go to the 6th floor first. Then come up, Lu Li instructed. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious about what could be of interest on the 6th floor that Lu Li could not manage alone. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they discovered it was a car dealership, explaining why Lu Li needed her assistance. Do not question why those outside are lacking vehicles. There are still many here because they cannot be taken without a crane. The newly emerged space manipulators could probably fit an entire car. However, the cars available were merely ordinary models, both sedans and SUVs, perfectly suitable for daily use. Additionally, there was a shop specializing in mountain motorcycles, which were also valuable assets. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Yuan made all vehicles within 100 meters vanish. This was the advantage of her enhanced psychic powers. She did not even need to touch them. The 1,000 square meter area quickly became empty, and she mused that her next spatial upgrade might grant her a parking lot. Zhang Weiwei remained in awe, no matter how many times she witnessed Zhou Yuan collect items. After finishing with the vehicles, they continued their ascent, glancing at other floors along the way, which were mostly stripped bare. It was evident that others had visited. At least the lower levels had been thoroughly looted by fellow survivors. Before long, they reunited with Lu Li and his team, with Lu Cheng bounding over. Sister-in-law, did you collect the cars? Zhou Yuan eyed him critically. Do you even find those cars appealing? Lu Cheng scratched his head. What question? If it were before the apocalypse, I would have coveted Brother Feng's car. Lu Feng kicked him lightly. What? Are you feeling wronged? Not wronged at all. Lu Cheng pleaded for mercy. Chapter 82. Crystal Core. Zhou Yuan gazed at her companions and inquired, What have you gathered? Lu Cheng rolled his eyes in disdain. What is there to collect? The lower levels have already been thoroughly searched by others. Lu Li awkwardly cleared his throat. Indeed, the lower floors have been rummaged through. Save for that vehicle on the 6th floor, which remains largely untouched, there's still a few items left on this floor. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Yuan mused. All right then. I initially thought I was merely here to tie things up, but it seems I've come to labor instead. I hope there are some worthwhile treasures. Otherwise, it will be a vegetarian day for all. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Li and the others. Had they known Zhou Yuan's intentions, they might have protested. For that vehicle was indeed a valuable find. Without further ado, they began their search. This floor was filled with various brands of air conditioners, which had also seen some attention, yet many remained. Only with Zhou Yuan's spatial abilities could she manage to clear everything without exception. However, as other spatial practitioners evolved, resources would become increasingly scarce. With that thought, Zhou Yuan dismissed her earlier lethargy, deciding to expedite her efforts. After gathering the air conditioners, she turned her attention to clothing, followed by various helpful courses and materials. These would certainly prove useful. Zhang Weiwei stuffed several hard drives into her bag, nearly driven mad by the barrage of Arabic numerals and letters. Various skincare and cosmetic products were also collected, as these items were less sought after. All manner of miscellaneous items were gathered. Whether they would be useful or not hardly mattered. The topmost floor, presumably the leadership office of the building, was not to be overlooked. Inside the office lay a secret chamber, igniting Zhou Yuan's excitement. Could there be valuable goods within? With Lu Ming present, breaching the chamber door posed no challenge. However, Zhou Yuan, glancing at the map in her mind, noted a peculiar mark, accompanied by a conspicuous one, and warned, Caution, there's a zombie inside. It's a level 1 zombie. Initially, Lu Ming paid little heed to her warning. Slaying zombies had become second nature to them. One zombie posed no real threat, let alone a horde. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Yuan label it as a level 1 zombie, the others were taken aback. Lu Ming cautiously opened the door, only for a zombie to burst forth. He swiftly rolled aside. This level 1 zombie was considerably swifter than an ordinary one. Zhou Yuan intervened with her psychic abilities, slowing its movements, and unleashed a water projectile towards it, followed closely by a bolt of lightning and a tongue of flame. Before Lu Cheng and Lu Qin could react, the zombie lay defeated. Lu Cheng clicked his tongue. That level 1 zombie was hardly frightening. Zhou Yuan disagreed. That's because there's only one. If it were like the lower tier zombies, swarming in numbers, would you still feel the same? Their speed and agility surpassed that of the lower tier zombies by a significant margin. Moreover, they would eventually develop abilities. There were 2 types of zombies with powers, those that evolved from level 1 zombies, and those created from ability users who were bitten, thus inheriting powers. Lu Cheng chuckled. Zhou Yuan remained focused on the fallen zombie, using her psychic force to extract a small, grayish stone the size of a peanut from its skull. After rinsing it clean, she examined the crystal core in her hand. The others gathered around, with Zhang Weiwei curiously asking, Is this the crystal core? It looks rather appealing. Zhou Yuan nodded. Indeed. This is the crystal core from a level 1 ordinary zombie. It is gray. Can all ability users absorb this ordinary core? Lu Feng inquired. Lu Cheng chimed in. How does one absorb it? Sister-in-law, do try it out. Zhou Yuan shook her head. A single level 1 crystal core is insufficient for an ability upgrade. At least 10 are needed to advance from level 1 to level 2. Furthermore, this core contains impurities. Impurities? Lu Li frowned. Yes, she continued, holding the core aloft. A true crystal core is far more beautiful, translucent like crystal. This one appears rather dull. The group examined it, and indeed, noted its lackluster appearance. Is this one worthless then? Lu Feng asked, somewhat disheartened. Not quite, Zhou Yuan replied. It can still be utilized, but to progress from level 1 to level 2. One requires 10 pure crystal cores. For cores with impurities, 20 are necessary, and excessive absorption can yield adverse effects. Lu Li queried, what's her effects? One may become irritable and volatile, Zhou Yuan explained. The impurities act much like the zombie virus, but since ability users possess antibodies, they resist transformation into zombies. However, overconsumption can still lead to negative consequences. Those with exceptionally strong willpower might find the effects negligible. Zhou Yuan's knowledge stemmed from the fact that crystals served as currency in their base. Thus she understood the exchange rates. Although the ratio for absorbing pure versus impure crystals stood at 1:2, exchanging impure crystals for pure ones would cost double, at a rate of 1:4, due to the inherent dangers of a ladder. Ability users with the resources and capability would invariably opt for pure crystals. This consensus was met with agreement. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. With impure crystals already in their possession, how far could they be from acquiring pure ones? Yet, they acknowledged the need to retain the impure crystals for future exchanges. Excitement filled the air as they began to discuss their next steps. Only Zhang Weiwei appeared somewhat dejected, lamenting, why do I lack abilities? Zhou Yuan tossed the crystal core into her spatial housing and prepared to investigate the secret chamber. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled her aside. There's nothing of interest inside. We just checked. It was quite an eyesore. Zhou Yuan regarded him skeptically, and the expressions of the other men mirrored his discomfort. What, indeed, lay within? Zhang Weiwei, having been engrossed in Zhou Yuan's activities, had missed the earlier events. Yet, observing their expressions, she decided it was best not to inquire further. Before departing the building, they found a room to enjoy their lunch, planning to venture out again for a more extensive search in the afternoon. With the children at home and their grandparents keeping an eye on them, they felt reassured. However, just as they were finishing their meal, a voice crackled through the intercom. Lu Imin's voice echoed. Afong Ali, can you hear me? Lu Feng promptly responded. Lu Imin's voice returned. Someone is knocking at the door below. A wave of alarm surged through the group. The door had been secured at the 34th floor. Typically, knocking sound from the 35th floor were inaudible, indicating that this knocking was anything but ordinary, an unwelcome presence. They sprang into action, urging Lu Imin to remain indoors as they hastily made their way back. Chapter 83. Stay for a meal? At the stairwell of the 34th floor, a group of people was gathered. A man clad in a black vest was struggling at the door, while a burly man with a face full of flesh impatiently barked. Are you even capable? The man in the vest, drenched in sweat and trembling, replied, Boss, this door has been reinforced. I can't get open. The burly man kicked him in frustration. Nearby, a thin man leaned in and said, Boss, I heard there's a powerful ability user inside. They must have modified the door. Indeed, Lu Ming had awakened his abilities and reinforced all metallic elements in his home, including doors, windows, and even their weapons. Unless someone possessed abilities greater than Lu Ming's, no mere lockpicking or abilities could breach that door. The burly man narrowed his eyes and glanced at a woman sitting timidly with a child beside her. Are you sure they left just 2 hours ago? The woman nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. At that moment, another woman approached the burly man, Degu. A few other men left early this morning. They must have met up and 1T returned quickly. Right, another man chimed in, noting that only 2 elderly individuals remained in the house. They were often out early and late, driving luxury cars and likely gathering substantial supplies. If Zhang Weiwei were present, she would recognize that the woman with the child was Li Feng from Unit 702, who had just sought help from Zhou Yuan. The woman nestled in the burly man's embrace was Cui Yunxi, a newlywed from Unit 501, and her husband was the green-hatted Huang Shan. The burly man licked his lips and squeezed Cui Yunxi's ample bosom. I heard there are 2 exceptional women inside. Cui Yunxi winced from the pinch, suppressing a gasp, and replied bitterly, yes. Zhang Weiwei lives above us, young and beautiful, a teacher. Huang Shan added with a laugh, the other one is a bit older, but her skin is so tender she could pass for 18. Is that so? The burly man preferred women a tad older, believing they had more to offer. Unfortunately, he heard they were all out, leaving him too intimidated to confront the men inside, as he had heard they possessed abilities. He planned to strike while they were away. Li Fong, holding her child, glanced at them, remaining silent. The man in the vest continued to struggle with the door to no avail, prompting the burly man to kick him aside in anger. "Get lost! You're useless!" He then raised his axe and swung it at the iron door's bolt. The impact reverberated through his arm. The bolt barely budged, and his face turned pale. He was a power user, capable of bending ordinary iron with his bare hands. Frustrated, he swung again, bending the bolt slightly, but damaging his axe in the process. "Damn it! I just ruined my axe." He was about to pry the bolt apart with his hands when a short-haired man rushed up. Boss! The burly man, already furious, shouted, "What do you want?" The short-haired man stammered, "Boss, they're back." He had seen a car pull in through the window. "What?" The burly man's eyes widened. It was still early afternoon. They usually left in the morning and returned at night. The short-haired man urged, "We need to leave now, or we want to be able to." The burly man, understanding that they were outmatched, hurriedly started to descend the stairs, only to be stopped by Chui Yunqi. Why are we leaving?" He shoved her away. "Are you staying here for a meal?" Before Chui Yunqi could respond, a melodious voice rang out, "Why not stay for a meal before you go?" The burly man turned to see 6 or 7 individuals emerging from around the corner of the stairwell. The 2 men at the front were muscular, their arms solid and defined, unlike his own bulk. The other man, though not as robust, wore a smirk that sent chills down one's spine. The short-haired man, sensing danger, dug behind the burly man. Lu Li, followed closely by Lu Cheng, noticed the yellow-haired man and suddenly felt self-conscious about his own hair. The burly man, observing the short-haired man's swift retreat, forced a smile. "Hello, brothers. You've returned? We, want to stay for dinner, just heading out." He clutched the stair railing, attempting to retreat. Lu Li scoffed, glancing at the bent bolt on the iron door. "You think you can just come and go as you please?" The burly man realized today, as events would not unfold easily. He glared at Lu Li. "What do you want?" As he spoke, he brandished his damaged axe toward Lu Li, who instinctively leaned back, causing a commotion among the crowd. The burly man did not intend to harm him. He merely aimed to leap over the stair railing to the next level. Zhou Yuan smiled, thinking he could escape. Just as the burly man was about to run, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a tightening grip had clamped down on him. Reeling from the pain, he stumbled, nearly tumbling down the stairs. Looking up, he saw a woman descending, her face pale, yet her smile unsettling. Behind her followed a man strikingly similar to the one who had spoken earlier. Clutching his head, the pain intensified, causing veins to bulge. Trembling, he asked, "What have you done to me? What ability is this?" Zhou Yuan did not waste words. She unleashed a water arrow, no longer needing a bow. The arrow struck the burly man's head, bursting it open. A colorful crystal flew into Zhou Yuan's hand, shimmering like a jewel. Lu Feng gasped. "Do ability users have crystals in their heads?" "Indeed," Zhou Yuan replied coolly, "and their crystals are pure." This had led to frequent conflicts among ability users, prompting the authorities to intervene to curb the violence. But who knew what transpired in the shadows? In her past life, Zhou Yuan had been grateful that neither she nor Xiao Jin were ability users, or they would have been killed long ago. However, their reprieve was short-lived. It had been 2 years since the apocalypse began, and by the time the authorities clamped down, Xiao Jin had perished, leaving her to hold him as he was devoured amidst a horde of zombies. Lu Feng inhaled sharply. Upon returning upstairs, they found the short-haired man, the man in the vest, and another thin man had all been eliminated. The couple remained kneeling, pleading for mercy, while the woman with the child stared vacantly, her child long gone. Chapter 84. The abilities core. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Li. "Brother, are you planning to save this for dinner?" Huang Shan and Chui Yunqi, who were kneeling and begging for mercy, trembled and fell to the ground. They had thought they were safe since these individuals had just dispatched the 3 outsiders without touching them. How ruthless this woman is. Chui Yunqi's eyes darted as she leaned closer to Lu Li. "This big brother, why is this woman so arrogant? She can even command you." Her hand was about to reach Lu Li's face when he swiftly seized her wrist and flung it away, landing it right at Zhang Weiwei's feet. Zhang Weiwei smirked and crouched down. "Hey, miss, I advised you in the group last time. It's inappropriate to seduce another's man." Liu Li's gaza flickered. Whose man? Hers? Cui Yunxi felt a surge of blood rising in her throat. As another green tea type, why could she accompany such a formidable group and live so splendidly, while she had to navigate through countless men, barely scraping by? Her eyes hardened as she lunged towards Zhang Weiwei's face, her untrimmed nails resembling the claws of Spectre, threatening to mar her beauty. However, Zhang Weiwei was not defenseless. She stood up and kicked out, her black sneakers striking. Zhang Weiwei paused. Realizing Liu Li had retracted his foot, Cui Yunxi, caught off guard, was sent tumbling down the stairs, her frail body rolling down, bloodied and battered. Zhou Yuan's map now showed one less head dead. I'll kill you all." Huang Shan, initially stunned, saw Cui Yunxi's demise and charged at Zhang Weiwei. He was foolishly seeking an easy target. Yet before he could make it, Lu Ming from behind seized his neck and slammed him against the iron door, which instantly turned crimson. Zhou Yuan frowned disapprovingly, while Lu Cheng exclaimed, "Hey, you big guy, how could you dirty the door?" Lu Ming rubbed his hands awkwardly. It wasn't intentional, just a casual throw. Lu Li turned to the woman holding the child. "What should we do about this?" Zhou Yuan, without offering a glance, commanded Lu Ming to open the door. "Just do what needs to be done." Upon hearing her words, Li Feng regained her composure and looked at Lu Li in fear. Lu Li exchanged a glance with Lu Feng, said nothing, and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Zhou Yuan then glanced at the tank-top man and the blonde before walking inside. "You two clean this place up," she instructed, leaving Lu Ming and Lu Cheng to tidy the battlefield. The group ascended the stairs, with Zhang Weiwei hesitating before following. Sensing that Sister Yuan likely had something to discuss, Lu Aimin and Lin Shui had already lulled the two children to sleep, their hearts heavy with worry about whether they could protect their grandsons if the others did not return in time. Zhou Yuan and her companions had learned their lesson. Next time, they should not leave the elderly and children alone at home. Fortunately, they had walkie-talkies, and Lu Aimin had called them back in advance. Had they adhered to their original plan, they wouldn't have returned until dinner, and they might have faced dire consequences. When they entered, Lazy was already stationed by the security door, vigilant but silent. Zhou Yuan patted Lazy's head. "Good dog." The dog licked her palm before retreating to guard the two children. "Sigh, the little masters need my protection." When Lu Ming and Lu Cheng joined them, they noticed the two cores Zhou Yuan had placed on the table, one gray, impure core and one colorful, pristine core. After explaining the significance of the cores to the two older men, Lu Li and the others narrowed their eyes when they learned that the abilities users also possessed cores in their brains, and that they were undoubtedly pure cores. They were not foolish. They understood the implications. The news that zombie cores could be absorbed by abilities users to enhance their powers could indeed elevate the morale for exterminating zombies, leading to a slight reduction in their numbers, thus providing humans with greater safety. However, if the information regarding the cores in the brains of abilities users were to leak, it would spell disaster for humanity. Hence, this secret must be kept hidden, at least until the nation could control the situation. Currently, the government was engaged in establishing bases and relocating essential resources and personnel. If this information were to emerge too soon, the state would be unable to suppress it, resulting in true catastrophe. The atmosphere in the living room grew somber. The end of the world was drawing ever closer. They needed to grow stronger. They refused to be slaughtered, yet they could not be mere prey. Lu Feng sighed. Yuan, please continue explaining about the cores." Zhou Yuan pointed to the zombie core. "This one is unnecessary. It's an impure core from a level 1 ordinary zombie. We shall not use it." Everyone nodded in agreement. "This pristine core belongs to that brutish man." Zhou Yuan indicated the colorful one. "I observed earlier that man possessed strength abilities, while the blonde had speed abilities, both enhancing physical prowess. The tank-top man wielded metal abilities." Lu Cheng exclaimed, we didn't extract their cores." Although they did not kill for the sake of the cores, they certainly could not let them go to waste after having dispatched the men. He stood up, intending to retrieve the cores after incinerating the corpses, but he hadn't checked for cores before. Would it still be timely to go down now? Zhou Yuan shook her head. I checked. They didn't have any. They likely hadn't reached level 1 abilities. Only abilities users above level 1 can produce cores? Lu Qing interjected. Indeed, just like zombies. Zhou Yuan confirmed with a nod. Lu Cheng sighed in relief and settled back down. Zhou Yuan continued. Corresponding ability cores can only be absorbed by the respective abilities users, while ordinary cores can be absorbed by all abilities users. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, a pure ordinary core requires 10 level 1 pure ordinary cores and 20 level 1 impure cores, plus 1 level 1 ability core. As for ascending from level 2 to level 3, that is a matter for another time. Discussing it now serves no purpose. What about this colorful one? It's useless for us? Lu Feng gazed at the colorful core with regret, realizing none of them possessed enhancing abilities. If only one among them could ascend to level 2, they'd have greater assurance. Zhou Yuan smirked mischievously. Who says it's useless? The others turned to her, pondering who among them possessed enhancing abilities. They collectively glanced at Zhang Weiwei, the only one without abilities. Zhang Weiwei's face lit up with excitement. Zhou Yuan winked. I wasn't referring to Weiwei. She scratched her face, regretting the suspense, and quickly added, it's not her. Zhang Weiwei's excitement deflated instantly. She knew her luck couldn't be that good. Zhou Yuan awkwardly tugged at her hand. Don't be anxious. It will come. Zhang Weiwei interpreted Zhou Yuan's words as consolation. Yet she rallied her spirits. Then, Sister Yuan, who are you referring to? Chapter 85, Secondary Abilities then. Lazy was groggily pulled into the living room by Zhou Yuan. What are you doing? The heroic dog had just drifted off to sleep with the little ones. And why are you all staring at me? Lazy felt a shiver run down its spine. Lu Cheng, bewildered, pointed at Lazy, incredulously looking at Zhou Yuan. Sister-in-law, are you saying that Lazy has activated a physical enhancement ability? Lazy tilted its head towards Lu Cheng. Ability? What is that? Zhou Yuan nodded affirmatively, and its ability emerged as a level 1. She couldn't help but marvel at how animals seem to be favored by the heavens more than humans. Their abilities, from inception to advancement, were far superior, and their upgrades occurred at a swifter pace. However, she found it curious that Lazy's ability activation was likely related to its spatial water. Yet, none of the animals she cultivated in her space showed signs of mutation. Had it been because they were taken in before the virus appeared? Nonetheless, the absence of mutation was a good thing. The meat of mutated animals was notoriously tough and dry. Seeing everyone silent and staring at it, Lazy decided to lie down and groom its fur. When would its master take it to that comfortable place for a bath? Noticing the silence, Zhou Yuan spoke up. If you have no objections, I will give this colorful crystal core to Lazy. The group collectively shook their heads. They had no objections as they had no use for it. And Lazy was part of their family. They were all quite curious about how the crystal core would be absorbed. Zhou Yuan placed the colorful crystal core near Lazy's paw. Lazy glanced up at her, catching the encouragement in her eyes, then lowered its head, opened its mouth, and promptly crunched and swallowed the core. Lu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really going to bite and swallow it? The others were equally shocked. They certainly did not possess such strong teeth. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan had mentioned that the higher the level of the crystal core, the larger it would be. After all, this had been extracted from that white, mushy brain matter. Even if it had been cleaned, it was still a bit off-putting to eat. Zhou Yuan was taken aback as well. Wait, I remember that ability users don't absorb it this way, do they? She thought she had seen them simply place it in their hands, and the core would vanish. Lazy, oblivious to their astonishment, thought, aren't they the ones giving it to me? Why do they look so horrified? Then, Lazy paid no more mind to the humans. It felt a powerful force expanding throughout its body. All eyes were on Lazy, and after about a quarter of an hour, it rose, noticeably larger, and let out a triumphant howl, startling Lin Chui, who jumped up from the sofa. In that moment, the atmosphere was so imposing that no one dared to breathe. This was the power of level 2. How enviable. Lu Jin, rubbing his eyes as he emerged from the bedroom, gazed at the now larger Lazy in the living room, his eyes wide with surprise. Realizing it had awakened the little one, Lazy instinctively softened its voice and let out a gentle woof. "Yay!" exclaimed Xiao Jin. "Lazy, you said you leveled up? You're amazing." Receiving such praise from the little one filled Lazy with pride. Naturally, this heroic dog was the mightiest of them all. Everyone felt overshadowed by a mere dog. Truly, it was a case of humans being outdone by dogs. They needed to go hunt zombies. The zombies quivered in fear. Even Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were itching to join. Zhou Yuan regretfully glanced at the remaining gray level 1 impure crystal core, tossing it back into the spatial room, out of sight, out of mind. In the days that followed, everyone began to scatter to hunt zombies. They either ventured out in full force or ensured at least 2 stayed behind with the elderly and the children. Whenever they all went out, Lazy would also join the fray. After all, it was a heroic military dog. How could it always cower in fear? Occasionally, Zhou Yuan would let the 2 little ones come out to familiarize themselves with the current world, not necessarily to hunt zombies, but to help them adapt slowly. Many people on the streets noticed that while most ran at the sight of zombies, there was a group specifically seeking out places infested with them, targeting even the more formidable zombies. Official pressure was significantly alleviated. In the office of the former police station's precinct chief, a man in camouflage listened to his subordinate's report, twirling a pen. "You mean to say there is a group dedicated to hunting level 1 zombies?" His subordinate nodded, "Yes. They even have a shepherd dog with them?" The man pondered. The subordinate nodded, "Yes, but it's larger than an average shepherd dog, and for some reason, it seems familiar." The man chuckled softly. "Is there a man among them named Lu Feng?" His subordinate glanced at the report in hand and nodded, "Yes, Captain Wang. Do you know him?" The man was Wang Ping, the officer who discovered the secret military warehouse theft. His return to City C was primarily to clear out the zombies. He would then oversee the relocation of the populace once the base in Heilongjiang province was established next year. Information regarding the levels of zombies and the abilities of ability users had been broadcasted repeatedly over the radio. This was aimed at both educating the public and encouraging ability users to bravely combat zombies. After all, relying solely on the military was insufficient. City C had a population exceeding 10 million. Even accounting for those who perished in the heat and storms, at least 5 to 6 million remained. The zombie virus had infected nearly 80% of the population, amounting to around 5 million, with less than 10% becoming ability users. Thus, over half the population had turned into zombies, and nearly half had already perished, while their military comprised fewer than 20,000 personnel, with half being ordinary civilians and limited ammunition. The emergence of this group greatly alleviated their pressure. Wang Ping had previously harbored concerns, but now, if that shepherd dog was indeed Lazy, it must have healed its leg. He wondered why they were so focused on level 1 zombies, considering that level 1 zombies were significantly stronger in speed and power than ordinary ones. Their regular soldiers wouldn't dare approach without firearms. Yet this group actively sought them out, and it was said they all possessed abilities. Indeed, they were capable. Regardless, this was a positive development. With their assistance, the burden would be considerably lighter during next year's evacuation. Zhou Yuan and her group were entirely unaware that they were already being monitored by the military. Recently, City C's level 1 zombies have been thoroughly hunted, resulting in several hundred level 1 crystal cores, yet not a single ability crystal core was found. Inside an abandoned building, Lu Cheng plopped down on the ground. "Why isn't there a single mutated zombie?" Lu Qing kicked him. "Sister-in-law, didn't T bring out a chair?" And with a chair, "You wouldn't sit. You'd rather sit on the floor." "I just like sitting on the floor. It's convenient." "Do you think everyone is as fastidious as you?" Lu Qing shot back. Lin Shui shouted, "You two, quiet down. You're kicking up dust while my dear grandson is eating." Lazy barked at the two. Lu Qing and Lu Cheng immediately ceased their bickering. Lin Shui shot them a glare before continuing to watch the 2 little ones eat. Lu Qing looked at Lu Cheng. "If a zombie bites you, you become a mutated zombie." Lu Cheng, infuriated, was ready to argue again. Chapter 86. Dingyang Squad. As soon as the 2 children finished their meal, they prepared to resume their tasks. Zhou Yuan had just tidied everything up when she noticed several individuals leading a throng of zombies towards their direction. Upon seeing the distinct white head in her mind, she instinctively turned to Lu Qing muttering to herself about his ill-fated predictions. Lu Qing, sensing Zhou Yuan's gaze, asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, what's the matter?" Zhou Yuan hastily sent the two children into the space. An ability-wielding zombie is approaching. After a moment's thought, she decided to send Lei Zi in as well, as he tended to attract unwanted attention. The group was taken aback and rushed to the windows. Indeed, they spotted roughly 5 ability users in front, trailed by a countless horde of zombies, with one particularly fast-moving figure leading the charge. Lu Qing quickly comprehended Zhou Yuan's concern. Lu Li shot him a glance, questioning, "Since when did this ability emerge?" Lu Qing had just mentioned that Lu Cheng's predicament was due to a bite. It was best not to dwell on that further. Lu Cheng, oblivious to the tension, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what type of ability is that?" "Wind," Zhou Yuan responded in kind. "Wow." Lu Cheng leaped 3 feet in excitement, thrilled at the prospect of leveling up. Could this wind ability zombie not display a modicum of respect? Lu Cheng's enthusiasm was understandable. They had gradually accumulated over 100 first-level crystal cores, yet most were of inferior quality. The remaining cores would be distributed to the more formidable Lu Li, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and Zhou Yuan, as her space was indispensable for their needs. Thus, seeing around 60 to 70 inferior crystal cores in the drawer left Zhou Yuan feeling despondent. Were most first-level zombie cores inherently flawed? With 11 individuals, including Lei Zi, all at the second level, they required 80 pure cores, implying they needed to eliminate 200 first-level zombies. It was easy to see why Lu Cheng was so animated upon spotting the wind ability zombie. Indeed, with 11 members, Zhang Weiwei had also recently awakened her ability. However, her power was peculiar. It was an invisibility ability that, while intriguing, had the drawback that her clothes remained visible. To avoid detection, she would have to strip entirely, a mortifying prospect, even if no one else could see her. Zhang Weiwei lamented that this ability was more of a curse than a blessing. Zhou Yuan reassured her that upgrading her ability would likely resolve the issue. Lu Cheng teased, "No worries, you could scare people by merely appearing as a floating garment. Imagine the fright, especially at night." Thus, Zhang Weiwei also found herself in dire need of crystal cores, as her ability could not be upgraded through combat. Would she really strip at home daily to observe her invisibility? After Zhang Weiwei's ability eventually upgraded, Lu Qing often found himself encountering apparitions. Before long, the 5 ability users had reached the ground floor. Zhou Yuan and her group were on the second floor, and they had closed the door downstairs. Since it was merely a temporary refuge, they hadn't reinforced it. However, among the 5 was a metal ability user, making it easy for them to breach the door. Soon, the door was shut, sealing the wind ability zombie outside. Zhou Yuan and the others listened as the 5 below gasped for breath, interspersed with coughs. Indeed, these zombies possessed abilities. One man, panting heavily, remarked that they had narrowly escaped from a horde of zombies. A refined, handsome man surveyed the surroundings and coldly stated, "Could you reveal yourselves? We did not intend to intrude." As his voice fell, the other 4, who had previously slumped to the ground, sprang to their feet, realizing there were others present. Lu Li exchanged glances with his companions, sensing that the man could perceive their presence. Zhou Yuan was not surprised. Her map indicated that all 5 were ability users, one of whom was a psychic, likely the one speaking. She wondered how this psychic ability differed from her own instinctively triggered spatial psychic ability. The group exchanged looks, deciding there was no need for subterfuge, and descended the stairs. Upon seeing 9 individuals, the 5 were taken aback. The psychic ability users squinted, sensing that they were all fellow ability users. The existence of 9 ability users in one team was indeed remarkable, especially with 3 women and an elder among them. The man composed himself and stepped forward, introducing himself. "Hello. I apologize for the intrusion. It was unintentional." Lu Li shook his head. "No problem. We are merely resting here temporarily." The 5 felt a wave of relief, having just been pursued relentlessly without the strength to engage in any confrontation. Observing the situation, they recognized their own disadvantage. The man relaxed, extending his hand. "I am Zhang Qiang, the captain of their team." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow at the name. She recognized it. Although she had been an ordinary person in her previous life and had little time to focus on such matters while caring for children, she was aware of this notable figure. Zhang Qiang was one of the top psychic ability users in the base, leading a team known as the Dingyang Squad. As expected, Zhang Qiang continued, "Our team is called Dingyang Squad, comprising 5 ability users." Zhou Yuan glanced at the other 4, one with a first-level metal ability, one with a beginner water ability, one with a beginner wood ability, and one with a first-level fire ability. Luli nodded, "Greetings, we are not a formal team. We are family. Yes, all ability users." Zhang Weiwei felt her cheeks flush at Lu Li's declaration of family. Although she understood he meant no offense, it felt strange. She considered Zhou Yuan as an older sister. They were indeed family. The 5 members of Dingyang Squad collectively inhaled sharply. It made sense that they had women and an elder among them. They were a family, yet all were ability users, which seemed somewhat extraordinary. "You are quite impressive," Zhang Qiang praised sincerely. Outside, the wind ability zombie continued to pound against the door, while the lower-level zombies caught up, threatening to breach the entrance. Zhang Qiang gestured to a tall, sturdy young man, who immediately stepped forward to reinforce the door. Was it a trait of metal ability users to be tall and robust? Though the door was secured, preventing the zombies from entering for the time being, it was merely a temporary solution, not a long-term fix. Zhang Qiang turned to Lu Li and his companions, apologetically asking, "Could I inquire about your ability levels?" He quickly waved his hand, no offense intended. "Knowing your levels will help us strategize our next course of action. We have 3 first-level and 2 beginner-level users." He hesitated, as he felt the 2 beginner-level users lacked significant combat prowess. Luli pondered briefly before glancing at Zhang Weiwei. "We have only 1 beginner level." 1 beginner level? Did that imply the rest were all first level? The Dingyang Squad members had not even considered the possibility of second-level abilities, as they had only just reached first level after perilous encounters. Luli spoke no falsehood. However, Zhang Weiwei felt slighted. Why was she singled out? Not only that, but why did he have to look at her? Zhang Weiwei jotted down a note in her little book. Zhou Yuan suppressed a smile. Chapter 87. The use of superpower. Zhang Qiang opened his mouth, at a loss for words. These individuals were formidable, and it was likely that the superpowered zombie that had just pursued them with such fervor was merely a trivial challenge for them. He was genuinely curious as to how they had all managed to level up so rapidly. After all, there were still 2 novices among them. Although their powers were not inherently offensive, surely not all of them possessed combat abilities. With this thought in mind, Zhang Qiang turned to Zhou Yuan and inquired, "Are you a water ability user?" The young man, upon being addressed by the young lady, felt a bit bashful, but nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "What level is your ability at now?" Zhou Yuan asked. The young man, feeling shy, scratched his nose and replied, "I can fill 2 buckets of water from a mineral water container each day." "Is that all?" Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. The young man was taken aback, but nodded. After all, water abilities primarily revolved around generating water, did they not? "Then how do you deal with zombies?" Zhou Yuan frowned. The young man lifted the knife in his hand, saying, with this, though his ability might not be directly useful, he was still capable of slaying zombies. Zhou Yuan sighed and glanced at Zhang Qiang. "You've done a great job protecting them. Their inability to level up is simply due to insufficient use of their abilities." Zhang Qiang, puzzled by the young lady's inquiry about the young man's powers, eagerly interjected, "I would appreciate any clarification from you, miss." Without uttering a word, Zhou Yuan conjured a column of water that surged toward a table in the corner of the room, shattering it into countless pieces in an instant. Zhang Qiang and the others were left dumbfounded. Water abilities could wield such power? Zhou Yuan had only utilized a fraction of her ability, and the table had already been weakened from previous exposure to water. The young man felt a wave of shock. Initially, he had been disheartened by his auxiliary ability, but now witnessing the formidable capabilities of Zhou Yuan's water powers ignited a spark of excitement within him. He rushed to her side. "Miss, could you teach me?" Lu Feng frowned and stepped protectively behind Zhou Yuan, asserting his claim. Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes, thinking, "Please, this young man is hardly over 20, while I am well into my 30s. If Lu Feng had heard her thoughts, he would likely have dismissed them, Due to the effects of the spatial water, their group had undergone significant changes, both physically and in terms of strength. The men fared better, merely enjoying improved skin. But the women, particularly Zhou Yuan, had experienced a remarkable transformation. Though Zhou Yuan was never unattractive, her appearance had certainly flourished. Daily responsibilities and caring for 2 children had previously taken a toll on her complexion and figure, but now she looked remarkably youthful, with skin as smooth as if touched by a softening filter. Unbothered by Lu Feng's antics, Zhou Yuan addressed the somewhat awkward young man. "I can't teach you this. The methods of utilizing one's abilities are something each person must discover for themselves. What I can tell you is that water abilities encompass more than merely quenching thirst. Understand?" The young man nodded, somewhat confused. Meanwhile, the wood ability user pondered whether his powers were also more versatile than simply accelerating plant growth. While the 5 of them contemplated their abilities, Zhou Yuan and her companions began to formulate a plan. After all, behind them trailed nearly 200 zombies, and they could not afford to be careless. "Little sister," Luli said softly, "could you slow down the approach of those novice zombies?" Novice zombies were not particularly fearsome, but their sheer numbers posed a risk if they drew too close. Zhou Yuan agreed, no problem, although her mental strength could not redirect so many novice zombies. She could certainly delay their advance. Luli nodded and looked to Lu Cheng, who eagerly stated, "Brother Li, I volunteer to confront the wind ability zombie. Perhaps I can learn something from it." His reasoning was sound, and Luli approved. "I'll assist a Cheng." Luli continued, "Father, please use the earth shield to help little sister block some of the novice zombies. Lu Qing and the others can handle the ordinary zombies. As for Mother and Wei Wei," Lin Shui interjected decisively, "don't worry, I will stick close to you and won't fall behind." Zhang Wei Wei raised her knife. "I will seize the opportunity to pick off any stragglers." After much discussion, they prepared to take action. Zhang Qiang observed, "Are you all ready to head out?" Luli nodded, "We've rested sufficiently. We need to move on to the next location without delay." Zhang Qiang hesitated, concerned for their well-being, as they had only just arrived, and their strength had yet to fully recover. Luli, sensing his unease, replied nonchalantly, "You need not worry about us. We can handle ourselves. We will deal with the superpowered zombie, and you should be capable of managing the novice zombies on your own." If they could not, it was of no consequence to Lu Li and his group. They only sought to confront the superpowered zombie. Seeing their determination, Zhang Qiang refrained from further protest and watched them depart. As they stepped outside, Zhou Yuan immediately projected her mental energy, causing the novice zombies in the distance to slow their approach. They were already sluggish, and now, with Zhou Yuan's intervention, they appeared to be stuck in place. The moment Lu Cheng and Lu Li exited, they charged straight at the superpowered zombies, which greeted them with excitement, perceiving them as delectable prey. The 5 remaining inside watched in awe as the group executed their roles with remarkable coordination. Truly, they were a family, capable of entrusting their backs to one another, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Qiang observed the nearly motionless novice zombies and furrowed his brow. Among them was a mental ability user who could control the movements of so many zombies. His mental abilities could only influence zombies within a radius of 100 meters, and while he could not control them, he could provide warnings and manipulate objects. However, it became evident that he still had much to learn. The potential of mental abilities far surpassed his expectations. He pondered who among them possessed such powers. Glancing at the woman and child in the center of their group, he wondered if one of them was the mental ability user. Having witnessed Zhou Yuan's display of her water powers earlier, he had not considered her at all. Chapter 88. To save or not to save. Zhou Yuan focused on controlling the zombies, while keeping an eye on the battle situation over by Lu Cheng. The mutated zombie seemed to have acquired its powers not long ago, and its skills were not yet refined. However, it had managed to create a barrier, rendering Lu Cheng and his companion unable to harm it, resulting in a stalemate. Zhou Yuan approached Lu Aimin, saying, "Dad, I can manage these zombies. You should assist my brother." Although they weren't afraid, a swift resolution was necessary. Lu Aimin hesitated. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but his earth-based abilities only allowed him to control soil, which could only fend off low-tier zombies. After a brief conversation with Zhou Yuan, Lu Aimin nodded eagerly and made his way toward Lu Li and the others. Upon seeing Lu Aimin approach, Lu Li frowned. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Neither Lu Cheng's wind blades nor his lightning could penetrate the zombie's wind barrier, so his arrival would only complicate matters. Lu Aimin disregarded him, having just been instructed by his daughter-in-law. He then observed as the soil within the zombie's barrier began to stir, chunks of earth erupting wildly. Consequently, the wind barrier that had previously thwarted Lu Cheng and Lu Li was abruptly disrupted. Lu Li and Lu Cheng were left astonished. Was this even possible? "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and finish it. You're wasting time," Lu Aimin exclaimed, clearly annoyed. It seemed that raising sons was futile. Daughters-in-law were far more capable. Lu Cheng quickly regained his composure, rushing forward to dispatch the zombie with ease. He then discreetly retrieved the wind ability crystal core, casting a glance at it. Alas, it was a mushy mess, quite nauseating, and its purity was questionable. Lu Li shot a disdainful look at his father, feeling equally frustrated. With the wind ability zombie dealt with, Zhou Yuan began to release her control over the low-tier zombies, and everyone promptly entered the fray, showcasing an array of spectacular abilities. The 5 individuals inside the room had just been puzzled by their seemingly lackadaisical demeanor. Now they understood. They'd been waiting to tackle that level 1 mutated zombie. Zhang Qiang recalled hearing rumors about a group dedicated to hunting level 1 zombies. Could they be the ones? The boy named Xiao Shun watched Zhou Yuan's water abilities with sparkling eyes. It was evident that what she displayed in the room was merely a fraction of her true prowess. She could not only shoot a single water arrow, but could unleash 3 simultaneously, each arrow capable of inflicting damage over a radius of 2 or 3 meters. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, the wood element boy felt somewhat disappointed. It appeared there was no wood ability user among them. Soon, Zhou Yuan and her group created an opening and surged forward, encountering dozens more zombies, which posed no significant threat. Zhang Qiang sighed. He had initially thought their group of 5 ability users, with 3 being level 1, was remarkable, but indeed, there were always greater talents beyond the horizon. In a concealed area, Zhou Yuan retrieved their vehicles, a pair of 7-seater off-roaders. Zhou Yuan and her husband, along with Lu Aimin, took one vehicle, planning to release their 2 children and lazy shortly. Lu Feng would drive, while Zhou Yuan sat in the passenger seat. The other 4 men, accompanied by Zhang Weiwei, took the second vehicle, with Lu Li at the wheel and Zhang Weiwei beside him. Before boarding, Zhou Yuan cleaned the crystal core for Lu Cheng. It was fortunate that it was pure. Once in the vehicle, Lu Cheng eagerly absorbed the core. They had recently learned that the absorption method was not as direct as Lazy's, who simply crushed them. Instead, they could hold the core in their palms and channel their energy to absorb it. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng opened his eyes and rolled down the car window, releasing a gust of wind that toppled a tree of similar girth to Lu Ming. "What did I do to deserve this?" Lu Cheng remarked with satisfaction, glancing at his hand. Not long ago, he could merely slice the necks of zombies. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng, sitting in the same car, looked down on Lu Cheng but couldn't help feeling anxious. Among the men, he was the first to gain abilities, yet now everyone was surpassing him. "Oh, and Uncle Min," Lu Aimin interjected. "Are you being polite?" Today was indeed chaotic. Zhou Yuan and her group found their path obstructed by a horde of zombies, at the center of which appeared to be a group of people. Having already dispatched a batch earlier, they were not inclined to provoke more trouble and planned to circumvent the area via a side road. As they maneuvered around, Lazy, who had been entertaining the children in the back seat, suddenly stood up and approached the window, barking fiercely at the outside. Lu Feng quickly halted the vehicle, as Lazy had always been well-behaved and never barked without cause. Xiao Jin rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mom, over there are Lazy's former trainer and comrades." "Trainer? Is that the one we met that day? Comrades? So that means they are soldiers." Meanwhile, Lu Li, noticing the vehicle had stopped, inquired via the walkie-talkie about the situation. Zhou Yuan explained, leading to a moment of silence on the other end, after which everyone disembarked. They were not far from the soldiers, separated by a rural path and a sloping area thick with grass and foliage. Using binoculars, they confirmed the presence of a military truck. Zhou Yuan employed her mental energy to sense the area. There were nearly 200 to 300 zombies, along with around 10 level 1 mutated zombies. They likely had access to firearms, but their ammunition was probably limited, Luli added. A collective silence ensued. Zhou Yuan soothed the increasingly agitated Lazy, while Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu hugged him tightly. Zhou Yuan felt a strong inclination to help, yet she recognized that this was not solely her decision. She couldn't act unilaterally, and rescuing them alone was impossible. If it were anyone else, she would care little, but she held a unique sentiment towards the soldiers who served the people. She could not stand idly by in the face of their peril. Lu Feng stepped forward, stating, "We are family, but we are also a team. Therefore, we cannot have a dictatorial approach. Let us vote." Everyone looked up, and Lu Feng took a deep breath. To save or not to save, let each express their stance. The minority shall yield to the majority. Xiao Yu is still too young to understand, so she doesn't T-count, which leaves us with 11, including Lazy. Perfect. An odd number ensures no tie. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. This was indeed the best method. Zhou Yuan concurred. Although she wished to rescue them, she would abide by the group's consensus if they deemed it too risky. On the count of 3, raise your hand if you wish to save them, and keep your hand down if you do not. Lu Feng declared solemnly. Lu Jin beside him nodded vigorously, having understood, while Xiao Yu remained oblivious, clutching Lazy's neck, puzzled by his sudden agitation. Lu Feng surveyed the group and began counting. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 89. Breakthrough. As Lu Feng's words fell, everyone exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Xiao Jin, standing nearby, raised his hand and held up Lazy's paw, looking at the adults who had all raised their hands. He jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We can rescue the soldiers." Indeed, everyone had raised their hands in agreement. However, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of concern. Perhaps, for any decent Chinese citizen, it would be impossible to stand idly by while soldiers were in peril. Since everyone had consented to the rescue, a plan needed to be devised. They could not recklessly charge in, lest they endanger themselves without saving anyone. Luli turned to Lu Aimin, Lin Shui, and Zhang Weiwei, saying, "You all should not participate this time. Wait in the vehicle for backup." Lin Shui and Zhang Weiwei nodded, knowing better than to show off in this situation. Lu Aimin understood that Luli intended for him to drive the rear vehicle. Zhang Weiwei promptly took her place in the driver's seat of the front vehicle. Zhou Yuan sent the 2 children into the space. She intended to take Lazy with her, but it refused. Luli looked at Zhou Yuan and asked, "Did you not acquire submachine guns last time?" Zhou Yuan nodded and produced 2 submachine guns with matching magazines, reasoning that since they had been taken from the military stockpile, they could be used by anyone. The question was, who would wield them? She certainly would not. Luli gestured for Lu Ming and Lu Chang to take them. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing their capabilities were not ordinary. "You two go ahead and find a position in the direction of their vehicle. Once we make our move, you can start." Liu Likumanda. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming nodded and dashed down the slope ahead. Luli turned to Lu Feng and Lu Qing, stating, "We will assist them from the side. Brother and sister, your task is to control a portion of the zombies and prevent them from advancing any further." Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. "Remember, our objective is to help them break free, not to entangle ourselves further. We must not take reckless risks," Luli admonished. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan crouched down and addressed Lazy. "Lazy, do you understand? We are here to assist. You must follow orders and not charge in recklessly. Do you comprehend?" Lazy responded with a howl, gently placing its paw on Zhou Yuan's hand. She knew and understood. Positions were taken. One soldier in a military truck fired the last bullet in his gun and felt his waist. There were no more magazines. "Captain, I'm out of bullets," he exclaimed. "Captain, so am I," echoed voices from the back compartment. Wang Ping furrowed his brow deeply. He had only a few rounds left in his pistol while zombies continued to swarm around them. The abilities of the supernatural beings among them had been depleted. Only a few submachine guns remained operational. If this continued, they would all perish here. He had originally received intel in the office about over 100 survivors trapped in Zone Y. Who would have thought they would be surrounded by zombies upon arrival? Originally, they could have fought through several hundred zombies, But somehow, an overwhelming number of first-level zombies had appeared, some even exhibiting supernatural abilities. Now, even the zombies had powers, and theirs were stronger than those of the soldiers. They had been caught off guard, resorting to using firearms, which led to utter chaos. Devoid of ammunition, the soldiers were left to resort to hand-to-hand combat. However, how could they possibly contend with zombies? Many soldiers were dragged away and devoured by the monsters. The agonizing screams from behind made Wang Ping's heart clench. It seemed their fate was sealed here today. Suddenly, a portion of the zombies which had been charging forward began to halt. Lightning, fire, and ice abilities surged forth, powerful enough to decimate half of the zombies surrounding the vehicle. The soldiers, who had been on the brink of despair, felt a flicker of hope. Reinforcements had arrived. Wang Ping was also taken aback. Looking outside, he saw 3 men and 1 woman on the opposite slope, as well as a dog fiercely attacking the surrounding zombies. His excitement surged as he shouted to the soldiers in the back. "Soldiers, rally your spirits. Help has arrived. Let's charge out. Charge!" The soldier in the driver's seat swiftly started the military truck, and gunfire from submachine guns erupted ahead, clearing a path for their vehicle. The truck could finally move. Zhou Yuan and her companions followed the military truck as they ran along the slope. A first-level zombie noticed the figures on the slope and sprinted over. Zhou Yuan had no choice but to release her control over the ordinary zombies and focus her energy on confronting the first-level zombie. A psychic-type zombie. No wonder it had noticed them and was charging directly at her. It seemed it had encountered a kindred spirit. Lu Feng noticed this and, upon Zhou Yuan's signal, decided not to intervene, trusting her capability. Lazy also helped fend off ordinary zombies nearby, realizing she had withdrawn her psychic energy from the common zombies. Zhou Yuan began to unleash her psychic power to destroy, a skill she had only previously experimented with on the father from 702. Last time, he had fainted. She wondered how he fared afterward, having lost his wife and child, and having been mentally devastated by her. He probably would not be sane anymore, if he ever was. The psychic zombie momentarily paused, but Zhou Yuan soon felt a psychic barrier forming. Did you think this newly activated first-level psychic barrier could withstand me? Although Zhou Yuan was uncertain of her wild psychic abilities level, she believed it surpassed that of the supernatural beings or first-level zombies. Why? Because of the space. The space must yield exceptional results. Indeed, Zhou Yuan's unwavering confidence proved well-founded. The zombie's psychic barrier crumbled within a minute, allowing Zhou Yuan to surge into its mind. Swirling within, the zombie felt no pain, but that did not mean it lacked sensation. The disturbance in its head affected its movements. Soon, it felt something detach within its head, and then there was nothing. Zhou Yuan swiftly cleansed the crystal core, satisfied with the pure essence she had obtained. As she concluded her battle, Lu Feng and Lu Li had already followed the truck far ahead. Lazy remained by her side, guarding her from ordinary zombies, and she hurried to catch up with the others. On the slope, Zhang Weiwei and Lu Aimin wasted no time starting their vehicle to follow suit. Once they saw the military truck break free from the encirclement, Zhou Yuan and her companions climbed aboard. Lu Ming and Lu Cheng also ran over from a distance to join them in the rear vehicle. The 3 trucks traveled side by side for about 2 to 3 kilometers before the zombies gradually dissipated. Their vehicle veered back onto the main road, as they had to return to it eventually, having initially only intended to circumvent that section. The military truck came to a halt, and all soldiers aboard disembarked. Zhou Yuan and her companions followed suit, only to see a line of soldiers standing at attention, saluting them. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over Zhou Yuan and her friends, and they returned a rather awkward salute. After exchanging glances, they burst into laughter. Chapter 90. The ace Wang Ping gazed at the group of people before him, unable to suppress a smile. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him, and they dispersed to rest. At that moment, a young soldier rushed forward and hugged the dog, exclaiming, "Lazy, it's you." Lazy affectionately licked the soldier's face, displaying a warm camaraderie. Zhou Yuan exchanged glances with the others, puzzled. Wang Ping, noticing their confusion, clarified, "This is Lazy as handler. The old Su you met when you adopted him was the head trainer of the entire kennel. but each military dog has its own individual handler. Oh, the crowd understood. Wang Ping stepped forward and saluted formally, saying, "Comrades, my name is Wang Ping. I'm truly grateful to you all for rescuing my soldiers. They have only just begun their journey. If they had perished here with me, it would have been a grave loss." Lu Li approached and returned the salute with equal solemnity. "Captain Wang, we merely did what we felt was right." Wang Ping smiled. Indeed, old Su's judgment remains impeccable. He glanced at the firearms in Lu Cheng and Lu Ming's hands. The two stiffened, realizing their blunder. They had forgotten to leave their weapons in the vehicle. In a futile attempt to hide their guns behind their backs, they felt a twinge of anxiety. China's gun control is notoriously stringent, and wielding firearms as soldiers incited a sense of guilt, especially since these weapons had been appropriated from the enemy along with an entire arsenal of military supplies. Seeing their reaction, Wang Ping reassured them, "Do not worry. Since we have tacitly accepted your gifts, we shall not reclaim them. Besides, you just use them to save us." Lu Cheng and the others exhaled in relief. The firearms were indeed invaluable, and parting with them would be difficult. Meanwhile, the young soldier examined Lazy's leg. "Lazy, is your leg healed? It seems to have grown stronger." Lazy let out a bark, as if to say, "Indeed, I am now a proud and valiant hero dog." The young soldier, overjoyed, embraced Lazy. Having cared for the dog since its arrival, a deep bond had formed. Zhou Yuan observed the pair and felt a pang of worry. Wang Ping, noticing her expression, understood her concern. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Logically, since this military dog has been adopted by you, we should not summon it back." He hesitated, feeling somewhat shameless, but sighed, "However, I still wish to negotiate. Lazy is a young and robust military dog. Its previous injuries have healed." Wang Ping glanced at the group, who wore expressions of disbelief at his audacity. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Had she known, they would not have intervened, especially if it meant losing Lazy. The dog had formed attachments over the past few months. Even the adults had grown fond of it. As the group silently regarded Wang Ping, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and cleared his throat. "How about this? We will respect Lazy's wishes. If it chooses to come with us, you cannot prevent it." "Ah, nonsense." Lu Cheng, unable to contain himself, stepped forward. But Lu Li quickly restrained him, glancing at Zhou Yuan. After all, Lazy had been returned to them by her. Lazy, sensing the tension, tilted its head and left the young soldier's embrace, approaching Zhou Yuan to nuzzle her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she held them back, squatting down to hug Lazy. Wang Ping was right. Although Lazy was a dog, it possessed a remarkable spirit, and they ought to honor its choice. She looked at Wang Ping and said softly, "That's acceptable, but we must wait. If Lazy does not wish to leave with you, you cannot force it. Of course, we are not so shameless." Wang Ping hastily replied. The others regarded him with incredulity, as if to say his shamelessness knew no bounds. Wang Ping felt his cheeks flush, and the young soldier, having overheard the captain's words, realized the absurdity of the situation. He longed for Lazy to return to him, but recognized the impropriety of such a demand. He knew well the extent of Lazy's injuries and how difficult it would have been for it to recover fully under their care. This group before him clearly possessed remarkable skills, having healed the dog, and it would be unconscionable to reclaim it now. Yet, glancing at Lazy, he thought, "Shamelessness be damned. That is my dog." Zhou Yuan returned to the vehicle, releasing the two children from the confines of space. In this extraordinary circumstance, they would employ emotional appeals, just as their opponents had. She explained the situation to Xiao Jin, who, upon hearing, was on the verge of tears. "Mom, I don't want Lazy to leave." Zhou Yuan nodded. "Yes, we won T, let it go. But now it's up to you and your brother. You must cry, and the more sorrowful the better." Zhou Yuan bit her lip and instructed, "Tell Lazy that if it leaves, you will be unhappy and unsafe. Make it feel that you cannot live without it." Lu Jin's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her plan seemed somewhat off, but at this point she thought, "As long as it works." Thus, Wang Ping was left astonished as Zhou Yuan emerged from the vehicle, leading the two children. The little one rushed toward Lazy, embracing its neck and crying, "Lazy, please don't leave Xiao Yu." Just moments ago, Their mother and brother had informed him that Lazy might be leaving home, and without any coaching, he was overwhelmed with sorrow, displaying no trace of pretense. Lazy, witnessing the child's distress, barked, Who's wrong, my pup?" Lu Jin began to shed tears as well, clinging to Lazy and pleading, "Lazy, please don't leave us. The soldiers don't need you as much as we do." Wang Ping, astonished, stared at Zhou Yuan in disbelief. Lu Feng and the others were expressions of incredulity, whispering to each other, "Wife, daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, sister, is formidable." Zhang Weiwei leaned closer to Zhou Yuan and whispered, "Sister Yuan, doesn't that sound a bit like the lines of a scoundrel?" "Huh?" Zhou Yuan realized where the dissonance lay. It mirrored the words of a disloyal lover assuring their partner, "You can live well without me." But in this case, she mused, what if Lazy truly cannot live without them? Zhou Yuan's eye twitched. Did that mean Lazy was the disloyal one? Meanwhile, Lazy, oblivious to the complexities of human emotions, was incensed at the sight of the two children crying. Who dares to bully them? Just wait until this heroic dog gets its paws on you. Wang Ping looked at the two children, rendered speechless by their audacity. He gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up, thinking, now that is an ace move. Chapter 91. Purification of Impurities. Wang Ping had no choice but to concede. Finally, he took a document from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yuan. "This is my officer's ID. If you ever require assistance, present this ID to me or any other officer, and they will lend their support." Zhou Yuan did not decline. After all, one could never predict when an official request might arise. It was prudent to keep this as a safeguard. Seeing her accept the officer's ID, Wang Ping smiled. Despite the fact that this young woman had just employed a rather shameless tactic to keep Lazy around. Nevertheless, his own shamelessness did not diminish his fondness for this group of people. "Until we meet again," Wang Ping saluted once more before leading the young soldier towards the vehicle. The soldier cast a reluctant glance back at Lazy, who, upon noticing the soldier's departure, too felt a pang of reluctance and prepared to raise a paw. Xiao Jin, however, hurriedly embraced it, exclaiming, "No, you can't leave." Lazy sighed in resignation. "I was merely raising my paw to say goodbye." As everyone watched them depart, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Thank goodness, they thought. Subsequently, everyone turned to Zhou Yuan, giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, magic had triumphed over magic, and shamelessness had outdone shamelessness. Zhou Yuan shot them an annoyed glare and tugged Lu Feng towards the location of their earlier skirmish. "You all wait in the vehicle for a moment. I need to find something." "What are you looking for?" Naturally, it was the crystal cores. They had just engaged in a flurry of gunfire, successfully taking down numerous first-level zombies, and the cores were too valuable to waste. They dared not return to the exact spot they had just escaped from. That would be akin to inviting disaster. However, first-level zombies were significantly swifter than their basic counterparts, and the fallen would surely be scattered at the periphery. If she kept her distance, she could use her mental prowess to retrieve them. Indeed, her efforts were not in vain. Zhou Yuan managed to collect 4 first-level crystal cores, along with 2 ability cores. Regrettably, one of the ordinary first-level cores turned out to be impure. However, she noted that the purity ratio of the ability cores was quite high, as all 3 they had obtained thus far were pristine. Exhausted, the group returned home. Although their bodies ached with fatigue, their spirits were buoyed, largely due to the crystal cores Zhou Yuan held. Ignoring the 2 ordinary cores for the moment, they focused on the 2 ability cores. One was the transparent core from the psychic zombie that Zhou Yuan had slain, while the other was the blue core she had picked up. With only 2 cores at hand, they faced the dilemma of how to distribute them among the 4 remaining individuals needing an upgrade. Lu Li spoke solemnly. "These cores were acquired by you, dear sister-in-law. The distribution is entirely at your discretion. No one will object." Lu Qing was the first to voice his agreement. "Yes, sister-in-law. It's not as if there are no first-level zombies left. We will undoubtedly find more." Lu Aimin waved his hand dismissively. "You young ones take precedence. Your mother and I are indifferent. Our upgrades are merely to avoid holding you back." Lin Shui nodded in agreement. "If a yuan space could accommodate us, we would not mind foregoing upgrades." Zhang Weiwei chimed in. "I am even less concerned. You all accepted me without powers before, and I am sure you will do so now." Zhou Yuan smiled, knowing their words were heartfelt. She handed the blue core to Lu Qing, who was momentarily taken aback. Although he had spoken truthfully, the prospect of upgrading still thrilled him. Zhou Yuan affirmed, "This is a water-type core. Your ice ability is essentially a variation of water, hence is a blue core." Lu Qing understood that this core was exclusively for him and Zhou Yuan, who had already undergone her upgrade. He eagerly accepted the core. Zhou Yuan then looked at the remaining transparent core and gently remarked, "This transparent core can be utilized by all support-type abilities." Everyone grasped its significance. Both Lin Shui and Zhang Weiwei could benefit from it. Zhang Weiwei quickly suggested, "Let Annie have it. Her healing is far more useful than mine." Lin Shui countered, "No, let Weiwei use it. You are all quite formidable now and rarely require my healing. Weiwei's ability is rather awkward, so she should upgrade first." As Zhou Yuan observed their back and forth, she found herself at a loss. Just then, Xiaoyu scampered over, eyeing the two remaining cores on the table. With a curious tilt of her head, she asked, "Mom, can I take this stone to play with?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. "What do you need this for?" "It's fun," Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing to the spot where they had just played with her brother and the dog, tossing stones. Zhou Yuan glanced over and saw a pile of cores on the ground, the impure core she had stored in her space. However, something felt amiss. She rushed over, picked one up, and inspected it closely. It was devoid of impurities. The other adults gathered around, equally astonished. Zhou Yuan excitedly turned to Lu Jin. "Xiao Jin, where were you playing with these cores?" Lu Jin blinked. "We were skipping stones with the dog by the pond." Sensing the adult's unusual excitement, he added, "We only played in the shallow area, not the deep." Zhou Yuan beamed and planted a big kiss on Lu Jin's cheek. This was indeed a stroke of luck. The others quickly realized that the water in Zhou Yuan's spatial pond had the ability to purify the cores. They decided to test the impure core they had just retrieved, and before their eyes, it transformed into a radiant gem in the water. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. It was extraordinary. They couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous capabilities of Zhou Yuan's space. Lu Feng spoke with gravity before the official methods for purifying cores are revealed. "We must keep this secret among ourselves." They all understood Lu Feng's intent and nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan reflected on the fact that eventually, the authorities would discover methods for purifying cores, though it seemed rather cumbersome, requiring cores in exchange for assistance. This, however, was a matter for the future, and they had ample time to enhance their abilities in the meantime. In any case, this was a fortuitous development. Zhou Yuan lifted Xiaoyu into her arms and planted a hearty kiss on her chubby cheek. The delightful softness of her face was addictive. The more she kissed, the more she craved. Listening to Xiaoyu's joyous giggles, Zhou Yuan felt a profound sense of contentment. In her previous life by this time, their household had begun to run low on supplies, with only some dried goods and snacks remaining. Although she had mustered the courage to venture out in search of resources, her efforts yielded little. Fortunately, the stockpile of milk powder and cartons of milk from before still remained. Yet, she hesitated to allow her two children to consume them as freely as before, for they often cried from hunger. Especially Xiaoyu, who had been plump and rosy-cheeked under her in-laws' care, was now visibly thinning. Others had commented on how dissimilar Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu looked. But as soon as Xiaoyu lost weight, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. Zhou Yuan, confronted with two nearly identical faces, felt emotions that only she could fully comprehend. Chapter 92. Everyone upgrades. All eyes were on Zhou Yuan as her mood began to decline, leaving others somewhat perplexed. Lu Feng, sensing her distress, embraced the mother and daughter, while Xiao Jin hurried to join them, and even Lei Zi raised his paw in solidarity. Zhou Yuan realized that her emotions were affecting those around her. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm the sorrow within her and sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was just reminded of certain events from my dreams, and I couldn't control my emotions." Lu Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. He found himself utterly powerless regarding the experiences she had endured in her previous life. This sense of helplessness often felt more excruciating than any physical harm. Lin Kui, Lu and Luli understood that Zhou Yuan was not merely speaking of dreams, but of her lived experiences, sharing Lu Feng's sentiments. the Liu brothers. While struggling to comprehend why their sister-in-law was so fixated on a dream, were not foolish. They knew there must be matters unknown to them. As for Zhang Weiwei, she had only recently joined this household. Her understanding of Zhou Yuan's dream was limited. Yet, as a woman, she could keenly sense the profound sorrow and helplessness emanating from her. It was evident to her that she was barely managing her own struggles. If Zhou Yuan truly had a dream that mirrored this apocalyptic world, she could only imagine the plight of a woman raising 2 children alone. Having grown up an orphan, Zhang Weiwei had long recognized the harsh realities of human nature even before the apocalypse. Had Sister Yuan not intervened during her moment of vulnerability, she might not have survived. She was unafraid of the occasional bite from a dog, but the thought of being relentlessly tormented was terrifying. If survival entailed enduring constant torment, she would rather embrace death. The mere contemplation of such an existence felt suffocating. Sister Yuan was her redemption. Lowering her head, Zhou Yuan smiled, speaking of which, Xiaoyu truly is our lucky star. We need not fret about the ownership of these crystal cores. Laughter ensued among the others, indeed. Upon hearing his mother mention him, Xiaoyu lifted his cherubic face and playfully splattered Zhou Yuan with saliva. Mama, don't be sad. Xiaoyu's face is very sweet. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Though she had tried to detach herself from her past life, memories would often resurface unexpectedly, igniting fear within her. She constantly reminded herself that the past was behind her. Now, she had family, a safe space, and resources, and they were thriving. Many may have viewed her as a self-righteous savior when she rescued Weiwei. But she too desired to alter certain events and sought new experiences to escape the shadows cast by her previous life. Even in a world turned upside down, she yearned for a life filled with ease and joy. Otherwise, she pondered the purpose of her reincarnation, constantly on guard, feeling drained from the endless vigilance. She wondered if there was anyone she could truly trust. Perhaps, for now, trust was abundant among them, but human nature is fickle, and they were bound to encounter a myriad of characters in the future. Must one truly live solely for the sake of survival in this apocalypse? While her secrets remained closely guarded, she was not entirely without her own trump cards. Her mental prowess could obliterate the consciousness of others, a fact known to them, albeit they were unaware that she could continuously monitor their emotions. Lu Feng was aware of this capability. She could detect any shifts in their demeanor, and in such instances, she would not hesitate to render them foolish or mad. After all, the future was uncertain. For now, they should cherish the present, without succumbing to endless worries about what might come. The subsequent events unfolded simply. They managed to purify over 60 ordinary crystal cores, more than sufficient for everyone to upgrade. With some leftover, Xiaoyu, however, felt a bit disheartened as his beautiful stones had vanished. Zhou Yuan later found some crystals she had unknowingly collected earlier to cheer him up. As February officially began, they decided to stay indoors and prepare for the new year. Zhou Yuan gazed at the brilliant sunshine outside and couldn't help but reminisce about past winters when the new year was unbearably cold. She had longed for sunny days to take the children and elders out for a stroll. After all, with work consuming most of their time, it was rare to have leisure, yet this year they were still wearing short sleeves. Who would have believed it if told back then? Ming, are your eyes defective? How can you hang a couplet so crookedly? Came Lu Cheng's boisterous voice from outside. Zhou Yuan smiled. Today was the eve of the new year, the first celebration since the apocalypse, and it deserved to be commemorated. Mommy, let's decorate. Xiaoyu dashed in, clutching some window decorations. Zhou Yuan accepted them, surprised at their beauty, with patterns of all kinds. Where do these come from? She inquired. They were given by a girl from the 12th floor, Zhang Weiwei replied, leading Xiao Jin into the room. She came by last night to trade some meat, saying she wanted to celebrate the new year with her parents today. Zhang Weiwei held several decorations as well. They look lovely, so I gave her a pack of the cured meat you previously gifted me, she sighed. Celebrating the new year this year. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Forget about what tomorrow holds. Let us cherish the present. Luli chimed in, entering. Just as we said before, who knows what surprises await us tomorrow? Lu Feng added. Indeed, we have food and drink now. This new year feels better than any I experienced before the apocalypse. Lu Chang exclaimed cheerfully. Lu Qing and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Previously, the three of them had celebrated the new year together, with nothing but each other as company, unable to afford much. A couple of dishes and a few bottles of beer were all they had to show for it. Nothing compared to now. Even the act of hanging a couplet felt refreshing. As in the kitchen, the bustling figures of their aunts and uncles prepared mouth-watering dishes, while the laughter of their two little nephews and the dog echoed in the living room. They couldn't recall the last time they felt such warmth and unity in their home. In fact, they had never truly experienced it. Even during the days of their grandparents, the new year was often a quiet affair. Hearing Lu Chang's words, Zhang Weiwei found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, her circumstances had not differed much from those of the three brothers, perhaps even worse. At least they had each other. She had always been alone. This year, the first new year of the apocalypse, was the most vibrant one she had ever experienced. Chapter 93. Thoughts all right. Today is the new year, so cheer up, everyone. Lu Li exclaimed, playfully tapping the heads of those nearby. Quickly shut the door tight. If the aroma of the food wafts out, who knows what trouble it might bring. I certainly do not wish to spend the new year in unrest. Lu Feng added, his heart heavy with concern. Everyone chuckled, recalling how just a couple of days prior, Aunt had fried pastries, leaving the doors and windows ajar, which attracted nearly all the residents of the building. The most peculiar was the family living in apartment 402. It was a true testament to the saying that in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of creatures. The man there was likely a son-in-law, while the woman appeared to be a pampered young lady, still single at nearly 30, oblivious to the world around her. Wasn't she the one who suggested taking zombies to the hospital during their first encounter? She claimed they could still fry pastries, implying they had plenty of supplies. What was that saying again? In times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist others. In their rustic terms, it meant they should lend a helping hand. How absurd. It was one thing for the younger generation to be naive, but the elder was there cheering them on, suggesting that as residents of the same community, especially with monsters lurking outside, they ought to unite, working together as one against the external threats. The mere thought made them feel nauseous. Join forces with them? To what end? To escort zombies to the hospital? They could hardly contain themselves, unable to withstand the pangs of conscience. Just a couple of days ago, a few large rats had scurried out from the vacant apartment 3402. They hadn't even had the chance to properly dispose of them, which was somewhat of a joke. Those rats were nearly the size of a meal themselves, enough to sustain them for days. The absurdity escalated when that young lady, Lon, fainted at the sight of a few rats, squandering their goodwill. It was these very rats that made them realize they had overlooked apartment 3402. They had already sealed off the sewers of the three other apartments, preventing any snakes, insects, or rodents from entering. Zhou Yuan had placed air circulation fans and purifiers at home, ensuring they wouldn't suffocate. Yet, no matter how tightly they closed their doors and windows, the enticing aroma couldn't be completely contained. Even from the 14th floor, the scent wafted through. When Shang Yun gazed at the expired bread and murky bottles of mineral water on the table, letting out a deep sigh. Others feasted on sumptuous meals while they could only nibble on stale bread, with no clean water to drink. This was only due to the new year. Otherwise, they would be surviving on mere pancakes daily. Who could have anticipated that this year would unfold in such a manner? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pondered when this plight would end. Wang Xingyang, despondently embracing his wife, lamented, "It's all my fault for being useless. Unable to awaken my abilities, unable to fend off the zombies, and unable to find supplies, making life difficult for you too." When Shang Yun shook her head through her tears, "How can you blame yourself? We all share this fate." Wang Zhilan mechanically chewed on the hard, stale bread, looking at her parents and asking Mom and Dad, "Do you think we should seek refuge on the 35th floor?" When Shang Yun, lifting her tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "Do you think they would accept us? That family is far from benevolent." Wang Zhilan's eyes hardened with determination, but Zhang Weiwei managed to integrate with them. "Why can't we? She has abilities too." Wang Xingyang shook his head. "She is alone, while we are three. It's simply one tea work. Wang Zhilan, exasperated, tossed the bread onto the floor. But how much longer must we endure this life? She felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Before the apocalypse, she held a position as a department manager in a listed company, a capability that surpassed many men, even commanding respect from company executives. Yet here, in this world turned upside down, her skills felt utterly useless. She was a strong woman, yes, but not a warrior. The sight of a zombie made her legs weak. Even if she swung a weapon, she couldn't bring it down. Her parents were similarly afflicted. Her father, a university professor, was a true intellectual, while her mother was fragile and reliant on others. Her pride refused to let her depend on a man, yet it was becoming increasingly difficult to survive without one. Similar sentiments echoed in apartments 1201, 501, and 802. He Yuan of 1201 gazed at his wife and daughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He turned to his daughter. He Xin, did you see anyone from the 35th floor when you delivered that window decoration yesterday? He Xin shook her head, no. It was only teacher Wei who traded with me. He Yuan removed his broken glasses, the lenses cracked from a previous encounter with zombies while scavenging for supplies. Now, with nearly 500 degrees of myopia, he couldn't see clearly without his glasses, and there was no opportunity to replace them. Previously, when Zhang Wei had approached them to write a few couplets, they were overjoyed, thinking it a simple task that could earn them goodwill from the 35th floor. However, upon completion, Zhang Wei had gifted them a large bundle of supplies, food, and necessities, indicating that they were now even. Meanwhile, families in 501 and 802 had grown close during the apocalypse, forming a tight-knit group. Before the zombie outbreak, they had lived relatively well without attracting trouble. After the outbreak, they had bravely ventured out to slay zombies and gather supplies. However, with the emergence of ability users and the evolution of zombies, they found themselves in dire straits, lacking any abilities among them. Jiangsheng, do you think we can make it? Lu Changxin from 501 pointed at the rooftop. Jiangsheng from 802 shook his head. It's difficult. He understood Lu's intentions, but with families in tow and no tangible skills to offer, why would anyone take them in? It was indeed curious how the 35th floor had been so fortunate as to awaken powers. Was it the feng shui? They all lived in the same building. Why were they denied even a drop of the broth? If only one among them could awaken an ability. He glanced at the men and women huddled together, all lacking food and water, too afraid to move lest they expend their energy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from upstairs, leaving him baffled. How could the family from apartment 402 be so full of energy every day? Were they not hungry or thirsty? Their parents were no spring chickens. Yet they incessantly berated their son-in-law, who seemed to be some sort of ninja. It remained to be seen how long they could endure this charade. Chapter 94. New Year's Celebration Cheers. The 12 individuals, along with their canine companions, simultaneously clinked their cups in the center of the table. Lazy eagerly nudged his dog bowl closer. The two children, Xiao Jin, already tall enough, and Xiao Yu, who needed a stool for height, joined in. Zhou Yuan, not to be outdone, took out a selfie stick to capture the moment for posterity. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, featuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all reminiscent of the traditional New Year celebrations. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of how hard-earned this meal was during such trying times. Lu Cheng was about to reach for the spicy chicken dish when Lu Qing playfully swatted his hand away. Lu Cheng quickly retracted his hand, only to notice Xiao Jin disapprovingly staring at him. Uncle Cheng, Mom said that the elders should start eating first before we can join in. It's basic dining etiquette. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Cheng scratched his head. Well, my mom never taught me that. Xiao Jin offered with a grin. Then you can learn from me. Laughter erupted around the table. Lu Li affectionately ruffled his nephew's hair and turned to Lu Dad, since you're the eldest here, would you like to say a few words? After a moment of contemplation, Lu stood up. Indeed, being the oldest here, I'll share a few thoughts. The two children clapped enthusiastically, and even Lei Zi joined in with his paws. Lu couldn't help but smile at his grandson's support. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat. First and foremost, I wish everyone a happy new year. I may not be well-versed in eloquent speeches, but my hope is that, regardless of how difficult life becomes, we can always remain together as we are now. No matter the challenges we face, we shall not falter. Nods of agreement resonated around the table. And Luli looked towards Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. Would you like to say a few words as well? Me? Zhou Yuan tilted her head, then rose with a smile. Raising her glass. In the face of the apocalypse, let us see who survives until the end. Welcome to the new world. Another round of clinking glasses ensued. As the old year faded and the new year dawned, the festivities were in full swing. Zhang Weiwei, having indulged in the feast, pondered humorously about her own need to prepare for a potential weight loss journey. Annie's cooking is simply divine. Lin Shui chuckled. It's not just the cooking. It's the fresh ingredients from Sister Yuan's space that make it special. Zhou Yuan proudly declared, indeed, all this fish, chicken, duck, and vegetables were nurtured with my own care. Her expression turned wistful as she recalled the challenges of cultivating such a bountiful harvest. Everyone laughed at Zhou Yuan's exaggeratedly constipated expression. Lin Shui, however, felt a twinge of sympathy. Have you found a way to let off Feng in yet? Lu Feng's mother chimed in. Lu suggested, why not try drinking a bit of off Feng's blood? Zhou Yuan chuckled. Really, you're suggesting that? Lu Feng sighed, extending his hand towards Zhou Yuan. Are you sure you want me to bite you? Zhou Yuan paused. Are you really asking me to do that? The others nodded in agreement, and she sighed. You all are truly relentless. If I have to let you in, must I bite each of you? And it's my blood running through Xiao, Jin, and Xiao Yu, not the other way around. This transformation into a supernatural being has made me quite foolish. Realization washed over everyone. We've got it wrong. Zhou Yuan quickly backtracked. Wait, don't get any wild ideas. They all shared a light-hearted moment, joking about how absurd it would be to think that a simple bite could alter one's lineage. In truth, Zhou Yuan had devised a method to explore, yet she was uncertain of its efficacy until the next space upgrade. For now, she relied on her own efforts. This year, there would be no Spring Festival Gala, but Zhou Yuan had stocked up on many tablets, one of which contained recordings of past galas, and she eagerly projected the most classic edition onto the television. In truth, fewer people watched the gala on New Year's Eve before the apocalypse, yet some traditions must endure. A spread of sunflower seeds, peanuts, dried fruits, and various fruits filled the table. Luli cracked open a peanut and suddenly remembered the radio. It's New Year's Day. I wonder if there are any announcements. He asked Lu Qing to tune it to the right channel. Dear listeners, Happy New Year. The base in Heilongjiang province has been initially established. The authorities plan to arrange for the populace to relocate after the new year. Please prepare your belongings and await further notice. Due to limited official vehicles, please travel light. Specific dates will be announced. Later the message repeated itself monotonously. Lin Shui turned to Zhou Yuan. Yuan, should we go? Zhou Yuan frowned, recalling that in her past life, the relocation didn't happen this early. It was around April or May that news emerged. Unbeknownst to her, the last time Wang Ping had been surrounded, it resulted in a complete disaster, leading to a delay in relocation. Regardless of timing, Zhou Yuan was resolute in her decision not to go. She considered the small base camp, akin to a refugee settlement, wholly unnecessary. Honestly, I don't wish to go. We have food and resources here. Plus, we can eliminate zombies to enhance our strength. If we move to the base, we'll lose our freedom. Lu Feng, naturally, supported his wife, adding, it's obvious that the announcement mentioned it's in the preliminary stages. We can imagine what a hastily constructed base would be like. Luli nodded in agreement. I also oppose the idea of going. While the base may offer some safety, given our current capabilities, we need not seek refuge. Besides, with so many people, our secrets could easily be exposed. To be honest, I don't plan to go even later on. Intrigued, Lu Chang chimed in. What if we build our own base? His enthusiasm was understandable. With their stockpiled resources and everyone at level 2, establishing a small base seemed feasible. Lu Li and Lu Feng were intrigued by the notion. Lin Shui and Lu expressed indifference. Lu Qing remarked, building a base involves numerous considerations. It's not as simple as just deciding to do it. For starters, where we build it? Zhou Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. I've only dreamed about it for 2 years, and I only know about the weather changes during this time. I'm unaware of future natural disasters. Even the official bases have faced countless calamities. The same goes for the small base we would establish. There is a lot to be responsible for if we take in survivors. We have to ensure their safety and provide for their needs. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, discarding the impractical idea. Forget it. It's better for us to remain independent. Lu Li concurred, noting that it was still too early to consider such matters. Their primary focus should be on enhancing their strength, for true power is paramount. Chapter 95. A new beginning. Zhang Weiwei remained silent throughout the entire encounter. Having already expressed her stance to Sister Yuan, she was agreeable to whatever course of action they decided upon, whether it be relocating to the base or establishing one of their own. The group collectively decided to remain in place, their sole concern being whether the impending tornado would affect their area and if they should seek refuge elsewhere. With their elevated position, they feared that should a tornado strike, escape would be futile, while other residents in the community were busily preparing their belongings in anticipation of an official evacuation notice. They continued to venture out daily to confront the zombies. Aside from Xiaoyu, the rest had reached the second level of power, with approximately 21st level crystal cores still in their possession. However, Zhou Yuan noted that advancing from second to third level required a tenfold increase in the lower level cores. Thus, to upgrade, they needed either 100 first level cores or 10 second level ones. Yet, they had yet to encounter any second level zombies. They were nearing the eradication of first level zombies, and progressing to higher levels would become increasingly challenging. Fortunately, they no longer had to concern themselves with impurities in their resources. Unbeknownst to them, several households within the same building had observed their lack of intent to move to the base. It was evident that if they possessed such capabilities, establishing their own domain would be preferable. Although Zhou Yuan and her group did not intend to relocate, someone had come to seek them out. Zhou Yuan found herself facing Wang Ping, who wore a cheerful expression, and she felt an overwhelming urge to expel him. Meanwhile, Lu Aimin and Lin Shui warmly welcomed him and his aide, believing that such official personnel deserved to be treated with utmost respect, as the populace should not confront authority. Coincidentally, the Lu brothers, along with Lu Qing, Lu Cheng, and Zhang Weiwei, were all absent, leaving only the elderly couple, Zhou Yuan, Lu Ming, their 2 children, and Lei Zi at home. Wang Ping sat comfortably in the spacious, cool living room, sipping tea brewed by Lu Aimin, marveling at their capabilities. He mused that maintaining a semblance of life akin to the pre-apocalyptic era was a remarkable feat in this new world. Wang Ping's aide, Xiao Yingxiu, had initially been perplexed by the official's visit, but soon grasped the reasoning behind it. Zhou Yuan reluctantly took a seat across from Wang Ping. She was now the only one capable of making decisions in this situation. Wang Ping regarded the young woman before him, who had been clad in long sleeves and trousers, with a hat and mask obscuring her features. Now, seeing her without the disguise, he was struck by her youthful beauty. She hardly resembled a mother of 2, but rather a fair-skinned, lovely maiden. Realizing he had drifted into his thoughts, Wang Ping cleared his throat and inquired if Lu Aimin and the others had stepped out. Not having seen anyone else, he noted that the elderly couple had retreated after serving tea. The children, upon seeing him, had hastily taken Lei Zi back to their quarters, seemingly fearful that he might whisk Lei Zi away, likely due to the unfavorable impression he had left previously. At that moment, only a large figure stood protectively behind Zhou Yuan, resembling a bodyguard. Zhou Yuan, wary due to past encounters with Wang Ping, regarded him with suspicion, asking, "Director Wang, what brings you here today? Is there a matter you can address?" Wang Ping rubbed his nose, acknowledging his previous lack of decorum. Yet, he felt compelled to recruit talent. He was eager to incorporate not just Lei Zi, but the entire family into his ranks. Zhou Yuan frowned, weighing her response. "It depends on the matter at hand. If it is of significant consequence, we must discuss it collectively." She was careful not to make any definitive statements. Wang Ping nodded in understanding and asked when the others might return. Zhou Yuan shook her head, stating, "It is difficult to say." She spoke the truth. It could happen at any time, depending on the state of affairs outside. However, given the current circumstances, business appeared to be lacking, suggesting an earlier return. Moreover, They possessed walkie-talkies, allowing for communication in urgent situations. It was possible that her in-laws were already in contact with Lu Li and the others. Wang Ping understood the delicacy of the situation and, after some contemplation, chose to proceed with his request, as he had taken time from his busy schedule to visit. We are soon to relocate a group of survivors to the base in X City, and it seems you do not intend to join us? He observed the lack of any signs of preparation within the household. Zhou Yuan casually nodded. Indeed, that should not be mandatory, correct? Not mandatory at all. Wang Ping quickly reassured her. However, I do have a small request. Zhou Yuan remained silent, indicating for him to continue. Wang Ping internally sighed, recognizing her adeptness in controlling the dialogue, leaving him at a disadvantage. How curious it was that she exhibited no sense of intrigue. He pressed on. The journey ahead is considerable, and unforeseen events may arise. Our military personnel are limited, numbering merely 20,000, while preliminary estimates suggest that there are over 1 million survivors. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, prompting, "And?" Wang Ping pinched the bridge of his nose. "Thus, we require assistance from individuals with your abilities." Leaning back against the sofa, Zhou Yuan had already anticipated this request. She smiled. "Director Wang, while my family does possess special abilities, we also have the elderly and young to consider. As you witnessed previously, we have a 3-year-old child." The implication was clear. They were not in a position to assist. Escorting survivors was no trivial task. The dangers of the journey were one aspect, but those without abilities could easily create complications. Zhou Yuan had experienced this firsthand and knew how troublesome such individuals could be. They had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Wang Ping had not expected her to acquiesce immediately, thus her refusal fell within his expectations. However, he continued, "I have heard that you are gathering jade stones?" Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, sitting upright. Their collection of jade was not something they had intentionally concealed, yet it had not been widely publicized either. Wang Ping, noticing her reaction, smiled reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed. We have our channels for obtaining this information, and it is not something that others will easily discover." Zhou Yuan's apprehension eased slightly, aware that if the authorities truly sought information, they could easily acquire it. "Director Wang, are you proposing a trade involving jade?" she inquired assertively. "Indeed, that is precisely why I made this visit. The jade in City C has likely been fully collected by you. What remains are those held by the affluent or collectors, which you cannot publicly trade." Zhou Yuan remained silent, and Wang Ping continued nonchalantly. "Unless you plan to venture to Y province or X province." Zhou Yuan regarded this old fox with newfound respect. He had accurately deduced her intentions to visit Y province in the near future. After some contemplation, she proposed, "Could you assist me in acquiring the jade from those individuals?" "Of course," Wang Ping replied with a smile. "I will do so in an official capacity and guarantee your anonymity." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xiao Yingshu behind Wang Ping. Wang Ping assured her, "He is my aide and can be trusted completely. He will handle this matter on our behalf." Chapter 96. Discussion. Zhou Yuan remained noncommittal. Since Wang Ping deemed it trustworthy, she felt it inappropriate to label him otherwise. What concerned her was whether their involvement would remain undisclosed, even at an official level. Wang Ping furrowed his brow, questioning her lack of faith in the authorities. Zhou Yuan promptly waved her hand, jesting that she would never dare utter such words. After a moment's contemplation, she clarified, "It is not that I distrust the officials. Rather, I wish for as few people as possible to be aware of this." "Very well. I can assure you that this information will remain with me." Wang Ping agreed after some thought, feeling confident that this matter would not disrupt national affairs. Zhou Yuan continued, "Apart from us, are there other teams of supernatural beings?" Wang Ping nodded, indicating that there was nothing secretive about it. They had indeed recruited all the supernatural beings in the city. Some had intended to accompany them to the base, while others shared a similar purpose to Zhou Yuan's group. However, Wang Ping had not made any special invitations, simply issuing a notification that those willing to join would have their food and fuel provided by the authorities, along with additional supplies. "What levels are the supernatural beings in Sea City?" Zhou Yuan inquired further. Wang Ping raised an eyebrow. "Sister, you are asking quite a few questions." Zhou Yuan shrugged. I must clarify these details to relay them accurately later. Wang Ping, showing signs of exasperation, replied, "They are all at the primary level, with a few at the first level." Zhou Yuan acknowledged this, noting it was quite similar to her previous life. But can so many be relocated all at once? She pressed on, her inquiry probing deeper. Wang Ping sighed. "Indeed, but we only plan to relocate this once. Those who can keep up will accompany us, while those who cannot will be beyond our aid. We can only strive to ensure safety along the way. Beyond that, each must fend for themselves." Wang Ping felt helpless. Their vehicles and supplies were limited, and thus so were their guarantees. Zhou Yuan's gaze dimmed. This was reminiscent of her past life, where the authorities simply lacked sufficient transportation for everyone. Many capable individuals drove themselves, while those less fortunate had to walk, managing their own provisions. Reflecting on how she and Xiao Jin had safely reached the base back then, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Wang Ping. "Commander Wang, I cannot make this decision alone. We need to discuss it further." Wang Ping, understanding her sentiment, handed her a walkie-talkie, identical to the one used by Zhou Yuan's group. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of guilt as she regarded the device. Wang Ping noticed her discomfort, but merely smiled, placing the walkie-talkie on the table. "You have 3 days to contact me with this device, or you can come directly to the original police station to find me." 3 days? Are you planning to depart in 3 days? Zhou Yuan mused as she escorted Wang Ping and his companion to the iron door on the 34th floor, where they encountered Lu Feng and Lu Li returning with their team. Upon seeing Wang Ping, the crowd showed no signs of surprise. Evidently, news had already circulated. After exchanging pleasantries with a few, Wang Ping took his leave. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuan relayed Wang Ping's request, prompting deep contemplation among the group. After a lengthy silence, Lu Li finally spoke. "I am inclined to agree, but not solely for the sake of that batch of jade." Lu Feng concurred, "Indeed. My brother and I were just discussing whether we should venture outside the city or even to another province." Zhou Yuan